Hashtag C 1270 Emperor. A figure walked out of the void of time and space. No one saw clearly how he came down, and the various monitoring and restraints of the temple did not find anyone breaking in. As soon as this figure appeared, it landed directly on the most majestic throne, and looked at them with the eyes of the king. He exuded an eternal majesty. No, who is this person, and how did he get here? Could it be a strong man under Ye's command? No, it's not him. This kind of breath is bright and majestic. Presumptuous, you dare to take the throne of God. Ah, who are you? When all the strong people in the temple saw Xuanhuan, they were all shocked. Their mental thoughts rushed out, and they found that the whole body of this person was cut into space, like an abyss. The great elder was exceptionally calm. He looked at Xuanhuan, and suddenly felt that all the vitality was revolving around him, and the gods of heaven and earth would also kneel and surrender at his feet. He is the greatest existence, swallowing mountains, rivers, and myriad worlds, with arrogance. You are the remnants of the great ancient war under the great abyss of burial, and you have left behind a powerful inheritance, which surprises me. Xuanhuan's calm words, with strong oppression, he found this place according to the fluctuation of Renhuang's sword. He looked at Tiandao's sharp gun. With a move of his hand, the heavenly Dao divine spear immediately came in front of him, and the straight barrel of the gun actually bent down, as if a person was kneeling before the most admired existence. The sacred object has surrendered. After seeing this incredible scene, everyone's eyes widened. This is direct surrender, encountering a greater existence, without the slightest thought of resistance. The Master of Heaven who made the sharp gun is no longer there. Could it be that their emperor has returned again? Otherwise, even if the spear is shattered, it will not surrender at all. You are. The great elder signaled everyone to calm down. The man was shrouded in a cloud of mystery, and he had no idea what was going on. I am the emperor of the Xuanhu god, the emperor of the Xuanhu empire. Xuanhuan held the heavenly Dao divine spear, with infinite majesty, and said slowly, I can see that you are all survivors of the ancient human world, but I am not the emperor in your hearts, but the emperor of gods and martial arts. Humanity supreme, emperor's will, double superposition. The great elder's eyes were confused, and he immediately saw an incomparably radiant existence, with the demeanor of a universal emperor, but in an instant, he realized that this was not an extremely ancient emperor. Because the emperor in front of him certainly has the aura of an emperor, but he is even more domineering and cruel. If the emperor in ancient times was like the warmest sun in winter, then Xuanhuan was the hottest sun in summer. It's not our emperor anymore, our emperor has already perished. The great elder lost his mind, he had seen the emperor with his own eyes. Suddenly he was confused and said, the sacred object is left by the gods of heaven and earth in the human world. Why does the sacred object directly submit to you? Are you the new emperor? He already knew that the fluctuation of the holy object was all because of this great existence in front of him. If it wasn't for the holy object's active surrender, even if he risked his life, he would die with Xuanhuan. I have mastered humanity, and I have mastered the holy sword of humanity. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the river of humanity swept across, appearing in front of them, with the holy sword of humanity among them. The long river representing humanity is under my control. The great elder looked at it with his eyes, and he will never forget this kind of humane power. In particular, there is the sword of the humane Saint Emperor, which was forged by the humane emperor's most precious fetishes and the beliefs of countless living beings. But this river of humanity was also different from what he had seen before. Xuanhuan's humanity is endless, benevolent and fraternal, but with a ferocious heat. This is the aura of conquest and war, representing the temperament of the people of a country and the will of the emperor. The Renhuang sword is also different from the extremely ancient one, its brilliance is more intense. Qingxian pays homage to the emperor. Qingxian, a master, knelt down directly. Emperor. When the others saw the great elder kneel down, they also knelt down at the same time. Stay flat. Xuanhuan knew that they were intimidated by the emperor's aura. The human sovereign does not belong to someone alone, but the belief of countless souls. I know that you are not the human sovereign of the ancient times. The era of the very ancient sovereign has passed away. You represent this era, the sovereign of this era, and we will live forever allegiance to the emperor. Qingshandao. Human emperor is a kind of title. Countless souls believe in him. He is the newly won human emperor, representing the belief of millions of souls. If Xuanhuan can wield the human emperor sword, then he is the emperor, to whom he will be loyal. The ancient human emperor disappeared, but the emperor of this era reappeared. Why did the ancient emperor fight? Xuanhuan asked. Huang, this matter is very complicated. Of course, I am not a god of heaven, but a small person. Not only the heaven of the human world, but also the 33 days and countless existences in different time and space are involved. Qingshan spoke immediately. Xuanhuan's demeanor was too lofty and domineering in his soul at the moment. But I remember fighting for the era, for eternity. Era, eternity. Xuanhuan nodded slightly. In the years after the war, none of you left. I didn't leave, I couldn't leave. Back then, this was the battlefield of Guyuan Tian, where the 6 gods fought, the sky collapsed and the earth split, and the world was destroyed. I saw that Guyuan Tian was also collapsing and disappearing. Qingshan sighed. I also tried to leave, but the outside world is chaotic, I can't leave, and it's impossible for others to leave. Xuanhuan ignored it. He can come in easily because his strength is comparable to the god of heaven, and he is not afraid of the chaos of heaven. The battle of the 6 gods? Xuanhuan knew that the 6 gods he was talking about were the 6 gods of heaven. Yes. Qingshandao, one of the 6 gods is the god of Taoism in the human world, the other god is Guyuan Tian, and then the 4 gods who are hostile to each other are the god of the gods, the god of hell, the god of all demons, and the god of negative mountains. He simulated the scene, which is the confrontation of the 6 gods. Tian Dao, god of the human world, stood side by side with a woman, and that woman should be from Guyuan Tian. The final battle situation. Xuanhuan said. Tragically, the gods of Guyuanshan and the gods of Wanmoshan died together, and the long rivers of heaven and earth were annihilated, and my gods in the human world also burned their own heavens, beheaded Lingyue, destroyed the gods of hell, and finally destroyed together with the gods and gods. He will never forget the tragedy of that year. Thinking of this, his whole body trembles. Xuanhuan didn't experience it personally, but he still felt the tragedy of the year when 2 gods fought to the death with 4 gods, resulting in the end of being destroyed together. The ancient times have passed, and the emperor you believed in the ancient times has passed away. I am not the emperor in your heart, but the emperor of martial arts, but I can give you a chance, believe in me, and I can take you out of the abyss of burial. Xuanhuan's voice boomed, shaking his soul. I'm willing to rely on you. Qingshan did not hesitate. He didn't know that Xuanhuan was no longer the emperor of the human world, but he was able to control the long river of humanity, and even the sacred guns were intimidated by his great aura, so he must be loyal. #C1271 Yi Tiandao God. You have made the most correct choice. Xuanhuan's smile at this time made Qingshan and his group feel a wave of generosity and love, like the warmth of the sun in cold winter. He was not surprised either. Holding the human emperor sword and creating a river of humanity, they will naturally take refuge. Under this abyss of burial, how many powerful people do you have? Xuanhuan wanted to inquire carefully about the situation. There are a total of 135 great masters of the half-day way. For countless years, strong people have been born and fallen continuously. Qingshan replied. 135 people. Xuanhuan was a little surprised. This is much more than the current number of divine martial venerables. Seemingly aware of Xuanhuan's accident, Qingxian explained, "My lord, although we cannot leave this abyss, our resources are not lacking. In the battle of that year, the 6 gods fell, and a large number of strong people died in battle. The resources left behind are too large. There are too many, enough for us to practice, and the arrival of the emperor today also means that we can leave here." Xuanhuan was relieved. They have no shortage of resources. And the time has passed so long, there is no trouble with longevity when you reach immortal, it is accumulated over a long period of time. This made him more aware that for such an ancient force as the 33 heavens, the number of strong men is even more numerous. "When I came here, I saw you fighting some hell creatures," Xuanhuan said. "Although the god of heaven and Tao died, the strong who came here did not die completely. After a long period of reproduction, we were trapped in a time and space where we could not leave. We had nothing to do except fight. We could only continue the ancient times. Battle. Qingxian Dao, both parties, whoever can break through the way of heaven can leave, and they are also using war to become the real god of the way of heaven." "I know," Xuanhuan said indifferently, "this war that has lasted for countless years should end. The emperor means to destroy the opponent." A man in golden armor said excitedly, "I would like to fight for the emperor. Kill them all. How to do it, I have my own decision, you don't need to say too much." Xuanhuan's gaze was like a knife's edge, and he looked at the man in golden armor, which immediately made his soul tremble, and he retreated again and again. He is the emperor of martial arts, not the emperor of extremely ancient times, and he will not substitute himself into this group of people, but from the perspective of martial arts, he chooses what is most beneficial to him. Then, he disappeared in front of the group of people. "Did I say something wrong?" The man in the golden armor was still a little confused, what he said just now seemed to have aroused the emperor's wrath. "You are wrong, very wrong," Qingxian scolded. "He is the emperor, he controls the long river of humanity, but the long river of humanity is no longer the long river of the ancient times. The long river of humanity in the ancient times has dissipated with the fall of the emperor. He is the emperor of martial arts. Don't use your own way to judge Huang's actions." This man in golden armor. "There is a saying that you have to remember, the current emperor is more domineering than the past emperor. They are not the same person, but we are loyal to the emperor. He controls the river of humanity, and the emperor's holy sword is the emperor we must allegiance to." Qingxian understood this deeply. Burial abyss. The place opposite Qingxian seemed to have thousands of universes, filled with gloom, shrouded in the ghostly aura of hell. In a universe, there is also a temple. "Master, our subordinates have already started a war with the strongest in the human world." A hell creature with pointed horns knelt at the entrance of the temple, very respectful. Kill all the creatures in the human world and collect more flesh and soul, for me. I will lead you out of here. In the past few wars, you have done very badly and lost consecutively. There is no need to continue to exist." Inside the temple, came a cold voice. He knew that his master was moody, so he quickly cowed out and begged for mercy. "Yes, master, I understand, this time we will definitely win a big victory and wash their universe with blood. Go ahead and don't disappoint me," the strong man said in the temple. "A tyrannical soul has the fluctuations of heaven. If my guess is correct, you should be the god of heaven and hell. You have not completely fallen, but you have also suffered serious injuries. Start a war to collect flesh and soul." A voice, piercing the soul, came in. A huge black hole was formed, piercing through time and space, and a person slowly walked out of the black hole, looking at this temple with the arrogance of controlling everything. "This is exactly Xuanhuan. Who are you?" The strong man in the temple was also shocked, seeing through his essence directly, and he felt a coercion comparable to the god of heaven from this person, which made him anxious. Xuanhuan stood indifferently, with a domineering intent to crush the universe. Boom! He didn't make a move, and the heavenly Tao divine spear flew out, bringing about the destruction of time and space. The entire temple seemed to have suffered a catastrophe and shook violently. It's his artifact. An even more frightened and angry voice came from the existence in the temple. He is dead. Who can drive this gun, unless the emperor? Otherwise this artifact will not surrender, let alone, the emperor died early. Who are you? The temple is destroyed. A cloud of pitch-black smoke flew out, condensing into a figure with a long, curved head, but it seemed very illusory. He stared at Xuanhuan, and there was a sense of dominance that only emperors in the world could have, and he didn't dare to be careless at all. Ye are heavenly Tao God, the heavenly Tao God of hell. Xuanhuan has seen it. This year heavenly Tao God had been destroyed long ago, not even his physical body existed, his soul had been violently destroyed, his own heavenly Tao river had been greatly affected, and he looked completely lingering. He waged wars, sucked flesh and soul, in order to continue his life. If a god of the heavens is beaten like this, it will not be able to recover for hundreds of millions of years, and you can imagine the brutality of the battle. You are not a strong man in the human world. Although the power of the god of heaven and Tao is not there, he still sees it, and said vigilantly, I feel an emperor's breath from you. You are the emperor of an empire, supremely magnificent, but different from the emperor, your will even more domineering, I feel it, you want to be the emperor of the multiverse, countless creatures, countless existences, and create an eternal and immortal empire. Xuanhuan's aura was so domineering that his soul was shaking. I am a martial artist. While Xuanhuan was speaking, there was a fluctuation of the Great Soul Technique, which turned Yi Tian Tao God into a mist again. Great Soul Technique. Yi Tian Tao God made a sharp voice and roared, what are you going to do? Do you want to annihilate my soul? Although I am not what I used to be, I am still a heavenly Tao God. It is not easy to provoke me if you push me into a hurry. This person's strength is mysterious, but he must be comparable to the god of heaven. He was also flustered, and Feng Feng was naturally not afraid of him, but if he had to deal with him now, his last soul would most likely be annihilated. The gods and gods in their prime have no fear, so they still care about you. Xuanhuan's aura is mighty. At this moment, he is like a round of eternal sun, shining the brightest brilliance, and when it radiates on Yi Tian Tao God, it makes his black mist burn wildly. #C1272 Control. His power is too domineering. Now I can't even exert 1/10 of my peak strength. In front of him, my soul power is rapidly weakening. I can't be destroyed by him. Yi Tian Tao God was extremely anxious. As a god of heaven, how could he fall willingly? But this person's strength is too strong, he must find a way to make him retreat. When the black air was burning wildly, a pitch-black treasure released its power to resist. This is the divine weapon he refined. Hell descends, darkness strikes. Yi Tian Tao God tried to attack Xuanhuan's soul. But the next moment, he is desperate. Xuanhuan's soul was as firm as a rock, and a blow he unleashed could not shake him at all. Why is his soul like a stone? The impact of my soul is like cotton hitting a stone. No matter what, I can't shake it at all. No, I didn't die after going through multiple wars. How could I die here? He was really a little scared. Don't blame him. Xuanhuan had already practiced the Great Soul Technique, and he also had the treasure of the Soul Gate, so it might still be possible in its heyday. But now, it's just a mortal trying to push a mountain. He opened his hand. Enveloped by the giant palm of flames, mixed with the fluctuation of the Great Soul Art, the black mist is rapidly shrinking, and all that is burning is the soul power. If it were not for the protection of the heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure, it would have been wiped out long ago. Stop, stop. He shouted anxiously. But Xuanhuan would not listen to him, and still increased his strength. Stop it, as long as you let me go this time, I can find my treasure location. He wants to save himself. In Hell Sky, I opened up a treasure space that no one knows about, and I put a heavenly artifact there. There are still a lot of resources, and it has long been expected that there may be danger. This is what I stayed to make a comeback. If you let me go, I will tell you where it is. Tiao God was roaring. But Xuanhuan didn't seem to hear him, and had no intention of giving up. Why are you willing to let me go? I will give you a choice, surrender to me, and I will spare you once. Xuanhuan was as majestic as the sky. Surrender to you? Tiao God thought for a while. Okay, I am willing to surrender to you, and I can do whatever you want. It is not easy for me to survive that battle. I just want to survive. Let go of the soul. Xuanhuan said again. What? Let go of the soul? Tiao God was shocked, and his tone was full of anger. You want to completely control me? This is impossible. I am a noble Tiao God. How could I become someone else's slave? I swear by the dignity of Tiao God, I am willing to surrender to you, but it is absolutely impossible to hand over my soul. Once the soul is handed over, his life and death will be controlled by others. From the fight just now, he knew that this person is very proficient in the Great Soul technique, and he has a way to control his soul. I won't believe any oath, let alone a god of heaven who came out of hell like you, sinister, despicable, and ruthless. Xuanhuan was indifferent. Kill me, and you won't be able to know where my treasure is hidden. My treasure is more precious than this soul orb in front of you. Don't try to search for the soul. I won't leave it to you even if I destroy myself. Tiao God also went crazy. You know nothing about my methods. When Xuanhuan waved his hand, it turned out to be a great sealing technique, which sealed his soul. There is only one road in front of you. Whether it is an abyss or a hopeful recovery in the future is all in one thought. At this moment, the black mist had disappeared, and the soul of Tiao God was in the soul orb, shrouded in raging flames, struggling frantically, and made the most heart-piercing sound. Ah, no! He screamed, I don't want to be annihilated. If I die, no one will sacrifice to revive me. I am willing to surrender my soul. If he died in the great ancient war, he would die, but after a narrow escape, he didn't want to die. The door of the soul descended into the soul orb, he didn't dare to resist, he only felt that a majestic will entered a mark in his soul, shattering his last illusion. This method can control the God of heaven, the treasure of the soul. His heart was trembling. He did think that if Xuanhuan promised him to go to hell heaven to hunt for treasure and take him out of here, he would use tricks to make him die there. But the other party was not fooled at all. Xuanhuan withdrew his hand and took control of this weak soul of the God of heaven, which meant that the powerful men of hell under his command also received it, which could greatly supplement the fighting power of the God dynasty. God. Tiao God already knew that he could not escape the other party's control, unless the other party showed kindness and took the initiative not to control him, and his tone became depressed. Aren't you going to fight to the end? Xuanhuan looked at him. Hell is different from other places. Every creature in hell is born to fight. The strong conquer the weak. I will die if I don't surrender to the God Emperor. I don't want to die, so I can only rely on myself. Tiao God had a flattering tone. You are very honest. Xuanhuan said, why did you join the war back then? Blame me for being too greedy. The war between the Emperor and the Emperor is chaotic in the entire multiverse. I think the battle here is too fierce, so I want to fish in troubled waters. I didn't expect to bury myself in it. I shouldn't be involved. This kind of war, God of heaven, it will also fall, and my heavenly Tao river will be severely damaged because of this. Yi Tiandao God was annoyed. Fortunately, I have the desire to cultivate the soul, and I refined the heavenly artifact for myself to protect the soul, leaving behind a broken soul, and it took a long time to return to its current state. He did almost die. A soul imprint exists in the soul orb, luckily it survived. The treasure you said is in hell? Xuanhuan asked. It's all true in hell heaven. I dare not deceive the God Emperor about this. Not only do I have the divine artifact of the heavenly Tao, but I have also accumulated a large amount of raw energy. The entire net worth of a heavenly Tao god. The battle back then spread too far. I picked up a lot of benefits, but I didn't dare to put them on my body, so I had to seal them up. Years gods and gods spoke together. How dare he lie to Xuanhuan? The other party can destroy him even if he thinks about it. Xuanhuan nodded. Having controlled his soul, he knew that Yi Tiandao God was not lying. If it wasn't for his state, it would be impossible to control him. I know that you are different from other fallen gods of heaven. Your body is destroyed and your soul is incomplete, but you still retain your own life. It is very possible to recover. Xuanhuan inspected. I want to recover, I need a lot of soul treasures, and if I want to reshape the physical body, there are only two ways. One is to take away the body of a god of heaven. The Great One can't do it, they haven't experienced the calamity of heaven, or just use a lot of raw energy. Yi Tiandao God also said, ordinary energy is not good, only the purest primitive energy can be used, otherwise the power of Tiandao God will not be exerted, but I don't need the God Emperor to collect resources for me, as long as the God Emperor opens it. The treasure of Hell Heaven, where I left a lot of healing resources. #C1273 Crazy Zichin. Yi Tiandao God did indeed leave resources for his own recovery, in case of accidents. However, they are all in Hell Heaven, and since he cannot leave the great abyss of burial, there is no way to obtain them. If Yi Tiandao God regains his strength, I will have a real Tiandao God's combat power under my command, which will be extremely useful whether it is suppressing the empire or fighting for me. Xuanhuan thought about it. Yi Tiandao God is too powerful. He is also very curious about Hell Sky, the most chaotic day in the multiverse. It seems that he must go and see it. Ding. The current branch line has been released, allowing Yi Tiandao God to reshape his body. The system branch is here. Yi, I will let you reshape yourself. Xuanhuan said. I have a chance to recover. Even though he knew that his recovery would be controlled by others, Yi Tiandao God still hoped that he would have the power of his peak. Only in this way can we have the opportunity to plan other things. The Great Burial Abyss also belongs to the territory of the God Dynasty. I will leave this space. There are still many relics here. After returning to the God Dynasty, I will open up the passage, connecting this place, but this is simple. Let the fortune of the country flow. Xuanhuan returned to where Qingxian and the others were. See the Emperor. In fact, it was only a short time before Xuanhuan suppressed Yi Tiandao God and returned, and they still stayed in the temple. It's you who commanded the army to oppose me during these long years. Yi made a gloomy sound, and his distorted figure appeared in the soul orb. God Yi, you are not dead yet. Qingxian was startled, and then calmly said, but judging by your current state, you are half dead, and you have been suppressed and recovered by the Emperor. Okay, now Yi has surrendered to me. Xuanhuan Dao, he will not pay attention to the ancient grievances. Said Qingxian, follow me back to the God Dynasty, you should also see the outside world. With the Emperor here, the obstacles of the abyss are nothing. Qingxian respectfully. Finally, we can leave this dark and ruined place. Yi Tiandao God held. In the great abyss of burial, many laws of heaven are intertwined and chaotic, even Qingxian can't leave. However, Xuanhuan was not afraid at all, he charged up at once, and the powerful force broke through the barriers. We're about to leave the area where the heavens are chaotic, Yi said. But at this time, Xuanhuan suddenly stopped, his eyes looked at one place, and suddenly he slashed out with a palm. At this time and space distorted and burst like a marijuana pattern, and then burst into chaos. What happened? Xuanhuan said in surprise. Come out, I don't need to say more, the god of heaven from the gods. Xuanhuan said slowly. Isn't he dead yet? Your heavenly Tao god screamed. A powerful existence, you are really powerful, you can find me, there is a great power in you, familiar and unfamiliar. A radiant divine light descended from a strange time. This is not a person, but a huge lake with a length of thousands of miles, the light is bright and dazzling, and there is a circle of purple divine thunder on the outer layer, which is indestructible and flickering. The way of heaven and the river. Yi Tiandao God shouted, Zichen is you are not dead yet. Yi, even you are not dead, how could this god die? The thousands of miles of lake actually condensed into a huge human face, which looked very strange, and the smile that appeared was even more ferocious and terrifying. You have a power that makes me feel terrible. You can't leave alive. What are you talking about, Zichen? I can see that although you are not dead, you are not in a good state at the moment. Your body has been broken, and even your soul is broken and difficult to gather. In heavenly Dao Chang Hanoi, it appears in broken form. Yi Tiandao God saw the strangeness, God Emperor, he can't show his strength. You talk a lot of nonsense. There was the wrath of God in Zichen's voice. He was indeed miserable back then. The strength of the heavenly Tao God in the human world was too terrifying. If there were not other gods who shared the destructive power, he would have completely dissipated. There was deep hatred on Xuanhuan's face. The biggest opponent the host met back then was Zichen, otherwise, with Yi Tiandao God and the others, it would be impossible for him to fall. A group of waste, none of them have cultivated to the level of the gods. When Zichen Tiandao looked at Xuanhuan and his group, he was looking at trash. No wonder no one ran out of the great abyss of burial world. It turns out that you are the one who caused the trouble. You hid yourself. Anyone who dares to go out will be killed directly. Keep them here and fight to the death with my subordinates. Yi Tiandao God suddenly realized, you hope that a Tiandao God will appear, and then you can kill and devour him when he is weakest, so that you can restore your strength and return to the heaven of gods. You know too much. Zichen's tone was very cold. Haha, you can't leave at all. With the help of the chaos of the heavens, you can keep your heavens and rivers alive. I just know a lot. What can you do with me? I remember that you used me back then, but now you don't, here's the chance. Your heavenly Tao God laughed loudly, very annoying. This time, Zichen wanted to wait for the moment when Xuanhuan was about to break out, and suddenly launched a devastating blow, but he did not expect that Xuanhuan's perception was so keen that he immediately discovered his existence. He couldn't see through this man at all. Emperor. Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan, I would like to be a pioneer for the Emperor, let's see what trap Zichen has set up. Need not. Xuanhuan was very calm. He looked at Zichen and said, you can't hide all your conspiracy methods from me. I also know your conspiracy. It is nothing more than trying to gather the power of chaos in time and space and the destruction of heaven to deal with me. You are indeed very powerful, not comparable to this trash like Yi. Now that he was seen through, Zichen didn't hide anymore, and said indifferently, I see how you break the situation, it's fine if you stay and don't leave, but if you want to leave, you can't resist the destruction of heaven, haha, let's see who can consume who. I didn't plan to spend with you, so I will send you to complete annihilation. Xuanhuan released a light that was not weaker than Zichen's, before an instant. He took a step forward, and the time and space oscillated, and he clenched his big hands tightly, as if he was holding the sun, the moon, space, and time. I want you to suffer the same pain as me. Zichen's heart has gone crazy. In the violent storm and the dazzling divine light, a huge purple-gold light wing appeared in the long river of heaven, and when it flapped, there were countless sharp light blades, forming a space-time blockade, and slashed at Xuanhuan. Zichen divine wings. Yi Tian Dao God roared, Your Majesty, be careful, this is Zichen's heavenly Dao artifact. It is extremely powerful. Damn it. He wants to block us, and not allow us to leave. Damn it, all gods and gods are a bunch of despicable and shameless guys. He was really angry. Because as soon as Xuanhuan leaves, he can be taken to Hell Heaven to retrieve the treasure he left behind. But Zichen was actually blocking the way. Be angry, the more angry the better, seeing your anger makes me happier. Zichen was insane, and it was difficult to recover himself, which had already twisted his mind. #C1274 One thought. One thought becomes God, one thought becomes demon. Gods are also demons, and demons are also gods. Whether it is a god or a demon is only in their mind. Zichen's physical body and soul collapsed, and the long river of heaven was in chaos, and there was no possibility of recovery in the long years. He has already gone mad, and wants to destroy all living creatures he sees. Crazy, he's crazy, these self-proclaimed gods, when crazy, they are scarier than demons, crueler than hell, they are a bunch of lunatics. Year heavenly Dao God roared. A pure-blood hell creature like him is not as crazy as Zichen. Because he still begs for mercy when he encounters the crisis of mortal life, and he knows the beauty of being alive. But this Zichen won't, even if he destroys his long river of heaven and erases all traces in the world. Haha, bury them all with me. Zichen didn't want to live long ago, in this state, he would rather die than live. I will bury you in the endless abyss. At this moment, Xuanhuan's expression was terribly cold. He stood in the space, and countless light blades rolled towards him, each of which could destroy an ordinary Grand Lord, but he remained majestic and motionless. Great devouring technique. This level of power directly devours. Xuanhuan was very quiet, he didn't want to waste time with a crazy Zichen. He stepped out with one step, and with one palm he slashed mountains and seas, and the stormy waves swept across. Who do you think you are? The long river of heaven covered Xuanhuan's power at once, the time and space were disordered, and the heaven and earth suddenly became disordered. Many kinds of light were converging, and several kinds of powers of heaven were rushing towards the lake. This is Yi Tian Dao God said in surprise, there are many powers of heaven and rivers. In the battle of the year, the gods fell, and their powers of heaven were scattered in this space, entangled crazily. You are gathering them and merging them into one body. Crazy, if you do this, you will be doomed. He could see, of course, that with such chaotic forces, although it will bring Zichen irreparable destruction, it will also enhance his strength in a short period of time. This god is long gone. Zichen doesn't care. You want to die, I don't want to die with you. Year heavenly Dao God roared. Haha, you have cultivated to the heavenly lord of the Dao God, and you have fallen into the slavery of others. What's the point of living like this? Year, I'm helping you out of his control. Let's die together. Zichen yelled frantically, and then let out an eternal sigh. This war that has been entangled for hundreds of millions of years should also be brought to an end. Hoo-hoo. Amidst the strong wind, circles of divine light and lightning were being destroyed, and his long river gathered too much destructive power, condensing into a huge and distorted figure. Intense danger came in an instant. Zichen completely used the power of destruction. Life and death are two paths, you take the path of death, and I will make it possible for you. Xuanhuan stood in the chaotic time and space, unmoved. He turned around and struck, and the emperor's dominance immediately confronted Zichen fiercely. He is not afraid of all kinds of destructive forces surging on him. If Zichen is the sea of destruction, then Xuanhuan is the magic needle of Dinghai. He slapped forward with his big hand, crashing, and smashed into the sky again. Zichen divine wings are fanning wildly, and every storm is mixed with extremely fierce wind blades. Destroy, let's destroy together. Zichen went crazy, and all kinds of crazy forces blasted together. A god who has long lost himself. Xuanhuan was peerless in the world. Every time he took a step, he punched out with a punch. The power of the ruler was immortal, and the river of heaven was violently rolling. Annihilation of heaven and earth. With one move, the heavens and rivers are exploding, and the time and space are not in chaos, because the annihilation of the world has turned into the most primitive chaos. God Emperor, his power is too strong. Yi Tiandao God was dumbfounded and deeply awed. Even at his peak, he would not be an opponent. I want to die with you. Zichen had long given up hope of recovery, and the huge river of heaven was rolling towards Xuanhuan, enveloping him and launching a killing move of total destruction. Boom! The Emperor is domineering, and Xuanhuan's image is extremely tall. His icy eyes stared at the long river of heaven, and when the frozen gate activated, it seemed that the long river was frozen, making time and space stagnant and difficult to flow. The Emperor actually froze the power of the law. Qingxian said in fear. Soul shock. The big hand of the invisible soul fell, and the soul of Zichen, contained in every place in this long river, was violently turbulent. Although you have the power comparable to the God of Heaven, you are not the real God of Heaven. It is impossible to destroy me without paying the price. Zichen Changhe condensed a distorted giant face, and in an instant, even greater destructive power descended. Even his heavenly artifact was burning and destroying, just in exchange for stronger power. God Emperor, you can't fight him hard. With this kind of madness, Yi Tiandao God felt that even if he was at his peak, he might drag him down and call him a jerk. Are you afraid? Zichen said. Nothing I'm afraid of. However, Xuanhuan still stood still, and the sealed door appeared. As he pushed it, a boundless mountain descended on the long river. The terrifying power seemed to suppress a person on a mountain. The sealed gate is getting bigger and bigger than the long river of heaven. Seal. Zichen roared, you want to seal my power? No, you can't. His power is too violent, and ordinary heavenly artifacts can't suppress it. But the sealed door is different. This is a very special portal, which connects to the source of the seal, and will show stronger power as Xuanhuan becomes stronger. Yi Tiandao God's soul also fluctuated violently. How fierce the Tiandao Changhe was berserk, but in front of this portal, any berserk had no effect and was completely suppressed. Obviously, the God Emperor didn't use all the means to deal with him before. Pity. Although Zichen's strength is fierce, he does not have his own soul and body after all, so he relies entirely on a brute force, and cannot exert the original power of the God of Heaven. Heavenly Seal. Hula. The portal of the sealed gate is open. Xuanhuan was standing in front of the sealed gate. His great devouring technique was at its limit at this moment, and he saw the sealed heavenly river, sucked into the sealed gate like a waterspout. No. I don't want to be sealed by you even if I die. Zichen is not afraid of complete destruction, but he is afraid of sealing. Xuanhuan ignored his rage, raised his hand as if he was grabbing something, and the long river flew up and flew towards the sealed gate. The overall situation is settled. The heavenly Tao God in Zichen's state is not at all Xuanhuan's strength at this moment. If he is sealed into the sealed gate, there is no possibility of escape, and he can only be trampled by Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan Lu has a great effect on his long river of heaven, which gathers the power of many gods of heaven. Give the firewood. And Zichen Divine Wing also fell into Xuanhuan's hands. Hashtag C1275, go to hell. It's a good death, this Sichan deserves to die, he still wants to drag me into the water. Yi Tiandao God cursed secretly, almost killing him. This kind of crazy god should have died long ago, and at the same time he was secretly shocked, the power of the god emperor was too deep and unfathomable. The violent Sichan couldn't control it even when he was at his strongest. The Sichan god wing fell into his hands, shining brilliantly, the soul penetrated, and the imprint was annihilated. Without the master, it is very easy to destroy its brand. This is a relatively special domain artifact that can fan out a storm of light blades, but this is not its greatest magical power, but it can travel through time and space and display domain restrictions. But it doesn't have much effect on Xuanhuan, he has the Gate of the Void. That chaotic river of heaven. For Xuanhuan, it is the biggest effect. It can be used to sacrifice firewood, offering sacrifices with the power of heaven, which is much more powerful than beheading some great venerables. The power is not at the same level, and there is no way to compare it. And once the power of these heavenly Tao gods is absorbed, Xuanhuan can also feel that the weirdness here is disappearing, gradually calming down, the power of burial is about to dissipate, and it will be an ordinary abyss in the future. Xuanhuan Dynasty. This is the divine dynasty established by the emperor. Qingxian's eyes were fixed. In Huangdashan dynasty, all kinds of warships sailed, all the people were practicing, and there was a martial atmosphere everywhere. The luck of the entire empire was as strong as a fire cooking oil, emitting an inextinguishable brilliance. But this is not the most important thing, but the will of the gods. He can feel it. The emperor's dynasty is warlike. Although it is not as good as the human world heaven back then, it is another kind of imperial civilization. Human emperor is a code name. Every human emperor has a different temperament. Integrate your souls into the destiny of the gods. Become a natal star, and will be the star of the gods and martial arts in the future. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and many stars appeared in the sky. I want to integrate into the imperial court as soon as possible. Qingxian thought secretly. His soul sensed the fate of the country, and suddenly a natal star appeared, which was still very dim. This was because he had just arrived and had not made any contribution, but he also immediately felt the blessing of the fate of the country. He hasn't felt this kind of blessing of national fortune for a long time. I want to blend in too. Yi Tiandao God is very well behaved, life and death are under control, how dare he talk nonsense. Suddenly the biggest natal star appeared, but his strength seemed very weak. He carefully sensed the vitality of the gods and martial arts, and suddenly stared fiercely at Tong Tianshan, and said in shock, primitive energy, that sacred mountain communicates with the nodes of the original time and space, and the original energy descended in an endless stream. Weak. If he wants to recover, what he needs is a huge amount. But this time, Xuanhuan went to the abyss of burial, the number of natal stars increased by hundreds, and the strength of the entire Shenwu increased greatly. However, Xuanhuan didn't have any pride. Because, he knows, these strengths are far from enough, what are hundreds of half-day Tao, not to mention 33 days, even some peak forces, the number of great venerables is more than him. Only with a larger number of great masters can it be possible to give birth to a god of heaven from a large base. He still has a long way to go. However, the stronger the strength, the faster the development speed. Qingxian, you just arrived at Shenchao, and you don't know Shenchao yet. Learn more during this period of time. There are ancient resources left in the Great Burial Abyss. I will refine them into divine pills and distribute them to you. Xuanhuan wanted them to know that their allegiance was not to the temperament of other emperors, but to the entire Shenwu dynasty. Emperor, we know. Qingxian nodded. I can see that your cultivation is very close to the god of heavenly Tao. Not long ago, I saw the birth of a god of heavenly Tao with my own eyes. I have saved the image of her breakthrough, and it is on Tongshanshan Mountain. You can go and watch it. Xuanhuan said earnestly, go, it's not the extremely ancient time you are in now. God Emperor, when are we going to Hell Heaven? Yi was fed up with his current state and couldn't wait to leave. What's the rush? When the time comes, I will help you recover. Xuanhuan's eyes turned cold. Yes, everything is according to His Majesty's orders. Yi's neck also shrank, knowing that he had talked too much. The present dynasty is peaceful. Everywhere is proceeding step by step. In the martial god city, 100 years have passed, and it has become more prosperous. Ever since they knew that they had the strength to fight against the god of heaven, no one dared to act presumptuously here. Blood Spirit God also found more treasures. Haha, happy, really happy. The god of war regards the heavenly blood mine as a place for him to sharpen. Just now, he defeated an existence that was ranked 217th on the ranking list, and his will of the warrior became even more domineering. However, this is not enough. The god of war knows deeply that the great master is the great master, and he will never be able to compare with the real God of heaven. It is His Majesty's will. God of war hurried to the place of faith. God of war, you are very good after 100 years of hard work. I am very satisfied. After a few months, I will continue to let a group of strong people assist you. I heard that there is another inheritance of the Hunyuan Tianzong. Take it down for me. The faith of Xuanhuan appeared. Yes, it did appear, and the minister is also planning to go there. Ares nodded. Go, the more masters there are, the more you can sharpen your way of god of war. The empire needs more gods of heaven. Xuanhuan ordered. Xiangwei, congratulations, you have become a great master. Xuanhuan's thoughts descended on Shui Xiangwei's side again. It seems that the heavenly blood mine is indeed the most suitable place for you. All these years, she and Chu Chenzi have stayed in the Tianxue mine. It's far worse than His Majesty. Shui Xiangwei said indifferently, Your Majesty is nothing, only the way of heaven is eternal. Does Your Majesty know that during this period of time, an extremely powerful man appeared in the Tianxue mining area, challenging the masters again and again, threatening to take all the great masters? Come sharpen yourself, step on the heads of all the great masters, and become a god of heaven. I've heard about the person you're talking about. He's from the boundless heaven. He's really crazy. Xuanhuan said indifferently, this kind of opponent, let God of War deal with it and take care of Qin Shi. During this time I have other things to do. What is His Majesty going to do again? Shui Qiangwei knew that His Majesty no longer cared about any great dignitary. Hell. Xuanhuan's will dissipated. Time flies, and another 3 years have passed. Qing Xian and the others spent more than 3 years in Shenwu under the acceleration of time. They have completely corrected their attitudes, knowing that Xuanhuan is a great emperor, but he is no longer the emperor of the ancient times. Hell, time to go. Xuanhuan said lightly. He desperately needs a god of heaven to protect the dynasty. Yi left a treasure for himself, so he doesn't need to search hard, he just needs to take it out. Year. Xuanhuan summoned. God. Yi was overjoyed. He knew that the God Emperor was going to hell. Recently, with the help of the resources of the God dynasty, his soul has recovered a lot. Go to hell with me. #C1276, the second coming of heaven. Hell heaven is very far away from Shenwu, much farther than going to Xinyang heaven. Even with Xuanhuan's current strength, it will take an extremely long time to reach hell heaven. But this trip is impossible. It was very important for Yi to recover to the strength of the heavenly Tao God. He left the gods and embarked on a long journey to hell. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Just 3 years after Xuanhuan left Xinqiao, 2 figures suddenly appeared outside Xinqiao. Songhai, this is what you call the martial god dynasty. The place where you failed to return back then, the powerful emperor can't even resist you. It turned out to be Songhai Tiandao God, and he came to Xuanhuan again. Beside him is a strong man with deep sea-colored skin, with a dark blue crystal scale between his brows. With a slight movement, it has the power to overwhelm the sea. Yes, it's here. Songhai Tiandashan said coldly, when I fought against him back then, there was a man named City Lord Tianduan who secretly attacked me, otherwise, this god would not be defeated. Overwhelming the sea, this god invited you this time to win. Turn your face back, I can't bear this bad breath. Really? The god of heavenly Tao named Fu Hai smiled. His eyes looked at Xuanhuan, the vast territory, the endless national destiny appeared, turned into a powerful guardian. The strong national destiny was rolling, with an extremely terrifying aura. The sea, the fate of this country is not easy. Cover the sea. It's even stronger than what I saw back then. It seems that they are developing very fast. If they say they have no secret, no one will believe it. If this secret is obtained by us, we will go further on the road of heaven. He was also surprised. The speed of Xuanhuan's development has exceeded his imagination. No, there is a special vitality. Fu Hai sensed it carefully, and said in shock, primitive energy, there is a faint amount of primitive energy in the territory of the gods. Songhai, look at that giant mountain, which runs through the sky and the earth, and seems to have entered the mysterious primitive time and space. It really is raw energy. When the Songhai Tiandao god came, the note of Tong Tian Shinshan hasn't been opened yet, and I didn't pay attention there. At this time, he was surprised and said, haha, it seems that we have more reasons to destroy this god dynasty. I don't believe that gathering the power of two gods of heaven can't deal with him. Fu Hai, I will attack the god emperor, and you will use the power of heaven to destroy his national fortune. Without the blessing of the god dynasty, his strength will be greatly reduced. Then it will be our chance. Songhai laughed loudly, as for this place, let's create our common dojo, what do you think? I have no problem. While the two heavenly Tao gods were talking, two stalwart powers had been operating at the same time, and they were not afraid of the power of the national destiny of the Xuanhuan dynasty, and the two giant hands of the heavenly Tao fell directly. The entire divine dynasty was shocked when it encountered this kind of attack. Infinite national destiny, many natal stars are shining together, and the combined power is able to defuse these two blows. It actually blocked it? Fu Hai was surprised, but it doesn't matter, as long as he can resist. Songhai, the lesson from last time wasn't enough, are you coming to my god dynasty to be presumptuous again? Although the people of Xuanhuan were not in Xinqiao, they were in his base camp. The power of the national fortune condensed into a huge avatar, with divine power like the sky, looking at the two of them indifferently. If it wasn't for the surprise attack by the Duan City Lord last time, you would also want this god to retreat? Songhai Tiandashan sneered again and again, the anger of Tiandashan is not so easy to extinguish. Heavenly Tao God attack. The strong man of martial arts also saw the two heavenly Tao gods in an instant, and Qingxian sternly shouted, Emperor's land, as the heavenly Tao gods, are you going to attack hard? He has experienced strong winds and waves, and faced the oppression of the gods and gods, he has no oppression. Xuanhuan, haven't you appeared yet? He didn't know that Xuanhuan was not in the court of God, so he said disdainfully, just relying on these miscellaneous fish under your command, you also want to counter the power of this seat, don't you look down on me too much. All the powerhouses of Xuanhuan, keep their positions. Xuanhuan said grandly, even if I don't make a move, you have no chance of breaking through my dynasty. He is false and true, which is unpredictable. Arrogant, let me see how long you can be arrogant. Songhai Tiandao God struck out with a single blow, the power of his body gathered, the heaven, earth, time and space fluctuated, and the terrifying power penetrated. At this moment, his strength caused countless lights to gather on him. angry god of heaven. Qingxian was serious. Haha, I'll help you too, and break his national fortune. The world was turned upside down, and the sea was overturned in one step. He regarded Xuanhuan's national destiny as an ocean, and he wanted to turn it all over. But the most violent fire suddenly exploded out, and an ancient existence appeared in a huge force, a shape completely composed of flames. It was the fire ancestor that Xuanhuan sacrificed that day. You again. The gods of the sea and heaven sternly drank. He will never forget that it was this fire ancestor who destroyed the incarnation of the Tao of heaven that he left in the sect, so that all the inheritance of one statue was plundered, which made him itch with hatred on the spot. Yes, it is the ancestor. The fire ancestor roared. He cherished this hard-won sacrifice time. The sacrifice this time was thousands of times more violent than the last one. It was driven by the 5 chaotic forces of the long river of heaven, which provided Huazu with a longer period of existence and the power to destroy the world. You are already dead, and this god is the peak existence, but it is just a sacrifice. Xuanhuan, do you think that this sacrificed god of heaven can resist the power of this seat? You are too wishful thinking. Songhai Tian Dao God doesn't take Huazu seriously. When my ancestor was at his peak, he had beheaded more than one god of heaven like you. Huazu also has his arrogance. You can try. Try it and try it, don't you be afraid that you won't succeed. Songhai Tian Dao God's body surged with dark blue vitality violently, and his power rose again. He wanted to use the most ferocious power to smash the sacrificial power of Huazu. Fu Hai didn't move rashly. He was watching all around for possible changes. Songhai Tian Dao Shen Tian Dao's giant hands are like hooks, grabbing Huazu. Fire! Huazu hadn't exerted his full strength for a long time. He burned up, and with a palm slap, the whole time and space turned into a field of flames. Even the god of heaven felt that he was about to melt. The flame was so strong that Songhai Tian Dao was actually evaporating. The two forces bombarded, mighty and mighty. Huazu's punch penetrated time and space, and hit Songhai Tian Dao God with the most fierce posture, making him fly away in just an instant. An unquenchable flame burns in his chest, constantly sapping his power. What, the power from the sacrifice can shake that Songhai Tian Dao God? What price did they pay for it? Fu Hai was also shocked and said, no matter how many sacrifices there are, it depends on how strong this heavenly Tao God was before he was alive. With that terrifying power, could it be that he was a god-level existence at his peak? #C1277 Hell Day. How great is the power of God? This is already the strength of the existence of Xinjiang God and Hanhai God. If this lost heavenly Tao God is not, then it will be very close. If not, they would not be able to explain how powerful the blow just now was. Damn it, that Xuanhuan would sacrifice such a powerful existence. Songhai Tian Dao roared furiously, and immediately communicated with Fu Hai. In the attack just now, his strength is very strong, it has surpassed my heavenly Tao. I can be sure that he must be close to the level of God in life. What should I do? Fu Hai replied. Let me retreat like this, I am really not reconciled in my heart. The two of us joined forces to fight against his power. After all, he was only sacrificed. He has too many flaws and is not invincible. If we rely on consumption, he must not be as good as us. Songhai Tiandashan was unwilling to fail for the second time, and said, once you succeed, the benefits you will get will be huge. Okay, let's join forces. If we want to maintain this kind of combat power, it will cost a lot. The two made a decision in an instant, their strength rose again, and two vast powers of heaven swept across again. Just in time. Huazu fell, and he hadn't fought happily for many years. This time it aroused his rage even more, and his strength immediately increased, his eyes flashed with fire, and his palms clapped together. Bang bang bang. The fluctuations of the Tao of Heaven are too strong. If it weren't for Xuanhuan being guarded by the extraordinary power of national destiny, he might be destroyed too. The vicissitudes of life, you who have passed away, pass away, don't reappear. The God of Heaven and Earth launched a soul attack, and the vicissitudes of life were to bring Huazu back to his original fallen state. I will never die. But his vicissitudes of life aroused Huazu's anger, and he was completely destroyed, so he wanted to destroy this person. While roaring, the flame god strode forward, and his fury slapped heavily on the body of Xuanhuan Tian Dao God with a palm, sending his body flying, and many places collapsed. Outflowing glaring blood sacrifice. Dead heavenly Tao God, why are you so rampant? A huge vortex appeared, and Fu Hai was in it. He shouted, Xuanhuan, join hands, you and I are both from the vast sea and sky, the power can be combined to launch a devastating blow. It is good. The power of the two is converging, forming a larger ocean. Xuanhuan, time and space. Huazu also showed his power, and the vast thoughts were sweeping away. He put his hands together, and with the sacrifice of the long river of heaven, he almost returned to the peak. Suddenly, the infinite flame time and space collided with the vast ocean. Water can extinguish fire, but fire strengthens a boundary, and it can also evaporate at the same time. In just an instant, the vast ocean was swallowed in, and the two of them were enveloped in the space-time of the divine fire, and then a burst of divine fire exploded, just like the collapse of the heaven and universe. This force is too strong. The two heavenly Tao gods also released their patron saint lights, but they split open with a bang in just an instant. The two of them were also violently blasted. At this moment, the two heavenly Tao gods were miserable, without the arrogance they had before, and were bruised all over by the explosion. Again. Huazu was so happy, he didn't expect that the endless years of falling would be able to use his unique move again, and he immediately wanted to use God's fire again. Go, we can't continue fighting with him. Fear also appeared on Fu Hai's face. I was seriously injured by the explosion just now. If he wants to do it again, I will be seriously injured. Damn it, I'm not reconciled. Xuanhuan Tian Daoshan became even more angry. He can't do this kind of trick a few times. Even if you do it again, don't be overwhelmed by anger. Don't forget that there is still that Xuanhuan who didn't make a move. If you don't leave now, when will you wait? Fu Hai guessed. The reason why Xuanhuan didn't make a move was to let Huazu consume their strength, and then take advantage of them after seriously injuring them. Such calculations must not allow him to succeed. Walk. Xuanhuan has no choice but to leave. The way of heaven shuttles, the two of them want to leave, and there is no way to stop them. It's a pity that I can't let this ancestor perform the second divine fire. Huazu was a little unhappy. The sacrifice should stop. Chu Yuan's magnificent voice came. Young man, I want more sacrifices, and I can recover more power. You have also seen that when I exploded, even the two gods of heaven and Tao ran away in front of me. I am strong. Huazu showed his strength. The passing existence, you are very powerful, but if I hadn't gathered 5 strands of heavenly power, you wouldn't be able to explode. In the short time just now, you have already consumed half of your power, which means it is very powerful. Chu Yuan believed in the incarnation to talk to him. But you have also seen my effect. Huazu said. I know that you were an existence comparable to God in your lifetime, but in these heavens, only I will sacrifice you to give you a short-term recovery. Tell me where your treasure is hidden. I will not do anything that is of no benefit, like doing. Chu Yuan said. You sacrifice all the remaining power to me, and I will tell you. Huazu felt that the sacrifice just now made him fight more for the law of life and death. Don't bargain with me, you are not qualified. Chu Yuan said. Huazu was silent for a moment. Naturally he left more than one firewood, but indeed only Xuanhuan could initiate the sacrifice to him, so he replied, "Okay, my second treasure location is in the Tianxue mining area. The coordinates are I have already told you that there is a heavenly Tao artifact and a large amount of raw energy stored in it. I hope you can keep your promise." "Don't worry, I am a person who keeps my promise." Xuanhuan saw that Huazu dissipated, and he still had half of his power, so he could launch another sacrifice to guard the gods. "God of War, Tianxue Mine, I have already told you the coordinates of the treasure. Go ahead and bring back the treasure." Xuanhuan asked God of War to take out the treasure. "Your Majesty is within the divine dynasty, and there is this strong man who can be sacrificed." Qingxian and the others became more and more frightened by Xuanhuan's methods. At the same time, a time and space very far away from Xinwu. Then Songhai dared to join forces with a god of heaven to attack my dynasty. If I hadn't left a firewood behind, I would not be safe to go to hell heaven this time. In the future, I would definitely kill you. The vast and endless time and space. Xuanhuan said coldly, "However, the strength of this fire ancestor is stronger than I imagined, comparable to the strength of God. This kind of existence needs to be sacrificed, but after the sacrifice is really resurrected, it must be completely obeyed by me. Existence needs to be sacrificed and resurrected, and the price to be paid is very high." He continued on his way. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed since he was on his way. This is still his speed. As an ordinary Dazuan, he would not be able to go from Xinwu to hell heaven alone for thousands of years. One can imagine the vastness of the multiverse. "God Emperor, I can feel where hell heaven is," Yi said in surprise. "I've also seen hell sky, an extremely huge and infinitely complex vitality fluctuation." Xuanhuan looked ahead. #C1278 Hell C. This is hell. In an incomparably terrifying time and space, with endless negative forces sweeping across, an extremely huge world appeared in front of Xuanhuan, frantically swallowing the energy seeped from the multiverse. This world is too big, and a star is like dust in front of it. True Sun Sky, Hanhai Sky, and Xuanhuan have also been there, but they are far from being comparable in size to Hell Sky. According to his simple estimation, they are even 10 times larger than them. With such a large area, there are extremely many strong people born. "Your Majesty, this is the heaven of hell, the oldest day in the multiverse. Whenever heaven and earth exist, there will be hell. Only the heaven of gods in the 33 days can compete with each other." Yi excitedly said, "There is a reason why the hell sky is so huge. One is that it existed in an ancient time, and the other is that it was annexed. During the period of the ancient Great War, there were many days of war, and the heavens of the same level were annexed. Annexed other heavens too." Xuanhuan nodded slightly. "The strongest sky is the sky of the gods, where the gods gather. The most chaotic sky is the hell sky, where demons dance wildly." He can also see that hell is expanding all the time. Although this expansion is very slow, he can detect it. At this time, Xuanhuan could also see countless creatures coming in and out of hell, and the vortex covering the plain was surging. The dim sun is like the setting sun of the gods, the twilight of the gods, the fallen time and space, and the hell sky is the gathering of endless dark breath, cruel and murderous, dim and decaying, gathering the most undead. At this moment, Xuanhuan saw thousands of billions of dim suns, resembling stars, revolving around hell sky, which was extremely mysterious. "We're going to hell. The outside world is shocking enough, but Xuanhuan is looking forward to the inside. At any moment, there are too many strong people entering hell, and Xuanhuan and the others will not cause any alarm when they enter, immediately when he steps in. A depraved, gloomy, decadent, sinful, maddening, mind-losing atmosphere surged madly. This kind of breath is not immortal, and people who cannot use the immortal substance to resist. In an instant, he will fall into hell and become a beast. God Emperor, this is the vitality of hell. It is completely different from the rest of the multiverse. The creatures born inside are used to it and naturally have no fear, but people from other heavens have no strength and cannot even enter the threshold of hell. Yi greedily swallowed the vitality of hell, and sighed, "Hell, I'm finally back." He originally thought that he would never come back. Although he is under the control of others now, he feels that it is much better than the days of immortality. "Show me hell." Xuanhuan's divine light pierced through, and he didn't care about the frenzied influx of hell vitality. He has seen through thousands of planes. The time and space of this hell is extremely solid, it is difficult to tremble even if it is ordinary, and there are extremely many planes, and the environment is extremely complicated. Great devouring technique. Yi's soul shook violently. This is His Majesty's great devouring technique. It swallows everything, even the vitality of hell. He will not fall into hell, but only devour and plunder the energy of hell. Xuanhuan's methods made him afraid. Primitive energy. After Xuanhuan swallowed an unknown number of waves of energy, he suddenly waved his hand, and a bright silk thread appeared. Although it was very weak, the vitality of hell contained primitive energy, and he gradually understood why endless creatures were born in hell. God Emperor, hell is too mysterious and complicated. Although I am a god of heaven born from hell, I haven't fully understood hell. Yi was the guide, and he explained, just like the Tongtian mountain in the Shen dynasty, the location of hell is also a node that communicates with the original time and space, but it is tens of millions of times larger, and the hell we see is just on the surface. Hell is deeply rooted in the mysterious and endless dimension of time and space, and there are deeper secrets. Xuanhuan was not surprised. It is quite normal for a heaven as ancient as hell to have such a secret. At this time, he has entered the hell heaven. What I saw in front of my eyes was dim and decaying, and there were hundreds of stars orbiting in the sky, but the light was too dim, and it was stained with a more frightening yellow color. The mountains stretched for millions of miles, and there were countless giant trees like phantom shadows, and the wailing and screaming breath of ghosts could be heard all the time. There is also a giant beast that Xuanhuan has never seen before. He had just arrived, and seemed to have aroused the vitality of hell. A huge human face appeared, but it was not a single face, but tens of thousands of faces. Immortals would be frightened to death by such a terrifying appearance. It also emitted a sharp and ear-piercing soul sound wave. "Die!" Yi shouted, his face shattered. "Anyone dares to offend something without eyes, God Emperor, this is a ghost in hell." Every moment, countless hell creatures, and countless hell creatures die, many ghosts gather. Xuanhuan didn't care, he felt the violent vitality in hell. "Yi, where's your treasure?" Xuanhuan glanced across. "In the sea of hell." Yi screamed, "This is one of the 5 great Jedi in hell. I guessed that something might happen to me, so I spent a huge price to build a hidden time and space. Now I can sense that it will take about a month at your Majesty's speed." He can't wait. Hell Sea. Xuanhuan pondered the word. The Sea of Hell is boundless and huge, and it is extremely dangerous. Many gods of heaven are there in hell, because sometimes powerful gods are bred in the Sea of Hell, and there are occasional eruptions of primitive energy. Yi said, "There are many powerful people in hell, and there are also many planes. The God Emperor can understand it this way, it is a small multiverse." This explanation is very vivid. It seems to be layered on top of each other. Every god of heaven can occupy a huge plane. In my impression, hell has 18 strongest and oldest masters of hell. I don't know when they existed, because I had them when I was born. I don't know exactly how strong they are, but they have created 18 powerful main cities, even the weakest among them. In hell, it is difficult for an existence like God to kill them. It is invincible. Yi introduced the powerhouses of hell to Xuanhuan. Every master has many gods of heaven serving them. They are eternal and immortal existences in this hell. There are 18 such powerful existences. Xuanhuan has a more intuitive understanding of the strength of hell. But it's normal, hell often attacks and invades the other 33 days. If they don't have this kind of strength, they will have been united and wiped out long ago. Go to Hell-See first, and reshape your real body for you. Xuanhuan is not in a hurry to explore hell, the most important thing is to restore your strength first. #C1279 Law of Hell. The hell is vast and has bred many Jedi. There are some Jedi that even the gods of heaven have not explored completely. The Sea of Hell among the 5 great Jedi is one of them. Come to think of it, a hell day is so scary. This made Xuanhuan feel the vast mystery of the entire multiverse. He crossed hell, and with his strength comparable to that of the God of Heaven, he did not take some danger seriously. When he came to a huge plain, it had already become a battlefield, and he immediately saw billions of trillions of hell troops fighting. The creatures in hell are extremely powerful, and there are also a lot of them. The strong vitality has bred a large number of strong people. Countless hell creatures are fighting each other, this is too common in hell. Yi said indifferently. It is indeed very common, but I can feel it. There is an existence in this huge territory that reaches the sky. He is the God of Heaven. He is letting the creatures in his territory fight and choose the best ones. Xuanhuan's thoughts spread, and there were so many such battlefields. Yes, this is the way of survival in hell. Every creature in hell will be slaughtered when it is born. It's like raising a goo. From the fight, a powerful one will be selected, and the status will be improved step by step. Stepping on the bones of others, to achieve themselves. Yi sighed, back then, I was just the most ordinary creature from hell, without a noble bloodline, and without a strong backing, I was driven to fight in an ignorant state, and I only had a little bit of status after I was immortal, and I broke through the Invincible. In the end, he became a great master, and finally he became a god of heaven after he entered the heaven of gods with the army of hell. Hell doesn't need the weak. They have too many underdogs. What they need is a strong man. The heavenly Tao God controlled by him intentionally let these cannon fodders fight each other, in order to select excellent ones and give birth to more great masters. Although it is extremely cruel, it is also very effective. As far as the gods of heaven and earth are concerned, only the great master can be their help. Xuanhuan also knows that this is the law in hell. On the way to continue to shuttle, he has seen too many such fights, it is almost endless, and it happens everywhere. This is hell. Xuanhuan felt something. God Emperor, we will reach the Sea of Hell in about 10 days. Yi's heart was surging. Kill. 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 The roaring sound pierced hundreds of millions of time and space, and Xuanhuan saw a huge war again. It was not a fight between hell creatures, but a group of armies in bright armor fighting hell. This group of people shot out bright brilliance one after another, and after many hell troops were contaminated, they turned into light smoke and dissipated immediately. This is the power to purify the world. Yi immediately said, God Emperor, this army comes from the heaven of purifying the world, which is extremely powerful, and they claim to purify all those who are incompatible with their power, whether it is light or darkness, as long as there is a conflict with them, they will be punished. Ruthless purification. Jingshishan, I've heard of it. Xuanhuan nodded. Fighting is the eternal theme of hell. Hell often invades other heavens to plunder, but other heavens often send elite troops to hell to kill the strong in hell and sharpen themselves. Yi sneered. Xuanhuan understands very well. The environment in hell is cruel. Although the experience will be extremely dangerous, and sometimes the entire team will be wiped out, but as long as you can go back alive, you will get the benefits. The masters of hell do not stop them, and welcome those people to come in and practice. Both sides formed a tacit understanding, using each other to train soldiers, and some gods of heaven even came in on their own initiative to find the gods of hell to fight. This method of military training is extremely effective. You can sharpen yourself in life and death. The hell environment is harsh, and you can test yourself. I should also send elites to hell to experience it. Xuanhuan pondered in a void of time and space. An army that has not experienced the test of life and death will always be a flower in the greenhouse. If every great master wants to become a god of heaven, he must grow up in endless fighting. He wanted Yi to restore the strength of the heavenly Tao god, so that he would have a foundation in hell before he could send a large army into practice. It was decided that after this trip to hell, he would let the army of the gods enter hell to practice. God of War was honed in the Tianxue mine, and Qingxian was put to fight in hell. But he didn't let his subordinates come down to die, he would prepare for them first. Ding! The current branch has been released, and the first batch of troops will be sent to hell for training. Note, the number of Ban Tian Dao is not less than 100 people, and the number of Ban Tian Daos beheaded is not less than 100 people. Interesting. Xuanhuan smiled. As soon as his void power was activated, a strong danger rushed over. It was a feng-like power that turned into a dark beam of light and directly attacked Xuanhuan. God of Heaven! Xuanhuan felt the power instantly. Moreover, it came to him on purpose. He did not interact with other gods of heaven in hell. Of course, he was not surprised. Hell is a cruel place. If you are upset, you will do it. At the same time, his power surged, and he stood still in the void. His eyes shot out scorching golden light, shattered a little, and then exploded with a bang. The two powerful forces spread out, and the countless armies that were fighting were affected, and I don't know how many innocent people were killed. Xuanhuan slapped it out, and the time and space of hell were annihilated, and he saw a human-like existence covered in blue scales and a tail like a steel whip, appearing in front of him. There is no doubt that this is the god of heaven, from hell. But what caught the attention of this heavenly Tao god was that there were a pair of extremely sharp fangs growing in his mouth. It's a bit of a skill, your realm is very weird. The god of heavenly Tao looked at Xuanhuan with scarlet eyes, but it doesn't matter, I'm not happy, I just use you to vent my power, you are very good. God Emperor, I don't know this heavenly Tao god, it should have appeared only after the ancient times. Yi said. He is not worried. In the great abyss of burial, he saw Xuanhuan's power with his own eyes, which cannot be blocked by a god of heaven. Huh. So arrogant, if I recover, I will directly suppress him for the God Emperor. I know that he has made up his mind, and it is nothing more than thinking that other heavenly powers will be suppressed by the rules of hell when they come to hell, and the God of heaven is no exception. Yi said angrily. Hell heavenly Tao God did not sense Yi in the soul orb, he was indeed in a very unhappy mood, violent and ferocious. He punched extremely ferociously. The power of heaven fits with hell, so it won't suppress him. Instead, in hell, it fits with the origin of hell, and can exert stronger combat power. Suddenly, the big-scaled hand hit Xuanhuan. Hell, the battle is endless. Xuanhuan saw that he shot him for no reason, but he didn't see any fluctuations, it was just that time and space were annihilated. #C1280 Fangs, T-Dream. Your soul will fall into the abyss of hell forever. A gloomy, strange voice suddenly sounded in his mind. This is not the voice of the god of hell, but his heavenly way causes the operation rules of hell, and it imposes an original oppression on any existence that is not a creature of hell. Under this kind of power, the power of a god of heaven will be at least 10% weaker than that of the outside world. The fighting of heavenly Tao, even if it is only suppressed by a little force, may cause a huge gap. The god of hell and heavenly Tao was ferocious and tyrannical. He blasted out with one blow, and the light waves bit down fiercely like fangs. Chu Yuan's divine body rose up, and he came at the right time. Chu Yuan was hoping to use more gods of heaven to sublimate his power, so that he could break through to the realm of half-heaven in the shortest possible time. Tens of thousands of divine lights melted into the palm of his hand, and the vitality of the surrounding hell was shocked and boiled. He rolled and refined it, and immediately ignored the oppression from hell, and directly slashed down with his palm. Rumble. Hell Heavenly Tao God didn't know Chu Yuan's strength at first, so he fought against him, but his face changed immediately. His own strength was squeezed and exploded layer by layer, and it actually collapsed. His face shook, and he stared at Chu Yuan in disbelief. This is not some kind of law of heaven, but a stronger control, allowing his power of heaven to be controlled. Yin and Yang converge, and the universe is reversed. Chu Yuan took the initiative to launch an attack on the god of hell and heaven. The infinite layers of space exploded layer by layer, and the sound of time and space bursting, devouring the energy of hell while launching a strong attack on the opponent. Great devouring technique, you can actually devour and reverse hell energy. The gods of heaven and hell were also shocked. But he didn't dare to be careless. Bang bang bang. In just a few seconds, the two fought hundreds of moves. What made Hell Tian Dao God's mood more and more gloomy was that he, who had the right time and place, was directly suppressed. Hell and Heaven, original power. Hell Tian Dao God took out two Feng-like divine weapons, gloomy and flickering, decayed, and communicated with the original power of hell, which made him stronger. Many people don't like being in hell. Fight against their heavenly Tao God, because the suppression is too strong. Try this trick of mine. The god of hell and heaven came to Chu Yuan in an instant, and his steel whip-like tail slapped to cover the attack of his two fangs. But at the same time as he was attacking fiercely, Chu Yuan's majestic emperor's phantom rose up, standing in the sky and the earth, the glory of the gods, so that the hell gods also surrendered to his control. He is the most glorious ruler of the gods. Yi's eyes stared straight. Although Chu Yuan and Zichen had fought before, Zichen was not in a complete state of being a god of heaven, and Chu Yuan did not use his full strength at all. No, why do I feel like I'm about to be controlled? The gods of hell and heaven were shocked. His strength, his laws are being controlled by a force as majestic as the sky. A long spear shot out suddenly, sweeping the fangs. Chu Yuan carried the heavenly Tao spear and launched a strong blow, piercing out at once. It was incredibly sharp, and broke all the laws of hell. Heavenly artifact. Hell Heaven Tao God didn't dare to be careless, but under Chu Yuan's onslaught, he retreated again and again, yelling hateful. Hell God Kong. He condensed the power of hell time and space at once, and formed a universe formed by billions of world crystal walls in front of him. Chu Yuan didn't even look at it. He shot out, and the crystal wall burst, the void twisted, time and space were disordered, and he stabbed the of hell and heaven in an instant. He twisted his hand clenched on the spear, and the scales on the chest of the god of hell exploded, and a blood mist pierced through from behind. Fortunately, his scale armor is also equivalent to a powerful heavenly artifact, otherwise, this blow is not just as simple as smashing a few scales. The piercing pain made Hell Heavenly Tao God's eyes bloodshot, and he stared at Chu Yuan. If eyes could kill, he would probably kill him countless times. He was very upset before, but this time he was going to release it from Chu Yuan, but he didn't expect that Chu Yuan's strength made him even more unhappy, and his anger was clogged in his chest. Does the god of heaven and hell only have this power? Chu Yuan said indifferently, seeming a little disappointed. Don't be crazy. The god of hell and heaven yelled, his scales opened like fish scales, as if his whole body was covered with fangs, and he was about to leave in a rage. That is to say, the god emperor deliberately provoked this god of heaven and Tao. This is using him as an opponent. Yi sighed. And this time, countless death rays also burst out from each scale armor of Hell Tian Dao God. Chu Yuan's face remained motionless. He turned his spear and suddenly shot up into the sky. With that terrifying momentum, the spear was like a mad dragon. With a shock in the air, the death light was annihilated, and it hit the head of the god of hell and heaven in one fell swoop. Superior. The skull of hell heavenly Tao god is too hard, but this time, the violent force also caused his skull to burst, his head was twisted, and the dark blood of heavenly Tao flowed out. Ah you! The heads of the gods of hell and heaven almost burst completely. Chu Yuan ignored him, and just took his long spear away again and again, as if it was a wooden stick, and it exploded thousands of times on his body in just an instant. His body was pounding like a broken sack. This time, you're going to be ruthless. The god of hell was in so much pain that he resisted Chu Yuan's twitch again, opened time and space, seemed to merge with the origin of hell, and disappeared in front of Chu Yuan in just an instant. God Emperor, it's too powerful. Yi's soul was twisted violently because of the shock. In the hell environment, the God Emperor was able to beat a hell god to escape in such a tough way. If it was placed in the outside world, it might not be clear what the situation would be. He couldn't help but ask what state the God Emperor is in now. But a strong sense of fear made him dare not speak at all. I can't ask the God Emperor's secret at will. Yi forcibly endured it. Chu Yuan looked at the direction in which hell, heavenly Tao, and God escaped, but ignored it, and headed towards Hell Sea. Damn it, when did such a powerful other-day power pop up in hell? It's fine if there is a god, he is almost an existence that claims to be a god of heaven, but what is this person? In the palace with ferocious fangs, the god of hell and heaven is angry. He could clearly feel that Chu Yuan did not come from the gods, nor did he seem to have fluctuations only from the gods of heaven. This time I suffered such a big loss, I can't just swallow it like this, I have to find a way to get back. The god of heaven and hell roared again. Fanya, you have suffered a big loss this time. Not long ago, you were beaten by the gods and fled, and I lost face to the gods of hell. This time, you were beaten into a mess by another strong man, I have no face to continue living. With laughter in a woman's voice, she mercilessly mocked the gods of hell and heaven. Tuming, are you even laughing at me now? #C1281 Half-Day Road Number 1, God. I will have the time to laugh at you. I just passed by here and looked, Fong Fong, your strength has disappointed me more and more. Hundreds of millions of years have passed, without any progress, you will only bully the weak, but this time I lost my sight. In the bright light, a woman shrouded in divine radiance appeared, extremely radiant. Humph. This god of heaven is called the god of heaven with fangs, and he snorted coldly, who doesn't know that you have thousands of incarnations and are everywhere? Do you think I will believe your words? Although the woman in front of him was acting very holy, he knew that it was just her disguise. The real her was extremely sinister and vicious, just like a poisonous scorpion. I don't want to talk too much with you, said Fong Tiandao. That's because you have no reason to refute my words. The woman is called Tuming. In the endless years, it is also very interesting to see a joke of a god of heaven. The sea of hell has undergone an earthquake, and many gods of heaven have already gone. Aren't you interested? The woman said again. I'm not interested in the sea of hell, and I won't get any benefits if I go there. Do you think this god doesn't know what happened there? If you want to go, get out of here quickly, and don't appear in front of me. Fong Tiandao said coldly. So timid, I really doubt how you cultivated to the god of heaven, how about luck? Tu Meng laughed. You wanna die? He was already in an extremely unhappy mood, and he slammed a palm, and the power passed through Tu Meng. Humph, you dare not even come in front of the god with your real body, and even dare to laugh at me, this is your strength. I don't even bother to see you in my real body. She said lightly, and then disappeared. Damn it, this Tu Meng came to laugh at me. I can't just take this loss like this. I can't deal with him, but someone can deal with him. By the way, I will go to the god. He has challenged the strong in hell again and again. Very interested in him. His face suddenly became ferocious, and that Tuming, you are very arrogant, remember not to fall into my hands in the future, or I will let you suffer the pain that is worse than death. Being obedient to the strong. If you hit the weak with heavy blows, if you don't have the skills, let the gods deal with it, you're only promising, and you have no chance to cultivate to a stronger realm of heaven. Unexpectedly, Tuming's voice sounded again. Tuming, if you have the courage to show up in real body, you can rely on your own power of heaven to be weird, otherwise you are nothing. He roared loudly, but Tuming ignored him at all. He got up and immediately went to seek God. A person, sitting in a piece of time and space. The divine light is bright, and it is incompatible with the breath of hell. In the divine splendor, it seemed that this person should not exist in this world, he was a god, and the god was him. This person is a god walking in the world. God. Fang Tiandao's voice sounded, and he stepped into this time and space. It's you. Seeing Fang Shen Tiandao God slowly opened his eyes, unusually calm, with a superior attitude emanating from within, as if he didn't take him seriously. This kind of disdain annoyed Fang Tiandao God, but he knew that God definitely has this qualification. This man is God. The existence that ranks first in the half-day road leaderboard. His number 1 is unshakable, even if it is the second strongest player, it is far from his opponent. Some time ago, God challenged Fang Tiandao God. If it weren't for the environment of hell, he would never have escaped so easily. This God is looking for you, not for revenge, but to tell you one thing. You are not challenging the strong in hell. This God has met an opponent this time. He is definitely worthy of your challenge. Fang Tiandao suppressed his inner anger. Say. Shinto. Look at this picture, he feels weird to me, he seems to be a god of heaven, but he doesn't seem to be, but his strength is extremely powerful. Do you think this person is worth your challenge? He replayed the scene of fighting Xuanhuan that day. I see. The god was still very calm just now, but when he saw the scene of Xuanhuan making a move, he was so radiant that his strong aura forced the Fang Tian god to retreat again and again. With a movement of his breath, a strong fighting spirit was ignited, as if causing the eightfold divine calamity, and disappeared in front of the Fang's god of heaven. Very good, God's fighting spirit is ignited, let him find trouble with this person, haha, I'll just watch the show. God's comprehension of the 9 divine calamities, and he has passed the 8th calamity. The Fang Tian god laughed. The existence of God is extremely terrifying. Although he has not yet become a god of heaven, it is not that he is not sure of surviving the calamity of heaven and God. And he has survived 8 times of heavenly and divine calamity. This is an extremely terrifying technique in the heaven of the gods. It was created by an ancient god. It is called the ninefold divine tribulation, which means that one can become a god of heaven after 9 times of divine calamity. You know, if you cross it once, you will become a god of heaven, but you have to cross it 9 times. In history, countless people have practiced, but even some extremely powerful people can't bear it after going through 3 or 4 times. Just when everyone thought it was impossible for anyone to get through this technique, someone really broke through, and that was the god of thunder. Moreover, he also created his own 10th layer by using his own thunder Tao reflection, and now he has become an extremely terrifying existence. This person has gone through it 8 times, and every time when he is about to become a god of heaven, he forcibly interrupts and suffers backlash, but it can greatly enhance his strength. No wonder God has such great strength. Humph. The ambition is too big. The 8th tribulation is already the most monstrous person except Thunder God. I'm still not satisfied. The 9th tribulation is likely to wipe you out completely, but it's just right for you to deal with that person now. This is called driving the tiger. Swallowing wolf, you don't have to do everything by yourself. Fang Tiandao sneered. At this time, Xuanhuan was already very close to the Sea of Hell, and after traveling through it for several days again, the surging energy of hell rushed in like a tidal wave. Your Majesty, the Sea of Hell has arrived, and I feel my treasure calling me. Yi could not suppress his excitement. 5 Great Jedi, Sea of Hell. Xuanhuan looked at the Sea of Hell in front of him. This is not an ocean in a certain sense, and it is different from the oceans I have seen in the vast sea sky. The endless black air is billowing energy, which is too thick. An ocean-like scene is formed. These energies are as dense as sea water, constantly tumbling, and it is a strong negative atmosphere, which will make people fall forever and endlessly, and cannot be detached. If it is an extremely bright existence, when it arrives here, it will eat itself back in an instant. The Sea of Hell existed in the early days of the birth of Hell. With the continuous expansion of the area of Hell, there are too many ancient relics. The foundation for me to become the god of heaven was cast in the Sea of Hell. Yi said. He misses it. If it wasn't for breaking into the Sea of Hell back then, how could it be possible to become a god of heaven? The Sea of Hell is extremely strange, and the energy is so strong that it is terrifying. I am afraid that in some dangerous places, even the gods of heaven may perish. Xuanhuan watched the Sea of Hell. He is not affected by any breath, even without the great devouring technique, he can still control it with his domineering control. God Emperor, a strong call, the treasure has not been discovered yet, it's there, it's there. Yi was anxious. #C1282 Yulong Sect. The area of Hell Sea is very huge, even 1/3 of the vast sea and sky. After all, Hell is the strongest few days in the 33 days. When Xuanhuan was flying over the Sea of Hell, he looked at the bottom of the sea and saw countless creatures from Hell, born and conceived. He nodded slightly. Although the Hell Sea is dangerous and is a forbidden area, the rich energy can give birth to countless creatures every moment. It is no wonder that they have to take the initiative to attack, otherwise the Hell would not be able to accommodate so many creatures. The fluctuation of the heavenly Tao and the divine calamity? Xuanhuan suddenly felt a wave of heavenly and divine calamity. He followed the fluctuations, and there was a cloud thunderstorm covering hundreds of millions of miles in front of him. In the black thundercloud there was a huge body, which turned out to be a huge black dragon. This demon dragon is crossing the sky and the gods. I'm about to go through the last long river transformation. Xuanhuan watched. Yi didn't dare to urge him either. At the last transformation of the Dao Changhe, the dragon let out a mournful and unwilling roar. Its body was shaken, and it exploded from the head, completely falling. Failed. Xuanhuan's expression was very flat. The heavenly Tao and divine tribulation is too difficult to get through. Today's Tiandao gods in the multiverse are all accumulated over a long period of time. Not everyone is the Lord of Heaven's Duan, and they can break through with confidence. And although the environment of Hell Sea is very dangerous, for an existence like Xuanhuan, there is nothing that can stop it. He was walking in the virtual space, and suddenly felt a wave of the gods of heaven passing by quickly. God Emperor, it's a bit strange. In just a few days, we have felt at least 3 waves of heavenly gods. Although there are many heavenly gods in Hell, it is not easy to appear so densely. Yi said. Often enough indeed. Xuanhuan replied. I know, it must be some great treasure that has been bred in the Sea of Hell, which has attracted these gods of heaven. Besides, with the character of these Hell powerhouses, they will never appear like this. Yi said. Even if there is a treasure in Hell Sea, it has nothing to do with me for the time being. Your matter is the most important thing now. Xuanhuan knew what he had to do most. Thank you, God Emperor. Yi excitedly said, at the speed of God Emperor, it will be here in just 1 day. Walk. After another day of driving, Xuanhuan finally arrived at the place Yi said. In front of him, it wasn't the barren land Yi said, but a huge piece of land with countless buildings built on it. Damn it, I remember that this place used to be very remote, there were no treasures, how could there be land? Yi scolded. The vicissitudes of life, the distance from the great ancient war, is too long, and any changes are normal. Xuanhuan looked at the land. There were many hell creatures, just like a big island in the ocean, surrounded by sea water on all sides, and tsunamis often occurred. To be able to build a sect in such a harsh environment must be extremely powerful. Xuanhuan's eyes pierced through time, he saw several huge and eerie hell characters, and said slowly, Yulongzong? What is Yulongzong? I have never heard of it. What about the God Emperor? I can be sure. This Yulongzong has a god of heaven, damn it, they didn't find my treasure, but my treasure space was blocked by this a piece of land suppressed. Yi was extremely anxious. Even if there are gods of heaven, they can't stop my footsteps. I will personally take action to break this place. Xuanhuan glanced coldly, and the heavenly Tao divine spear appeared, and he himself suddenly became like an eternal sun, where the light irradiated, it was evaporated into nothingness. He shot through the sky, fell directly from the sky, and fell hard. This shot broke through time and space, and directly fell on the most core sect of Yulongzong. This terrifying force caused the entire land to collapse from the middle to all sides. Although Yulongzong also had a ban in the first place, but how could it be resisted? Boom! The whole land crumbled. Who did it to me? There was a sound of frightened and roaring in Yulongzong, and a huge dragon shadow appeared. It was a pitch-black dragon with big eyes, and the shot just now made him tremble. This is the dragon's soul, but it is the god of heaven. Yi roared. Indeed, this is a dragon's soul. His physical body collapsed a long time ago, and he fell into the sea of hell. But by chance, he absorbed too much soul breath and became enlightened against the sky. Xuanhuan stepped towards Yulongzong step by step. Who are you? I don't seem to know you. Yulong roared. He didn't dare to be careless at all, because Xuanhuan's aura was too strong. Staring at him, it was as if he was a block of ice that would melt if he put himself in the stove. Of course, he also knows that the environment in hell is harsh, and there is no reason to do it. Humph. This seat is not easy to mess with. As soon as Yulong made a move, there were hundreds of millions of black lightning bolts. He himself was a special soul body. This move was oppressed by a tyrannical soul, and then the dragon claws came from the sky. Xuanhuan didn't talk to him too much. All words in hell are useless, only strength is the most important. The moment he walked, a black hole appeared, time and space collapsed, and the infinite breath was sucked in. Yulong's heart changed drastically, and all his strength was swallowed out. He pierced the air with one claw, seemingly invisible, but in fact, a huge dragon claw appeared in Xuanhuan's soul. Xuanhuan was unwavering, and he was not afraid of the soul attack at all. With one hand, he was surrounded by wind and lightning, and struck Yulong with his palm. You can't hurt me. Yulong's body blurred. The reason why he is called Yulong is because he is a soul body, and can be immune to most physical attacks, and soul attacks are already good at this, so he is not afraid of them. But when his palm passed through the dragon body, it suddenly changed into a soul knife, cutting his soul body with one blow. My soul body! Yulong roared. This heart-wrenching pain. He thought that this person might know the secret method of the soul, but he never thought that his soul offensive would be so powerful. While his body is special, he also created great limitations for himself. Xuanhuan was infinitely indifferent, and the soul knife slashed down, each blow could destroy his soul body. Although there are still quite a few strong men in his Yulong sect, but where they can participate in this level of confrontation, they are all trembling. What on earth are you trying to do? How did I, Yulong, offend you? Yulong didn't understand. Get out of here, if you don't want to die, get out. Yi couldn't bear it anymore. His huge soul body appeared, and immediately came to Yulong, biting him. This is the soul of the god of heaven. Yulong has undergone drastic changes. Although Yi lost his divine body, his soul still had great power, and it had recovered a little during the Xuanhuan dynasty. #C1283 Yi's despair. He doesn't care, this god of heaven, who only has a soul left. But what made him feel deeply afraid was that man with a stalwart as tall as the sky. His strength was too strong, and it was difficult to resist with his strength. Why did they attack me, Yulong? Looking at the appearance of the soul, it seems that there is some treasure hidden here, but I have searched for many years, and there is no treasure? Yulong was very puzzled. Perhaps it was because of the shock of the original plane of Hell. See, this time, some treasures were shaken out, but I can't continue to fight with them. Of course I am not afraid, but my soul will be greatly traumatized. Next, it will be chaotic for a while, I can't get hurt, or my enemies will find out, and I really may not be reborn forever. Yulong was very aggrieved, but he did not lose his mind, but roared, this time you are the ones who are ruthless. His huge dragon body was rolled up, and the strong men in the sect were taken away by him, and they left directly in front of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan looked at the direction in which he was running, but did not chase him. Although he has the strength to suppress some gods of heaven, he also knows that it is too difficult to kill a god of heaven. He can't do it yet. Fortunately, this Yulong is wise and runs fast. Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He is not surprised, hell is like this, there is no benefit to get up early, there is no benefit of going all out, and he will not fight to the death with you, and he also knows that he will not be able to please the God Emperor. Yi, go and open it, I will block the fluctuations in time and space for you. Xuanhuan sealed the void fluctuations. Alright, it's been thousands of years, ha 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 ha, I can finally recover my strength. I've waited too long for this day, and this day has finally arrived. Yi was ecstatic. His treasure was sealed in an extremely secret place, even Yulong didn't notice it. Immediately, the soul orb flew up, which was the key to unlock the treasure, and suddenly pierced fiercely towards a certain place. Boom! A time and space sealed for a long time appeared. Under his manipulation, a huge treasure house appeared in front of Xuanhuan, with countless resources inside and a vast ocean. Primitive energy. Xuanhuan stared. There is a tremendous amount of raw energy that emerges. However, Yi is also an extremely ancient god of heaven, and he has left a way out for himself, so it is not surprising that he has stored so much. Go and absorb it, and reshape your divine body. Xuanhuan said lightly. Heavenly Tao divine body, reunite again. He fell into the original energy with the soul orb, and immediately reunited quickly. The entire vast ocean was shrinking rapidly, but a powerful divine body was condensing. The moment the energy dissipated, a 2-foot-sized hell god appeared, possessing great power, and his eyes froze, bringing the calamity of death. As soon as he breathed, the endless night fell. This is the real Yi, Heavenly Tao God. My power is back. Yi clenched his palm tightly. This feeling of having a flesh and blood body is really wonderful. He can create the collapse of the world with a random movement, and the aura in his eyes is constantly flashing. Ding! The host completed the side quest, causing Yi Tian Tao God to reshape his body, and obtained 13 million fate points, Supernatural Power Fruit X19384, Supreme God Healing Potion X1, Supreme Artifact Advanced Card, Casting God Golden Pill X1, Random Lucky Draw Chance X1. He looked at Yi, and suddenly an indifferent voice pierced his soul, have you tried enough? Yi's face changed, and his soul trembled, please forgive me, Your Majesty. I haven't possessed this kind of powerful power for a long time. I couldn't control the power for a while. It was definitely an unintentional fault, not intentional. His excitement dissipated instantly. Good. He was attacking Xuanhuan's imprint on his soul just now, but he was horrified to find that this imprint was as solid as a rock and could not be shaken. Even burst open, his soul will be annihilated. He knew that Xuanhuan was very strong. Even if he recovered, he could not be the opponent of the God Emperor. So what he planned was to break through the restriction as soon as his strength recovered, and then run away. But he underestimated Xuanhuan's strength. I believe this is your unintentional mistake, but this kind of unintentional, I don't want to see it next time. How could Xuanhuan not know the insidiousness and cunning of the creatures from hell? This time it was a warning to him. Yes, I won't do it next time. Yi was also bitter and desperate. It seems that I will never escape the control of this majesty. I can only do things for him honestly, otherwise I will have no good fruit to eat. He has seen the kindness of this God Emperor, and he has also seen his cruelty. It can't be used by me, it's worthless. Xuanhuan warned him. Yi's face changed drastically, and his soul suddenly felt a stabbing pain. It was the imprint that was showing its power. I will definitely do things honestly for the God Emperor. His attitude changed very quickly. God Emperor, in addition to the many precious resources I collected, this is a divine sword of heaven, called Soul Slayer, dedicated to the God Emperor. Without the God Emperor, I can't go back to hell, and I am still trapped in that abyss of burial. Xuanhuan took the soul-slashing knife, observed it for a while, and then threw it to Yi. You keep this knife for yourself, I don't need it, you are strong, and you are also the power of my God dynasty. Xuanhuan doesn't have a great need for artifacts. Also, since you have recovered the strength of the God of Heaven, you have the ability to repair damaged artifacts of heaven, and you will repair them for me after you go back. The colorful aurora mirror needs to be repaired. No problem. Although I am not proficient in refining artifacts, it is much easier to repair them. Repairing them for the God Emperor is what I should do. Yi nodded. By the way, there is one more thing. Back then, I also created a sect, and there was also a treasure left there. Although the treasures in it were not as precious as here, there were a lot of them. I left them to cultivate the sect. At that time, closed up by me, I am willing to contribute to the divine dynasty. He also fully knew that even if he tried every means to kill the God Emperor, the imprint would explode in his mind in an instant, annihilating his soul. Therefore, he can only pray for Xuanhuan to be stronger. The reason why the soul imprint is so powerful is that Yi let go of the soul before, otherwise it would not be possible. Xuanhuan nodded. Yi said a lot, so there must be a lot. But I want to explain first that after such a long time, I don't know if the sect is still there, or if the treasure space is still there. Yi was afraid that Xuanhuan would blame him. It's better, it doesn't matter, and I don't have much interest in your sect's materials now. Go and find out for me, what happened in Hell-See. I'm more curious about this. Xuanhuan ordered Yi. There is a God of Heaven who can be driven by him, saving him a lot of trouble. I'm going to investigate for the God Emperor. Yi's investigation was very fast. He killed the creatures in hell, searched their souls, and came back soon. He said happily, God Emperor, I know why there are so many masters gathered in the Sea of Hell during this period of time. #C1284 Primordial Plane. Because of the appearance of the original plane, some heavenly Tao gods rushed away after receiving the news. Yi said excitedly. Original plane. Xuanhuan listened. The original plane is a unique time and space formed by the convergence of infinite original energy. It is extremely special and corresponds to the level of the gods of heaven. Not to mention the vast original energy filled inside, each original plane must have a primitive heart. Only in this way can I gather a large amount of raw energy. For example, if I get it, I will definitely be able to step into a higher realm of heaven. Yi said, of course, the level of the original heart depends on the strength of the plane. The original heart is too precious, and it has an important effect on the cultivation of the gods of heaven and earth. If it is given to a half-day Tao, it can at least increase the breakthrough rate by 30%, almost creating a god of heaven. However, doing so is too extravagant, because the original heart is too rare, and every time it is born, there will be many gods of heaven to snatch it. I've only heard about the original plane, but I haven't seen it. Take this opportunity, Yi, let's go, and have a look. Xuanhuan was moved. Now he happened to be on the Sea of Hell. It is too troublesome to come to Hell once, and it is very inconvenient. I will lead the way for the God Emperor. The original plane was not very far away from the two of them, and it took only half a day to get there. Boom! With the roaring sound, a huge vortex formed in the place where the original plane existed. It was shrouded in terrifying aura, and several figures had already broken through it first. There are still some great masters who don't know how to live or die dare to go in. I don't know if the gods of heaven are very excited by this. Yi sneered, 99% of the people who went in were Dazuan. But this is also normal, with a primitive heart, it is a shortcut to becoming a god of heaven. How could these great masters who fought in hell not seize the opportunity? There is not just one vortex, but millions of them, containing powerful energy, all of which are passages into the original plane. Xuanhuan's eyes pierced into the depths of the vortex. What is transmitted is the vast and violent raw energy. He didn't say anything, and stepped directly into the original plane. The overwhelming pressure from all around suddenly squeezed, and there were some broken limbs floating in front of him, all trying to get in and being strangled to death. Interesting. Xuanhuan entered the original plane, and what he saw was a huge world. This world, as if the world had just opened, was in its most primitive state, with volcanoes erupting, thunder flickering, and all kinds of highly poisonous auras spewing out, accompanied by heavy pressure. The heaven and the earth first opened, and there was chaos. Xuanhuan observed. The original plane is too unsettled, the land here is moving, if you don't pay attention, it is very likely that the destruction magma will rush out under your feet, and the time and space are also very unstable. But he also saw it. All kinds of instability are evolving towards stability in a slow way. The process of the world from opening up to stabilization. If billions of years pass, it will become a huge stable universe, but it is in hell, there is no such opportunity, and the gods of heaven are eyeing this place. Yi said from the side. Xuanhuan nodded slightly, he was observing. Every kind of natural disaster here is amazing, and he can kill Dazuan at will. When he stepped forward, there was no warning, and the chaotic thunder disaster suddenly appeared. Each of the lightning tribulations is like a pillar of heaven, gray in color. When it strikes Xuanhuan, it will not be wiped out directly, but will be transformed into the most primitive energy. But Xuanhuan devoured it directly with the great devouring technique. Thick raw energy. Xuanhuan's eyes were extremely bright. Where is the original heart? Yi was also looking for it. The original heart is likely to be hidden anywhere in the plane, and it is violent everywhere, which greatly suppresses exploration. No matter how you look for it, it's not difficult. Xuanhuan took a step, passing through the creation of natural disasters everywhere. At this time, there are also other strong men arriving in the original plane. Haha, Howling, you are still in the vast sea and sky, why did you come back suddenly? Come to this original plane. A figure approached. He was extremely tall, but his appearance was extremely hideous. He turned out to be the Shura clan in Hell. The Shura clan is the most peak race in Hell Heaven. They are powerful, and among the 18 Hell Masters, one is Shura Master. The god of wailing heavenly Tao is also the master of Lord Hazesa, and Xuanhuan killed his army that day. Shura clan, to you heavenly Tao god. This howling god of heaven and Tao, he does not look so ferocious, but is very thin and weak, with a pale complexion, and there are ghosts wailing around him. Han Haitian and Xin Yangshan have entered into a stalemate in the war, and it will take a long time to decide the winner. I am not interested in being the vanguard for them. When will Xin Yangshan be able to invade Han Haitian in a large scale, and then find a bargain? The morning heavenly Tao god said indifferently, "To you, why are you appearing in front of me?" "There is nothing else. I am looking for the original heart. If you and I join forces, we may be able to find it before others. After all, it is not just you and me this time." Tu Yu said. "You want to cooperate with me?" Howling Tian Tao god frowned, then sneered, "Don't forget, you and I are also opponents. Haha, when you find the original heart, it won't be too late to fight for each other by means." Tu Yu said. He knew that the soul attainment of the howling god of heaven and Tao was extremely powerful. "Okay, I promise you." Howling Tian Tao god nodded, his eyes suddenly turned to one place. "Tuming, hide and hide on the side, have you played enough?" He suddenly took the palm print of Tian Tao, and the moment the void shattered, the light and shadow of a woman emerged. As expected of howling, the soul perception is indeed powerful, and I can discover where I am. Tian Daoshan Tuming laughed. "Tuming." Tu Yu was slightly startled, even he hadn't noticed the existence of Tuming. If it wasn't for the wailing heavenly Tao god who had noticed it, if he had found it in advance, he would have been plundered by Tuming. "Since the two of you joined forces, it's better for me, Tuming, to join your team." Tuming's faint voice sounded. "Don't be fooled by her voice, it's a magic voice." Howling Tian Tao god reminded, "I can cooperate with Tu Yu, but if I cooperate with you, I'm afraid that you will cheat me, and I don't even know." "Tuming, hurry up and get out." Tu Yu soared into the sky, and killed Xian Tuming with one palm. The light and shadow in front of him shattered instantly, his thoughts spread to the boundless space, but he couldn't find Tuming's real body. But he could sense that Tuming was still here, looking at them from nowhere. "You are so ruthless." Tuming's voice sounded again. "Don't pay attention to her, she did it on purpose to delay our time. The power of Tuming Tian Tao is extremely strange. This woman is sinister and vicious, she is the most poisonous snake." Howling heavenly Tao god sneered. He is not afraid of Tuming's heavenly power, but this woman is too difficult to deal with. It's playing tricks again. It's very likely that her true self is already looking for it. Knowing that you have strong soul power, you are the one most likely to find accept her, so I came to delay the time. Tu Yu said ferociously, "You can't be fooled by her." Although they were guessing, they didn't know the details of Tuming, let alone what trick she was playing. #C1285 Overlord Control, halfway. At this time, Xuanhuan did not blindly search for the original heart in the huge original plane like others. He came to the top of this plane, which seemed to be a central point. What exactly is the God Emperor going to do? Yi was anxious, and did not understand what Xuanhuan was doing. But he dared not say, let alone ask. "My way controls everything, all time and space, all must be under my control." In Xuanhuan's eyes, a mysterious scene was deduced, which evolved the fluctuations of the entire original time and space. In the sky, there are countless vortexes, spewing out various natural disasters and catastrophes. Wind, thunder, earth, fire, all kinds of laws that breathe the plane of the world can be found in this plane. Time and space collided and annihilated, and then they were born again. Opening up the world is just guided by the laws of this piece of heaven and earth, but what Xuanhuan wants to do is to control everything absolutely, and bring everything into his own thoughts. His eyes lightly looked towards a chaotic and violent space. Just by raising his hand lightly, this space became calm. This is because he has controlled the law of space creation. When countless winds, thunders and earth fires emerged, he easily smoothed them out. His thoughts spread throughout the original time and space. The roaring volcano is no longer rushing. Countless thunder and lightning seemed to have sensed Xuanhuan's existence, and they crazily destroyed the lightning towards him, creating a thunder and lightning-mad prison that was too violent, comparable to the attack of a god of heaven. I want absolute peace here. His word was like the will of heaven and earth, the thunder and lightning dissipated, and the territory of the world gathered together. He is not God's will, but he is the existence that controls God's will. Tiao God was also watching. Only when his strength recovers can he feel Xuanhuan's fearfulness. The God Emperor at this moment seems to have replaced this original time and space. All laws work. Wherever he lets go berserk, there will be rage. On the contrary, wherever he made peace, there was peace. He felt that if his power of heaven was displayed, he would be controlled by the God Emperor. All of a sudden, infinite primitive power frantically surged towards Xuanhuan's position, and he actually wanted to absorb the energy of the entire primitive time and space. In all directions, this energy is too strong, like the ocean. Xuanhuan's aura is rising steadily, and he is like the most supreme existence, exuding the brilliance of control. In this energy, the time and space around him are constantly annihilated and born. It was as if there were thousands of universes beside him. Good. Xuanhuan has no interest in finding the original heart slowly. The easiest way is to forcibly extract all the original energy of the entire space-time, let this space-time be destroyed, and the original heart will have nowhere to hide. The realm of the half-day way should also be broken through. He wielded the power of his own emperor. Beside him, there are many visions, the means of control, a world that belongs to him is emerging, all kinds of rules, all kinds of orders are completely created by him. And with his extraction, the internal energy of this original time and space is thinned out. Destroyed everywhere, because there is no energy to maintain, then the only way to enter the doomsday. The God Emperor did this to force the birth of the original heart at the cost of destroying the entire original time and space. Yi was taken aback. He didn't dare to get close to Xuanhuan at all now, because the surroundings of the God Emperor were filled with the power of self-respect and control of heaven and earth, and his way of heaven was also affected by the control. No, this time and space is shattering, and the energy is thinning at an extremely fast speed. In other places, the howling heavenly Tao God suddenly stopped. He sensed the surroundings, and the time and space ahead should be regarded as stable, but it suddenly shattered. The original plane is extremely imperfect, isn't it normal to annihilate creation? Tiao said indifferently. It's very different. This is complete destruction without creation. I feel that the energy of the original time and space has been drawn by a stronger force, but I can't tell what happened. The thoughts of the gods of heaven can easily cover the entire time and space, but they can't find the existence of Xuanhuan. It is very likely that the original heart has undergone a mutation. Tiao didn't dare to be careless. Could it be that the original heart is going to be born on its own initiative? It is very possible that the changes are getting more and more drastic. Maybe it will appear without us looking for it, but this is not good, and it will cause more pretenders to compete. The morning heavenly Tao God's face was serious, and he didn't dare to be careless for a moment. It's a little bit closer to the realm of the half-day way, a little. At this time, Xuanhuan seemed to be transformed into a great master who controlled the operation rules of the original plane to achieve his half-heaven realm. Then let the strength be strengthened to the limit. Xuanhuan said lightly. Boom. The entire space-time and infinite energy came to him in the most violent way in an instant, controlled by Xuanhuan's power, and deduced a law that belonged to him. As this law became stronger and stronger, Yi also felt a trembling from the depths of his soul. Blurred. The original plane is blurred. Without the strength to maintain it, it began to perish. What kind of supernatural power is the God Emperor cultivating? It's so terrifying. Even I can't completely control this huge plane containing primitive energy. Yi was shocked. The half-day way, the way of fighting for hegemony, the way of the emperor, the way of control. Xuanhuan does not specialize in cultivating any kind of power. What he wants to cultivate is the power that can control everything, even the fate of the world. This power is overbearing. His aura was changing. Just when this primitive plane was going to perish completely, Xuanhuan changed drastically, and he had the power of absolute control with just one thought. Half a day. His realm finally broke through. He is only half a step away from the stronger realm of heaven. There are tens of thousands of roads to heaven, with infinite forks, but Xuanhuan only takes one, and that is the way of absolute control and the strongest overlord. When he was in the fifth heaven, he was able to overwhelm the gods, and this breakthrough was a breakthrough in essence, an evolution of life level. Now with his strength, the general gods of heaven are no longer his opponents, unless they are some extremely advanced existences. Because in the past, his strength was still at the highest level, but now, although it is only half of the way of heaven, there are also fluctuations of the way of heaven. This difference creates a strong strength. In his eyes appeared the phantoms of the infinite world opening up and the collapse of 10,000 Tao. Looking at Yi or Tian Dao God, a kind of fear arose in his soul origin. If he said what he said before, he was still angry because he was branded by Xuanhuan in his soul when he was the weakest, so he couldn't resist when he regained his strength. So now, in front of the God Emperor, he would not dare to have such a thought. Xuanhuan opened his eyes, and his ears twitched. The generous rewards from the system had already been delivered to his system space. #C1286, Great Reward. Ding. The host has completed the main task, broke through the half-day way, obtained 40 million fate points, half-day way healing potion X1, half-day way artifact advanced card X1, supernatural power fruit X38768, blueprint for the 10th level of the heavenly canon, troll god X1, casting god golden pill X1, slicing soldiers X1, doomsday altar X1. 3000 Ways of Great Destruction Technique X1, Random Lottery Chance X1. Ding. The current main line has been released, Breaking Through the God of Heaven. Ding. The current side mission to break through the Bantian Dao has been completed, and you have obtained 14 million karma points, Bantian Dao Healing Potion X1, Magic Fruit X38768, Bantian Dao Artifact Advanced Card, Floating Feather Divine Clothes X1, Casting God Golden Pill X1, Gate of Destruction X1, Random Lottery Chance X1. Ding. The current branch line has been released, Breaking Through the Heavenly Tao God. A series of rewards have been distributed to the system space. First, Xuanhuan saw a troll god. He is extremely tall, like a mountain, his whole body is pitch black, and he exudes monstrous devilish energy. With one palm, he can destroy infinite time and space. The strength of this troll god turned out to be the god of heaven. Xuanhuan was slightly surprised. He broke through to the half-day way, and the system actually rewarded the combat power of a god of heaven, and this god of heaven seemed to be conceived in a mysterious system. Tiandao Canon. This made Xuanhuan also look over. From the casting blueprints and real simulated images, Xuanhuan could see its ferocity and strength. The might of the heavenly Tao cannon is a brute force blow from the heavenly Tao God, which can be described as a qualitative leap. However, the giant cannon is very powerful, but the cost of building it is also very high. It requires rare materials, which is no less than building a heavenly artifact. The only advantage is that there is no need for a powerful foundry, as long as Xuanhuan collects enough materials, puts them in the drawings, and lets him build them slowly. Very good, very powerful. With the giant cannon of heaven, Xuanhuan's cannon fire can once again display the supernatural power of destroying heaven and earth. His ambition is great, and the next development of Xuanhuan dynasty must become one of the 33 heavens. The cutting soldier seems to be born for the big cutting technique. It is also an artifact of the heavenly way, and by controlling this artifact, Xuanhuan's large cutting technique will be able to exert even stronger power. There is also the floating feather divine clothes, which is a very special heaven defense artifact. It is as thin as a veil, which can emit infinite defensive light, and can also make itself integrated into time and space, shielding the perception and prying of the gods of heaven. Great Destruction. The Door of Destruction. This is a power that is completely born for destruction. With one move, all the existences in front of it will be destroyed. It looks like a long time, but in fact, it is all in a short moment. After he broke through the half-day way, the original time and space were shattered and illusory. A brilliant spar, pure and flawless, absorbed the billowing original energy from the time and space after a little rotation. This is the original heart. The original time and space were suddenly destroyed, and the infinite energy dissipated, but this original heart appeared. Haha, this treasure is mine now. As long as I get it, I can enter the next realm of heaven. A howling sound. The moment the original heart appeared, all the gods of heaven and earth that existed in this time and space saw it. Immediately, a gigantic, animal-like beast-like god of hell and heaven, clad in hard scales, made a move. No one should compete with me. Whoever competes with me for the original heart, I will fight with my life. Almost at this moment, there were 5 gods of hell and heaven making their move, and they were all crazy. As long as they integrated their original hearts into their god bodies, their strength would be greatly increased. They have no reason not to be moved. However, at this moment, a big hand that travels through time and space appeared, and before these gods of hell and heaven could plunder it, they took the lead in front of them and directly took it into this big hand. Their strength was all in vain. This is the original heart? Xuanhuan looked at the original heart in his hand. It wasn't very big, but it could create space-time planes. In the eyes of some heavenly gods, the greatest function of the original heart is to integrate into one's own body, but this is not the case for Xuanhuan. The original heart can cross the void, independently absorb the original energy from the mysterious original time and space, and place it in his gods to slowly absorb it and change the environment of the world. These are all necessary to become 33 days. All surrounded me. When Xuanhuan got the original artifact just now, he immediately discovered his existence. More than a dozen gods of hell and heaven were angry and ferocious, and surrounded him. He didn't care, it just depends on what these gods of hell and heaven can do to him. Many. Yi was startled, and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, be careful, the gods of heaven and hell are extremely cruel and stole the original heart. They are all extremely angry, and I feel that there are several people who are not weaker than me. It's okay, let me see their strength." Xuanhuan got up slowly. He scanned these hell gods with incomparable intensity, but said indifferently, "Do you want this primitive heart? Not my existence in hell." A strong man covered with sharp bone spurs like a blade yelled coldly, "If you don't want to die, hand over your original heart. No matter how strong you are, in my hell, you can't be presumptuous." I know him. He is called Bonespur Tiandishan. He is from the same period as me. His strength is not weaker than mine. Yi's face was extremely serious, and if he wanted to break out, it would be a fierce battle. Even if the God Emperor handed over the original heart, it was useless. Xuanhuan came to hell, he was a heretic, and these heavenly gods would never let the heretic go, and would unite to kill. Can, there is another familiar existence here. A grim and grinning voice appeared, and an old man with a terrifying face appeared, saying, "Yi, I didn't expect you to be alive. I thought you were dead. Old friend, we have seen each other for a long time." "Humph, Shaoli, you and I are not friends." Yi said coldly, "Today, I would like to advise you, don't do anything. The strength of the God Emperor is beyond your imagination." Haha, year, you have been missing for so many years. Could it be that you are following this person? You are depraved, no matter how strong he is, but this is hell. If you dare to steal our original heart, you must let him know what cruelty is. A god of heaven in a blood-clothed man let out a maniacal laugh. In other places, perhaps these heavenly gods would still be afraid of Xuanhuan, but in this hell, Xuanhuan was not taken seriously at all. It is not the god of heaven in hell, the suppression suffered is huge. Blood without borders. Yi shouted, God Emperor, let's fight out, and I'll be the vanguard. I can't go anymore. This blood Wujiang suddenly blasted out with a palm, and the surging sea of blood swept out eerily. Xuanhuan glanced at it. Although he was similar to the blood spirit and could interpret an endless sea of blood, it was different. The blood sea of the blood spirit god is pure without other impurities, but in this boundless blood sea, there are countless wronged souls and countless ups and downs of bones, pulling people into the abyss of eternal depravity. #C1287 Powerful. His attack was actually a lightning communication with other gods of heaven, testing Xuanhuan's strength. Due to his special nature, he is not afraid of some powerful supernatural powers. The sea of blood is surging, and eternal life will fall. With this shot, he showed his powerful strength. Immediately, a bloody hand was grabbed from the sea of blood, and descended directly with the mighty power of the gods and gods. Domineering flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes. With a wave of his hand, he was like the eternal sun, the light shining so brightly that even the darkness of hell was dispelled. The power of flame and light, haha, your supernatural power is very powerful in other places, but in hell, there is no such power at all. As soon as the thoughts of many gods of heaven moved, immediately, the darkness of hell descended. But what made their faces suddenly change was that the darkness of hell seemed to be under control, and it couldn't threaten Xuanhuan. Boom! As soon as his tyrannical supernatural power fell, the sea of blood immediately collapsed, and Shui Wujiang also let out a muffled sound, and there were marks of violent burns on his palm, which was painful to the bone. What a domineering supernatural power! Blood without borders secretly said. Howling, when shall we do it? Tiao said murderously. I seem to have seen this person before. Howling Tiandao God suddenly let out a startled cry, it's him, there is nothing wrong with it. I saw him on the battlefield of Hanhai Tian that day, but his strength is different. That day, under the ultimate move of Psanhai Tiandao God, even you can only escape with the help of treasures, but now you can directly confront the God of Heaven. You know him? Howling, what is his origin? A God of Heaven asked. You ask me, I don't know either. Howling Heavenly God shook his head. It doesn't matter what his background is, if you come to my hell, don't try to please him. That bone spur Tiandao God looked ferocious. The bone spurs on his body are the sharpest magical weapons, he rushed forward and shouted at the same time, forget about the original heart, kill this outsider, and grab it according to your own ability. For foreign powerhouses, they are still very exclusive. They all nodded without comment. Bone spur Heavenly Tao God, very good, come here, let me see your strength. Xuanhuan's calm words fell into the ears of bone-piercing Heavenly Tao God, as if they were provocations, which made him extremely angry. You're crazy, but I don't care. The palm of Tiandao God's hand changed with bone spurs. There was no flesh and blood on his bone hand, but a ferocious thorn, which directly stabbed at Xuanhuan. As soon as Xuanhuan's strength moved, he had just broken through the half-day Tao, and was distressed that he didn't have the gods of heaven to train his hands and use it to test his own strength. These gods of heaven came running over. Just right. An extremely dark light suddenly appeared on his hand, and with a slight shake, everything on the edge of the palm was at the moment of confrontation with the bone spur. The big cutting technique and the big void technique are running at the same time, click. Bone spurs, all 5 fingers of the God of Heaven and Tao broke off. What kind of magical weapon is this? It can even cut my bone spurs. The bone spur Tiandao god was startled, and there was a sharp light flashing on Xuanhuan's palm. This was obviously a heavenly weapon, otherwise it would never have such great power. This is the slicer. The slicing soldier is not just a magical soldier with a fixed shape, it is like a ball of water that can change into various shapes. Xuanhuan just covered it in his palm. Yes, the cutting soldier is very powerful, surpassing many heavenly artifacts. Xuanhuan was very satisfied. Everyone, he controls an extremely powerful divine weapon, and he doesn't seem to be afraid of the suppression of the source of hell. It's very weird. It's hard for me to deal with him alone, but we have no fear of him if we fight together. The bone spur Tiandao god suffered a loss, and his face became more dignified. That's right, what are you afraid of? Let's go together. The word face doesn't exist for us. That Shui Wujiang took a few steps forward and shouted wildly, the sea of blood is boundless. The boundless sea of blood enveloped him in an instant, and it would be fine if this was the case, but he was connected with the source of hell, which would increase the strength of this force even more. Blood Wujiang is using his heavenly Dao domain to restrict the opponent. When all of us attack together, it will be enough to break him down. These hell gods are still very relaxed. However, Xuanhuan did something that surprised them. He stepped directly into the sea of blood. You are looking down on my strength. Blood Without Borders shouted. I didn't take you seriously. It sounded like an arrogant voice, but it was extremely normal when Xuanhuan said it. He burned the sky and boiled the sea, and the door of flames circulated with extremely scorching power. The entire sea of blood is rapidly evaporating, and this is the source of the power of Blood Without Borders. I can't hold him for long, you guys hurry up. Shui Wujiang shouted anxiously. Let me. The other heavenly Dao gods finally made a move. The gloomy Shaoli's 5 fingers were as thin as sticks, but as sharp as eagle claws. In that grasp, the laws of heaven's Dao, contained in them, could tear people alive. Yi Tiandao god was also anxious. This Shaoli was a strong man of the same era as him. Just to test you, the power of the Gate of Destruction. Xuanhuan's eyes are indifferent, he is completely incarnated for destruction, the Door of Destruction, is violently rotating in his hands, it is a storm of endless destruction. This is. The destructive storm covered the sky and covered the sun, and could destroy everything. Shaoli's face changed drastically. He felt that in this kind of destruction, he would be completely destroyed. Before he could think too much, a gust of strength suffocated him and stopped his thinking. The portal that represented destruction bombarded Shaoli's body in an instant, his soul and his body were being annihilated, and the body of heavenly Dao and God couldn't bear it, and he was annihilated in ashes. My divine body was completely destroyed just now. But this didn't kill Shaoli. He flowed with a long river, filled with thick primitive energy, reappeared from the world, and once again condensed his divine body, but this was enough to seriously damage his vitality. Recalling the scene just now, he was also shocked. He didn't know what happened, but the divine body was destroyed. And God of Heaven is really hard to kill. Xuanhuan beat him to pieces with the Door of Destruction, but he still couldn't kill him, so without the power of absolute suppression, it was very difficult to kill the God of Heaven. They can escape with their own power of heaven. However, Xuanhuan didn't feel it was a pity. He could completely suppress some gods of heaven, but it was very difficult to kill them. However, if he becomes a real God of Heaven, and with the power of absolute control, he can operate the Door of Destruction, not only the body of the God, but also the long river of heaven can be annihilated in an instant. That kind of power? The magical power of complete destruction. The heavenly Dao God in hell watched Xuanhuan's destructive power, and suddenly shouted in shock, the great destruction technique of the Master of Destruction, His great destruction technique is so powerful. Does he have anything to do with the Master of Destruction? Hashtag C1288 Positive T Dream. Great destruction technique, it's terrifying, it destroys everything, it's irresistible. At this moment, everything around Xuanhuan was destroyed. Those hell powerhouses looked at Xuanhuan. Although there were many people, they did not dare to approach him for a while. Such a powerful mass destruction technique is likely to have something to do with the great Master of Destruction. I will give the Master of Destruction a face this time. The eyes of a god of heaven flickered. There are 18 rulers of hell, and the ruler of destruction is one of them. Moreover, it is an extremely ancient existence. When hell first opened, there was the Lord of Destruction, who was in charge of the power of destruction. As soon as he finished speaking, he left immediately. Damn it, he ran fast enough. What has anything to do with the Destroyer Lord is nothing more than an excuse for himself. Seeing that this person is so powerful, he doesn't want to fight him anymore. Shaoli, who had suffered a great loss at Xuanhuan's hands, had a ferocious expression on his face. In hell, in the multiverse, there are many strong people who practice the Tao of destruction. Could it be that everyone has something to do with the Lord of Destruction? Hell powerhouses can't afford it early. It's not difficult to understand why this hell heavenly god retreated so decisively. He also knew that the price to be paid to deal with this person was too great. And even if this person is destroyed, there are still so many people present fighting against him. He didn't want to pay a huge price to make wedding dresses for others. Haha, since that's the case, I'm leaving too. A god of hell and heaven left. There is no other way, I can't get it back from him, I can only retreat. Howling Tiandao God's eyes flickered. Of course he wanted to get the original heart, but in this situation, how could he grab it? If you don't leave, then you have to kill. Yeer shouted loudly, his divine sword descended, and under the endless pressure, he directly killed Shaoli, forcing him to retreat even while roaring. This retreat is a chain reaction, and the gods of heaven have left one after another these days. Fine. They are all gone. Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be caught in a deadly battle, and he also knew that the retreat of these heavenly gods was also because of the strength of the God Emperor, so that they knew that even if they forced a deadly battle, they would not get any advantage. It is not a good thing to pay a high price in hell and get injured. One left. Xuanhuan said suddenly, his cold and ruthless eyes pierced into the depths of the void. Who else? Yi was startled, and quickly looked around. It's a weird power of heaven, but it can't be hidden from my perception. King Xuanhuan came to the world, with the power of a palm, he swallowed mountains and rivers, suddenly bombarded somewhere in the void, and suddenly a dreamy light and shadow appeared, and a woman appeared in front of Xuanhuan. Her beauty is like that of the 9 heavens Xuanhuan, and she is indescribable. Especially those eyes, there are more water waves flowing, people will fall into eternal sinking if they look at her, and their souls will fall into it. This God Emperor is amazing. He can find out where my dream is. The woman's voice is beautiful and extremely pleasant. Just listening to her voice can make people feel happy. She didn't know where Xuanhuan came from, but she was sure he didn't come from hell heaven, but an emperor outside of hell. Tuming is you. Yi Tiandao God's face changed, and he sternly shouted, God Emperor, don't look into her eyes. This dream is extremely weird. She looks like a fairy, but in fact she is sinister and cunning, like the most poisonous snake. An ancient existence with thousands of incarnations, this is one of her incarnations, and I have seen her other terrifying incarnations. Tuming is transformed into thousands of people. No one has seen her real face. How can you say that about my dream? She said pitifully. It's because I know you are weird that I want to guard against you. Yi snorted coldly. At this time, Xuanhuan's eyes met Tumeng's, and he immediately felt a mysterious force pulling his soul into the dream of eternal life, and his life was dominated by her. The God Emperor's will is powerful, and even my Tao can't affect it in the slightest. Although Tu Ming said it lightly, she was secretly startled. This person's will is like a rock, and even the gods of the same level as her are sometimes greatly affected. You are also for the original heart. Xuanhuan was not bewitched by her influence, and said indifferently. Yeah, the original heart has a great effect on my Tao. God Emperor might as well give it to me. I, Tu Ming, are willing to pay any price. Tu Ming's pitiful appearance is really unbearable to refuse. Yes, at any price? Xuanhuan asked suddenly. God. Yi was shocked, thinking that Xuanhuan was influenced by her. Yes, what price do you need Tu Ming to pay? Although Tu Ming was speaking calmly, in fact her power of heaven had enveloped the surrounding area. It's very simple, let go of your soul, let me imprint your soul, and be driven by me. Naturally, there is no problem with giving you the original heart. Xuanhuan is domineering. This request is very difficult to agree to. I have to think about it carefully, but the price of a primitive heart is not enough. Tu Ming is not angry. Instead, she was happy to talk to Xuanhuan. Because her power of Tiandao's frontal attack is not very strong, but as long as Xuanhuan talks to her, she will fall into the trap set by her step by step. You don't want this original heart. Suddenly, Xuanhuan spun a palm, and a pitch-black hole appeared in front of Tu Ming, and her body was pulled into it in an instant, and disappeared. God Emperor, you are really ruthless. Tu Ming's voice finally came out. It's not her real body. Xuanhuan already knew this. With this bewilderment, I also want him to fall into the trap. Of course, if Tu Ming was willing to surrender his soul, he would still be happy to exchange a primitive heart for the surrender of a god of heaven. It turns out that the God Emperor has seen through everything. Yi felt more and more how unfathomable Xuanhuan was. God Emperor, Tu Ming is too weird. Although I know her, I have never seen her real body. She never shows her real body in front of others, and the power of heaven is also very strange. Yi said, I don't know where she has reached in the way of heaven. It's really hard to find the real body, and her way of heaven is very interesting. Xuanhuan said indifferently, I have obtained the original heart, and then I will go to your Yi sect. Okay, I haven't returned to Yi sect for many years, and I don't know if it still exists. After all, hell, without the gods of heaven, it is difficult to survive. Let's go and see now. Yi didn't know the situation either. If Yi sect doesn't exist, then create a new one. Xuanhuan said. Yeah, as long as I don't die, I still exist in the world, what does it matter if I exist or not? In hell, the only one who is strong is the strongest. One word awakened the dreamer, and Yi fell into the limitations of his thinking. Now that he was reminded by Xuanhuan, he didn't care whether the ancient Yi sect still existed or not. With his wisdom, of course he knew that the God Emperor might need his Yi sect to do something in hell. #C1289 Where is he? Tu Ming also suffered a disadvantage in that person's hands. He directly defeated the Avatar and was not bewitched by her. Those gods of hell and heaven didn't go far away. They actually noticed Tu Ming, but it was difficult to distinguish her position, and they were keenly aware of her the moment the breath dissipated. Relying on her own weirdness, this Tu Ming acted more and more recklessly. She didn't take us seriously at all. If she couldn't find her true deity, I wouldn't take her seriously. Tu Yu also said coldly, over the long years, he had also suffered a great loss in Tu Ming's hands, and knew how difficult she was. But you have overlooked one point. Tu Ming didn't even take advantage of him, which shows how terrible this person is. It seems that this primitive heart has no chance at all. Howling Heavenly God shook his head. He gave up. However, seeing that Tuming suffered a loss, my depressed mood also improved a lot. Tiao said. A group of idiots, you will never know how powerful I am. In a mysterious space sits a woman, she is dignified and beautiful, her aura is ever-changing, like a demon for a while, like a god for a while, calmly said, but that person cannot be affected by my heaven, I am most interesting, who is this person? I have never heard of it, but this is interesting, take your time and play slowly. She smiled, not annoyed. Her face suddenly moved slightly, oh? The god in hell is here, is he here? God. Tiao and howling Tiandishan, who were still in the sea of hell, suddenly saw a man striding forward from time and space, with a solemn expression, and said, God, you are here, but unfortunately you are late, the original heart has been snatched away by others. Go, it's not in our hands. Although the god is not the god of heaven. But they all know that the gods have already passed through the eightfold divine calamity after cultivating the ninefold divine calamity. In addition to not having the mystery of the long river of heaven, in terms of strength, it is not weaker than the real God of heaven. Moreover, once he survives the most terrifying ninefold divine calamity, he will immediately become an extremely terrifying existence among the gods of heaven. Though they did not despise God. But not afraid. After all, this place is hell, not in the sky of the gods. I don't care about raw hearts. As the number one existence on the half-day Tao list, his status is higher than that of ordinary gods of heaven, and his eyes are majestic. Tell me, where is he? Are you questioning me? When Tiao heard God's tone, he felt very uncomfortable. Although the God is extremely powerful, he is a God of heaven and arrogant. Don't argue with God over these trivial matters, there's no need. Howling God shook his head, I don't know where he went, but he left in that direction, you can go wherever you want to find him. That direction? Destroy the main city. God got the message. Just as he was about to escape, there was a sudden voice of rattling and laughing, God, you are arrogant and arrogant, dare to come to my hell to challenge the gods, be careful not to die here, your divine master will not save you. There have long been gods who dislike gods. No matter how strong you are, if you haven't been promoted in the end, then you are not a member of Tiandishan circle. God ignored him. The Tiandishan who gave a strange smile became upset. This god was too arrogant, and suddenly a black mist swept out, filled with a rotten and vicious smell, attacking the god. Ha 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 ha, I want to see how much you weigh. The heavenly gods in hell are very cruel and do whatever they want. Swish. God made a shot, covering his hand with 8 halos of light, and there was an illusory looming, blasting towards the black mist, immediately filled with infinite divine calamity, and the black mist collapsed under the blast. I'm not interested in fighting you. God frowned, his goal was this person. But his words aroused the wrath of the God of heaven, and not paying attention to him is to look down on a God of heaven. It's that grumpy fellow Hey Wu, he wants to stop God. Tiao watched the show with great interest. Hey Wu suffered a great loss at the hands of a god of the gods, 10,000 years ago. He hated the gods very much. It's okay, this god is indeed too arrogant. Let him know that this is hell, not hell. Heaven of the gods. Howling heavenly Tao God said lightly. The divine light is so dazzling that it is extremely dazzling in the dark hell. This black mist god of heaven is also extremely powerful. The laws of operating hell suppress him and make him invincible. 9 Gods Tribulation. But the god suddenly evolved the power of the 9th level of divine calamity, blasted out with one blow, the endless black mist was torn apart, and a dim figure was seen. The 9th level of God Tribulation power, you have actually comprehended to this level, but we still have something to play. The black mist, the heavenly Tao God, receded for the time being. Sharp. The eyes of the howling God of heaven and Tao flashed fear, this God must have the power to survive the ninefold divine calamity. He came to my hell to experience the gods of my hell. Once he succeeds, the gods and heavens will have another terrifying one. The presence. Thunder God created the 10th divine catastrophe back then, and his strength has grown by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, causing chaos in the multiverse, going to hell, and stepping on all demons. Even if this god is not as good as Thor, he is still terrifying enough. Tiao was also very afraid. It was also because the strength of God was too strong that he didn't do anything. The 18 rulers in hell are even more incapable of doing anything. They are high above them, and they are the 18 strongest beings in hell, with their own dignity and pride. God is just a junior in their eyes. Just like hell-heaven, there are also strong people who practice in the heaven of gods by beheading the gods. It is a kind of tacit understanding that the existence of the master level on both sides will ignore it. But at this moment, Xuanhuan didn't know that the god was looking for him. Even if he knew, he would not pay attention to a god who had not reached the realm of heaven. He is already a half-day Tao now. Although he is not a real god of heaven, he has touched the Tao of heaven after all. Using the gate of the void to launch the shuttle of the Tao of heaven is faster than Yi. The God Emperor's void shuttle is too fast, I can't even catch up. Yi was amazed, feeling more and more Xuanhuan's unfathomable. If Dazuan hurried on his way, it would take at least 10 days and a half months to reach Yerzong, but now only a few hours passed, and they arrived. In the distance, on a huge piece of land, there is a huge mountain gate, and various buildings are layered on top of each other, which is extremely magnificent. There are also many disciples. Yerzong, I can hardly remember how many thousands of years I haven't come back. I didn't expect it to still exist. It is bigger than when I was there. I don't know who is sovereign now. Yi sighed. How many times he thought he would never come back. Over the long years, your Yi sect has also changed masters, and it is no longer what it used to be. Although I don't know much about hell, this kind of sect cannot be opened by ordinary beings. Xuanhuan looked ahead. I know. Yi nodded, but I can feel that although the changes have been great, the treasure space I left behind is still there and has not been destroyed. I want to see what is going on now. You handle these things. Xuanhuan won't take action on everything. Haha, leave it to me. It's a god or a demon. You have to let me see clearly. Back then, this place was a barren place. I built it myself to become a holy place for cultivation. Yi laughed. Of course he wouldn't hide himself and go in quietly. After all, he was the owner of this place, so he just walked over in the most direct way. #C1290 Deceive teachers and destroy ancestors. Stop, who are you? You can break into the important places of the sect. When Yi walked over, he was too straightforward, as if he had come to his own territory. Some guards saw him and immediately shouted. I don't even recognize my ancestor? After all, Yi had disappeared for so long, so he wasn't annoyed when he saw that these guards, who were nothing more than masters of the realm, didn't recognize him. I don't know you, senior. You have received an invitation from my Yishinzong. If you have one, please show it. Although these guards knew that Yi was very powerful, they were not afraid. After all, Yishinzong was also a powerful sect in Hell Heaven. Yishinzong? Is it easy to change the name of the mountain gate? It has changed a lot. Yi's face suddenly sank. He could no longer feel a trace of Zongman's belief in him. This made him furious, and the aura of the gods and gods rushed out like a tsunami. He created the sect precisely to collect beliefs and create a large number of followers. If there is no benefit, who would bother to develop it? Tell the ancestor, who is your suzerain? The aura of the god of heavenly Tao was so terrifying, these guards were immediately suppressed and knelt down, with fear appearing on their faces. Heaven. God of heaven. They panic. Which god of heaven came to my Yishin zone? Where there is a place where the hospitality is not good, I will wait here to make amends. Immediately, several great seniors appeared. But they looked very strange, and Yi had never seen them before. And when they saw Yi Tiandao God, their faces were also very puzzled. They seemed to have no intersection with this Tiandao God. Judging from the breath, it is a heavenly god, belonging to hell. It's fine if some ordinary disciples don't recognize Patriarch. You great lords don't know about the ancestors. It seems that the Yi sect has changed completely, all traces of the ancestors have been erased. Yi was furious. Where did you get the little miscellaneous fish? Get lost. He brought up a strong storm with one palm, and shouted, let me see who your suzerain is now. Master Tiandishan, if you dare to do this, you are provoking my Yishin zone, and the Yishin zone will not let you go. How could they resist the angry god of heaven? At the same time, in the depths of the Yishin zone, several ancient gods were cultivating bitterly. They suddenly felt this breath and said in horror, he's back, it's Patriarch Yi who has returned. He hasn't fallen yet. He has already betrayed his faith, and he will not let us go when he comes back. I am the night god. A force that is also the same as the way of heaven emerges and isolates. A man with dark stripes on his face came out. He looked at Yi and suddenly smiled and said, Master, you are finally back. Oh? The so-called Yi god is actually you. You became the god of heaven and Tao in the years when the ancestor left. Yi Xiao, you are very good. How could Yi fail to recognize Yi Shin? When he participated in the great ancient war, Yi Xiao was left to guard the sect. He was also surprised that Yi Xiao became a god of heaven. His face was still very ugly, and he said coldly, Yi Xiao, tell the ancestor what happened, why the Yi sect suddenly became the Yishin sect, and what's going on with you. Master, back then you never came back. Without the god of heaven guarding the sect was very difficult. Later, I broke through the god of heaven and stabilized the situation. I thought you had fallen, so I changed the name of the sect to the god of the night sect. Yishin said lightly, also, I am Yishin now. Yi didn't hear the respect from his tone, and didn't take him seriously. How could he not know that the sect had changed hands, and his traces had been wiped out long ago? Yishin zone, very good. Yi calmly said, however, now that the teacher has returned, it's time for you to abdicate. No, master, you are wrong. You should abdicate. From now on, you will be the supreme elder of the Yishin zone. Together, we master and apprentice, two gods of heaven, our strength will be stronger in this hell, and we will open up a new world together. The vast world. Yishin smiled. How could he give up his suzerain position and give it back to Yi? Back then, you left me a mess. It was me. Under my leadership, the sect was stronger than when you were there. Night God's voice was loud. He has always been a little restless during this time, and now he finally knows where the restless help came from. My ancestor has returned. It seems that those who believed in me back then were either eliminated by you, or they were completely loyal to you. No one came to welcome the ancestor. It's ridiculous. I want my ancestor to be the elder for you and obey your orders. Yi said disdainfully, don't forget, I gave you your life. Without me, you are just the most ordinary hell creature. I'm afraid you don't know where you died. I gave you resources, trained you, and treated you as a living creature. Disciples look at it, otherwise you can become a great venerable. You can have today's achievements. It's this year realm that I opened up at the beginning, laying the most solid foundation, Yi Xiao. It seems that you are going to deceive your master and destroy your ancestors. Indeed, Yi was very optimistic about Yishin back then, and accepted him as a disciple, and raised him like his own son, hoping that he would become his right-hand man. Master, times have changed. Take a look, how can there be traces of you here? Yishan didn't care. Besides, as a god of heaven, don't you know the laws of hell? I know very well that for someone like you who deceives teachers and exterminates ancestors, you should use the laws of hell to make a decision. Yi said angrily, and at the same time sent a voice transmission to Xuanhuan, God Emperor, don't make a move. I can handle this matter. This little bastard thinks he has become a god of heaven, so his wings are hardened and he can fly. I want to let him know that although I have been trapped in the abyss of burial for a long time, my understanding of the way of heaven has reached an unimaginable level. I'm going to clear the portal. His rage had turned into a real flame. Is there going to be a battle between the gods and gods today? What should we do? He seems to be the Yi heavenly Tao god back then. After disappearing for a long time, why did he come back again? The predecessor of the Yishan Zong was the Yi Zong. He came back this time to seize power. The power of the heavenly Tao god is too terrifying. We can't intervene in this kind of battle. The strong Yishan Zong was terrified, as if the end was coming. Little brat, your wings are so stiff, you won't even listen to master's words. As the world spun, Yi stretched out his palm. Shocked by the terrifying power of heaven, the law of time and space is dominated by him, the vast mana makes the world dark, and the palm of his hand is like a knife, killing him directly. He understood that Yishan had no respect for him at all, and it was impossible to obediently let the sect out. Yi Xiao had long since stopped treating him as a master. I haven't spent all these years in vain. You are the god of heaven, am I not? Night God also let out a roar. He wanted to defeat Yi head-on, eliminate the shadow in his mind, and let him know that times had changed. You are not qualified to fight with me. The strength of the two, at the same moment, bang long killed together, there is no room for any more. The former master and apprentice started a bloody battle. #C1291 Mighty Yi. Xuanhuan was in the sky above Yishan Zong. The void power surged around him, and even Night God didn't notice it. He watched the battle calmly. The master and apprentice in the past are now facing each other, with swords drawn. If Yi wants to seize power, it will definitely hurt Yishan's interests, and he will not give up easily. But for Yi, the Yi sect was the foundation he painstakingly laid down. Even Yi Xiao was cultivated by him, and now he betrayed his teacher and the way. That would be unacceptable. Those who deceive teachers and destroy ancestors are hard to tolerate no matter where they are placed. Master, my strength is no longer what you imagined back then. You only come back now. With your character, it's not that you don't want to come back. I'm afraid it's because I'm stuck somewhere and it's hard to get out. Yishan is full of strong confidence in his own strength. You are a fart, I handed over all your Taoism back then. Yi wanted to tell this bastard in his eyes that no matter how many thousands of years he had practiced, he would never be his opponent. Darkness descends. The vitality of darkness turns into an ocean, and the night god is the ruler of the night. The dark lines on his body were gathering strength, and suddenly a dark light beam struck Yi fiercely. Vulnerable. Rumble. In the confrontation between the two forces, Yishan was surprised to find that his strength was not as good as Yi's, and the power he had cultivated for countless years was collapsing. Doom, curse. Misfortune represents the power of misfortune. A night character represents bad luck and disaster in the dark night. Yi's face was extremely cold, his strength exploded, and the hand of heaven's Tao was grabbed instantly. His darkness actually suppressed the darkness of Yishan, and there was a faint smell of curse. He locked onto Yishan with a heavenly way, and blasted out his palm, making it impossible for him to dodge, and it exploded directly on his body. Yishan retreated again and again, his way of heaven was about to rot. Don't think that you have broken through the gods of heaven. You can be arrogant in front of the teacher, I have experienced more battles than you. Yi's realm was indeed very high, even higher than Yishan's. He survived the fierce battle of the ancient times. Moreover, in the endless years of the great abyss of burial, there is no way to improve the realm, and it can only be used to comprehend the way of heaven, evolve one's own way of law, and survive the torture from which one cannot escape. As long as he accumulates for a period of time, he can step into a higher realm of heaven. Yishan's face was extremely ugly. He thought that after so many years of cultivation, he was enough to compete with Yi, but today's battle made him realize the gap, and the opponent's control over the way of heaven was even greater than him. But he won't admit defeat. Don't make me afraid of you. I am also a god of heaven. If you want to become my demon, I will break this demon and use you to hone my stronger strength. You are my stepping stone. He is very clear-minded. He lifted his hands up to the sky, and around a black and dark sun emerged, surging with endless destructive power. The whole person went crazy. Everywhere was God's will, and his will ruled it. I also learned some great destruction techniques, combined with my own heavenly Tao, but you are far behind. Yi was fearless, and with a single tap of his pitch-black finger, it landed precisely on the black sun, and immediately burst open, and then evolved into millions of flames. Every flame turned into a black sun again. Millions of rounds were revolving around Yi, which was much more violent than before. Good chance. Yishan wants to catch him. Yi's knowledge of him in the past created a trap, and now his goal is initially completed, because Yi's shot made him fall into his own realm of heaven. With the power of millions of black suns, he formed a black sun barrier, and a smile of success appeared on his face. Master, you have been fooled. Boom. Millions of black suns were spinning rapidly, and he was not afraid of Yi breaking through, and immediately hit Yi one by one. You are very good, but I want you to meet me as a teacher. You are the first to appreciate a killer move that I have comprehended over the long years. Yi's face was terrifyingly quiet. Yishan secretly said that it was not good, but the arrow was on the string, and there was no possibility of taking it back. Yi stood there quietly, and an inexplicable aura emerged. As he stepped out, an evil aura permeated the audience. His eyes were deep, and he was the god of doom and curse. Every force emitted was the greatest disaster. The stars fell. This scene made Yishan unbelievable. His black sun had always possessed strong power, but as Yi's breath erupted, it immediately lost its power and fell round after round. Impossible, he growled. In just an instant, the heavenly Tao domain disappeared. Oh? This Yi is extraordinary. He realized the power of the curse and turned it into bad luck. Xuanhuan is in charge of the door of the curse, and the power of this curse is the most profound. But it has no effect on him, he is not afraid of any curse. Doom. Yi was extremely cold. He is the god of curse, and also the god of misfortune and disaster. A palm scent from the heavenly Tao covered Yi God's body, causing Yi God's face to change immediately. A rotten stench emanated from his body. This is a catastrophe breaking out, and even his heavenly body can't bear it, as if he has fallen into a kind of heaven and man's 5 declines. Impossible, I can't be your opponent. Yishan roared, extremely unwilling. Yi's power was strange, and a black smoke from him hit Yishan's body. It was a curse that accelerated the decay of his god body, causing pustules to grow on his body, and then shattered into pus. This kind of power, even the suzerain can't resist it. Patriarch Yi's strength is too strong, he has suppressed the suzerain lord. Will it really change hands today? Even the strongest of the Yishan zone couldn't believe the scene in front of him. What? Yishan took the initiative to explode his divine body. When he reunited again, he found that this kind of corruption had penetrated into his inner core of heavenly Tao Changhe, and the recondensed divine body had also encountered this kind of corruption. His heart trembled. Of course he could sense it. With divine power alone, Yi was not much higher than him, but his control over the Tao of heaven was too strong. You are still at the most elementary stage of controlling the way of heaven. Yi hit Yi Shendao's heart. Yi, this time you're ruthless, I lost in your hands, but I won't admit defeat, I will come back to you, the grievance between us is not over. His divine body exploded again, and a long river of decaying heaven directly impacted and disappeared. He clearly knew that he was not Yi's opponent now, and if he continued to fight, this evil force would become more violent, and he had to find a place to retreat and expel it. You asked for all this. It was impossible for Yi to kill Yi Shen. He can suppress the power of Yi Shen, but it is too difficult to kill a god of heaven. If the other party fights to burst the river of heaven, he may also be killed by him. Generally speaking, without the strength to absolutely suppress, even if you are much stronger than him, it is almost impossible to kill him. Doom, disaster, the power of the curse. Seeing that the overall situation was settled, Xuanhuan came to Yi Shen's own. All the breath disappeared with a slight shock from him. #C1292 Destroy the main city. The God Emperor broke my power in one fell swoop. My understanding of the way of heaven has almost reached the will of heaven. The magic power of the God Emperor is unimaginable, and it is much more terrifying than me. Yi was also shocked when he felt that his strength was broken. He then respectfully said, God Emperor, Yi Xiao has already run away, and now the entire sect has fallen into my control again. How to deal with this group of people will all follow the instructions of the God Emperor. Of course he wouldn't call him Night God. Who is he? Even the ancestors are respectful in front of him. These powerhouses panicked. Looking at the existence that looked down on the world, they all knelt down, kowtowed and begged for mercy. Don't kill us, the ancestors are back, we are wrong. They beg for mercy. The strong in hell can be said to be the least afraid of death, and also the most afraid of death. How to do it is up to you. Xuanhuan said indifferently. It is good. As soon as Yi grabbed his palm, he caught several figures in front of him. They existed when he was there, and said cruelly, you guys are very bold, forget about the others, after all, you haven't seen the ancestors before. When you see the ancestor, you still dare to wave the flag and shout beside that traitor. Forgive me, my ancestor. We can't resist against the God of heaven. Those who disobey him have already been killed. We are also fighting for our lives. It is the Night God. No, Yi Xiao made the decision without authorization. Please understand our difficulties. These people kowtowed. All die. Yi slapped them all to death. You haven't seen the old ancestor before. That villain erased the traces of the old ancestor's existence. The old ancestor can let you off once. Now the old ancestor will take away all the souls of the great venerable, and destroy the faith left by the traitor. Remember, you will obey the orders of the God Emperor in the future. Let you make atonement for your sins now, and fight for the Xuanhuan dynasty in the future. Yi restrained the souls of all the great seniors. Hell is very cruel and realistic. Without Yi Shen, they can only obediently listen to Yi's words, and use the most domineering means to control them without saying anything. Xuanhuan didn't need to control the entire sect himself, it was enough for him to control one Yi. In the future, the gods will send an army to practice in hell. With the Yi sect as the base, leaving Yi behind will be much easier. A smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face at this time. Experienced in the cruel environment of hell, although it will hurt a large number of people, but those who survive will become the elite of his dynasty. Hell is a place of training. If there is no year zone, if he sends people here casually, it is not training, but courting death. Yi, this is a checklist that can be used to cultivate dark gods. Dark gods must be cultivated in hell. Xuanhuan Dao, I will give you a few days to clean up the sect, and I will send people here to practice in a short time. Yes, I know what to do, I will open the treasure space first. Yi nodded. Yishan naturally knew that Yi had left a lot of resources in the sect, but they were all restricted. If they were to be broken by force, they would only be destroyed, so they stayed. After these resources were taken out, they were all used to develop the God dynasty. The Yishan sect was also renamed as the Yi sect. However, the belief has changed, and he secretly believes in the Shenwu Shenqiao, the greater Shenwu Shendi. That's what hell is good about, the weak prey on the strong, and the strong dominate everything. Hell is huge, and there are many resources that are not available in other places. The materials required for the Tiandao cannon are too harsh, but they can definitely be collected here. Xuanhuan summoned Yi. It's amazing what the God Emperor wants. Could it be that he wants to refine the divine weapon of heaven? I don't have many such things. Yi was startled secretly, and replied, God Emperor, although I don't have these resources, I know where they are. The closest to this place is the Lord of Destruction's main city of destruction. There must be what His Majesty needs there. Destroy the Master? Xuanhuan said lightly, I will go and destroy the main city to see. Damn it, Yi, I hate you. You took my sect, but you couldn't take my life. Today's shame will be the motivation for me to make progress. A place in hell. Yi Shen is expelling the curse power laid down by Yi. His anger burned the sky, and countless weak creatures were directly destroyed in his anger. Suddenly, a figure descended in front of him, and just as he was about to destroy it with one blow, the opponent's divine light directly bombarded him. It's you, God. Yishan was also surprised when he saw God. Are you going to humiliate me at this time? Have you ever met this man? God waved his hand and an image appeared. Why should I answer you? Yishan was at the most annoyed time. How could he have the mood to answer God, and said impatiently. God took a look at him, bang. A divine hand blasted out across the air, and Yishan's divine body suddenly collapsed again, and recondensed in the long river of heaven. Damn it, if I hadn't suffered a big loss at Yi's hands, I wouldn't be afraid of you even if you were powerful. You're not going to challenge the gods of hell, haha, it's impossible to kill me. He can use the way of heaven to escape at any time, and the gods have nothing to do with him. You have seen Yi. God said slowly, tell me where he is. Looking for Yi? Could it be that this god is also his enemy? Okay, alright, this god is not yet a god of heaven, but his strength is too terrifying, let the god deal with him. Yishan rolled his eyes, and said sinisterly, I know where he is in my Yishan zone, and that man is also there, if you want to find it, go quickly. Naturally, he has never met Xuanhuan, and this is all nonsense. God got the news and left immediately. Being entangled by God, I have your good fruit to eat. Night God smiled sinisterly. Yi Azong. Going away? Not here. God's face was very indifferent, looking at the weak creatures of Yi Zong, with his pride, he was not interested in taking action against the ants in his eyes. Looking for him to destroy the main city, he must have gone there. As far as God is concerned, he is proud in his heart and does not allow any existence stronger than him in the same environment. In order to find Xuanhuan, no amount of effort is worth it. God Emperor, the main city of destruction is coming soon. There are 18 main cities in hell, and the main city of destruction is also an extremely great existence. It has participated in the ancient war. Yi leads the way. The 18 rulers of hell are all extremely ancient, and the oldest one is the ruler of the god of the underworld. He is also the strongest existence among the 18 rulers, and he can compete with the strongest god master in the gods and heavens. Xuanhuan had year, so he understood the situation in hell. Every master, even if it is weak, has the strength that God can't kill, and if it is in hell, it is even more powerful. No one wants to fight a master in hell heaven. Another 2 days passed. Boom. With the vitality of infinite destruction, on the pitch-black land, suddenly there is an extremely huge city standing between the sky and the earth. Just a city is several times bigger than the infinite sea of stars. Around the main city, time and space are dominated by the power of destruction. This is no longer just a city, but also a huge universe of planes. #C1293 dominate the game. Destroying the main city is too big. Where there is a city, it is a universe. Just the gates to the city were opened countless times, and countless strong men poured in like a torrent. There are all kinds of people, some have hideous faces, and some are no different from the human race, they are all inclusive. Xuanhuan even saw many strong men from outside hell. He casually took a look, and there were a lot of strong people, and those above immortality abounded. Although the fighting and killing in hell is extremely fierce, private fighting is strictly prohibited in the 18 main cities. If you want to fight, go outside to fight. Otherwise, even the gods of heaven will not offend the ruler of destruction for this. For many years, Yi has never come to destroy the main city, and it is still as ancient and powerful as it was in the ancient times. This is not surprising, after all, this is the headquarters of a master of hell. If the existence of the heavenly level fights, how violent the fluctuations will be, and the city will be destroyed. How can you allow you to fight indiscriminately? Let's go to destroy the main city. Xuanhuan stepped in. He is observing the face of hell as a reference. A monarch's vision is broad, and it is also very helpful to his own gods. He didn't see the presence of any enforcers. Because the destruction of the main city does not require law enforcement. Xuanhuan could feel that the majesty of the Lord of Destruction was everywhere, and anyone who dared to make trouble would immediately descend upon the destruction god. He decided to take a good look at the destruction of the main city. His dynasty is also inclusive, with various styles. And the entire main city of destruction is too peaceful, with a large number of shops opened around it, and many powerful monks will bring treasures to the main city of destruction to exchange. After all, the place where the Lord of Destruction is located is very safe. Zhang Shinkong is firmly ranked number 1 on the destruction list. He has killed too many opponents, and the second one has been dropped by him by a full 3 times. Crazy, really crazy. That's right, the second place was knocked down 3 times by him, it's not his opponent at all, it's really amazing. Following this trend. When the war is over, Zhang Shinkong will be able to enter the Temple of Destruction as the number 1, and become the disciple of the Destroyer Lord. Countless strong men are looking up at a huge light curtain covering the entire city of destruction, with billions of trillions of names flashing on it. Disciples under the ruler of destruction, this is enough temptation to walk sideways in the area controlled by the ruler of destruction. Destruction list. Seeing this scene, Yi's expression changed, and he said, could it be that the Lord of Destruction is at war with another lord? God Emperor, let me check the information for you and see what happened. With the strength of Tiandishan, he quickly figured it out. God Emperor, I see. It turns out that it is the Lord of Destruction and the Lord of the Abyss who launched the battle for the Lord of Hell. It has been going on for decades, and the fight is very intense. Yi said. Hell dominance battle? Xuanhuan asked. Well, it's the Hell Master battle. 18 masters rule Hell. They also have great conflicts and hatred among each other. It's not that harmonious. Fighting between masters means endless death. The damage is too great, so it's not an extreme time. They will not fight each other, but will fight in the form of Hell Master battle. Yi explained, in order to fight for the territory, to fight for a certain treasure, and to consume the number of creatures in the territory, the masters of both sides will choose the strongest and launch the Hell Master War. Xuanhuan understood. If the master doesn't fight, let the strong under his command fight. Sometimes, every long period of time, even if there is no dispute, they will take the initiative to initiate a Hell dominance battle. The purpose is to consume the strong people accumulated in hell and develop powerful ones from it. Xuanhuan also knows that hell is inherently cruel, and only this kind of consumption and active fighting can sharpen the real strong. Destroy the faction. Abyss Camp. The two masters divide the battle area. Whether they are from Hell Heaven or from other places, they can join the camp and participate in the Battle of Hell Master. As long as you join the camp, you can't start with the same camp. This is the rule set by the masters. The masters of hell are aloof, watching the turbulent winds and clouds, the vicissitudes of life. Hundreds of millions of creatures are just pawns in front of them. This is a game played by the masters of hell, a game started by the blood of countless creatures. Xuanhuan said lightly. Indeed, in Juggernaut's eyes, they don't care no matter how many strong men under the gods die. They just watch the game from behind the scenes. Each domination battle can be as short as 1,000 years, or as long as 10,000 years. If you don't do this, with the reproduction speed of the creatures in hell, even hell can't bear it. Sometimes, 18 masters will unite together and fight with the other 3. Go to war in 13 days to replenish the energy of hell. Yi sighed. I'm quite interested in this hell dominance battle. Xuanhuan suddenly laughed. What is the God Emperor going to do? Yi asked. Every strong soldier is fought in the flames of war. After I return to the Divine Dynasty, I will send someone in the name of Yi sect to join the camp of the Destroyer Lord to participate in this battle for the Lord. Good. Xuanhuan wants to use the strong men from hell to practice. In the end, every group of troops will come to practice once and grow up in the flames of war. The development goal of Xuanhuan is to become one of the 33, without a strong army. I know what to do. Yi nodded. His sect was very close to destroying the main city, so naturally he would not join the camp of the Abyss Master. Laughing and talking about the wind, the world will be destroyed with a flick of a finger. Xuanhuan looked at the destruction list. The God Emperor is very ambitious. Based on my experience, he is developing towards the level of 33 days. If I can see this scene with my own eyes, I will be a great contributor. The soul was controlled by Xuanhuan, and Yi knew that it would be difficult for him to escape the God Emperor's control. Now, he can only hope that Shenwu Shenchao will become stronger and stronger, and his status will also rise with the tide. The God Emperor's method is very good. Although he can participate in the battle as another heaven, it will always be troublesome in hell. But in the name of my Yi sect, it will be much simpler. I am the God of hell and heaven. When the time comes, I will be a god. The Emperor oversees this battle. Yi was excited, and God Emperor, look, on this destruction ranking, there are different ranks for different realms. As long as you reach the ranking, you will be rewarded, and there are points that can be exchanged for treasures from the Destroyer Master. The Lord of Destroyer knew that there would be other powerful people joining the battle, but he didn't care. It seems that I will not only use hell to train my soldiers, but also gain treasure from the Lord of Destruction. Xuanhuan smiled. The materials needed by the God Emperor can be found in the destruction of the main city. Yi nodded. Yi, go and inquire about the news of the dominance battle, and buy the materials on the list for me. I know the materials are very high-end, but I can buy as much as I have. Xuanhuan ordered to go down. No problem, I am also a god of heaven, and many secret channels know that serving the God Emperor is what I should do. Yi did things very quickly. #C1294, the strong stay strong. In a few days. God Emperor, I have brought back the materials you need. Yi was quick to do things, and he used his own strength to bring back such rare materials for Xuanhuan. You did very well. Xuanhuan's volume of materials can probably refine a heavenly cannon, and said, but these alone are not enough. The more I want, the better, and there will be no end. So much is not enough, the God Emperor is just as simple as refining the heavenly artifact? Yi would never have thought that the God Emperor would refine the heavenly Dao Cannon. The heavenly Dao Cannon is very powerful, and the power it blasts out is comparable to the heavenly Dao artifact. What is lacking is the mystery of the heavenly Dao artifact. Only when the power reaches. However, Xuanhuan was originally intended to be used in large army battles, so these flaws were not important. God Emperor, these materials are very expensive. Even if the main city is destroyed, it will be difficult to collect another copy in a short time. Yi couldn't help it either, and he couldn't conjure it out of thin air. I know all of this. Xuanhuan immediately ordered, let your people collect in the 18 main cities of Hell. Hell is vast enough to collect many copies for me. Not only do we need to collect from Hell, but Xin Yangshan can ask Fengsu and the others for help. There is also Zhen's influence in the Tianxue mining area. The three-pronged approach, supported by the financial resources of the empire, is enough to create a batch. Xuanhuan had a plan long ago. The Tiandao cannon must first form combat power. Next, the empire will inevitably expand its borders, and in the face of stronger forces, this kind of giant cannon, which can be called a nightmarish army, will come in handy. But many plans can only be fully implemented after Xuanhuan Tian Dao Shen. Division of forces in the multiverse, ordinary, powerful, peak, and ultimate. Xuanhuan said indifferently, when I reach the heavenly Dao God, I will be able to hit the peak and then enter the ultimate. He knows that the 33 days represent good fortune, no matter how strong you are, even if you are comparable to a day god, as long as you don't become 33 days. That's not the ultimate. Yi, follow me to the ancient ruins. Xuanhuan said. The God Emperor is going to the ancient ruins? Yi's face changed. The ancient ruins are one of the 5 forbidden places in Hell Heaven. They are completely different places from Hell Sea. I will lead the way for the God Emperor. The two left the ruined ancient city and immediately went to the ancient ruins. At the speed of the heavens, it took the two of them half a month to approach the ancient ruins. Ancient means ancient. Ruins represent ruins. This is the ancient market. The area of the ancient ruins is very large, connecting the territory of many Hell Masters. It is no smaller than the Sea of Hell. God Emperor, the ancient ruins are in front of you. It's very magical, and it's changing all the time. Yi missed, pointing to the ancient ruins in front of him. The entire ancient ruins were extremely huge. What Xuanhuan saw in front of his eyes were many ancient and dilapidated ruins, and the vitality in the ancient ruins was extremely chaotic. Countless forces formed laws and bombarded together crazily and irregularly. The ancient ruins are a place to hide treasures. In some places, ordinary immortals can set foot there, but in some dangerous places, gods and gods of heaven must be careful. Yi introduced in detail. A strong suction force has spread beyond hell and penetrated into the depths of the multiverse, always plundering. Xuanhuan stepped into the ancient ruins. He walked for a while, and suddenly saw that the sky was cracked, and countless ancient ruins rumbled down from the crack, smashing into the ancient ruins irregularly. A relic in the multiverse. Xuanhuan said. When these relics appeared, a large number of hell powerhouses rushed over like crazy. The ancient ruins are a forbidden zone formed by man and nature. With the expansion of hell and the tyranny of power, many relics hidden in the depths of the multivariate have been pulled in. There is also the ruler of hell. After defeating and exterminating other forces, and brought many relics to the ancient ruins, more than one of the powers of the 33 days has been wiped out in hell, and if things go on like this, the ancient ruins will become bigger and bigger. Yi said, like in the heaven of the gods, there is another god's ruins with a different name, but the meaning is the same. It's really mysterious. Xuanhuan nodded lightly. His dynasty of gods and warriors is also developing rapidly expanding into the pluralism, and in the process of development, he also discovered some treasures hidden in the depths of time and space. These creatures in hell want to get the ancient inheritance, powerful treasures, and reach the sky in one step, but 90% of them are foils, but there are also people who have succeeded. The God Emperor fought against Shui Wujiang. He got the ancient ruins in the ancient ruins. A breakthrough God of Heaven. Yi said. The strong are always strong. It is not unreasonable that hell can create many strong people. The reason is very simple. In the past, it was very difficult for the great master of divine martial arts to be born, but as Xuanhuan became stronger, he was able to unearth more relics and access to more resources, which also allowed strong people to spring up like mushrooms after rain. He casually strolled through the ancient ruins. Suddenly, a group of strong men were scrambling for something in front of them, but their bodies suddenly disappeared, as if pulverized. There is an annihilation storm, so violent. Yi's face changed slightly. The storm of annihilation is a powerful storm formed by hell absorbing multiple elements against the suction of hell. It blows through your strength silently and will annihilate everything you have. The annihilation storm passed through Xuanhuan's body. He was unwavering in this kind of storm that even the gods of heaven had to resist. Interesting. Xuanhuan said interestingly, in the future, the gods will also form such ancient ruins. I will use the great devouring technique to plunder the treasures in the multiverse. Majestic and tall, after they went deep into the ancient ruins, a huge, planet-sized irregular body appeared in front of Xuanhuan, as if it was a fragment of something. This is? Yi came to the fragments and probed with his strength. God Emperor, this should be some kind of metal. It is as hard as a heavenly artifact. It is artificially refined. There are many ancient patterns carved on it. According to my guess, it is only a fragment is so huge. How big is the real body? Don't speculate, this is the other side of Shenzhou. Xuanhuan watched. He was already in control of a Shenzhou from the other shore. Although the power of the fragments was much stronger, he could feel the aura of the same source. If my guess is correct, it has something to do with the real Shenzhou. Xuanhuan Dao, he gently stroked the Shenzhou, injected strength, and said, there is an aura of detachment from a certain time and space that is difficult to surpass. The real Shenzhou, the Shenzhou restricted area. Yi was startled. Although I have never been to the restricted area of the Shenzhou, it is rumored that the Shenzhou is too big, unbelievably big, comparable to a 33 days. It's also so long ago that it's impossible to judge, but just like that, the huge boat sank and lay in a different dimension of time and space. The Shenzhou is extremely dangerous, and even the gods of heaven and Tao have fallen in it. #C1295 Ancient Ruins. The other side of Shenzhou is indeed very ancient and mysterious, containing many secrets. Its location is not a secret, it just fell into the depths of the dimension, but it is in great danger. Even if the Lord of the Sky wants to break open by force, he will face extremely huge risks. When Xuanhuan thinks about it, it's not surprising. The other side of Shenzhou contains great detachment and great mystery. It is very likely that an ancient civilization exhausted all its strength to build it, but it failed in the end. Even the remains are not to be insulted. Okay, let's not worry about this for now, and continue to walk around the ancient ruins. Xuanhuan has not been promoted to the God of Heaven now, nor is he interested in bothering with these secrets. He continued to walk in the ancient ruins. God Emperor, 1 day's journey ahead, we will be able to reach the Wandao monument. There are many Taoism engraved on that ancient monument, and even the perception of the inheritance of the Tao of Heaven. When you come to the ancient ruins, the Wandao monument must be seen. Yi said. Just go to the Wandao monument. After flying for several days, Wandao Bay arrived. Xuanhuan immediately saw the majestic and ancient monument. Where is this stele? The size is almost as huge as a star, and the gray atmosphere is entangled, as if it has evolved into the primordial chaos, the true meaning of myriad ways. Around the Wandao monument, many hell powerhouses have already realized it. Xuanhuan even sensed the breath of several heavenly gods. The strange thing is that there are ancient ruins where fighting is happening everywhere, and within 1,000,000 miles around the Wandao monument, it is like a pure land. I don't know who built the Wandao monument. It was swallowed by the hell in the ancient times. This monument is extremely hard, and it is difficult for the gods of heaven to break it. There is also a default rule that you can't do it here, otherwise you will be punished. The Siege of All the Strong. This is not difficult to understand. Gods of heaven and Tao would comprehend the Wandao monument, so they naturally didn't want someone to fight and destroy their comprehension. Let me see this Wandao stele. Xuanhuan looked over. At first glance, his eyes were all gray, but in an instant, his consciousness seemed to have come to a vast ocean, where countless Taoisms were being interpreted. This is the way of fire. He saw a flame being born, then burning into a great fire, and finally going out again. Strips of lightning flashed across the void, and each lightning represented a different way. It's too mysterious. In the 10,000 Tao monument, it seems to be able to interpret thousands of Tao Dharma. Although they are all simulated, viewing it in a positive way, especially for the Supreme God, will be of great benefit to the Great Venerable. The pictures everyone sees are different. I don't know what the God Emperor sees. And what he sees has a great relationship with his own Taoism. Yi thought secretly. He didn't comprehend, but stood aside to protect the Dharma. Although there were rules not to do it, there was no guarantee that someone would not do it suddenly. At this time, inside the Wandao monument, Xuanhuan's consciousness turned into a giant, and Wandao performed beside him, but he didn't realize it at all, but used his domineering will to manipulate and control Wandao. This realization lasted for about a day. Although the 10,000 Tao stele simulates the 10,000 Tao, it is always illusory. If you want to truly control it, you must create your own plane, but this stele can be used for comprehension. Xuanhuan said. Some are used, not too big for him. Hasn't the God Emperor enlightened? Yi said, in the ancient ruins, there are also many relics such as the stone forest of 10,000 beasts, the land of silence, and even I don't know which civilization is the product of that era. Although he is a god of heaven, he still cannot fully understand the mysteries of the entire multiverse. The waters of the multiverse are deep. Xuanhuan. In the far distance there is the Tianxua mining area, the other side of the Shenzhou, the forbidden zone of the ancient times, and when did the many ancient ruins in this ancient ruins come into being, and there is also an extremely ancient war so close. What is the purpose of the Emperor? This point, I don't think you know either. I really don't know. Yi nodded solemnly. Actually, I was also confused back then. The entire multiverse broke out in a war. I participated in order to gain benefits. Only getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, Xuanhuan walked in the ancient ruins again. He is not looking for any treasures, because many obvious treasures have been taken away, unless it takes a long time, but to observe these ruins and enrich his own knowledge. After walking like this for 2 days, suddenly he saw the chaos in front of the space, the storm was sweeping, the law was berserk, and there was a rumbling sound in the ancient ruins. There's a pair of wings there. Yi's eyes lit up, and he saw a pair of red gold wings inside the storm, which was extremely eye-catching. This storm almost possesses the power of the gods of heaven, and the pair of wings have not been damaged. Could it be the magic weapon of heaven? Treasure hunting in the ancient ruins is a matter of luck, sometimes treasures will fall in front of you as you walk. He grabbed the wing in front of him and observed it strangely. It's not a divine artifact, but the material is extremely special. There are strange lines inside. What are they depicting? It seems to be a channel for energy supply, which is strange. Let me see. Xuanhuan looked at it, and was also a little surprised. Huh? Similar to the refining method of runes, it is used in the refiner, and it needs powerful energy to provide the driving runes. It is a treasure that relies purely on energy. He injected a wave of primitive energy, and the wings immediately glowed, and since he ascended, he can travel through time and space. This is a mysterious treasure. It needs powerful energy as its kinetic energy. Primitive energy is the best. Although it is not as good as the heavenly Tao artifact, its benefits can be controlled even by a great master. Xuanhuan smiled. A special treasure that has no other functions, but it is used to travel extremely fast. And raw energy deserves to be the best energy. Although there is endless energy flowing in the multiverse, it seems to be diluted with too much water, and it is not as pure as the original energy. Put it in the Shin dynasty, and let the people exchange it with contribution points. Xuanhuan said lightly, in the future, I will make a map about the ancient ruins, and I will let the strong people of the Shin dynasty experience it. Yes. As soon as Yi heard it, suddenly there were violent fluctuations of the battle between the heavenly gods and gods, tearing apart the void where the two of them were. God Emperor, there are heavenly Tao gods fighting, and this pair of wings seems to be shaken out of the void because of the heavenly Tao gods fighting. Immediately, Yi saw 5 figures appearing in front of him, all of them were cultivators of heavenly Tao gods, and depending on the situation, there were 4 powerful men with monstrous aura besieging a middle-aged man in white clothes. Look at the situation, it's the heavenly Tao god of hell who is besieging the heavenly Tao god of the outside world. He watched the 5 gods fight. The heavenly Tao god born in hell has too many advantages, and can be suppressed with the help of the source of hell. However, this white-clothed heavenly Tao god is also very powerful, and he is still resisting after being suppressed by the 4 gods. What should we do? Yi said. Don't worry about them, it has nothing to do with me. As long as you don't offend him, Xuanhuan is not a nosy person. #C1296 Soul Golden Spring. Damn it, if it's outside, how can these gods of hell and heaven block and suppress me? The god of heaven in white was furious. He rushed up, trying to break the blockade of the 4 gods. Ha 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 ha, once you're in hell, don't even think about escaping. The source of hell suppresses him. It's absolutely impossible to escape and ascend to heaven. He's just a trapped dragon. This time, he's going to kill you, the god of heaven. The 4 heavenly Tao gods in hell joined forces, and with the suppression of the origin of hell, it was difficult for the heavenly Tao god in white to break through. Don't force me to work hard with you, once I work hard, you will not feel better. The white-clothed god of heavenly Tao looks cold, the god of heavenly Tao is hard to kill, but the purpose of these 4 gods is obviously to consume his strength and slowly suffocate him to death. The longer it drags on, the less good it will be for him. Just do your best. Our 4 gods have teamed up and are protected by the origin of hell. Your desperation will at most hurt us, and you will disappear forever in this world. The 4 gods of hell are not worried at all, they have enough patience to play slowly. What to do? What they said is right, the 4 gods teaming up and the source of hell can completely make me useless. As a god of heaven and Tao, he absolutely does not want to fall like this. He suddenly saw 2 figures in his eyes and shouted, "My 2 friends, I am Main Tianhe. As long as you lend a helping hand, the golden spring of soul here will belong to you." It turned out to be the golden spring of soul. Yi's face changed. God Emperor, this golden spring of soul is a good thing, even if the soul of the god of heaven is injured, it can recover, and when crossing the calamity of the gods of heaven, as long as there is enough golden spring of soul, it can suppress the inner demons. Humph. The 2 of you had better not participate. The 4 gods of hell shouted ferociously. Do it, I will let the troll god help you. Xuanhuan didn't want to care about it at first, but after hearing what the four gods said arrogantly, he changed his mind and wanted to join in the fun. Troll god? Yi was puzzled. Suddenly, beside him, a gigantic demon god appeared beside him. To his surprise, the cultivation level of this giant demon god was actually a god of heaven. The god emperor is surrounded by the god of heaven and Tiao. How many powerhouses does he hide? He is becoming more and more impenetrable. The troll god was rewarded by the system and was absolutely loyal to Xuanhuan. He didn't have the same thoughts as Yi, so he immediately stepped forward and smashed out a huge fist. A hell monster was in front of him, and it was blown away when it suddenly received the punch. Misfortune, curse. Yi cast his heavenly spell. He was born in hell, so naturally he would not be suppressed by the source of hell. There are actually two gods of heaven beside him. Judging by his temperament, he is the lord of a country, and his subordinates are so powerful. How strong is this emperor? The mind of the god of heaven in white flitted like lightning, and then he laughed loudly. Haha, now it's my turn to teach you a lesson. The troll god and Yi's shots were no longer suppressed, so he only had to face two hell gods. A huge burst of vitality evolved into a river of heaven, directly impacting on a hell god. I have cultivated the will of heaven and heaven. Without the suppression of the origin of hell, what are you guys? Meng Tianhe shouted loudly. His strength was indeed very strong. When the two hell gods fought against him, they were no opponents at all, and they were quickly defeated. Xuanhuan stepped in the air and watched calmly. Hateful, who is this person, dare to interfere in our affairs? If not for him, then Meng Tianhe has already been suppressed by us, and can only be slowly wiped out. Not reconciled, really not reconciled. Let's deal with him together. The four hell gods suddenly withdrew from the battle, gathered together, and with a lightning strike, all four of them went towards Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan looked at their moves with lightning-like eyes. The four hell gods slashed violently. The four gods retreated at the same time and were defeated by him. His strength is terrifying. Our joint attack was defeated by him. The two masters are fighting recently. It must be a powerful god who came from another day. Damn it, retreat, only retreat. These four hell gods were not reconciled, but there was nothing they could do about it. The fight just now had proved that Xuanhuan had the strength to make the four of them helpless. And there are also Meng Tianhe, and two heavenly Tiao gods. They backed off. Finally gone. Meng Tianhe heaved a sigh of relief, looked at Xuanhuan at the same time, came in front of him, and thanked him. I am Meng Tianhe, I don't know who you are. I, Meng Tianhe, will keep it in mind when I make a move today. Shenwu. Xuanhuan said. Shenwu? Of course Meng Tianhe could tell that this was not the person's name, but his emperor's title. He nodded and said, This god emperor, I come from the Guanyu League. This is my mark of heaven. In the future, the god emperor can find me if he has anything to do. That's where the golden spring of soul is, now it belongs to the god emperor, I don't want it anymore. After he finished speaking, he left immediately without mentioning that he would take Xuanhuan to check. It's not necessary. Soul Golden Spring. Xuanhuan went over. He saw a golden lake with a diameter of about 1 mile. The rich soul breath was rippling. Taking a breath, it brightened the soul and dispelled all the demons. There are so many golden springs of souls, the god of heaven is willing to give up, but they all belong to us. Yi was surprised. Of course, he also knows that the god emperor is powerful, and it is impossible to snatch it by robbing, but it is just a matter of personal favor. The golden spring of soul is indeed very effective, and it can be exchanged for extraordinary treasures. Xuanhuan nodded slightly. He doesn't really need it himself. But with the development of the empire, there will soon be a group of people who have reached the peak of the Great Master and want to attack the realm of the God of Heaven, and this time it will come in handy. With a wave of his hand, the golden spring of soul was taken away. After taking it away, here is a big pit, and the soil is golden. This is golden soil, which is infiltrated with the breath of the golden spring of the soul, and is also very valuable. Yi observed, and suddenly pointed forward. Look, God Emperor, there seems to be a spring there, and golden liquid is oozing out little by little. There was indeed a spring-like thing, with very small holes, that seeped out at an extremely slow rate. Maybe there's a secret hidden underneath. Xuanhuan used the great devouring technique, and countless gold and earth flew up immediately, and then a cold breath erupted. He actually saw a substance like hell earth, exuding the breath of depravity and death. There is such evil hidden in the sacredness, it is simply the opposite of yin and yang. With one palm strike, he pierced through this netherland, and the scene that appeared in the next moment was a burst of evil that was extremely strong. Hu! The cold wind howled, making people tremble with fear. It's so scary. This kind of breath is so ordinary that the Great Master will be melted immediately when he steps on it. What else is hidden in it? Yi's mind was so serious that he was stronger than him, so he didn't dare to be careless at this time. After all, just the breath that came out was so terrifying. After breaking through, you will know. #C1297 Skull, Axe. Xuanhuan directly pierced through this netherland. Hu! All of a sudden, the eerie and evil black mist rushed out like a tide. From a distance, the interior was an extremely dangerous time and space. Sure enough, God Emperor, there is a time and space here, but I don't know what it is, but it is definitely not easy to convey this kind of breath. Even Yi, who is the god of hell and heaven, is very uncomfortable with this kind of breath, with a solemn expression, looking into time and space, very afraid. The transmission of this breath must have a powerful source. Xuanhuan was not afraid, he became more and more interested, and even stepped in directly. The God Emperor has gone in, so I want to go in too. Yi hurriedly followed in. It was dark, cold, and evil, as if all the evil in the world were in this time and space. Yi was surprised to find that his power of heaven spread out, and he was immediately crushed by an even weirder force. God Emperor, my power of heaven has been suppressed. Yi said. I know. The black mist melts into the darkness and strikes, the power of decay, and erosion permeates the air. Here, there is the most terrifying evil. This spacetime seems to be in a cave. Follow me. However, Xuanhuan didn't seem to feel such a strange environment. A light swept out from his body and shone on Yi, making him feel warm. The God Emperor is powerful, so there is no problem following the God Emperor. Yi closely followed Xuanhuan. He looked at the light emitted by Xuanhuan, and looked at the surroundings. There was only a space-time cave, and he didn't know where it led. He only felt that the place outside the light was gloomy. It stands to reason that he would not be afraid of this kind of breath, but this kind of breath is evil and supreme, beyond the limit he can bear. He clearly knows. The ancient ruins are not an unusual place, and too many relics from ancient times are buried here. God Emperor, look! In this cave, Yi suddenly saw the bones all over the floor, each of them struggled, their hands were grabbing the wall, leaving their finger marks, and they were extremely painful when they died. They were all extremely powerful grand lords who were able to break into this place, but their bones are all rotten, and the breath of heaven is gone, which shows that they have encountered great evil. Yi woke up and said, I understand, why there is a golden spring of souls here, it is because too many strong people died here gathered here. It is possible that all these bones belong to the strong in hell, and perhaps they existed when the cave was sucked into hell. Kill, kill, kill. As if roaring from the soul, the terrifying sound echoed in the cave, penetrating everywhere, and the Grand Master was about to be screamed to death. Boom. The entire time and space blasted out with a tsunami-like evil breath, as if a blockade had been formed, and everything they had entered before had disappeared. It's blocked. What a weird place this is. Yi soared into the sky. He wanted to rush away, but in an instant, the evil aura was like an evil god, and the monstrous force directly suppressed his body, knocking him back. So strong. Yi's face was ugly. God Emperor, this place must be left by an extremely terrifying existence. This strange aura is madly fighting against my heavenly power. There will be nothing in a short time, but there will be serious troubles after a long time. It's okay, I have traced the source of this power, let's go. Xuanhuan used the great devouring technique, omnipotent, to refine and transform, and quickly moved towards a place. The God Emperor must have a way. Xuanhuan's Tao of Void was running, and the force was impacting. It seemed that he had come to the end of this time and space, and suddenly a torrent of evil rushed over. This evil torrent is too terrifying. I don't know how many epochs it has been brewing. Even if the God of Heaven is washed away, his body will be corrupted. The Gate of Devouring. Xuanhuan stood indifferently, and with a push of his palm, a swallowing portal appeared, swallowing the torrent of evil into it. The extreme darkness covered up all the light, but with a shake of Xuanhuan's palm, the door of light forcefully dispelled the darkness, confronting this strange aura. With the help of the light, Xuanhuan actually saw a dead bone. Is this the source of the evil breath? Yi said in surprise. The whole body of this withered bone was pitch black, and under the light, there was billowing black air rushing out. It's not. Xuanhuan observed, and said, he should have been a god of heaven, but I speculate that when he died here, the river of heaven was also annihilated, and merged into this evil spirit. What, a god of heaven died here? Yi didn't dare to question the words of the God Emperor. The real evil lies behind him. Xuanhuan walked towards the dead bones. But at the moment of approaching, the dry bones seemed to wake up, an evil black light, with unwilling anger, stretched out its own evil bone hand, and grabbed it. The previous roar was made by him, I know, he must be unwilling to die, that is the eternal roar of the God of Heaven and Tao. Yi said in surprise, God Emperor, I will help you. It doesn't matter, I can't turn the sky with this dry bone. Although there was a deep evil aura on this withered bone, Xuanhuan didn't care. He slapped it away with his palm, which contained infinite light power, and there was a strong confrontation immediately. Although this dry bone was the God of Heaven and Tao, he is dead after all, relying on the evil spirit in his body to cause trouble. The supreme and great power of the Emperor came down, and there was no origin in this withered bone for a long time. With the swipe of his palm, he directly entered a dark time and space. He looked ahead, the thick evil energy sealed the most terrifying evil, as if something was about to wake up. Yi Tiandao God also looked there. With his strength, he didn't even dare to get close, let alone expose the evil spirit. It's time to uncover the secret behind it. Xuanhuan wasn't afraid at all. When he grabbed it with the hand of God, it was like grabbing a layer of black painting curtain, booming, like a flood opening, and it was out of control, and the evil that trembled in the soul suddenly arose. Infinite evil energy contains the power to capture the soul. Xuanhuan stood in front of him, his will was indestructible, he blocked it at once, and looked at the front coldly. What he saw turned out to be a black skull, similar to a human skull, but even more ferocious. All the sources of evil emanated from the skull. This skull is like an evil god. And in front of the skull, there is a huge axe with patterns outlined on it, not words. Looking closely at the lines, it looks like a laughing and crying devil's face. The giant axe was also stained with a lot of blood, and it let out an eternal wail, a shrill and persistent sound. God Emperor, this skull was an extremely terrifying ruler during his lifetime, and was not even weaker than the ruler of my hell. Otherwise, it is impossible to have such power with just a skull, and his power is too evil, like a curse. Your heavenly Tao God exclaimed in surprise. #C1298 Strength. The skull was sinister and evil, and a black aura permeated it, as if it was the smell of death. After ordinary strong people touch it, their souls will be annihilated immediately, and death will come. Stronger than Yi, looking at the skull from a distance, he also felt heart palpitations for no reason. The source of evil power. Xuanhuan looked directly at him, without any look of fear on his face. The entire time and space have been blocked, and there is corruption and death everywhere. Let me see how weird you are. Xuanhuan is also a bold man with a high level of art. The breakthrough of the half-day Tao made him stronger than some gods of heaven. Waving his hand was an extremely bright light of light descending down. But this blow seemed to pierce a hornet's nest. All of a sudden, a terrifying force surged, swallowing Xuanhuan's bright magic lamp. With black lines all over the sky, the skull trembled violently and floated into the air at once, and then in the black mist, a figure was vaguely condensed and appeared. This figure seems to be the owner of the skull. But his breath is absolutely evil. He seems to be the god of death, the god of fall, the god of darkness, and all kinds of negative and evil words seem to be created for him. Die. 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 The skull revived, and he grabbed the blood-stained giant axe of death in his hand. He seemed to smile at Xuanhuan, but this smile was absolutely ferocious and terrifying. Immediately, the blow of the giant axe was filled with black mist, and Xuanhuan was about to be wiped out. No, this power is terrible. I feel that my power of heaven can't function anymore. I know how that god of heaven can die. Yi air drank hard. The moment the giant axe struck, he was about to suffocate. Endless evil power is penetrating into his divine body, making it difficult for even a god of heaven to resist. I control everything. No matter how evil and treacherous you are, you will be controlled by me. No matter how powerful you are, now there is only one skull left. Xuanhuan's expression didn't change at all. His formidable power came into play, the emperor's domineering aura, and his absolute confidence in his own strength made him burst into the evil aura at once. At this moment, a force wanted to pull him into the abyss of death. Interesting. Xuanhuan retaliated, and directly collided with the giant axe in the air, boom. It is the great and dark forces colliding. Xuanhuan didn't move. He felt that it wasn't that the skull was powerful, but that his power was so weird that it could cause great damage to heaven. The evil breath is like the sea, the existence of the skull is too weird, and the air is full of death runes, like tarsal maggots. Fight evil against evil, good, good. Xuanhuan actually smiled at this moment. Why is the God Emperor so happy? Yi couldn't figure it out. If it was him, he would definitely break the space and escape at this time. The door of the curse. Behind Xuanhuan, there was also a black ancient portal, and the cursed breath was roaring. During his operation, a cursed king appeared. The cursed king waved his arm and rushed over. This is the power of the curse. The God Emperor actually carries the power of the curse with him. Yi was terrified. The power of the curse is too terrifying. It is definitely a taboo among the taboos. Even a powerful existence like him is unwilling to carry the curse with him. Two auras that belonged to the same category of evil were impacting. Make the curse more evil. At this moment, Xuanhuan is bright. He is not the embodiment of the curse, but the master of the curse. The vast emperor power was sweeping, and the evil power inspired by that skull, when it reached his side, it was unable to advance an inch, and collapsed again and again. He was basically an invincible existence. You also want to resist me? Xuanhuan's palm made a gesture of grabbing out. The cursed king is also a catch. Originally, the power of the calm cursed king was absolutely impossible to fight against the skull, because the skull was also evil and not afraid of curses, but with Chu Yuan's manipulation, the situation was completely different. The existence of the skull also swung the giant axe to chop the cursed king. But this axe was directly taken over by the cursed king, and he held the giant axe firmly with both hands. Swallow. Chu Yuan's devouring is naturally not to swallow the skull, but to swallow him and put him into the curse gate, and merge with this gate to become a stronger and more evil curse. The God Emperor manipulates the power of the curse. He wants to take this more evil existence for his own use. Isn't this too crazy and too risky? Yi looked terrified. A more stalwart force descended, and the turbulent devouring suction passed through the door of the curse, and the giant axe was shaken violently, uncontrollably, and fell into the door of the curse. Suppression. Chu Yuan suppressed the giant axe. Evil skull, in front of me, you have no strength to resist. The most terrifying power in the skull is its evilness, but Chu Yuan has no fear at all, and the hand of God covers the skull in one fell swoop. Boom! The skull was held tightly in his hands. With Chu Yuan's great strength, the skull was not scratched directly, but the toughness of the skull can be imagined. He grabbed the skull with raging strength and sent it directly into the cursed gate. More drastic changes took place. The skull of him actually merged into the cursed king. The cursed king gained more power at this moment. He came out with a huge axe in his hand, and wanted to fight back against Chu Yuan and destroy everything in the world. The power of this curse is fused with the skull and the giant axe, and it is several times stronger than before. This is going to backfire. Yi was shocked. If before, he still had the confidence to resist, but now he has no confidence at all, and the power of the curse has exceeded the limit he can bear. The fall of eternal life. The sound that hits the soul. I still want to resist. But Chu Yuan still stood firmly on the spot, looking at the door of curses. He turned his hands into clouds and rain, and the power of the gods bounced back, and the king of curses was blasted back into the door of curses inside. The blazing real fire is the chain that blocks the gods. The cursed king roared, unable to come out no matter what. I have strengthened your power, so I will use it for you. Chu Yuan didn't pay any attention. Of course he knew that the power of the curse was too evil. Without his own life, it was impossible for him to surrender. The only way was to suppress him forever and let himself drive him. Cluck. The cold laughter made people feel cold all over, and it came from the skull. Eternal seal. Chu Yuan only had a seal, and then entered the system space. As long as this portal is not suppressed for a moment, the cursed king will attack and cause endless slaughter, but with Chu Yuan, he has no chance at all. And the power of the cursed king is also very strong. If you use it well, it will definitely be your big killer. God Emperor, it's too scary, even such an evil existence can be suppressed. Yi's eyes flickered, no wonder he is not afraid of my bad luck disaster power. #C1299 Bomb God. Yi, you are thinking, using my cursed door to cultivate. Chu Yuan saw through Yi's thoughts at a glance. To be honest with the God Emperor, I really think so. I have already understood the way of heaven. If there is a door of curse, I can break through to the way of heaven and the will of heaven in no time. This is a great improvement to my strength. Yi nodded, but I don't dare to think about it. All I need is, for the God Emperor, to circulate some cursed breath. I will give you a greater understanding. When you leave the ancient ruins, you will enter the gate of the curse to retreat and study. With me here, there will be no problem. Yi was controlled by his soul, so Chu Yuan was naturally willing to help him improve his strength. That's great. Yi was delighted. It is easier to feel the power of the curse after entering the door of the curse, and his soul is controlled by the God Emperor, and he is a God Emperor, so naturally he doesn't have to worry about any accidents. God Emperor, where are we going now? Yi asked. Leave the ancient ruins. Xuanhuan was in a good mood. With the skull removed, the power of the cursed gate became stronger. In his hands, it was enough to threaten the god of heaven. But just when he was about to leave, a divine light descended, and a man with radiant light appeared. He was like a god in the world, the existence who controlled the strongest divine way. I finally found you. The man said. When he came, the divine light was magnificent, blocking this piece of time and space. With such divine power, he is the strongest of the gods. Yi shouted. Ban Tian Dao, Dazuan realm, if I'm not mistaken, you are the #1 god on the list of Ban Tian Dao. When Xuanhuan saw this god, he was extremely indifferent. This god cultivates the 9-layer divine tribulation, and Xuanhuan has read some information about him, and he is indeed very powerful. It turns out it's just a great lord, god, you dare to stand in front of his majesty, are you looking for death? Yi drank loudly. In his eyes, no matter how powerful it is nothing more than half-day Dao, how can it compare with the God Emperor? Your state is very strange, like the way of heaven and not of heaven, come on, the purpose of my looking for you today is to fight you. God challenged Xuanhuan directly. Presumptuous, you can challenge the God Emperor at will. Yi was furious, and Xuanhuan's various means were already sacred in Yi's mind, and he said, the gods of the gods and heavens are indeed arrogant. If you want to use the God Emperor to sharpen your divine way, I will not be the first to forgive you, I'm not interested in fighting you. God didn't pay attention to Yi. This calm voice made him even more arrogant, and then pointed at Xuanhuan, my opponent is only you. His divine blood was boiling, looking at Xuanhuan, his fighting spirit was rarely burning. And he does have arrogance. If it wasn't for the 9 layers of divine tribulation, the most perfect state, he would have broken through to the God of heaven, and stepped into a more advanced realm of heaven. I'm also not interested in you. Xuanhuan gave him a cold look. From the beginning to the end, he didn't take God very seriously. In the half-day realm, he has no opponent. He walked straight, no God at all. You can't leave without fighting with me. The god made a move, with infinite brilliance, like an ancient giant god, majestic, the palm of the god directly grabbed Xuanhuan, and he must force Xuanhuan to fight him. This god is so powerful. Is the current Bantian Taoist so powerful? Yi also trembled. Xuanhuan frowned, the god was forcing him to take action, which made him feel angry, and suddenly let out a cold voice, okay, very good, gods of all gods and heavens, if you want to die, I can fulfill you and let you die in my hands. The stronger you are, the happier I am. Only by fighting against a powerful existence can I sharpen my 9-layered divine tribulation. Shinto. In the eyes of God, although Xuanhuan is a formidable opponent, he is his whetstone, and the purpose of existence is to sharpen him. He bombarded with a masterful hand, thoroughly demonstrating his strength as the #1 on the ranking list. Boom. The boundless imperial prestige is accompanied by the hand of the gods, and the attitude of the gods also makes Xuanhuan very impatient. Immediately, it collided with the magic hand, producing a shocking explosion. If you want to die, Xuanhuan will fulfill him and let him really die. He strode forward, didn't talk nonsense with God, and came here recklessly. Today he wants this #1 legend to disappear. With a blow of Xuanhuan, he controlled time and space, and blasted away with another palm. The power of the god was collapsing, he retreated continuously, the blood in his body surged up, but he laughed excitedly, well, you are qualified to be the opponent, the fangs did not lie to me, man's robbery, heavenly catastrophe, everything its doom. God strikes back. 8 sacred halos appeared at the same time. Each halo is independent, and there are thunderstorms flickering on the outer layer. He struck again, and actually evolved into a catastrophe of the heavens, and the power he released was equivalent to artificially causing Xuanhuan to fall into the catastrophe of the heavens. This is the 9 layers of divine tribulation. Yi was shocked. Oh my god, he actually cultivated to the 8th calamity. There are very few people in the multiverse who can cultivate to the 8th calamity. In my memory, only Thunder God has cultivated to the 9th calamity. Then he created the 10th robbery. He understood what God's strength was. Thunder God, I also want to surpass him. His goal has always been to surpass Thor. If he can cultivate to the 10th calamity, so can he. And his ambition is also great, to become the greatest existence of the God of the sky. The eightfold divine tribulation is an extremely powerful supernatural power, and it immediately enveloped Xuanhuan in it. Boom! The power of God tribulation, as many as the sound of the Ganges, came out and rushed towards Xuanhuan in all directions. This terrifying force, even the long river of the God of Heaven, would be violently blasted apart. Ninefold divine calamity, a peerless supernatural power, created by a divine lord of the gods and heavens, but I will not invade it for 10,000 calamities. Xuanhuan stepped forward and went directly into the eightfold divine tribulation. The power of God's tribulation bombarded him crazily, but as he said, he was the most invincible existence, and such violent fluctuations had no effect on him. What happened? God's heart is also attacking. His magical powers couldn't shake Xuanhuan. Come, let me see your strongest strength. Xuanhuan said. 9 divine tribulations. God also became ruthless. His whole body was on fire, his flesh and blood turned into strength. He knew that Xuanhuan would be his most terrifying opponent, but as long as he killed and defeated him, he would be able to achieve his peerless avenue. The 9th divine tribulation has appeared. The 9 halos appeared. But this 9th level of divine calamity was forcibly activated at the cost of his original law, but this did not hinder his strength. 9 and 9 returned to 1, and the 9 halos seem to be condensed into 1. Unparalleled supernatural powers are issued, and the duel between the strong sometimes only takes a short moment. God will not continue to fight with Xuanhuan, he will use the strongest power to destroy directly. God's tall body enveloped Xinjia, and he was already striding towards Xuanhuan. Take control. Xuanhuan gave a simple palm, but in this palm there were dual powers of heaven and destruction. The moment it fell, the whole body of God collapsed and directly turned into vitality. #C1300 Send Money Boy. Although the God has cultivated into the 8th level of divine calamity, he can desperately exert the power of the 9th level of divine calamity, and his strength is stronger than some heavenly gods. Extremely monstrous. But his most deadly point is that he has not cultivated to the realm of the Tao of Heaven, and he has not created the long river of the Tao of Heaven, so he does not have the strongest and most difficult life-saving ability of the God of Heaven. In Xuanhuan's eyes, he was easier to kill than the weakest heavenly Tao God. And his biggest mistake was that he dared to provoke Xuanhuan without cultivating the Tao of Heaven. I don't know what was going on in his mind at the moment when his life was about to end, whether it was fear or regret. But all this is not important anymore. At the moment of God's death. God's day. Inside the ancient temple. The flame representing God was extinguished, completely extinguished. God is dead. A God of heaven saw the death of the God, and his face changed. The God went to the hell to practice and honed the final ninefold divine calamity. Who killed him? Could it be the God of hell? Avatars of divine power also appeared in the temple. You know, the status of a God is very high, and his death is no less than the fall of a God of heaven. The gods of hell are cruel and innocent, but with the strength of the gods, it is not easy for the gods of heaven to kill him, and he also has the mark left by the master of the gods. It stands to reason that he shouldn't, unless it is the master of hell. A God of heaven spoke. The heaven of the gods, the strongest day in the 33 days, is beyond doubt. Even if it is as strong as hell, it is not as good as the heaven of the gods. If it is said that the only one who can challenge the heavens of the gods is the heaven of the human world. Impossible. The masters of hell can kill gods, but with their status, they can't lower their godheads and kill a god. This is a default rule. God-level existences will not make a move. Some gods shook their heads. Humph. Can you believe the gods in hell? They have no reputation at all. In the great ancient war, they just shredded the contract randomly and took action at will. The fire is beating, this is the Vulcan of the gods. He said violently, I think we need to investigate to find out who killed the god and find out the real culprit behind the scenes. God can't die in vain. He is very likely to break through the 9th god tribulation. He has a good relationship with God. When he embarks on this path, he must prepare for the possibility of falling in the middle. The ninefold divine calamity not only represents the heavenly calamity, but also the human calamity. When he encounters the human calamity, death is his destination. An indifferent voice came out slowly. Thor. All the gods looked at Thor. This is the first existence that has successfully cultivated and created the 10th calamity since the creation of the 9 layers of divine tribulation, and its strength is extremely powerful. What do you think should be done? Vulcan said. Death means that he has fallen on the road of cultivation. If he wants to succeed, if he makes a wrong step, he will be in the abyss. If this god dies, he will be replaced by the next god. Thor's tone was indifferent. Haha, I think you want your disciples to take the place of gods. Huazu laughed. Are you going to fight me? Thunder God's eyes turned into lay high, and he just looked at Vulcan so coldly. Vulcan is extremely afraid. He knows that Thunder God is very powerful. Even if he is the top god of heaven, but he really stands up, he still doesn't have the confidence to fight against Thunder God. However, in front of the gods, if he was challenged face to face, it would be embarrassing if he didn't accept it. Just when he was riding a tiger, a more magnificent voice resounded. The god is dead, and the half-day Tiao ranking is the first, only the gods can occupy it. It was a god master of the gods who spoke, his status is like the ruler of hell, and said, start the god battle in the hall of gods, and all half-days can fight to choose the next god. Thor's eyes flickered, and he didn't say much. Go to war. This is a noble title. The selected gods are all gods who can break through the heavenly Tao, and they must occupy the number 1 existence on the list of the half-day Tao. Hell Heaven, inside the ancient ruins. God Emperor, he killed gods so easily. Yi Yu was dumbfounded and couldn't believe his eyes. Even if you fight against God, you are not sure that you will win against him. But in front of the God Emperor, the god died easily, not as good as the heavenly gods he had met before. Although the god is strong, in my eyes, he is still half heavenly, and if the long river of heaven is not created, he will die. That's right, the most difficult thing to kill for the gods of heaven is that they have the long river of heaven, and their own life has also been greatly improved layer by layer. No matter how strong the Jiao is, he is just a Jiao, not a real dragon. The god died miserably and was wronged. He wrongly estimated Chu Yuan's strength, thinking that no one could kill him with his strength, which is hard to kill even the gods. This wrong estimate cost his life. The cultivation method of the 9 layers of divine tribulation. Chu Yuan put away the artifacts left by the gods and discovered the cultivation method of the 9-fold divine tribulation. He glanced at it, very mysterious. Go through the 9 divine calamities, achieve your own body of heaven, and lay the foundation to become the foundation of God. What's more, you can survive 1 or 2 calamities, or the most difficult 9 calamities. The cultivation method of the 9 layers of divine tribulation is not a secret. As long as you have the heart, you can get it. The real difficulty is to succeed in cultivation. Think about it, many people can survive the heavenly Tao God tribulation, which is already extremely powerful, and there will be a few who will fail on their own initiative and give up the possibility of becoming a heavenly Tao God. Stay in the gods and treat it as a powerful inheritance. Xuanhuan put it away. The god also has the divine weapon of heaven, which is a Feng Tian halberd, but he was wiped out by Xuanhuan before he even had a chance to use the divine weapon. God, this is the boy who gave you money. He didn't say he wanted to die, but he also sent treasures. Yi sneered. A dead god is nothing but the treasures he left behind. Come on, Tuming, I know you're here. Xuanhuan said suddenly. The God Emperor is really powerful. He covered the sky with one hand, and wiped out the god with a wave of his hand. This kind of strength made me tremble with fear. This god was the most powerful Grand Lord of the gods and heavens in ancient times. He died like this into the hands of the God Emperor. Tu Meng appeared in front of Xuanhuan. But this is still not her real body. Tuming, what do you want to do? Don't give up. Yi knew that Tuming was too difficult to deal with and had been famous for a long time, but no one had ever seen her real body, nor had she actually seen her do it. Every time she used some means, many gods of heaven suffered a lot. I don't do anything, I just marvel at the strength of the God Emperor, and want to communicate with the God Emperor. How can I not make friends with such a powerful existence? Tuming smiled. No one but herself knew what she was thinking. You are interesting. Xuanhuan Dao, your real body should be in an extremely mysterious time and space, covered up by the secret method of the way of heaven. Your way of heaven is weird, even I don't know what power you are, but I don't like to guess. There's no need to guess. My dream is not for the original heart this time, but because I really want to see the brilliance and martial arts of the God Emperor. There seems to be a taste of deceit and cunning in every sentence of Tuming. #C1301 God of Evil. Tuming's real body is unknown, her strength is unknown, her purpose is unknown, and her purpose of approaching Xuanhuan is also unknown. Everything about her is unknown. But Yi had deeply felt her weirdness. She will appear in front of whichever god of heaven she wants to appear in front of. The power of heaven is extremely strange. You didn't tell me the truth. Xuanhuan said. I must have a secret, but the God Emperor can hide a bigger secret. If the God Emperor wants to know, he can exchange the secret with me. I'm not interested. Xuanhuan looked at her. It seems that my secret has no value in the eyes of the God Emperor. Tuming's tone was a bit lonely. Humph. Just when Yi was about to speak, he suddenly felt extremely violent vitality fluctuations, and his expression changed. What's going on? There are so many fluctuations of heavenly vitality, they seem to be bombarding somewhere, and the power is transmitted here coming. Want to know? I can tell you. Tuming smiled, it was the relics of the god of misfortune that had been discovered. The two masters of Abyss Destroyer both sent their gods of heaven under their command, and even more gods of heaven who did not belong to the two masters also passed away. What, evil heavenly Tao God? Yi's expression changed. He knows too much about the gods of disaster and disaster, he is famous, and he is definitely a great existence. God Emperor, the heavenly Tao god of misfortune was in existence in ancient times. His strength is the strongest heavenly Tao god in my hell heaven in ancient times. He is second only to the 18 masters, and he may become the 19th master. But I don't know why, it seems that I offended other masters, and I still got the treasure that made the masters crazy, and it was said to have fallen. Yi explained, Tuming, did someone discover the location where the heavenly Tao god of Ernan fell? Are you asking me? I can tell you mercifully. Tuming smiled and said, because of the fight between the two gods of heaven. Accidentally, the position of eternal sitting appeared, and they are still bombarding that space. The specific situation is unknown, but after all, eternal is an existence second only to the master, and it may not necessarily appear on its own initiative. God Emperor, should we go and have a look? Yi was also moved. That is the existence second only to the master. He is too strong, and he may have left behind a lot of treasures. Option 1. Investigate the fall of the god of disaster, get 50,000 fate points, and cast the god golden pill X1. Option 2. Don't go to investigate the disaster, the god of heaven has fallen, and get 50,000 fate points, and the god of heaven's healing potion X1. It's kind of interesting. Xuanhuan originally wanted to leave the ancient ruins, but suddenly such a great relic appeared, and said, "Come on, let me go and have a look." Ding! The host made choice 1, obtained 50,000 fate points, and casted God Golden Pill X1. They went at once. However, Tuming was also following them, for some reason, and Xuanhuan didn't bother to pay attention to her, since it wasn't her real body. If one was destroyed, another would appear. This woman is difficult to deal with. Perhaps some ancient secrets can be revealed from her mouth. Numerous strong men, as well as tens of thousands of great venerables, all appeared in one of the ancient ruins. There are dozens of gods in Guangguang, and with the passage of time, there are more masters coming from afar. This is also normal. After all, the god of misfortune and heaven is only one step away from becoming the master of hell. If he left behind a treasure, how precious would it be? Enough to drive some heavenly Tao gods crazy. In this space, there is a burst of vitality seeping out. It is bad luck, it is extinction. God Emperor, over there is the most powerful person led by the Lord of Destruction, called the God of Destruction. And over there is the strongest person led by the Lord of the Abyss, called the God of Corruption. Tuming introduced. She appeared as an avatar, and it didn't look like she was hunting for treasure. They are all very powerful and ancient gods of heaven. Yi nodded. The Abyss, the time of destruction is too old, almost in the very beginning of hell. There are gods who are absolutely loyal to them under their command. He had heard of it too. It seems that it was because of some treasure that the god of eternity and heavenly Tao brought himself into a disaster of killing himself. God Emperor, the situation is still unknown, and the treasure land left by Anan Tian Tao God has not yet appeared. Yi said, "Look, they are bombarding a certain space, we might as well wait. I feel that there is a powerful seal in time and space, so I will watch the show first." Xuanhuan will not help them bombard time and space. At this time, a burly and tall statue, like the mansion of a god of destruction, stared forward. He was the god of destroyer under the command of the destroyer lord, and said, "Corruption, it seems that the Abyss Lord has also sent you to seize the relics of the god of misfortune. Didn't the Lord of Destruction let you come?" A god of heaven and Tao is an old man. He exudes a decadent aura, which makes people very uncomfortable. That is a treasure that even the ruler can be tempted by. It's a pity that misfortune was too greedy back then, otherwise he wouldn't have died. If there were really relics, the Abyss domination is inevitable. The same is true for the Lord of Destruction. Destroying the heavenly Tao God said coldly, "First, open up this piece of time and space. Whoever can get it depends on our own strength. These people are nothing to worry about. I have no opinion." The two extremely powerful heavenly Tao gods both know that opening time and space is the most important thing. Although Anan Tian Tao God is strong, he has already fallen, and the seal he left can't stop us. Boom! The god of destruction heavenly Tao punched out a terrifying destructive force, and time and space were shaking violently. With this kind of huge force, even the divine weapon of heavenly Tao can be directly destroyed by him. This destroys the god of heaven, and the strength is stronger. The gods of heaven and earth are afraid of corruption. His strength is not strong, but his rotten way of heaven is so strong. He didn't destroy the destructive power of Tian Tao God, and a pool of dark green vitality fell on it like a pool of green poisonous mud. Zila, when time and space meet his power, no matter how strong the restriction is, it will be rotten. These two heavenly Tao gods already represent the top of my hell, heavenly Tao god. Yi looked at them. Although powerful, he is not afraid of them. Although he is not an opponent, it is not so easy to run and keep him. Yeah, it's too difficult to kill a heavenly Tao god. Their heavenly Tao river exists in the multiverse. If it weren't for a big battle that swept through the day, it would be impossible for a large number of heavenly Tao gods to fall. Tuming also said. But the god of heaven is not invincible. Xuanhuan said lightly. God Emperor, if you want to kill a certain god of heaven, Tuming can help you. Tuming laughed. While the three of them were communicating, the two heavenly Tao gods, destructive and corrupt, led the team and bombarded continuously. After several hours of attack, the seal of the spacetime was broken. Ernan Tian Tao God is really powerful. Just with the seal left behind, he has blocked Tian Tao God for such a long time. Yi was amazed. Opened. At this time, the destroying heavenly Tao God and the decaying heavenly Tao God made voices at the same time, and they looked at a broken time and space. #C1302 Game Rules. Let's go in first. Destruction and decay, the two gods of heaven took the lead, and they took the lead in walking ahead. But just as they entered, a force of disaster and misfortune erupted, as if condensed into a god of disaster, wanting to attack and kill all the powerful people who came in. I knew a long time ago that with your disastrous character, you wouldn't let us in honestly, but how could the great master not have counted out your opponents? The god of destruction heavenly Tao sneered, and he took out the destruction talisman. The rotten heavenly Tao god also took out the abyssal rune at the same time. The two dominant forces are activated together. Although Anan Tian Tao god's backhand is very strong, but after all, these are two forces of the master of hell, and they are separated at once. The abyss swallows up misfortune. And destruction also destroys calamity. This is the strength of the masters of hell. No one can shake their position. They control the masters of hell, and the strongest master of hell is the god of hell. His methods can be called good luck. Even if Yi is the god of heaven, he still has great awe of the ruler of hell. The 18 masters of hell existed in the early days of hell. They represent the balance at the bottom of hell and the will of hell. It is very difficult to fight against the masters in hell, and they are invincible in hell. Tu Meng said lightly, this is another level of existence. Let's go in and have a look. Xuanhuan glanced at Tu Meng. Although the master of hell is mysterious, this dream is obviously also mysterious. He ignored this calamitous force, and walked in with one step. What made him look slightly fixed was that the time and space he stepped into was empty, and there was no trace of treasure in front of him. Destroying the heavenly Tao God, the decadent heavenly Tao God also frowned. Judging from the previous misfortune breath, they can be sure of what the misfortune heavenly Tao God left behind. Don't worry, bad luck must have set up a backhand, and it is likely to play a game with us. The decadent Tian Tao God's eyes were full of green light, and he was very calm. Look at the situation here first, Xuanhuan said. Shenwu, you're here too. At this time, a person from the outside world suddenly came to Xuanhuan's side, and it was Meng Tianhe. It is rumored that this is the place where the god of heaven and Tao sits and melts, and that god of heaven and Tao is extremely terrifying and powerful. He didn't mention anything about the golden spring of soul. Of course he didn't know that there was a skull under the golden spring of soul. And this shows his intelligence. Treasures that do not belong to him are absolutely not asked. I'm also very interested in the evil heavenly Tao god. Xuanhuan responded. No one knows what's going on now. The two masters of hell have sent people over. Let's wait and see what happens. Meng Tianhe nodded. He knew that Xuanhuan was very powerful, and it was good to be friends with such an existence. About half an hour passed, and the endless aura of misfortune was condensed, as if it was about to cast some curse. It has been tens of thousands of years. Has someone finally stepped into the sitting place of this seat? An ancient voice resounded. It's Ernan's voice. What kind of trick is he going to play? Destroying the heavenly Tao god swept his sharp eyes. Don't worry, misfortune is dead. This is just the sound transmission of the heavenly Tao left behind by him. Let's listen to what he has to say first. Rotten heavenly Tao said. I have left many treasures here. I know that among you there must be 18 strong men under the command of the ruler, but there is no problem. I am dead, and these things have no effect on me. Why don't we first play a game? With the sound of calamity, time and space suddenly split, and 6 black marks appeared flying around. This is the mark left by me. The black mark means that you can enter the corresponding 6 temples. Inside, I have left an artifact of the heavenly Tao and a lot of resources for the cultivation of the god of heavenly Tao. Boom! In 6 directions, 6 black palaces suddenly appeared from the void. Immediately, all the strong men present looked greedy. According to what Anan said, there is an artifact of heaven in each black palace, but it is destined that only 6 powerful ones can get it. It's hard to die, and you still play these tricks. Destroying the heavenly Tao god didn't care about the 6 black palaces at all. He was instructed to bring back the most precious treasure of the disaster, which was also in the most mysterious main temple. At this time, the main temple did not appear. It must be hidden in time and space. I'm not interested in playing with him slowly. At the moment when the destroyer god of heaven wanted to shatter the time and space of the square stone, the god of destruction heaven stopped him. Don't make a move, there is still something to say about the disaster. Haha, is there someone who can't wait anymore? If you want to force a shot, ordinary gods of heaven can't destroy it. Of course, if your master does something, it's okay. Anan Tian Tao god sarcastically said, however, if the master wants to do it forcefully, this time and space will be destroyed, and all the treasures I left behind will also be destroyed along with the prohibition of the heavens, so if you want to take them, just follow my instructions, the rules of the game. The master can't do anything. Only by opening the 6 palaces first can the main temple appear. Destroying the heavenly Tao god's eyes flashed. He grabbed it with a big hand, and there were several gods of heaven in front of him blocking him. With a bang, they were all blown to the sides, and shouted, "Go away, these 2 temples belong to the god. These 2 towers belong to the gods." The rotten heavenly Tao god smiled grimly. What, there are only 6 palaces, and you just take 4, isn't it too overbearing? We don't want the main shrine left behind by God of Misfortune. Although you are under the ruler's command, don't force us to fight with you. Although you are strong, we are not weak. The gods present were furious. There are only 6, and the destruction and decay will directly occupy 4 of them. That is, the 4 heavenly Tao artifacts are all owned by others, and only the last 2 are left, which will face a large number of strong contenders. This is too difficult. Are you qualified to negotiate terms with us? Destroying the god of heaven and Tao disdainfully said, "Don't say there is a master, even if there is no master, you are no match for this god. If you don't want to waste time, you won't even leave one." He also knows. If he and the decadent heavenly Tao god want to occupy everything, it will definitely trigger a counterattack from all the heavenly Tao gods in this time and space. And the great master doesn't bother to surrender his status to fight for a few artifacts of heaven. Unless it is the ultimate treasure left by the gods of heaven and earth. If you don't grab it, the last 2 palaces don't belong to you anymore. The decadent heavenly Tao god smiled sinisterly. Humph, you guys are ruthless. Although the heavenly Tao gods present are numerous and powerful, they also know that destruction and decay are extremely powerful, and they are the most peak heavenly Tao gods. Your Majesty, us? Yi looked at Xuanhuan. Without the instructions of the God Emperor, he cannot act without authorization. Let's do it. Xuanhuan's power is vast, and the moment the great devouring technique was in operation, a black mark had already flown towards him. #C1303 Main Temple. Let's see if, as Anan said, there are treasures left in every palace. I know him well, and he is very good at deceiving. Destroying the heavenly Tao god suddenly grabbed a black mark and hit one of the palaces. Boom! Immediately, the gate of the palace opened, and thick primitive energy flowed out from it. Inside was an artifact similar to a long knife, and the fluctuations emitted were exactly the fluctuations of heaven. In addition, the most striking thing is a primitive heart. Primitive heart. The eyes of many strong people are straight. There is even a primitive heart. Although the divine artifacts of heavenly Tao are precious, for some gods of heavenly Tao, there is no self-refined one that suits them at all. Unless you get something special. But primal heart is different. This is a fetish that can enhance one's cultivation. Is there a primordial heart in every palace? The decadent heavenly Tao god's eyes flickered. He knew that the master didn't care about this level of primitive heart, and it belonged to him after he got it, and immediately opened a palace. Heavenly artifacts, primordial heart, and a lot of other resources. It's true, it's all true, the heavenly Tao god of misfortune has left a lot of treasures. Many powerful people were shocked. I didn't lie to you. Go and open all the palaces, and then open the last main temple. There are all the most precious treasures in my life of cultivation. If you get them, you can cultivate to the peak. The voice of the heavenly Tao god of misfortune sounded again. Anan, you really have such kindness to leave behind all the treasures? Tu Meng seemed to be saying to herself. Grab. The treasure belongs to us. 6 palaces, 4 of which were forcibly occupied by destruction and decay. There are 2 unowned. This immediately caused a lot of competition among the strong. Divide into 2 batches, and make a strong blow. With my strength, there is no way to get the treasure in the siege of so many strong people. Why don't you sell favors, and help Xuanwu get it? Meng Tian's mind flickered. As a god of heaven, he could clearly distinguish the pros and cons. Let's do it too. Yi roared. It's not that troublesome. 2 black marks are flying in the void. Take it. Xuanhuan exercised a controlling power. As soon as he grabbed it, he swallowed it with a terrifying great devouring technique, and a black mark flew directly in front of him like this. Black mark. Hateful, do you still want to snatch the black mark from our face? People outside the sky, you are courting death. Let's deal with him together. Each black mark represents a heavenly artifact and a primitive heart. At this moment, 6 or 7 heavenly Tao gods came to kill them with hideous expressions. Help the God Emperor. Yi was about to make a move. The world is annihilated. Xuanhuan's tall body was like the Lord of the gods descending. He watched many heavenly gods descend, and the heaven and earth suddenly annihilated, just like the Big Bang of the universe, and immediately let these heavenly gods retreat towards the surroundings. Curse of Doom. Yi was ferocious. He stared directly at an ugly god of heaven, sneered, and killed him directly. The troll god is also eyeing one person. God Emperor, I will help you too, save my life, and I will help you win the treasure. Meng Tian's strength was even stronger. He danced wildly with both hands, and suddenly a river of heaven swept across, and the 2 heavenly gods from hell were stopped by him. Hee, I have nothing to do. Tu Meng's thoughts were unpredictable. She actually chose to help Xuanhuan at this time, and she floated in front of a god of hell and heaven. Tu Meng, it's you. This god of hell and heaven is no stranger to him. He is blood without borders, he shouted. Do you want to choose to help him too? What benefits did he give you to make you fight for him? When you're bored, find something to do. Tu Meng said lightly, not paying attention to him. Shui Wujian's expression was serious. He knew that Tu Meng was very difficult, and no one had seen her real body, but with some means, many gods of heaven and Tao were at a disadvantage in front of her. Only one or two gods of heaven can face Xuanhuan head-on. They looked at each other, and at the same time pushed out a palm, and shouted, "Kill!" A majestic and lofty aura rose from Xuanhuan's body. He controlled everything and slapped a heavenly Tao god covered in scales. What? Immediately, the god of hell and heaven let out a scream, and black air rose. This is the power of the curse. No, my body of the god of heaven is suffering extremely serious damage. Damn it, how can he control such evil power? This is no ordinary curse. Instead, it fused with the skull and became the king of kings. A huge force came out again, and Xuanhuan slapped in the air. When the ruler of the sky fell on another god of heaven, his whole body was shaken and he retreated 100 steps. His strength is so strong. The god of hell and heaven stared wide-eyed. In the fight just now, his power of heaven seemed to be under control. Xuanhuan opened the palace directly with a black mark. The palace door opened, and the original heart came into view first, and then he saw a huge mace covered with black thorns, which was hundreds of feet in size. This mace is an artifact of heaven. He directly grasped the divine artifact of heavenly Tao in his hand. There was no imprint left by the god of misfortune and heavenly Tao inside. If this terrifying force descended from the sky, the body of the god of heaven would not be able to bear it. In just an instant, the original heart was swallowed up by him. You still want to do it? Holding the mace, Xuanhuan looked coldly at the god of hell and heaven. Haha, the treasure in this palace has been taken by the god emperor. Do you still want to force it? You should know that it is impossible to snatch it from us. Yi and the others all came in front of Xuanhuan. This. Tiandishan's face was ugly. Yi, the giant demon god, Meng Tianhe, and Tu Meng, it's hard to fight against them together, not to mention, there is such a powerful existence as Xuanhuan. Without multiple advantages, it is impossible to suppress. If I were you, I would fight there instead of here. Tu Meng said. Let's go, this time you're going to be ruthless. They hate to kill another place, but also know that it is difficult to take it from them. The God Emperor has gained a lot this time. Tu Meng said with a smile. It's not over yet, only the treasures you take away belong to you. Xuanhuan glanced at him. It seemed that Tu Meng had no interest in the treasures in this place. Could it be that he saw something strange? And this mace, Xuanhuan, will be used by the troll god, and it just matches his tall and majestic body. If you smash it down, darling, with his strength as a god of heaven, how terrifying it will be. The competition for the other palace was extremely fierce, and several heavenly Tao gods were seriously injured. Okay, the 6 temples are all open. It depends on what tricks Xuanhuan plays in the end and what surprises he leaves for us. As the 6 temples were opened, another huge change occurred in time and space. #C1304, the treasure that dominates the heart. The last main temple appeared. This temple is magnificent and boundless, and the breath of disaster and doom is hovering. There are many murals carved on it, and the creatures of many races are engraved on it, forming a scene of disaster. And this temple itself is not simple, and the materials can be used to create heavenly artifacts. The main temple. Many strong men fell silent. They all know that although the treasures of the 6 temples are extraordinary, they are actually appetizers, and the most precious treasure of the God of Heaven and Tao is placed in this main temple. The last main shrine, here is where my life's income is placed, and my inheritance is also located. The time should have passed through the ages, and I have already passed away. The sigh of an Tian Tao god seemed to come from the main temple. Boom! With a loud noise, the temple opened automatically, and the stream of light danced, countless strange treasures were floating inside, even more than a dozen pieces of heavenly artifacts. The heavenly artifacts inside are more powerful than those appearing outside. There are too many treasures, and I am also a god of heaven, but in front of the god of disaster, I am so poor that I am a beggar. Yi excitedly said, Nan Tian Daoshan is powerful, he has been to many dangerous restricted areas, and this is all he has earned in his life. What are the treasures outside? How can it be compared with this? There are rumors that even the ruler of hell is tempted fetish. Too much, too much. Even if we only get one of so many treasures, we are all developed, and how many years of accumulation will be saved? Humph. Even if we destroy and corrupt the two heavenly Tao gods to block the way this time, we won't agree. If they eat meat, they will let us drink a mouthful of soup. Even if they are under the command of God, they can't be so overbearing. Yes, it's time for everyone to unite. There are so many treasures. The wealth of these heavenly Tao gods has no way to compare with the calamities of the heavenly Tao gods. As gods of heaven born in hell, they are more greedy and unscrupulous. In front of powerful treasures, no one can stop them. You guys are here. A voice that seemed to be eternity was heard. In the middle, surrounded by many treasures, there unexpectedly appeared a figure with a body as tall as 10 feet. He looked like a man, but he dragged a long tail behind him. Doom, the breath of catastrophe filled the air. Difficulty. The two heavenly Tao gods, destroyed and decayed, were startled, and calmly said, he is already dead, and what remains here is only his divine body, and he has no mana for a long time. Something is wrong, I feel that Anan still has extremely strong mana. The rotten heavenly Tao god frowned. Don't worry, this seat has already passed through the ages, and it only relies on the energy provided by the original heart to maintain the operation of this place. While Ernan was speaking, an extremely pure primitive energy rushed out and evolved into the ocean. In the sky above his head, there actually appeared a primitive heart. But this original heart is completely different from what I got before, the gap is too big, it seems to be the gap between black iron and gold. As Xuanhuan and the others got it, the original heart can only evolve into an incomplete world, but this one here can evolve into a huge original universe. This original heart. Destruction, decay, their eyes are straight, the previous few have little effect on them, but this one, whoever gets it, can give their cultivation a strong boost. It's mine. The god of destruction heaven roared in a low voice. I can give up other treasures, but I must get this original heart. The decadent heavenly Tao god responded. This seat is dead, and all the treasures here are useless to this seat. Suddenly, Anan Tian Tao god opened his eyes, and swept away with a terrifying aura, causing everyone present to take a few steps back, saying, go ahead, how much you can snatch depends on your own ability, this is all chance. The treasures danced like streamers. Grab it, do it. The heavenly Tao gods present were swallowing their saliva, and their breaths were violent. They jumped up and grabbed the treasure in the palace. Stop, this place is the treasure that Lord Juggernaut wants, you dare to do it. Destroying the heavenly Tao god shouted loudly. Ha ha ha, don't use the ruler to overwhelm us, we are also the gods of heaven who are free and easy, besides, these treasures and rulers don't like it, I leave the most precious ones to you, we just want to eat some meat. Yes, don't be too domineering, it's enough to give you face before. Although you two gods are strong, we are not afraid of you when we join forces. With the treasure in front of them, how could they not grab it? If they didn't make a move before, they didn't have enough benefits, but now they have it. The situation on the scene suddenly became chaotic. The strong on all sides are vying for it. God Emperor, why don't you do it? Meng Tianhe couldn't hold back anymore, he also wanted to take advantage of the chaos to snatch some treasures. That's right, if the God Emperor wants to seize it, I, Tuming, can also help. Tuming said. Something is wrong. Xuanhuan frowned, it's too easy for the treasures to appear. According to what Year said, the character of the god of heaven and Tao is really willing to leave all the treasures here after his death, so that everyone can get them? He sensed something was wrong. Perhaps it's because of Anan Tian Tao god's temper changed before he died. Tu Meng said lightly. It's not right. Xuanhuan didn't do anything. His feelings will not come out of thin air, there must be something wrong. His gaze was fixed on Ernan's huge palm, as if he was holding something tightly. Damn it, they are all crazy. Although I am powerful, I don't want to fight with them. Destroying the god of heaven is angry. Not only the gods of heaven fought against each other, but also some courageous great masters. Although the gods of heaven were hard to die, those great masters fell in batches. It's cruel, everyone wants to seize the opportunity, but the Taoist god is walking on a single plank bridge among thousands of troops. How can he succeed if he doesn't work hard? Yi sighed, he was like this back then. Although he also wanted to seize the treasure, he didn't dare to move without His Majesty's order. Why didn't this group of people move, and neither did Tu Meng? Could it be that they saw something weird? The rotten heavenly Tao god couldn't help looking over, knowing that with their strength, if they wanted to seize it, they would definitely be able to seize a large number of treasures, but this is indeed rather strange. The master who wants my treasure, you have been thinking about it for so many years, why don't you make a move? Suddenly, Anan Tian Tao god seemed to be impatient, his huge body stood up, his godless eyes were looking at the void. The treasure is in my hands, you have been looking for it for many years, right? His palms are spread out. It was a smooth stone, displayed in front of everyone. Could it be that this is the strange treasure obtained by the god of disaster, the treasure that the ruler wants to get, and it really stays on him? Because of the appearance of this stone, the presence suddenly calmed down, and everyone looked over. #C1305 She is coming. This stone is the fetish that even the ruler of hell will be moved by. At first glance, it looks ordinary, but the more you look at it, the more frightened you become. It seems that there are ancient colors on it, and countless figures appear. It seems that civilization has been created, and there are countless loves and hatreds. This is? Even if it was Yi, Meng Tianhe, and the others couldn't recognize what kind of treasure it was, which could make the ruler of hell move his heart. The heart of the era records the civilization of the era, the development of the world, and the changes of the times. System sound channel. The heart of the era. Hearing the prompt from the system, Xuanhuan sensed the power of this fetish, and immediately looked at Tu Meng. Her expression was very calm, as if she had known what it was for a long time. Difficulty. Suddenly, two great forces descended. One exists, he has the appearance of a human, but his whole body is covered with ferocious black thorns, each thorn is emitting a destructive thunderbolt, trying to destroy everything. There is another one. He is like an abyss, in the shape of a monster, with a round black mark between his eyebrows. With extremely thick limbs, supporting a strong divine body, the dark vortex, and the aura emitted are like an abyss, undetectable. Destroy the master. Master of the abyss. The 18 most powerful ancient beings in hell. I have seen the master. When the gods of heaven saw the coming of the master, they stopped fighting and saluted respectfully. Hand over the heart of the era, this is not something you can handle. The Lord of Destruction's eyes were dark. He said every word, destroying everything. If it wasn't for the heart of the era, he would not have come here. This is the master of hell, and they are invincible existences in hell. Meng Tianhe trembled. If the master wanted to kill him in hell, he would definitely not be able to resist, because the master of hell could manipulate the original suppression of hell, which was much stronger than their strength in the outside world. There is only one piece of the heart of the era, who should I give it to? Although Yunnan died, he left a bit of spiritual consciousness with the help of the heart of the fetish era, and made a joking voice. Ernan, you don't need to sow discord. The ownership of the heart of the era, I and the Lord of Destruction will decide, and you will disappear completely. The Master of the Abyss spoke. His scarlet eyes turned into an abyss, trying to swallow the eternal God of Heaven and dow into it. Ha 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 ha, you are so ridiculous. I deliberately let you see the heart of the era, and let you try the pain of seeing but not getting it. I know that you all dream of the heart of the era, but I just want to let you see the heart of the era. You can't get it. Ernan Tyandashan laughed wildly. The vitality in the entire space went berserk. Not good, he wants to destroy the heart of the era. The Lord of Destruction said immediately. I'm going to ruin it all. This is my revenge on you. If you don't make me feel better, I won't make it easier for you either. Ernan Tiandao God uses his own body and original heart to activate the destruction formation, as if it is a programmed program. As long as it encounters the power of the Master, it will all explode. One piece of heavenly artifact is exploding. This is a heavenly artifact, so precious, but it exploded just like that. Don't want. Many strong people are going crazy, especially some people have already obtained it, and before they are warmed up, they explode in the power of the disaster. Primitive heart, heavenly artifact. Before destroying, decaying got the most treasures. But at this moment, it was about to explode, and the power of heaven was quickly used to suppress it, but unfortunately it was useless, and it was still exploded piece by piece. The entire space is filled with the sound of explosions and terrifying power. Even the gods of heaven have to do their best to resist. The sealed door. Xuanhuan also felt that the mace and the original heart were about to explode, and put them directly into the system space. The induction is gone, the system space is a completely isolated time and space, and the evil gods and gods are useless. The heart of the era was like a heart, beating violently, emitting a red light, like the end of a civilization of an era. It was about to be destroyed. Ernan, you court death. The Lord of Destruction was furious, and he used his powerful force to suppress this fluctuation. I'm looking for death? Ha ha ha, you say you're looking for death to a dead being, idiot. The angrier you are, the angrier I get. It's not you. I'm already the 19th Master of Hell. It's you who don't let me go. The evil heavenly Tao God stimulated the Lord of Hell. I not only got the heart of the era, but also got many ancient material inheritances, which are what you dream of getting, and now I will destroy them all. Destroy, let's fight together to suppress the calamity. The Master of the Abyss said immediately. Okay, I don't believe that a dead calamity will turn up any big waves. The two masters worked together. The vast will, the infinite power, the power of domination is too strong, and it is still in hell, and suddenly this fluctuation is about to subside. I knew you would suppress it, and I got another treasure. At the heart of the god of misfortune, there was a violent thunder roaring, rumbling, and thunder-like sound. Heart of thunderstorm. The ruler of destruction, the ruler of the abyss screamed out in anger at the same time. They are really angry. Boom. Because of the explosion of the thunderstorm heart, their power was also washed away in an instant, and the entire body of the heavenly Tao God of eternity exploded, together with the heart of the era and all the treasures here. All vanished. The entire spacetime is gone, completely gone. It's gone, it's gone. Many strong men want to cry, but have no tears. They tried their best, but in the end they got nothing. The god of misfortune didn't intend to leave it to them at all, it was just revenge for the master of hell. This time, if there is no master who bears more than 90% of the power, the god of heaven will inevitably fall. Misfortune, you. In the midst of the airwaves, the destroyer lord remained motionless, his anger never being washed away. But he has no way to avenge the misfortune. There is not even a scum left of misfortune. How can I get revenge on him? Destruction, even after death, this misfortune has given us a great revenge. This is in line with his character. The master of the abyss calmed down at this time, we were all played by him. Yeah, as the master, it's ridiculous to be played by an Anan. The anger of the two rulers could not be vented. The two masters are going to be angry this time. They were tricked by misfortune. This misfortune is terrible. They are dead, and they have to anger the master once. It's interesting, but it's a pity that they died too unjustly. Tuming smiled lightly. It is precisely because of his death that he has no scruples and is not afraid of revenge. Xuanhuan was indifferent. This time he got the benefit and sealed the treasure with the system space. The hateful thing is that he didn't tell us where he got it until he died. He would rather seek death than tell us. He died because of his character. Destruction dominates the road. Ernan doesn't eat soft and hard, and has a weird temper. While the master of the abyss was speaking, his eyes suddenly turned to the void, and a figure came over, surprised. It turned out to be her. You didn't die, you came to hell. #C1306 Conversation with Yanran. The arrival of this person caused the shock of the two masters. Haha, Lord Guyuan, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Both Abyss and I thought you had fallen in the Great War that year, but I didn't expect you to still be here. The destroyer laughed. Guyuan God is definitely an existence that can sit on an equal footing with them, or even stronger than them. Because in the ancient times, Guyuan Tianzhu belonged to the human emperor, and she also beheaded the existence of God level. After Guyuanshan collapsed, everyone thought she had fallen. Yanran, it's her. Xuanhuan was also surprised when he saw the goddess Yanran. He was not surprised that the Lord of Destruction called her the god of Guyuan Tian. I have obtained the statue of Yanran before, and many gods of heaven obeyed her orders, so I guessed it. When Yanran walked over at this moment, she had a mysterious aura. God Guyuan, what happened to me when I came to hell today? The master of the abyss also showed a rare smile, but his smile looked ferocious and even more terrifying. I'm here to retrieve the things that belonged to Guyuan Tian back then. Goddess Yanran said coldly in front of the two masters. Her voice was mechanical, without any emotion. Some ancient gods of heaven also know the god of the ancient source of heaven. Of course there is no problem with this. When Guyuan collapsed, we just kept these things on our behalf. Now that the god of Guyuan has come, we will naturally return the originals. The destroyer master didn't hesitate, and returned the things to Yanran directly. I'm just taking care of it. The abyss master also took it out. The two masters were naturally unwilling to hand it over, but God Guyuan asked them for it, and they would not refuse to give it. The strength of the other party made them very jealous. There is no need to offend Guyuan God because of these things. Goddess Yanran took the things and left without saying much. Going fast. The Lord of Destruction sighed. I thought she had fallen long ago, but who would have thought that she was still alive and returned to the diversity again? She is really hard to see through. During the Great Ancient War, she was very mysterious. The Master of the Abyss said, but it's not us who are most worried. After all, we haven't offended her very much. The one who should have trouble sleeping and eating is the god who overcomes the calamity. Haha, yes, Du Ishan gave Guyuan Tian the most fatal blow back then, and swallowed Guyuan Tian, otherwise how could he become 33 days, and there will be a good show in the future. The ruler of destruction left the ancient ruins. Let's leave too. Xuanhuan led the team and stepped out of the ancient ruins. His direction was to return directly to Yeazong. Meng Tianhe didn't go directly with him, and left after saying goodbye. It's her power. All of Tuming's avatars shattered in an instant. Shenwu. Goddess Yanran's voice rang in Xuanhuan's ears. She came in front of Xuanhuan. When she thought about the universe, time and space were opened up, and Ye's perception was immediately cut off. In the entire time and space, there were only Xuanhuan and Yanran. Goddess Yanran, Shenwushan, said goodbye back then, and we will meet again. Chu Yuan looked at her with a smile. God of Gu Yuan Tian, it seems that your memory and strength have recovered. No, my memory has not fully recovered. Gu Yuan Tian God is just my identity, and there are deeper memories that seem to be sealed deep in my soul. The goddess shook her head sweetly, her voice still indifferent. All right. Chu Yuan could tell that Goddess Yanran's state was still very incomplete. I already know what that familiar power is. You have the power of a human emperor in your body, but you are not a human emperor from the ancient times, but a new emperor. You are very different from the ancient human emperor. The goddess said sweetly. Chu Yuan smiled, he knew it back then, and then said, why did the emperor fight back then, and what did you fight for back then? The detachment of civilization, the eternal existence. Goddess Yanran said, this is the ultimate goal of the extremely ancient war, but we failed in the end and entered a new reincarnation. You came back this time with your own purpose, Chu Yuan said. I have my purpose, but this purpose may need your help in the end. You made me feel a very unusual breath. The goddess said sweetly, I'm leaving hell, this is what I gave you. Suddenly, a green gold stone talisman appeared in front of Chu Yuan. Huh? This is? Chu Yuan asked. Sky Blood Mining Area, the stone talisman of the Heavenly Alliance. Having a stone talisman can open up a great inheritance of them. I seem to have been to the Heavenly Alliance and talked to their leader. He left it for me, but I have already remembered the details. I can't get up. The goddess thought sweetly. Chu Yuan speculated that Goddess Yanran is very old, and her memory is like reincarnation, some of which have dissipated, and the rest are like a mess. And the existence of the Tianming does not know what period it is. Yanran back then actually existed. I have accepted the inheritance of the Heavenly Alliance. Chu Yuan said. We'll see each other again. Goddess Yanran disappeared right in front of him. Goddess Yanran still has many secrets that she can't remember. Chu Yuan held the stone talisman and knew it was very precious. The Tianming was very powerful in their era, and it was much more precious than many inheritances of the heavenly Tao gods. God Emperor, what happened just now? Yi sensed something was wrong, but she didn't know where Goddess Yanran was. Nothing, let's go back to your Yerzong. Chu Yuan and the others quickly returned to Yeozong. He didn't leave hell right away, there are still many things that haven't been fully dealt with here. Yi, because your Yi sect has recruited strong people, and you are always paying attention to the domination battle. Start preparing now. After I return to the God dynasty, I will send strong people to come to practice. God of martial arts is behind him. The more powerful Yeozong absorbed, the more power it belonged to. His divine dynasty embraces all rivers, and with the development, he has stepped out of his own pattern. As long as they are loyal to him, they are all his mighty subjects. I'll do it. Yi nodded. Yerzong is a fortress arranged by the gods in hell. You want to stay in hell, and once I go back, I won't come back in a short time. I will use the door of the curse to let you break through to a higher realm of heaven. Chu Yuan waved his hand to the door of the curse, go in, there will be no danger under the guidance of my will. Yes. Yi stepped into the cursed door. The moment he entered, endless roars came from his ears. The king of curses was holding a huge axe. The skull was in a solid position, and he was slashing fiercely at Yi. Humph, the God Emperor is controlling you, why am I afraid of you? Yi sat in front of the cursed king. The curse power that roared out was all the help he used for cultivation. As Yi's strength improves, it will be more convenient for Shenzhou to move in hell in the future. After all, hell is as dangerous as other places. If you are not careful, your entire army will be wiped out. Chu Yuan controls the door of the curse, time is reversed, year, don't let me down. Hashtag C1307, select the strong to go to hell. Time flies and never stops. In a blink of an eye, it was 10 years in hell. Xuanhuan has been staying in Yi sect to study and enlightenment. His cultivation base has also been fully improved. Feeling the growth of his own strength, he said slowly, if you want to break through to the God of Heaven, you need a strong help to control it. Haha, God's will, I'm finally out of cultivation. Inside the cursed door, Yi's excited and ecstatic voice came. His cultivation had already reached the limit of his current realm, and after experiencing life and death, and with the help of the cursed gate, he finally took this crucial step. He emerges from the cursed door. At this time, he is very different from before. His will is God's will, and it operates within the scope of his own heaven and river, and can even dominate the operation of part of the rules of the multiverse. He is the sky, and the sky is him. If God's will came out of his practice back then, he wouldn't be unable to get out of trouble in the great abyss of burial. The will of heaven, the control of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan nodded. Yi had given him all his soul beliefs. The stronger he was, the greater the fortune of the country would be. God Emperor, I feel that the Hell Domination War has begun a large-scale confrontation. Although Yi had broken through, he still knew that his life was still under the control of the God Emperor, so he became more respectful. Follow me to have a look. At this time, Xuanhuan went to the main battlefield of destruction and abyss. In the vast world, at a glance, it is densely packed. I don't know how many billions of strong men are fighting crazily, covering the lights of two different camps, resulting in fierce collisions. This is a huge battlefield. The lives of hell creatures are spent in fighting, and only by becoming the Tao of Heaven can they have the qualification to control their own destiny. Xuanhuan also saw it. Not only warriors from hell, but also many powerful warriors from other heavens also joined the camp, fighting frantically to plunder treasures. Every moment, it was extremely tragic. I don't know how many lives were wiped out, but a large number of strong people were born. This is the law of hell. Hell does not need the weak, but it needs an absolute number of the weak to give birth to the strong. When the creatures of hell in each dominator's territory reach a certain limit, they will launch a hell dominance battle. Yi said. Hell is a cruel pyramid structure, with the largest number of weak people as the foundation, 18 hell masters as the spire, and the God of Heaven is the absolute top. Dazuan is the backbone. All gods and gods will be born from them. This is hell. Although the battle in front of him was vast and tragic, Xuanhuan knew that it was different from the battle of seizing the sky. It was a real life and death battle. But the big battle in front of him is nothing more than a game used by the master to consume the number and select the strong. This war will last for a very long time. It is normal for thousands of years. I wonder if there will be a new God of Heaven after this war is over. It takes hundreds of millions of years to launch every Hell Dominion war. Hell has been considered peaceful these years, and more often they are fighting inside Hell. When they were the craziest, 18 masters teamed up to break into 33 days. The giant demon god stayed behind to guard the Yeer sect. Yeer, you follow me back to the god dynasty. Xuanhuan said. He should go back too. There are 18 masters in hell, it is impossible for him to break through to the gods of heaven. I'll go back? Yi thought he would let him stay behind. Yes, it's you. Yi practiced the will of heaven, and his speed of traveling back and forth between the gods was faster than that of the troll god. It took him 10 years to reach hell before he came, but now he has become a half-day Tao, using the gate of the void to display the heavenly shuttle. The speed is several times faster. In just 4 or 5 years, he returned to the divine dynasty. The entire divine dynasty is thriving. Although he has only been away for more than 20 years, the internal time has accelerated, and it has already been an extremely long time. standing in the sky and watching. Shrouded by the fate of the country, the territory of the Shin dynasty has become larger and larger, and it has been connected together. The internal environment is complicated, and it is evolving towards the giant sky of the 33 days. It's very good. The development of the gods is extremely fast. The more powerful people are, the more amazing the changes will be. When I become a god of heaven, the changes will be even more amazing. At that time I will be qualified to hit the 33 days. Xuanhuan was most satisfied with the development of Shen Chao. He didn't intend to give the two original hearts to anyone, but put them on the east and west sides of the Shen Chao, spinning rapidly like balls, absorbing the original energy from the original time and space. Although this absorption rate is slow, it can greatly change the environment of the gods over time. If the population wants to expand, it must have a huge territory. Just like in hell, they are big enough to give birth to a large number of creatures and select a large number of strong people from them. And to be born strong, you need enough resources. Primal heart is a sustainable resource. Let a touch of primitive energy flow in the territory of the gods, even if it is just a trace, it is no less than a great tonic for the weak. It is necessary to build a powerful army that can be used for 33 days. Xuanhuan knew that no matter how powerful the development of the Shin dynasty was, in order to become 33 days, one day had to be conquered, the altar was pulled down, and a position was vacated before it could be filled. This time I went to hell to practice, and selected 150 great lords and a large number of elite legions from the gods. Xuanhuan thought. There are no large-scale wars in the Shin dynasty now. And the strong cannot be cultivated by staying in the gods. Although entering hell to participate in the domination battle will kill a large number of strong people, this is the inevitable path of the strong. I'm going to hell. Joyo appeared in front of Xuanhuan. Her words are very succinct, going to hell. Finally willing to leave? Xuanhuan looked at Joyo, smiled, and said, the domination battle is taking place in hell. I just came back from there, and I am about to select a group of strong people to enter, and you are here, Joyo. My way can only be fulfilled in hell. Joyo is a paranoid woman. Okay, I agree with you to go to hell, but before that, first use the god casting golden pill to raise the Lord to the limit, and I will also give you this floating feather god clothes. Go to hell, and the achievements belong to you. You god of heaven. Xuanhuan did not refuse. Although Joyo is his woman, she also has her own pursuit and independent personality. It is impossible for her to stay in the Shin dynasty and become a god of heaven. Only by going to hell can she become her way of the 9 netherworld. As the emperor, what Xuanhuan can do is to support her as much as possible and provide her with all resources and information. Biluo Huangquan, Joyo hell, maybe the hell domination battle can make Joyo a god of heaven. Xuanhuan smiled. Hell is no better than him, and it will take some time to pass, so don't worry. Xuanhuan said. Joyo nodded, took the casting god golden pill, and raised her cultivation to the limit of the half-day way. The ones who are suitable for the hell environment are the ghosts. Let him rise to the limit of the half-day way. An assassin in the dark can protect Joyo and improve his own strength. Xuanhuan can let Joyo go to hell to practice, but definitely not let her die. #C1308 Tianming Intelligence. After half a month of preparation, the strength should be improved, and Xuanhuan selected the strong who entered the hell experience in the early stage. The mighty crowd stood neatly and solemnly in front of Xuanhuan. Qingxian, you have already reached the limit of the great master. In the ancient times, there was hope to attack the gods of heaven. This time, I hope you can get enough tempering in the fight. Xuanhuan encouraged him. If the dynasty of the gods wants to hit 33 days, it needs more background information on the suppression of the gods of heaven. I will not disappoint the Emperor's expectations of me. God, Qingxian, is also longing for this day. Jiuyo, hell is dangerous, be careful. Yuan has already left many backhands for Jiuyo. Jiuyo just nodded. Go to hell to experience. I hope you can all find your own way in hell. Yuan's voice rolled, Yi, I will leave them to you. You understand how to do it. I see. Yi said. Let's go. Let the flag fly, and the army leaves the Xuanhuan dynasty. Hell is cruel, but it is also the place where the strongest can be produced. Yuan looked at the direction they were leaving, and knew that a large number of them would die in hell, but this was something that a strong man had to go through. Jiuyo, she has gone to hell. In the imperial capital, Shang Wangxian looked at the leaving army, a little lost. Jiuyo, both in terms of strength and talent, are stronger than us. Luo Yueying was happy and nodded, our strength is not enough. Forcibly going to hell is to cause trouble for the gods. Next time Jiuyo comes back, we will be surprised by our strength. Dedicate to the gods in our own way. What Yao Linger likes most is cultivating various magic medicines. After this group of troops left, the powerful people in the empire suddenly became empty, mainly divided into two parts, one part was in hell, and the other part was in the heavenly blood mine. God of War, check out the information about the Tianmeng and report it to me. Yuan delivered the order. The fate points I control now are over 100 million, and they can't be used to directly improve the realm. It's a pity to leave them unused. Let me see what treasures are worth exchanging for. Yuan began to refresh them all. He does have a lot of destiny points now. After swiping hundreds of times, something caught his attention. Blueprints for Heavenly Dao soldiers possess the combat power of Heavenly Dao gods. After exchanging blueprints, you can collect enough materials to make them 100% from the blueprints. You need 100 million vertex points to exchange them. There is a full 100 million exchange demand, and it is only a blueprint, but Yuan's heart is moved by the combat power of the gods and gods. 100 million fate points is exchanged for the combat power of a god of heaven. Although the materials needed are precious and extraordinary, it is very worthwhile. Ding! The host spends 100 million vertex points to exchange for Tiandao Warrior X1. The materials needed are indeed harsh. The Heavenly Dao cannon is far inferior to it. Some of them have never even been heard of by me. Yuan continued to check them all, spent a lot of vertex points, and exchanged a large amount of materials. After many years of accumulation, only 2 million vertex points are left for this cost, but with the Empire's inventory, more than half of the materials for the Heavenly Dao soldiers have been collected, and the next step is to collect them from Hell, the Heavenly Blood mining area, and other collected from the place. Yuan smiled. He now controls a lot of channels. Headmaster Fensu. Far away in the true sun, Ji Fuling represented the Empire and rushed to find Fensu. Fensu, who hasn't seen him for many years, has become more and more calm. He has participated in many battles against Han Haitian, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the Great Master, and he is currently cultivating in the Fenchen sect. The battle between Xin Yangshan and Han Haitian has now reached an extremely cruel tug-of-war. It's Fu Ling, but you haven't come to my place for many years. Fensu smiled. I came this time because I have something to ask Fensu to teach. Ji Fuling smiled. Your Majesty has received news that he hopes that Headmaster Fengsu can collect the price for God's court. Of course, he will also pay Headmaster Fengsu. This is a gift from His Majesty. No matter what you say, Brother Chu's business is my business. Fensu didn't accept the gift, but looked at the list, and said, Brother Chu needs extremely precious materials, what should we do? But now is the time when we are fighting with Han Haitian, and some precious items can be found. Please Fu Ling, tell Brother Chu that I, Fensu, will do my best to help. Fensu said, but this gift is too polite. Headmaster Fensu still accepts the gift, otherwise how will His Majesty ask for help next time? Ji Fuling left. Not long after, Jiao Tu came. Brother, it's Brother Chu. Yes, look, Brother Chu even gave me a gift, I don't want to accept it. Fensu shook his head. Open it and have a look, it's also Brother Chu's wish. After Jiao Tu asked Fensu to open it, there were pills inside, filled with pill clouds. They're all half-day Tao God pills, and there are so many of them. Jiao Tu was shocked. Brother, you can see that these pills are very suitable for our cultivation, and they are used to build the foundation for our heavenly Tao God realm. Brother Chu deliberately chose this time. With so many pills and so many rare materials, I haven't seen you for many years. Brother Chu's strength must have reached an astonishing level. Fensu took a deep breath. In the future, I must do things well for Brother Chu. Within the court of God, Xuanhuan asked the god of war to inquire about the news about the Tianming. After several years of hard work and various channels, he finally had detailed information. His Majesty, the god of war returns to the dynasty. Regarding the specific information about the Tianming, I have already inquired about it. It is said that the Tianming was an alliance united by countless strong men from the heavenly blood era. There was one alliance leader, 3 deputy alliance leaders, and 18 generals. During the long years of exploration, the remains of the 2 deputy leaders have been unearthed, as well as the remains of the 12 generals. There are rumors that if the treasures of the 3 deputy leaders can all be revealed, the last heavenly alliance leader will appear. Remains. God of War told him everything he knew in detail. The 2 deputy leaders have already appeared, and the leader of the Heavenly Alliance needs 3 relics to be born at the same time, so it is the one that Goddess Yanran gave me. Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp. With the strength and status of Goddess Yanran, she will not be passed on to Xuanhuan, but must be the 3rd deputy leader. No wonder, for so many years, the last deputy leader has never appeared. The reason is that it is in the hands of Goddess Yanran. The Tianming is powerful, equivalent to the sum of the strength of a few days, and their heritage is not simple. Although Xuanhuan intends to open it immediately, he also knows that now is not the best time to open it, otherwise, it is very likely that he made a wedding dress for someone else. He would not do such a thing. It's not the right time for me to break through to the God of Heaven, and I can't keep it if I get it. The inheritance token is in my hands, and the time to open it is up to me. Xuanhuan has a plan. He is not in a hurry with Tianming either. The treasure is there. #C13099, The Road to Heaven. God of War, you have done a good job in the heavenly blood mine, I am very satisfied. Xuanhuan praised the God of War. All of this is supported by His Majesty, God Dynasty, otherwise how could I do it? The God of War has never been arrogant. He deeply knows that the God Dynasty is his greatest backing. Without the God Dynasty, he would not have this strength. Credit is credit, and this cannot obliterate your merit. Xuanhuan looked at the God of War sharply. Every inch of his flesh and blood contained monstrous and powerful power. He said immediately, your ranking has already reached the top 100 on the Bantian Dao list. Very good, keep working hard. There are too many strong people from all walks of life in the Tianxue mining area, and the God of War challenges them again and again. Of course, with Xuanhuan's strength, if he is on the list, he will definitely be ranked first in the half-day way. However, due to his weird and mysterious aura, after several battles in hell, no one would believe that he is still a half-day Dao. He didn't even bother to be on the list for half a day. The way of the minister is to fight all the way, so as to achieve the way of heaven. God of War is determined. This heavenly artifact, I bestow it on you, is the most suitable for you. As soon as Xuanhuan raised his hand, the Fengtian halberd he got from God fell into the hands of God of War. He has the Imperial sword, the cutting soldier, which has no effect on him, only the God of War can bear it. During this period of time, stay in Xinqiao for retreat, and your strength will accumulate, so you don't need to rush back to the heavenly blood mine. Xuanhuan is magnanimous and kind in front of his people. The gods are developing. A few years after Xuanhuan came back, Lu Qianfu also became a great master. He knew that his talent was not strong, so he didn't deliberately pursue it, but he made a breakthrough under such inadvertence. Today's him is no longer in Xuanhuan, fighting on the front line. Instead, he and the Book of Enlightenment, which has also become a great master, jointly manage the internal affairs of the gods. God Emperor is busy. He controls the formulation of the grand strategy of the gods, and the following trivial and complicated things need to be undertaken by them, the courtiers. Xuanhuan sat in the kingdom of the human emperor. He watched the luck of the entire god dynasty, and he could see some catastrophes appearing every moment. With the resources provided by the god dynasty, the strong appeared very quickly. Sometimes you can even see Dazuan break through. Shenwu is no longer weak. Yi and the troll gods are all true gods of heaven. And his stronger existence. Seeing the development of the empire and the improvement of luck, Xuanhuan also nodded. Once he reaches the god of heaven, he will be able to hit the peak power and become famous in the multiverse. The Tianyuan thunder tree needs too much raw energy, and my little energy is not enough to cultivate the people. There is no way to supply it. I can only wait for me to become a god of heaven, use the devouring power, and forcibly absorb a large amount from the original time and space. Xuanhuan conducted his retreat. Fast forward 10 years. This is hell. When Joyo came to hell, she looked at the gloomy environment of hell, and her own Joyo power got a full increase, and said slowly, "This is the most suitable place for me. Only in hell then will it be possible to achieve the Tao of heaven. The blue sky and the yellow spring, the 9 secluded hells. Her way fits hell. This is the place where she can hope to break through the gods of heaven. This lady's Tao seems to be very suitable for hell, the power of Joyo." Yi thought to himself, and then respectfully said, "Your Majesty, we have arrived at hell heaven. Now please follow me to the Yi sect to arrange the next thing." Although Joyo was only a great senior, Yi did not dare to slack off at all. Just because she is His Majesty's woman, this status is honorable enough. The troll god has seen the Empress. The troll god saluted, and then said, "Yi, you are here. Over the years, I have felt the power of a god of heaven spying on me." "Humph, don't guess, it must be that villain." Yi sneered, and said, "Your Majesty, rest in the Yi sect for a few days, and then go to destroy the main city." Qingxian and the others had no objections. Hell is not a place where you can indulge yourself casually. In a few days, Yi took Joyo and the others to destroy the main city. The Hell Domination Battle is a trial to consume the creatures of hell. The two masters select the stronger one. This is the badge of destruction. Wearing this badge, we are the side of the dominator of destruction. The strong of the same camp are not allowed to interact with each other. Attack. Yi tried his best to explain. He knew that these were the strong men selected by His Majesty, and if he did not understand the rules of hell and suffered too much loss, he, the right one, would also be punished. The laws in hell are cruel. If there are too many, we will take the initiative to start a war to eliminate them. Qingxian sighed. When they were in the human world, the human sovereign was benevolent and would not start such a cruel internal war. This is hell. Joyo's face was calm, she looked at a ghostly existence, and said, "Phantom God, you can't wait to have a big fight, kill, the rule in hell is to kill. This Empress is very indifferent." Yi secretly said, let's go to dominate the battlefield. Dominate the battlefield. This battle has been going on for many years, and if you die in battle, there will be a large number of hell creatures to add to it. Hell battle. In the bloody and cruel battlefield, Qingshan was trembling slightly, and his blood that had been extinguished for a long time began to boil again. For many years, I have never felt this way. I have only two paths, and the only way out is to die. Qingshan has longed for the realm of the God of Heaven for too long. You are not familiar with this battle of hell. Start attacking from the edge position first. The Juggernaut will not make a move, the God of Heaven will generally not make a move, and the same camp will not fight each other, otherwise the Juggernaut will kill directly. Yi reminded. The master is to select the strong, not to see the purpose of your walk. Yi, this time I'm going to take advantage of the hell domination battle to sharpen myself. Although I am His Majesty's concubine, even if I encounter danger, don't try to save me. Only in life and death can my potential be stimulated. As soon as Joyo's voice fell, she had already entered the domination battlefield. The harsh environment in hell is like a duct to water for Joyo, and her Joyo domain swallows the energy of hell. Ma'am. Qingshan was in a hurry. Originally, he wanted to lead an army to protect Joyo, but Joyo's attack was too fast, and Joyo's power flickered, and he escaped their control. Don't worry, my power of heaven is always covering your Empress, and your Majesty has a treasure on her body. As long as Tiandao doesn't make a move, few people in hell can threaten your Empress, and if Tiandao makes a move, I won't look at them do it. Yi said solemnly. He was respectful in front of Joyo, but in front of Qingshan and the others, he showed the majesty and indifference of the gods of hell and heaven. Although Joyo said that he would not take action even in the event of life and death, but how dare he not take action on His Majesty's woman? Otherwise, if there is any damage to the Empress, what will he confess to His Majesty, and his soul is still in the hands of the God Emperor. #C1200 Hell Experience. Destroy the faction. Abyss Camp. Blood stained the ground red. Countless creatures and strong men from the two camps are fighting on the huge battlefield. Yi glanced at the constantly changing ranking list. The one named Zanchenkong was still ranked number 1, leaving the others far behind. Huh? The Empress has started her battle. Yi had to be nervous. My battle starts now. Joyo's face was extremely indifferent. She came to a mountain range, and a great lord from the Abyss camp had just brought his tribe to the battlefield. 9 nether hells. Joyo just walked over indifferently. Her 9 nether hell opened. Immediately, the group of hell demons were instantly killed, and the energy shattered part of her in the 9 nether hell. Joyo continued to walk on the battlefield. As long as they were from the Abyss camp, she would kill them all mercilessly, with the indifference on her face, as if the death of hundreds of millions of creatures would not touch her heart in the slightest. Qingshan and the others also led the team to fight on the battlefield of hell. Although their strength is completely different from that of hell, it will not cause others to be surprised. After all, there are too many other celestial warriors joining this war. 1 year, 2 years. Kill, besieged, and killed this woman. She is too abominable. She killed a lot of strong men of our clan. She is ruthless. She is a demon. This time she was finally besieged in the Watergoo stream. This time I can't let her go. That's right, she repeatedly killed the strong men in my destruction camp. It's really hateful. Humph. This time, many of the strong men I sent from Dui Tian died in her hands. The Watergoo stream is an extremely dangerous Jedi on the domination battlefield. More than a dozen great seniors besieged Joyo. There are 3 pinnacle lords. They gritted their teeth, hating Joyo. Too many strong men on their side died in her hands. You're all going to die. Joyo's face was extremely indifferent. A complete chill, accompanied by the coming of the 9 Serenity Hell, darkened the entire world. still talking big, besieged and killed her. During this period of time, Jiuyo can be said to be indignant at the same time. This group of strong men had a large number of people, and they were not afraid of Jiuyo, so they all killed her. Hu. It is the cold wind of Jiuyo, so cold that the soul will freeze. Jiuyo killed the past with one palm, and immediately carried the power of the cold wind with one palm, and slapped a strong man, and the whole body disappeared with the wind. She walked into the crowd, like a harvester of life, beheaded continuously. This group of people was as weak as chicken cubs, vulnerable to a single blow. Ah! Run, how can she be so powerful? We are not her opponent. They are also afraid of the irresistible strong, and they turn around and run away. But Jiuyo's eyes flashed coldly, but they would not let them go. Jiuyo hell descended like a black lotus, enveloping this group of people. Flowers bloom and fall, like life and death, everyone, including those pinnacle lords, are all dead. Phantom 1, take back all the wealth of these people. Jiuyo said to a shadow in the void. She is also a person who is extremely proud in her heart. When she was in Xuanhuan, she created an empire, so how could she be soft on her hands? Arriving in hell, it is like a dragon entering the sea. 5 years have passed. Jiuyo became famous, and she was called the Bloody Empress, and countless powerful people died in her hands. Our Empress is cruel and ruthless. I have been following her battles for the past 5 years, and her strength is improving by leaps and bounds. It seems that I am so worried. Yi also felt much more relaxed. Few people can win Empress without meeting the God of Heaven and Tao. 10 years have passed. Jiuyo's ranking reached the top 10. Such tempering is not enough. Jiuyo stood on the top of a mountain, with fluttering black hair and black eyes. Come out, I see you. Jiuyo from the destruction camp is really powerful. In just 10 years, he has entered the top 10 of the destruction camp. Do you know how many strong people died in your hands, and how many people want you to die? A man appeared in front of Jiuyo. Let me introduce myself, my name is Qi Dian. I'm not interested in your name, from the Abyss camp. A strong murderous intent emerged from Jiuyo. What an indifferent woman, haha, I, Qi Dian, will subdue you today and become my woman. I am not interested in other women, but you are the only one who makes me fall in love with you. This man named Qi Dian laughed loudly. His aura was extraordinarily strong, and in the black lightning, he made a powerful bombardment move. Jiuyo looked at him and was speechless. In her eyes, this person must die, and wanting to become his woman is no different from courting death. She blasted out a wave of mana lightly, and this person's ultimate move was broken. There are tricks, but it's not enough. In an instant, Qi Dian's thunder shook, like an electric dragon, piercing the sky, and the thunder that filled the sky actually formed a purgatory, rushing forward, trapping Jiuyo in the middle. When Jiuyo was attacked by him, his indifference was terrifying. If his words were heard by that man, he would have died so that there was not even a scum left. She appeared in the 9 nether hell, and the 9 nether divine lotus bloomed on her palm, and instantly moved to Qi Dian's face, opened suddenly, and directly enveloped him. Qi Dian's strength is also very strong. Seeing Jiuyo's counterattack, he sneered and said, I also want to break my domain, delusional. He flipped his hands, every black thunder was like a dragon impact. Eternal fall. But a scene that he could never have imagined appeared. The 9 nether divine lotus bloomed and fell, all his strength was broken, a huge force descended from the sky, all counterattacks had no effect, and he was directly sealed by the 9 nether divine lotus. This series is nothing but between lightning. Even if Qi Dian was killed, he would never have imagined that Jiuyo's strength would be so powerful. After being sealed into Xuanhuan, it would be called every day should not be done, and the earth would not work. The Empress's strength is too strong, hopeful. Seeing Jiuyo deal with Qi Dian so neatly, Yi was also very surprised, and suddenly shouted, not good. People who destroy the camp, how dare you kill my disciple, this god will let you. Shocking anger swept over, and a god of heaven with curved horns slapped out the big palm print of Tiao in anger. Haha, the heavenly Dao gods from the Abyss faction also want to intervene in the battle between the great lords, so let me teach you. Naturally, Yi would not watch the god of heaven and Dao attack Jiuyou, which was no longer a target for Jiuyou to practice, so he immediately slapped him back. Boom! The two great forces of heaven are churning. Yi is you, and you have cultivated to the will of heaven. The god of heavenly Dao showed his true body, and said in surprise, you came back alive from the great ancient war, and you have cultivated your own true meaning of the Dao of heaven, which is amazing. Qiyu, you have cultivated the will of heaven, but your character still makes me feel ashamed. Hashtag C1301 God of War Challenge. The two heavenly Dao gods confronted each other in the void, their auras exchanged crazily, and the immortal power penetrated into the depths of time and space, and they were violently annihilated. Humph. This woman killed my most beloved disciple. Could it be that this god can't take revenge? Qi Hui Tiandao stared at Yi coldly, and the other party had also cultivated the will of heaven, which was difficult to deal with, and said, I heard that you seem to cooperate with other beings, you have many other powerful people under your command, are you willing to degenerate yourself? The battle of the master will not stop it. It is not very normal for other strong men to cooperate with me. In my name, what is your opinion? Yi said. My opinion is too big. The moment he finished speaking, suddenly a darkness swept in, condensed into a steel knife, and directly hit Jiuyou. Sinister, it's you, you're courting death. Yi was furious, and it was his Yi Xiao who made the attack. The moment he blocked it, Qiyu also laughed, and suddenly gathered the most powerful force to block Yi. He couldn't bear to kill his disciple without some revenge. Qiyu, you are going to die. Yi was going crazy. My disciple is not that easy to kill. Go to hell with me, Yi Xiao, why don't you take revenge quickly? Qiyu laughed out loud. The heavenly Dao gods in hell don't pay much attention to morality. In order to kill Jiuyou, there are actually two heavenly Dao gods working together. Court death. The troll god appeared, and he smashed it with a mace. Yi Xiao didn't dodge, and took the blow directly. Kill, Yi, as long as it makes you unhappy, I'm happy. Yi Xiao laughed wildly, this was a blow with all his strength that gathered the mighty power of the heavens. He didn't know what the relationship between Jiuyou and Yi was, but seeing Yi's full protection, he was a big man. He came to hell to be tested. He is indeed not Yi's opponent, but he wants to use his revenge to make Yi sleepless. The power of the god of heaven came over, and the strike was like black lightning. Everything happened in a very short time, and suddenly a 10,000 zhang black light struck fiercely. Jiuyou didn't panic, she condensed the black divine lotus and turned it into Jiuyou domain to protect herself. Boom! The black divine lotus exploded, and Jiuyou flew backwards under the force of the blow, blood churning, but she didn't suffer any damage, but said coldly, the strength of the god of heaven is indeed powerful, but there is no way to kill me, so easy. This way you won't die. Yi Zhao's eyes widened. He knew that he had lost his best chance. You villain, Yi, swear, I will kill you. Yi roared angrily, even if other gods of heaven attacked Jiuyou secretly, he would not be so angry. Wait until you have the ability to kill me. Yi Xiao made up his mind that he would seek refuge with the Lord of the Abyss and look for opportunities to continue revenge on Yi. Your Majesty, are you all right? Yi was worried that she might not be able to protect her well. I'm fine. I need to fight more gods of heaven to sharpen my strength. His shot made me more aware of my own strength. Jiuyou's face was very cold. The great battle in hell is still going on. God is inward. Ding. The host completed the side quest and sent the first batch of troops to Hell to practice, and got 14 million fate points, half-day way healing potion X1, supernatural power fruit X38768, half-day way artifact advanced card, casting god golden pill X1, random draw chance X1. A fight in Hell. Although Xuanhuan didn't understand the specific situation of the Hell fight, but he saw the natal stars falling one by one, representing the fall of a great lord, and the rising of new natal stars, representing the breakthrough of the half-day way. I don't know how many people will come back alive this time. I hope I won't be disappointed. Xuanhuan has been retreating in the Xinqiao for these years. His control of power is getting stronger and stronger, and it has reached the limit of half a day. In the Tianxua mining area, Xuanhuan's main force was exploring the relics of the Tianming, exploring the way for the important master inheritance, and found some, but they were very common. The development of the gods. If we want to make a big leap, we must first break through the gods of heaven and suppress the luck of the gods, otherwise many plans will be difficult to implement. Xuanhuan sat on his throne, with the human emperor sword in front of him. This sword is very powerful, but it was refined by the emperor, not him. After arriving at Tiandishan, he will use his own means to reshape him. His Majesty. In front of Xuanhuan, the light and shadow of the god of war appeared. Through the altar he left in the city of the god of war, he communicated, I have encountered some troubles in the Tianxua mining area. Say. Xuanhuan knows. If there is no important matter, god of war will not look for him at will. I challenged the strong in the Tianxua mine, so I offended Zhu Wushang. He is ranked in the top 10 of the Half Tian Dao leaderboard. I am not afraid of him, but he is from absolute heaven, and I am worried that it will bring trouble to the god dynasty. God of War said. I'm not afraid of trouble. Xuanhuan said. He has heard of Jiwushan, which belongs to the peak power, not 33 days, but there are several gods of heaven in Jiwushan, and the ancient Jiwushan gods also participated in the Great Ancient War. He sent a letter of war to Chen, asking Chen to fight in the Tianxua mine. If Chen doesn't fight, he will lead people directly to the city of Valkyrie. There is also a coldness in the voice of God of War. Absolutely no injury to challenge the strong again and again is to sharpen his way of heaven. War, take his gauntlet and fight him. Xuanhuan's eyes were piercing, and an astonishing breath came out, and he said, not only is there a fight, but also a bloody fight. In response to his letter of war, it doesn't matter whether you live or die in this battle. You can fight with your hands and feet. You don't need to be scrupled. I have my back to support you. This is by no means too arrogant, to force God of War to fight him. In this case, Xuanhuan fulfilled his wish. Don't you want to fight? Let's fight to the death. Yes, Your Majesty. God of War also laughed out loud after receiving Xuanhuan's order. Okay, I'll issue the gauntlet right away. If he dares to come here without injury, I'll let him die here. The road to heaven will always be full of blood tests, which cannot be achieved through retreat and resources. Every god of heaven is stepping on many bones. Your Majesty is here to pave the way for him. In the heavenly blood mine area. It was also very shocking at this time. Challenge the God of War without injury, many people know it. And God of War's response was even more domineering. War. Let's have a bloody battle. Have you heard that the God of War in the martial god city responded without any injuries, and agreed to his challenge, and there will be an endless bloody battle. This is too domineering, and he is full of confidence in his own strength. Jiwushan comes from Jiwushan, and the direct disciples of Jiwawu Tiandao God are cultivating him as the next Tiandao God. This God of War is also not simple. Backed by the powerful martial god city, his ranking has also soared rapidly during these years, as if he is about to sprint to the top 10. When two tigers fight, one must be wounded. I don't know if absolutely Wushou will take it. Zhu Wushang will definitely take it. He is very arrogant. The way of heaven does not tolerate any cowardice and retreat. If he doesn't take it, he is afraid of the god of war. Then let's wait and see. All the powers in the Tianxue mining area are discussing. #C1302 Life or Death. Wu Shang, the god of war in Wushan City, has already accepted your challenge, and he also made a request, that is, to fight with you to the death, regardless of life or death. The Heavenly Blood Mine area, a place where two people appeared. A black-haired old man smiled and handed a reply letter to a young man. Oh? Is the god of war next? He still wants to fight me to the death. Originally, I just wanted to defeat him. Maybe I would spare his life mercifully, but he insisted on choosing to die. This young man was tall and slender, with sharp brows, like a sword, with an arrogance that overwhelmed the world, he said lightly. There was also a broadsword in front of him. No injury, don't be careless. Although the god of war in Wushan City is a figure who has suddenly risen in the past few hundred years, he has reached the top 100 in the rankings in a short period of time, which is enough to show his strength. I have seen many battle records of him, brave and fearless, like the god of war on the ancient battlefield. The black-haired old man said, and the martial god city behind him is a bit mysterious. The eternal silence heavenly Tao god suffered a lot in the hands of the martial god city back then. Uncle Zhong, don't worry, I know what you mean. I am afraid that I will capsize in the gutter. I won't do it. The goshawk fights the rabbit and I will use all my strength. I will use all my strength to face any opponent. I will not give it to you, he chants. Zhu Wushang said, if that god of war isn't powerful, I wouldn't give him a letter of challenge. It's good that you know it. You can't underestimate any opponent. This is Uncle Zhong's experience in training for hundreds of millions of years. No one knows how powerful a weak opponent can sometimes explode. Uncle Zhong, the black-haired old man, is still very confident that he will never hurt, but he just reminded him not to be arrogant. He is the god of heaven, and he was ordered to protect him closely and never hurt him. In Juwu Tian, he is the most qualified to be the god of heaven, and it is not uncommon for him to have a god of heaven protect his way. But the weak will always be the weak. Zhu Wushang said again. There is another news, that is, God died, and died in hell. The black-haired old man said again. God is dead. Absolutely no harm this time. It was really shocking. Shocked, he said, God has reached the 8th stage of the 9 levels of divine tribulation. It is difficult for ordinary gods to kill him. It is really a pity that he died like this. Yes, there are countless strong people in hell. Although I, Zhu Wutian, is the pinnacle force in the multiverse, I am nothing in front of hell heaven. The black-haired old man sighed. With the strength of God, even he can't take it down. Maybe God caused some ancient existence in hell to do something, so he died. The black-haired old man speculated that none of them could have imagined that God died at whose hands. As strong as a god, they all fall halfway. The road to heaven is difficult, but I will definitely be able to reach the peak without any injuries. Once I reach the road of heaven, it represents an immortal state. Absolutely. Wushang's fierce aura soared into the sky, and he asked confidently, what's happening in the god's heaven? The old god died, and the new god appeared. He is continuously challenging the strong ones on the ranking list, and will return to the top of the ranking list. The black-haired old man said. When I kill the god of war in Wushan City, I will meet the new god, and let the bones of these people become my stepping stones. The road to heaven is created by killing. If you are timid and afraid of fighting, it is impossible to become a god of heaven. Zhu Wushang said coldly, Uncle Zhong, there is news that I will fight him in the ruins of the Tianming in half a month. Fight without injury. It's a relic of the Tianming. After the news came out, it caused a shock in the Tianxue mining area. Although it was not a battle between the gods of heaven and earth, their battle was obviously more bloody. Let's go to the ruins of the Tianmeng and watch the battle between Zhu Wushang and the god of war. It's been a long time since it was so lively. That's right, absolutely no injury is the 10th in the ranking list. He is qualified to challenge the gods of heaven and earth. You can't miss it. I don't know. After this battle, who will live and who will die? This is the top half-day fight. In the city of Valkyrie. God of War, absolutely no wound has taken over. Ouyang Jun was next to the God of War, and his cultivation base had also reached the 5th heaven, holding the Book of War in his hand, with a solemn expression on his face. The next step is good. My God of War is not afraid of anything. If I kill him, I will be 10th in the half-day ranking. The golden light in the God of War's eyes surged. He was not afraid of battle, and longed to sharpen himself with battles. What a fearless one. Xuanhuan suddenly appeared beside the God of War and made a sound of appreciation. With his current speed of traveling through the sky, it only takes a few days to go back and forth to the Tianxue mining area. How can he miss the battle of the general of the gods? He has high expectations for the God of War. Starting from Shenwushan, he has never let him down. His Majesty. God of War, Ouyang Jun was startled, and hurriedly saluted. Pingshan. Xuanhuan was the image of the benevolent Holy Emperor in front of them, and smiled. This battle is not only your battle, but also the battle of the gods. You just want to fight with the one that is absolutely harmless. As for hiding in the some xiao in the dark, can't turn the big waves with my presence. His aura at this time is majestic, like the sky, suppressing everything. I must let His Majesty see a victory. God of War has infinite momentum. The time is coming soon, and many major events will happen in the Tianxue mining area every day, but the God of War and the battle without any injuries are obviously very attractive. There are powerful forces behind them. The ruins of the Tianmeng, there are countless strange stones and dangers, rising into the sky like pillars of heaven, some of which have many ancient characters written on them. This relic is the inheritance place of a deputy leader of the Tianmeng, but the treasure has long been taken away. War God of Martial God City, you are here. On one of the highest mountain peaks, Zhu Wushang was carrying a broadsword on his back. He saw a warship approaching in the distance, and made a cold voice. War God City, War God is here. The sound waves are rolling, and the God of War is huge. Every step comes, shaking time and space. The infinite golden light interprets the tragic scene of fighting on the battlefield with gold and iron horses. He is not the God of War alone, but the God of War on the battlefield. He cannot lose this battle. It represents the face of the empire, and represents His Majesty's expectations. That's the God of War in Martial God City. His aura is astonishing, like a god of battle, terrifying and powerful. Although War God of Martial Arts City is not as ranked as Wushang in the rankings, it does not mean that he is not strong. Look at that momentum, it is earth-shattering and very powerful. The dragon fights the tiger, and there is no harm. To challenge the strongest in the world, to sharpen one's own way, if the God of War dies in battle, he will become a stepping stone for others. In the ruins of the Tianmeng, many powerful people gathered, and there were even many gods of good deeds, watching the show. Your aura is very strong, and you did not disappoint me. Very well, you are qualified to die in my hands. The words that are absolutely harmless are very arrogant, and one word seems to have sentenced God of War to death. Very well, attacking the enemy with words, shocking his heart with an invincible aura, and being cautious towards him in the heart, a harmless madness is not a stupid madness. The black-haired old man stood on one side and nodded. This battle is a bloody battle between my God of War and absolutely innocent, one-on-one, fair battle. Even if God of War dies in battle, I will not intervene. A thick voice swept across the void. #C1303 Baojianfeng emerges from sharpening. That person is the master of the martial god city, the god emperor of martial arts. The magnificent breath is like the sky and the sea. The black-haired old man was shocked for no reason. He looked forward, and there was a figure standing there quietly like a giant pillar, supporting the sky and the earth. With him around, it seemed that the sky would not collapse this day. He felt that in front of him, he had to look up and worship him. He shook his head violently. How could it be possible? He is a god of heaven, how could he be affected by other people's aura? No injury, let's fight your way to heaven. The black-haired old man said. Boom. The moment the words fell, two astonishing forces collided fiercely, and the tyrannical momentum turned into a huge wave sweeping the world, and the two had already launched an extremely fierce fight. Stepping on your bones, I will achieve my path to heaven. Absolutely no harm looked indifferent. He has been a genius in Zhu Wutian since he was a child, defeated countless opponents, was accepted as a disciple by the Lord of Absolute, and never let absolutely down. Haha, let's fight. God of War also laughed out loud, he is not afraid of any opponent. The golden holy light moved surgingly, and the God of War was like a god of the battlefield who would never give up. In just an instant, the two fought thousands of moves. What a powerful God of War. He is even more terrifying than we imagined. You see, he and absolutely Wushang chose to fight head-to-head, so that they can best show their true strength. Besides, he is not weak at all. I always feel that the situation on the battlefield is under his control. Double heroes are fighting for hegemony, and there are so many supernatural powers and secrets that can be controlled absolutely without injury. Now it is just a collision of pure mana, and it is far from showing his strength. Until the end, it's hard to say who wins and who loses. The people present couldn't take their eyes off. They are all watching the battle. This is already the battle of the great master representing the most peak, and the next step is the god of heaven. Your brute force is very strong, but brute force alone is useless. At this time, Zhu Wushang was knocked back by God of War's punch, his face was indifferent, and suddenly he struck with his palm like a knife. Extinction. The countless laws of his style were all shattered, and the heavens and the earth were wiped out, not only killing the body, but also killing the soul. Okay, Wushang has thoroughly comprehended the Zhu Wu supernatural power of the Lord of Absolute, Zhu Tian, Zhu Di, Zhu Ren. The black-haired old man also smiled. God of War didn't say a word, he was very powerful, he broke mountains and rivers with one palm, all his supernatural powers were condensed in his power, and he directly resisted the extinction style. Zhu Wushang's gaze narrowed slightly, and he once again cast his supernatural power. What a tough opponent. Wushang's various strengths exploded, but none of them could do anything to him. This will be Wushang's most difficult battle, but I believe Wushang, he can win. As the battle progressed, the black-haired old man's face gradually became gloomy. The sky was dim, and the fight between the two had lasted for half an hour. The God of War swallows mountains and rivers with arrogance, he firmly believes that he will never be defeated, and his aura is getting stronger and stronger at this time. He has the domineering aura that can sweep the universe with one palm, and he will be blown away without any injuries with one palm. The God of War has already taken control of the situation. Many strong men stared at each other. God battle. The God of War took a big stride, came in pursuit, and slapped him with a big hand like a cattail fan. He is the God of martial arts, and hundreds of millions of divine lights rushed out. For the God of War, with the supply of resources from the God dynasty, he has already reached the limit in the realm of Dazuan. The biggest gap between him and the God of Heaven is the sharpening of his own Taoism. You will be my sharpening stone. God of War's attack was like a violent storm, wave after wave, endlessly bullying. Boom. 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 The god of war didn't give Zhu Wushang any time to breathe, and every blow raised his strength to the limit. Zhu Wushang was like a small boat in a storm, and it was in danger of overturning at any time. It's too violent. It was as strong as absolutely harmless, and at this time, he could only barely deal with it. It's too scary. There is absolutely no way to fight back without any injuries. No matter what magical powers he uses, he will be destroyed by a huge force. This is breaking the magic with force, and there is nothing fancy about it. Yeah, the strength is so strong, this level is also terrifying. Could it be that you will lose without injury? Many people were shocked by the rage of the god of war when they saw such a battle scene. I will lose? I will not lose? Although faced with this unfavorable situation, Zhu Wushang still did not panic. The broadsword appeared in his hand, and the power of the divine weapon of heaven was fluctuating. Absolutely. Jedi. Awesome. The three supernatural powers were cast with a broadsword, infused with the law of strength that would never hurt the whole body. His expression was indifferent to the extreme, and he immediately slashed three swords, condensing them into one move, and slashed at the god of war. Okay, the transformation of the three supernatural powers into one blow is lore. Seeing such magical powers, the black-haired old man smiled a little. This time, even if the god of war survives, he will be seriously injured. After that, the situation will be under Wushang's control. I will never be the next god of heaven. Shenwu. The god of war turned into the god of war. He is the god's mansion. Feng Tian's halberd is held tightly in his hand, his whole body emits a red fire light. There is only one move, and it is also his strongest move. This move is a battle magic. Boom. In just a split second, Feng Tian's halberd slammed down fiercely with a thunderous gesture, carrying a torrent that disrupted time and space, and a dazzling golden light. The laws of space and time went berserk, and many people couldn't see what happened. When the fluctuations dissipated, they saw in astonishment that although the mighty god of war was covered in bruises, he was still standing firmly in the void holding Feng Tian's halberd, with infinite domineering aura. But it was absolutely unharmed, and it had already been blasted into the mountain peak. Never lost without injury. His strongest lore supernatural power was broken, and many people let out long sighs. He was defeated. If he wanted to challenge the god of war, he would end up being defeated on the spot. Although the god of war is injured, his aura is stronger than before. That's right, he used absolute harmless as a whetstone to make himself stronger. The sharp edge of the sword is sharpened. This battle was very fierce, and the god of war stood upright at this moment. Although he didn't say anything, his imposing eyes already told him that he was defeated. I won't lose. Zhu Wushang didn't believe that his supernatural power would be broken, and cracks appeared in his Tao heart. For him, the road to heaven does not allow even a little failure, otherwise it will be a catastrophe. I still have the strongest move. His whole body glowed blood red. Absolutely. Burning his own strength, with the posture of lore killing himself, suddenly, his whole body became illusory, united with the broadsword, and rushed towards the god of war like a shooting star. Everything happened in an instant. The god of war also expected that Zhu Wushang would fight him desperately, and this fight had been said earlier that it would be a bloody battle, so he didn't dodge immediately, and faced it with a fearless posture. Power pierced through his body. But he sent Zhu Wushang flying with a single halberd. Die. There was a lot of blood flowing on the god of war, but he strove to catch up, and the halberd was about to fall, and he would kill without injury. Stop, you dare to kill without injury, I will let you die. The black-haired old man finally couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't just watch Zhu Wushang being killed like this, and years of hard work would be wiped out. At this moment, Chu Yuan stood up, and with a slight movement, there was infinite thunder. With me here, you dare to make a move? #C1304 Fearless. With a force that could destroy the world, and the storm that collapsed within him, he stopped the black-haired old man with one blow. At this moment, God of War's killing blow also landed, squeezing the power of time and space, causing Zhu Wushang to be instantly annihilated. The moment the broadsword fell, God of War directly grabbed it. "Do not!" the black-haired old man roared. Zhu Wushang died, disappeared from this world, and his breath could never be found again. His eyes were bloodshot, and it only took 1,000th of an instant for him to save him without any injuries, but the master of Wushan City didn't give him a chance, and made him hate him. Years of cultivation and dedication have turned into dust, and this hatred will last forever. "How dare you kill Wushang?" he growled angrily. "This battle has long been agreed, regardless of life or death, it belongs to their war, you have crossed the line." The voice of the overlord of Chuyuan sounded. It was a fight between Zhu Wushang and the god of war. The two sides had signed the war letter. "If you are afraid, you don't have to fight. Chuyuan will not forgive this black-haired old man if he dares to fight. I've crossed the line. Wushang is the most beloved disciple of Master Absolute. Killing him won't make your life easier." The black-haired old man was about to go crazy. As a protector, he didn't protect him, which was a shame. This time he returned to absolute heaven, even if he was not given any punishment. This kind of shame would make it difficult for him to raise his head. The god of heaven is mad and angry. Many people trembled. "How can you?" Chuyuan turned his hands into clouds and turned his hands into rain. He had to teach the black-haired old man a profound lesson. A wave of imperial prestige that could not be resisted, the dominance of gods, kings, and emperors, created a storm of destruction with his wave. "You still want to teach me a lesson?" In the eyes of the black-haired old man, this was a provocation to him. He laughed back in anger, and strode forward, the power of heaven condensed to the limit. It directly collided with Chuyuan. But the moment the black-haired old man fought Chuyuan, his power of heaven froze, and he was controlled by a stronger force, and his whole body was blown away. "I'm too presumptuous." Chuyuan slashed with his palm, and the light of the cutting magic weapon flickered at the edge. Two equally great beings are fighting. This is a fight between great beings. Facing Chuyuan's pressing step by step, the black-haired old man condensed the law of heaven, and a black beam of light blasted out angrily, with the power of extinction, killing everyone. Chuyuan just slashed, and the beam of silence shattered. Great destruction. The door of destruction. Destroying Tianwei descended, and the black-haired old man was pulled into the destructive storm by a devouring force. Immediately, he felt that his body was about to be shattered, and his whole body was blown apart. His strength is not as good as Yi, and Chuyuan is stronger than when he was in hell. Heavenly Tao God was beaten to pieces. It was too fast, just a few moves, and the body of the god of heaven collapsed. Even some gods of heaven hidden in the void could not believe it. "You." The black-haired old man was reunited from the heavenly Taoist Hanoi again. Chuyuan directly destroyed his body with a single blow, and then smashed his divine body to pieces. "I am not his opponent." The black-haired old man also became terrified, although it was difficult to kill him, but every reunion would consume a huge amount of energy. He roared, "Shenwu Emperor, you are so arrogant and domineering, I definitely won't swallow this easily. Breathe. I'm waiting for you to see if you dare to come." Strong domineering, Chuyuan broke the black-haired old man once more, before running away in a panic. He is not afraid of revenge, and showing weakness will make others feel afraid of him. With such a strong attack, even the gods of heaven and gods will be defeated by him, and Zhu Wutian will not make a move. Everyone knows that whoever dares to take revenge on him will pay a terrible price. Your Majesty's strength is already so powerful. God of War has not seen His Majesty make a move for a long time, this kind of strength is too terrifying for him to imagine. Heavenly Tao God has to run away in front of the Emperor Xuanhuan, and he can't resist. His strength is too strong. Can there be such a powerful existence under the command of the god of war? Will it be weak? Yeah, although Zhu Wutian is strong, do they dare to take revenge? Then Xuanhuan must control a stronger force. Chu Yuan's shot created a stronger impression in many people's minds. People are fearful of power and not afraid of morality. They are too good to remember, only strong. Don't fight against Wushan City, their strength has surpassed our imagination, and that god of war is very likely to become a god of heaven, and Xuanhuan has even more terrifying strength. Many forces have dispersed. Your Majesty, this is a trophy. The god of war put the broadsword in both hands and sent it to Chu Yuan. He knew that although he killed him without injury, he still had His Majesty's support, otherwise he would not be able to bear the wrath of the god of heaven. Let's do some things. From now on, you will be the 10th on the half-day list. I will wait for you to become a god of heaven. Chu Yuan put the booty in the treasury. This time I have shown my strength, and it will be easier for Xunqiao to move in the Tianxue mining area. Chu Yuan didn't stay in the Tianxue mining area for a long time, and returned to Xunqiao after stabilizing the situation. The divine dynasty is developing at a very steady speed. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. In the blink of an eye, 300 years have passed. In the flick of a finger, 300 years is just an extremely short time in the multiverse, and it is also a very short time for a huge empire like Chu Yuan. Within his divine dynasty, there were 3 more martial gods in the past 300 years. Respect Valkyrie. Xuanwu God. Wild Valkyrie. And Huang Wushan was an old minister who had followed him early in Shenwutian. Hong Huang's battle body Yang Teng, he passed the test set by Chu Yuan and became a Wushan. Chu Yuan's plan is the 9 martial gods. As time goes by, the remaining martial gods will be continuously selected. The martial gods are special. They directly receive the luck of the gods, and they are honored. With the growth of the luck of the gods, the selected warriors can easily reach the realm of the Great Master. During these 300 years, Yi also sent him news from Hell many times. The Hell domination battle is still going on, and it will last for a long time. According to the news that Yi gave me, Jiuyo's strength is getting stronger and stronger, and the Tao of Heaven is also very likely to be accomplished. Chu Yuan looked at the information. Jiuyo was indeed crazy in hell, her attacks were fierce, she killed countless enemies, and she was indifferent. It seemed that she had really found a suitable place for her in hell. Her strength also improved very fast. According to what Yi said, Jiuyo fought against a god of heaven. Although it was impossible to defeat the god of heaven, the god of heaven did not kill him at the same time. Jiuyo is very likely to become the god of heaven. If the luck of the gods is once again sharply enhanced, it will be easier for her. Chu Yuan thought, let's develop and make the empire stronger and stronger. #C1305 Mingyue Island Lord. The years are very peaceful. But this is the peace that only has great strength. Although the black-haired old man shouted very arrogantly when he escaped hundreds of years ago, the revenge never came. Because they know that it is their freedom to start a war, but when it will end is beyond their control. Facing a huge empire like Xuanhuan, it is unbearable to dare to start a war casually. The emotional battle is very happy. But the price is too high, and a person who is absolutely harmless is not qualified. As for his Tiandao cannon, 5 of them have been built, mainly because the materials are too rare. Even if he uses multiple channels to collect them, it is not so easy. Heavenly Tao cannon is a strategic resource, and all kinds of materials about Heavenly Tao must be collected to prepare for a rainy day. Chu Yuan said. Half-day Tao limit. With the growth of the empire's luck and long-term practice, Xuanhuan also reached the limit of half-day Tiao. Using the sealing power to cast the eternal seal, although the gods of heaven are hard to kill, they can be sealed. Xuanhuan sketched with both hands a series of chains sealing the sky, forming the power of an eternal seal. During the long years of cultivating in the empire, he was also studying various divine channels. If you practice hard in the empire, you can't become a god of heaven. Xuanhuan held a document in his hand, Boundless Hingsha, Mingyue Island. The most difficult material to find for making heavenly Tao soldiers is the immeasurable constant sand. Xuanhuan spent a lot of time inquiring, only to find out that there is a lot of immeasurable constant sand on Mingyue Island. And this Qiming. Xuanhuan looked at Qiming's detailed information. Qi tomorrow is also 33 days ago, but that was a very long time ago. They belonged to the human emperor's side. Following the defeat of the human emperor, almost all the heavenly gods of Qiming also fell, and their sky was also ruined, falling into the deep dimension of time and space. Originally, Guyuan Tian was worse than them. The sky collapsed and ceased to exist. But goddess Yanran did not die, she returned again, and tomorrow became an extremely miserable day. Qiming was really miserable back then. The human emperor was defeated, and countless strong men divided up their inheritance like wolves. Their gods all fell, and there was only an empty shell left, which was still being sucked by countless people. Xuanhuan shook his head. The winner and the loser are the laws of heaven and earth. The winner rules everything, and the loser is severely punished. It can be said that after the defeat of the emperor, those who stood on his side did not end well, collapsed and declined. This is what happens to losers. Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp. He doesn't want to be a loser. Passing through Mingyue Island, get those immeasurable constant sands, build the cannon of the heavenly way, and then go to Qiming to have a look. Maybe you can find the resources that will make me a god of the heavenly way. Xuanhuan left Shenwu directly. Mingyue Island is in the northwest direction of him, which is completely opposite to going to Hell Sky. He knew that it would never be possible to become a god of the heavenly Tao if he retreated in the divine dynasty, and opportunities would not fall from the sky, but to be seized. It's been a long road. Fortunately, Xuanhuan was powerful and traveled continuously, but it still took several years before he saw Mingyue Island. Is this Mingyue Island? Xuanhuan stands in the multiverse. He looked forward. Although Mingyue Island is an island, it is actually a huge plane universe, bigger than the main city of destruction. Mingyue Island is shrouded in a faint divine radiance, and a round of moon revolves around the island, which is extremely beautiful and peaceful. The very quiet Mingyue Island is like a paradise in the universe. It is said that Moon Island is very peaceful. The owner of Mingyue Island is an ancient power. He is powerful and is also a very powerful force in the multiverse. Xuanhuan observed Mingyue Island. It is peaceful, but this kind of tranquility and peace is due to the strength of the owner of Mingyue Island to suppress it. If there is no strength, it will be plundered. This is the law of survival. He also saw that Mingyue Island was in the shape of a moon, but it was actually a very special kind of magic weapon that could unleash the power to destroy heaven and earth. Yin and yang are opposite each other. There is also great danger in the tranquility and peace. He walked into this Mingyue Island. It feels different from other places. Mingyue Island is prosperous, there is no fight here, everyone is friendly, and it is precisely because of the good reputation of the Mingyue Island owner that many strong people have gathered to join him and maintain peace. The quietest years are the rarest. Xuanhuan went directly to the main city of Mingyue. The main city of Mingyue doesn't give people the feeling of majesty, but a unique beauty. The moon shines against each other, and many sacred trees that emit radiant light are planted. It is rumored that the name of Mingyue Island was taken by the Taoist companion of the owner of Mingyue Island. He and his Taoist companion rose from a cosmic plane, and watched the sunset and the moon rise in their plane. Xuanhuan Dao. Unfortunately, the Taoist companion of the Mingyue Island master fell when he broke through the heavenly Dao God tribulation. Even if he is as strong as the Mingyue Islander, it is impossible to change his fate against the sky and force people to become a heavenly Dao God. This is a very poignant love story. When the owner of Mingyue Island built Mingyue Island, he always decorated it according to his Taoist couple's favorite. Although Mingyue Island master doesn't like fighting, if anyone offends him, people will know how scary he is. Go and meet the Mingyue Island master. Xuanhuan didn't hide himself, and went directly to the core of Mingyue's main city. My friend, this place is the retreat place of the island master Mingyue, you can't trespass. Someone stopped Xuanhuan immediately. I'm here to see your Mingyue Island master. Xuanhuan's majestic aura spread out. There is a powerful existence. An old man immediately stepped out of time and space, saw Xuanhuan, felt the powerful aura, was startled, and said, "Friend, who are you?" He could tell that Xuanhuan didn't come to make trouble, but came to Mingyue Island master for something real. It's good to call me Shenwu. I learned that Mingyue Island master is collecting all kinds of treasures in the multiverse to save his beloved daughter. It just so happens that I have a god-defying medicine in my hand, and I want to exchange something with Mingyue Island master. Xuanhuan smiled lightly. He didn't come to make trouble this time, so he naturally showed his calmness. You have the treasure to save miss. This Lu Yuan was startled. With the strength of this supernatural power, naturally he would not shoot at it, and said immediately, if there is, Mingyue Island master will thank you very much. Lu Yuan, let this friend in. It was the voice of Mingyue Island master. Friend, let's go to see the owner of Mingyue Island. Over the years, many people have said that they can save miss, including Tiandishan, but they all failed. The owner of the island is almost disheartened. Lu Yuan politely led Xuanhuan into a piece of time and space. Time and space changes. There is no prosperity in this time and space, but it is very ordinary, shining in around a bright moon, green mountains and green waters, clear streams passing through, and there are a few very ordinary houses. And this is the retreat place of Mingyue Island master. Everything is very simple. Mingyue Island master. Xuanhuan saw a middle-aged man. #C1306 friend. The master of Mingyue Island has an elegant face and a beard on his chin, which gives people a sense of peace of mind. He doesn't have Xuanhuan's domineering, making people feel easy to get along with. But if you underestimated the strength of Mingyue Island master, because of this, it would be a big mistake. Island owner, this friend is the fetish of Miss Xiujiu. Lu Yuan respectfully. Although he is a god of heaven, his life was saved by the island master of Mingyue. Back then, he went deep into a desperate place and couldn't get out. It was the island's master of Mingyue who helped him out of danger. Shenwu. The owner of Mingyue Island nodded slightly, and said, My friend, if you can come to my Mingyue Island, you should know something about the little girl. There have been many strong people who have come here before, but they all failed, including beings as strong as friends. He can see that Xuanhuan is extremely powerful, and he is the only one who is overbearing. He is the lord of a country. Since I have come, there is a way to save me. Xuanhuan said lightly, let me practice the 9-layer divine tribulation, and the 5th layer tribulation failed. Although I did not disappear, my soul and the laws of heaven were broken. I have one thing that can be restored. As before, there is no hidden danger. What can make the little girl back to normal? The owner of Mingyue Island was shocked. He never asked for her daughter to recover completely, just recovering from a deep sleep. Xuanhuan's words were too shocking. I never do anything unsure. Xuanhuan took out the Ban Tian Dao healing potion and said indifferently, take it, believe it or not. If this statement is true, my friend is my benefactor. I don't know what my friend needs. The master of Mingyue Island stared at the healing potion that was as bright as emerald. Immeasurable eternal sand, all your immeasurable eternal sand. Xuanhuan said. It turned out to be for the immeasurable constant sand. The amount of immeasurable constant sand I control is extremely large. Although it is a material, its value is more precious than a heavenly artifact, but as long as it can save the life of the little girl, it is nothing. The master of Mingyue Island sent a voice transmission. Lu Yuan, how trustworthy are his words? It should be credible, the multiverse is like a cloud. Such a powerful existence has something to ask for. Lu Yuan thought about it, and then sighed, believe it even if it's unbelievable. Miss has been sleeping for too many years, and it's all because of you to continue her life with the source of the way of heaven. Many powerful existences have come here. They can only continue their lives, but they cannot be fully restored. Now there are only dead horses as living horse doctors. Daughter, being a father must not let you suffer the same fate as your mother. The island master of Mingyue was firm. My friend, please wait here for a while. If it is really useful, I will offer you both. I'm not in a hurry. Xuanhuan watched Mingyue Island master enter a room. Friend, please come this way. Lu Yuan hurriedly entertained Xuanhuan. Inside the house, lying there was a woman who looked like a girl. She lay there quietly, like a sleeping beauty, as if she had died. This is Mingyue Island master's daughter, Mingxue. The owner of Mingyue Island has only this one daughter, who was born to his Taoist companion. Daughter, for the father will definitely wake you up, for you, the father is willing to pay any price. The master of Mingyue Island looked at his daughter lovingly. He picked up the Bantian Dao healing potion, and gently transported it into Mingshua's body with mana, very carefully, as if afraid of destroying a ceramic. Emerald-like crystal light is filling the air. After only a few breaths, Mingxue opened her eyes. She felt the return of a powerful force, and asked doubtfully, Father, am I here to live? Really useful. The owner of Mingyue Island thought it would be a very long time, but he didn't expect it to be so short, so he hurriedly said, Schwer, check your condition carefully, as long as you wake up, it doesn't matter if you can't practice. Mingxue nodded. After a dozen breaths, she opened her eyes. Father. Mingxue was surprised and said, What's going on? I have no hidden dangers at all. Back then, when I survived the heavenly Tao divine tribulation, my soul was shattered, the law was broken, and I almost fell. This is an injury that is almost impossible to repair. It's really good, he didn't lie to me. A small tube of potion healed Mingshua's injuries that could not be repaired for hundreds of millions of years, and the owner of Mingyue Island also noticed Xuanhuan's unfathomable depth. Who is it? Mingxue asked. Father doesn't know much about him, he only knows that he is called Shenwu. Because of the immeasurable hengsha in my hands, I gave him what he asked for, and I will thank him for my father. Naturally, he would not have the idea of reneging on debts, and being reckless with such a powerful Shenwu would not do him any good. Island Master Mingyue, are my words true? Xuanhuan saw the owner of Mingyue Island teleporting towards him, and behind him was a woman with a gentle face. Miss. Lu Yuan said in surprise. Ha ha ha, friend, you are my little girl's savior, it's true. The owner of Mingyue Island is in a very good mood, he hasn't laughed for many years. He is my savior. Mingxue looked at Xuanhuan. She was also a strong person. She had cultivated to the fourth calamity in the 9 layers of divine tribulation. At this moment, she quietly looked at Xuanhuan with an aura as deep as the sea. Sitting there, she was like a giant pillar that opened up the universe. Strong, very strong. My friend, this is the immeasurable constant sand you need. The owner of Mingyue Island took out the immeasurable hengsha. This is boundless hengsha. Xuanhuan took it, and each grain of immeasurable eternal sand was as bright as a diamond, as big as a grain of rice, extremely heavy, and inside it looked like a small universe. And the owner of Mingyue Island gave him a small hill. This deal was very cost-effective. Xuanhuan exchanged so much boundless Hengsha with the Bantiando healing potion, which was worthless to him. There are so many enough to create heavenly Tao warriors. Okay, this transaction has been completed, and I have other important matters, so I will stay soon. Xuanhuan was very satisfied. My friend, I'm leaving so soon. I still want to host a banquet to thank the God Emperor for saving my daughter's life. From now on, you will be my friend of Mingyue Island. I will definitely help you if there is anything you need. The owner of Mingyue Island intends to make a friend like Xuanhuan. Powerful and mysterious, who doesn't want to make friends? Maybe in the future, the master of Mingyue Island will still need Xuanhuan's help. I do need the help of Mingyue Island master. Xuanhuan thought and said. Okay, what can I do to help? The owner of Mingyue Island smiled. I need his help. It's not a troublesome thing. I'm collecting all kinds of treasures, so if I want to use the channels of Mingyue Island to obtain some gods, I will take out all kinds of divine essence stones. Xuanhuan saw that Mingyue Island was very powerful, and having such a friend would be very helpful to his dynasty. It turns out that it's such a small matter. If a friend wants to trade, it will also do good things for me on Mingyue Island. I will fully support it. The owner of Mingyue Island laughed loudly. Lu Yuan, hold a banquet. Today I want to invite Shenwu to a banquet. The conversation between the two was very pleasant. When the owner of Mingyue Island communicated with Xuanhuan, he also found that this transaction was extremely beneficial to him. I'll take a step away first. After Xuanhuan had a good talk with the island master Mingyue, he merged into the void and disappeared. #C1307 Tiandao Class Shenzhou. Shenwu, this emperor is mysterious, I have never heard of it before. The owner of Mingyue Island is also an ancient power, and he said lightly, and his appetite is too big. He traded a large number of precious and rare materials from me, but the benefits he gave me made me unable to refuse. Although he is peaceful, but can he be a simple person who can cultivate to the God of Heaven? In this transaction, although Xuanhuan relied on Mingyue Island's channels, the owner of Mingyue Island could also obtain a large number of half-day Taoist pills from Xuanhuan. He doesn't like fighting for hegemony, but he also knows that the first prerequisite for Mingyue Island to be peaceful is to have strong strength. It's indeed mysterious enough. As long as he took out the healing potion to save me, it is not something that ordinary existence can take out. Mingxue nodded. Father, making friends with this mysterious and powerful existence is not harmful to Mingyue Island. Good. The master of Mingyue Island said lovingly, Daughter, if you were not allowed to practice the 9-layer divine calamity as a father, you would have been a god of heaven by now. Why bother to endure this suffering? It's because I didn't take good care of you. There are many calamities on the road to heaven, and this calamity is also good for me. Mingxue said, It is no problem for me to break through the 5th calamity now, and my daughter also knows that I can't continue to practice, so I use the 5th calamity to break through to the God of Heaven. Okay, even in the heaven of the gods, there are very few people who have cultivated to the 5th calamity. Only Thunder God created the 10th calamity. If the god cultivated to the 8th calamity, wouldn't he still die in hell? The island master of Mingyue laughed, Daughter, you will break through the heavenly Tao God, and my father will protect you. Well, all these years, because of my daughter's willfulness, my father has been continuing his life with his own origin of the way of heaven, and it has also delayed my father's cultivation. It is my daughter's fault. It is too extravagant for the God of Heaven to continue life with the source of the Tao of Heaven, and only the owner of Mingyue Island is willing to do so. You are my only daughter, and I will take good care of you for your mother. This Mingyue Island group has gained a lot. They directly obtained a large amount of materials from the owner of Mingyue Island. There are various magic medicines traded there. If there are 10 materials, I can get 7 or 8 of them, and Mingyue Island can get 1 or 2. Thanks to UI. Xuanhuan shuttles through the diversity. He laughed too. The current Tai pill furnace is no longer what it was when it was just obtained. After systematic transformation, its power is even stronger. At the speed I travel through the void, it will take about 3 months to reach Qiming. He entered the depths of time and space. Because of the Great War that year, Qiming has already fallen into the time and space of another dimension. Without the splendor and colorfulness of the multiverse, what Xuanhuan saw in front of his eyes was the darkness of a vacuum universe. The void was extremely chaotic and contained extremely terrifying dangers. This is the depths of the time and space of the alien dimension. It is too difficult to survive in the alien dimension, only the half-day way can shuttle, but it is only qualified. Xuanhuan knew that there were also ancient existences in the alien dimension that opened up their own paradise. Bright. His eyes turned into the eyes of light, looking over. In the depths of the dimension, there is a torrent, crazy chaos strangling together. Qiming is very close to me. He travels in the dark alien time and space. From time to time, powerful dimensional storms will sweep over. When he was shuttled, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. It was a huge world, but it was completely broken, collapsing and disintegrating from the edge. There is raw energy seeping out. This is the cave opened by the God of Heaven in the alien dimension, but it has been damaged. The energy of the dimension is disintegrating it. The God of Heaven may have also fallen. Xuanhuan observed. I don't know what era opened up this cave universe. Xuanhuan walked in, and there were abandoned relics everywhere. He didn't bother to explore slowly, and directly collected the great devouring technique into the system space. Very convenient. There are not a few cave universes like this in the alien dimension, and many ancient ruins are constantly falling and disintegrating. Xuanhuan was thinking. Time and space are getting more and more chaotic. It has been 2 months since he left Mingyue Island. In the darkness, extreme dangers sometimes pass through, and time and space are strangled together like a mess. He knew that he was very close to Qiming, and the fall of one day caused too much fluctuation and caused a dangerous environment. Huh? A call from the other side of Shenzhou? He suddenly felt that the Shenzhou placed in the system space produced an inexplicable induction. He has not used this Shenzhou for a long time. Maybe the same Shenzhou crashed here. It's on the only way to Qiming. You can go and see it. Now that there is a call, Xuanhuan will naturally go and have a look. About 3 days have passed. This Shenzhou. After Xuanhuan arrived at the position, an extremely huge Shenzhou suddenly appeared in front of him, like a small universe, with the bow facing down, deeply embedded in the dimension time and space. Heavenly level power. Xuanhuan noticed it immediately. If it is divided according to grade, this Shenzhou is an artifact of heaven. He flew around the Shenzhou, and there were countless traces of being attacked on it. Some places were torn apart, it was horrible, and there were many blood stains on it. The forbidden land of Shenzhou is the mother ship, and the ship in front of me is one of the daughter ships. Xuanhuan made a sound of surprise. If it wasn't for the call this time, he wouldn't have come here either. Haha, if you don't take away such a treasure when you encounter it, then I will be sorry for myself. Xuanhuan laughed. This is a Shenzhou of the heavenly Tao level, and it contains the universe inside. After observation, the defense is extremely strong, and it can resist the bombardment of the heavenly Tao God. He is close to Shenzhou. Sudden mutations happen. A terrifying storm emerged, and a terrible will was stirred up, sweeping towards Xuanhuan fiercely like a soul storm. Fall. 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 The depraved roar resounded in Xuanhuan's soul. The purpose of Shenzhou Beyond is very likely to be used by an ancient civilization for transcendence, but they failed, so the idea of transcendence has become a degenerate idea. The gate of the soul, guard the soul. Xuanhuan showed no fear on his face, and approached the other side of Shenzhou. His soul stands still in the soul storm, controlling everything with hegemony. This is a divine boat of the level of heaven, and he can resist it with his strength. Time and space suddenly condensed. The bloodstains on it were glowing, and there were bloody sharp blades killing them, which was a double attack of soul and material. Those who prevent me from transcending civilization, die. In Xuanhuan's eyes, he seemed to have seen countless strong men attacking him, and the combined blows turned into torrents, a terrifying force that even the gods of heaven could not resist. The unyielding thoughts of the ancient civilization are contained in the other side of the Shenzhou. If all the thoughts are destroyed, it will be a thing without an owner. Xuanhuan, the largest Shenzhou boat, had no choice but to escape from his control. The gate of the soul. He also activated the soul storm, and it fell down with his majestic blow. #C13082 Demon Lords. Xuanhuan's power broke through the Shenzhou defense in an instant and landed on it. He exerted a terrifying refining power. Combining the flame gate and the soul gate, and then burning, like a millstone being crushed, the internal will and the external defense are constantly collapsing. With a bang, the blood on it was wiped off, and there was no obstacle at all. Okay. Xuanhuan stepped into the Shenzhou. Inside is a broken universe, with traces of cracks everywhere. Xuanhuan did not see any traces of living beings, which were obviously buried long ago. Although the internal damage is extremely serious, it is still able to function. This is a masterpiece of ancient civilization, but it is very mysterious. It is completely different from the warship built by the Jinshan dynasty. Xuanhuan immediately instilled majestic energy with the great devouring technique. Boom! This Shenzhou actually turned into motion, and under his urging, it shattered infinite time and space in one go, at an unbelievably fast speed. According to his estimation, the flying speed of Shenzhou is a little slower than his full-power shuttle, but the most important thing is that he does not need to travel through time and space again and again. And the defense is strong, so there is no need to worry about some bombardment from the outside world. Ha ha ha, it's much more convenient to have this boat. Xuanhuan laughed. It is very tiring to cross the void by yourself. No, why do I feel that Shenzhou is getting farther and farther away from me, as if it has left that time and space? Just after Xuanhuan took Shenzhou away, the two phantoms suddenly stopped. Devil Lord Blackwood, is there something wrong with Shenzhou? A seemingly real and illusory existence confronted a monstrously demonic existence. There may be an accident. The position of the Shenzhou is off. No, I have to go and have a look. I have been preparing for many years to subdue the Shenzhou. There is absolutely no room for loss. This is called Demon Lord Blackwood, and rushed to the location of Shenzhou at the fastest speed. It's gone. Who took away the Shenzhou? It's empty, and the Blackwood Demon Lord is about to go crazy, roaring, "It shouldn't be, it's impossible, Shenzhou is hidden in this extremely deep alien time and space, and it's impossible for others to find it. I sensed it before." What happened? Hey Moo, calm down. The Demon Lord Xuanhu said, since you can find out, others may also find out. Master Xuanhu, do me a favor. Shenzhou is extremely important to me. With it, we can break into the restricted area you mentioned. Demon Master Jaime said, I have a supreme divine boat, I can sense its position is getting farther and farther away from me, but I can still sense it. Okay, I'll help you just once. Mysterious Demon Lord. Blackwood Demon Lord. The two demons came from the 10,000 demons heaven. Xuanhuan is also an extremely ancient day, very powerful. Demon Lord Xuanhu nodded. He and Demon Lord Xuanhu were good friends. This time, they wanted to take away the Shenzhou, and go to a desperate place where even gods and gods might fall, but no one wanted to be taken away in advance. It's only a few days away, and I can get it. I'm really unwilling to just slip away like this. A small divine boat appeared in the palm of Demon Lord Haimu, and the mysterious secret technique was played out. After a dozen breaths, Xuanhu, let's go, it's right there, you and I burn the long river of heaven, rush over as fast as possible, and found it after him, I will tear him to pieces. The two demon masters disappeared in an instant. Huh? The induction from Shenzhou is rushing towards me quickly, but the fluctuation is not strong. Xuanhuan, who was in the Shenzhou, also sensed the fluctuation, which was faster than the speed of the Shenzhou. For some powerhouses, the speed of Shenzhou's journey is second, and the strongest is the powerful defense that can resist the bombardment of the gods of heaven. With this boat, many Jedi can go. Catch up with me with all my strength, this speed is faster than Shenzhou, it must be the god of heaven, let me see who it is. Xuanhuan stopped Shenzhou. He waited quietly. I found it. The Shenzhou is suspended there. It seems that he also knows that we will not be able to get rid of us by burning the power of heaven. Let me see the origin of the one who took the Shenzhou. Demon Lord Haimu chased after several hours before he saw Shenzhou, his eyes were already burning. His demon lord's big palm immediately landed on the Shenzhou, causing the Shenzhou to shake violently, but it did not collapse. Good baby. The demon lord Xuanhuan is also greedy, resisting the power of the gods of heaven. With it, even in the face of the siege of several gods of heaven, he can escape calmly. Do you just hide in the Shenzhou? You can't escape today, so hand over the Shenzhou. Demon Lord Haimu knew of course that to be able to take away the Shenzhou must be comparable to the god of heaven. But he is not afraid, he is also a very strong demon lord in Xuanhuan, and he also has the help of the mysterious demon lord. It's you who want me to hand over the other side of the Shenzhou, and you still chase after it. A voice came out coldly, and Xuanhuan Jinyu Sifeng appeared in front of them, strong devilish energy, the devil master in Xuanhuan. Seeing these two demon lords, he has no worries, his strength has already reached the limit for a long time. It's the Shenzhou you took away. Demon Lord Haimu looked at Xuanhuan instantly. This person has a domineering aura that dominates the starry sky, and the power gives him an extremely strange feeling. Haimu, be careful, this person is not simple. Demon Lord Xuanhu reminded through sound transmission. I know he's not easy, but let's take back this Shenzhou. At this time, the Blackwood Demon Lord exuded boundless demon energy, condensed the dark demon god, and said in a piercing voice, you hand over the Shenzhou, and this seat can let you go. This seat knows that you have strength, but if you don't hand it over, today is the time for you to surrender. There is bound to be an extremely high price to pay. Demon Lord Xuanhu moved lightly, he had already blocked time and space. Blocking time and space, is this useful? Xuanhuan can naturally detect this kind of fluctuation. Of course he could crush it with one palm, but he also knew that if he didn't teach the two demon lords a profound lesson today, they wouldn't know how to be afraid and would follow him stubbornly. At least you can't escape. The Xuanhu demon lord is a demon of the void, with the characteristics of a heavenly demon. He is extremely confident in his time and space blockade. Come here, are you going to shoot together, or two together? Xuanhuan spoke provocatively. His cultivation had reached the limit of Tao for a long time, and he was about to test how strong he was at this moment, when the two demon masters bumped into each other, just in time to use them for surgery. You are arrogant. Xuanhuan is also an extremely cruel day of fighting like hell. Demon Lord Blackwood can become a god of heaven and Taoism, and he was also killed from countless demon heads, so he will not be afraid of fighting. Xuanhuan, this person is a bit weird, let me test his strength. In terms of fighting head-on, Demon Lord Blackwood is stronger than Demon Lord Xuanhuan. Magic. Boundless demonic energy swept in violently. The Blackwood Demon Lord was like a giant tree. He slapped out with 5 fingers, palming the heavens and controlling the earth. The roar of the demonic voice was filled with palpitating power. His heavenly power condensed into one, like a towering giant tree hitting. #C1309 One piece of heaven and earth sacred tree. Some kind of supernatural power condensed from the laws of heaven. Xuanhuan took a look, and stood still. With a shake of his big hand, the power of the Blackwood Demon Lord came in front of him, and he suffered a huge force that he shouldn't have to bear, and collapsed directly. He took the initiative to attack. A god of light condensed out, and the bright light illuminated this dark space. In this light, the Blackwood Demon Lord was extremely uncomfortable, and his brows were tightly frowned. Xuanhuan strode forward. At this moment, he is the strongest god who controls the light, the god of immortality. With a sudden blow, the light that fills the sky thunders down. The power of the great light art. Demon Lord Haimu was slightly startled. Immediately, the power of darkness appeared on his body. He was the god of darkness, using darkness to fight against Xuanhuan's light. Boom! The two forces collided fiercely in different time and space. Although the strength is strong, it is still under the control of this seat. The Blackwood Demon Lord shouted. It's a pity that Xuanhuan has more spacetime mysteries than he imagined. Darkness and light, two opposing forces, appeared between Xuanhuan's hands. He slapped forward, and the Blackwood Demon Lord was violently forced, and his whole body flew into the air and flew out. Darkness and light. Demon Lord Blackwood said firmly. Before he could react, the power of Yin Yang and Qian Kuan fell again. Boom! 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 Xuanhuan's attack engulfed the mountains and rivers, and fell like a violent rainstorm. Even with the strength of the Blackwood Demon Lord, at this moment, his whole body was beaten to pieces again, and he insisted on resisting with the body of the God of Heaven. His strength is too strong. The Blackwood Demon Lord roared. The lines of demon gods on his body gushed out demonic energy, and the supernatural powers and secret techniques rose up from the sky. They were directly killed from Xuanhuan's attack, and the huge force tore apart the sky. Xuanhuan was unwavering. Fight him directly. Boom! Hundreds of millions of time and space are being shattered, spreading for an unknown number of billions of miles. Afterwards, Xuanhuan's big hand enveloped him, and time and space suddenly became calm, as if he was the only big hand in the world. This kind of control. Demon Lord Blackwood's eyes widened, as if he could speak the law, depriving him of the control of the way of heaven, but he knew it. This is because the opponent's power is too strong, and he has controlled the law, making him unable to operate his own power. He could only bear the blow passively, and with his whole body slapped, he just endured it with his powerful demon body, but it was not easy. Xuanhuan do it. He also understood that it was impossible for Xuanhuan to do it on his own. False and real, true and false change. Demon Lord Xuanhuan has been waiting for a long time to make a move. He suddenly separated hundreds of them in front of Xuanhuan. The real and fake powers were changing. This is the fake body he created with his own power of heaven, which can be changed instantly. How many fake bodies, only destruction. Xuanhuan didn't change color in the slightest. He brought out a stream of air with his big hand, like a dragon, bang, bang, and with the rotation of the air, all the false bodies were shattered. Then he created a cosmic time and space in a single thought. One thought of the universe. The scene in front of the eyes of the two demon lords suddenly changed. Heaven and earth are annihilated. When Xuanhuan moved, the sky and the earth exploded, like the opening and destruction of the universe. The infinite particle storm mixed with the frenzy of annihilation, which made the two demon lords very uncomfortable at this time. Humph. Heavenly Tao, time and space. Demon Lord Blackwood, Demon Lord Xuanhu immediately stabilized himself with his heavenly time and space. But the next moment, Xuanhuan came in front of Demon Lord Haimu, and his power of collapsing the sky came down. Regardless of Demon Lord Xuanhu, he concentrated on dealing with one, and broke him down first. The Great Destruction technique blows a destructive wind, and each wind can set off continuous explosions. Damn it, God of Heaven and Tao must not be insulted. Demon Lord Haimu naturally sensed Xuanhuan's intentions. Boom. In his hand, a piece of black wood suddenly appeared. The tree pattern on it was like the pattern of heaven. It was not made by the Blackwood Demon Master himself, but grew naturally. The breath of this Blackwood is very strong. This is the tree of heaven and earth obtained by Haimu. Demon Lord Xuanhu was also very greedy after seeing it. In fact, the strength of the Blackwood Demon Lord is very ordinary among the gods of heaven and earth, but with the tree of heaven and earth, it is completely different, and it immediately gives way to a level. Rumor. The tree of heaven and earth is the sacred tree that propped up the heaven and earth at the beginning of the multiverse. The Demon Lord Blackwood got a piece by luck and refined it into his own divine weapon. The tree of heaven and earth, prop up all destruction. The infinite destruction came to his side, and he calmed down unexpectedly. Relying on the divine tree of heaven and earth, it seemed that even the multiple destructions could not kill him. The legendary divine tree of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan has also heard of it. Xuanhu, create opportunities for me. Blackwood Demon Master's voice transmission. Mysterious Demon Lord. He immediately oppressed and restrained Xuanhuan with his own laws of heaven. Even if there are heaven and earth sacred trees, you will not be able to escape the end of destruction. Xuanhuan stood still. Arrogance. Holding the giant tree in his hand, the Demon Lord Blackwood once again regained his boundless self-confidence. It was as if he was striking a bell, and he struck hard. He has not comprehended the will of heaven. But even if he, who had the will of God, was in front of him, he would never dare to confront him directly. Xuanhuan stood on the spot. At this moment, he was like the universe. He opened his big hand, which was already enveloped by infinite power. At the moment of impact, he grabbed it with his palm. Trying to fight with brute force, stupid. He didn't care at all. Now a very strange scene has formed. The Blackwood Demon Lord manipulated one end of the heaven and earth sacred tree, while Xuanhuan grabbed the other end. The two seemed not to move much, but they were in a stalemate, and the power of destruction had penetrated into the depths of time and space. Crash! On the sacred tree of heaven and earth, there is a black magic fire burning, trying to burn Xuanhuan out. Xuanhuan also showed strength to resist. Stalemate or stalemate. But there was already a weird smile on the face of Demon Lord Haimu. Heart demon with supernatural powers. Suddenly, the demon master, Xuanhu, who seemed to be inactive, turned into a black shadow. It was a blow from the inner demon, which wanted to arouse the biggest inner demon in Xuanhuan's heart and make him ignite himself. Demons are everywhere, and they are extremely terrifying forces. The gods of the gods and heavens also have inner demons, even the human emperor in the ancient times also had them. The biggest killing move is not the Blackwood Demon Lord, but the Xuanhu Demon Lord. He has long been waiting for Xuanhuan to use most of his power to fight against his own power, create opportunities, and activate the supernatural power of the inner demon. The inner demon cannot be eliminated, it can only be controlled. Xuanhuan's invincible momentum roared out. The demon master Xuanhu turned into a heart demon had just rushed in front of him, and when he was about to get in, there was a bang, as if hitting an iron plate. Soul Storm. Demons are also a type of soul power. Chuyuan's soul storm suddenly bombarded the mat, and the demon lord Xuanhuan never thought that the inner demon power he had activated would be useless, so he let out a tragic cry. The inability to activate the inner demon's supernatural power caused a great backlash to him, and he suffered from it. C1320 Broken Apocalypse. What happened? Demon Lord Jaime didn't expect that the opportunity he had worked so hard on would be destroyed in this way. What happened to Demon Lord Xuanhuan just now? Jaime, my inner demon power has failed. His soul is indestructible. I can't arouse his inner demon, I can't shake him, but I was injured by him. This person's power is too weird and difficult. Demon Lord Xuanhuan kept reminding him. Even your supernatural powers of demons are useless, how powerful is he? Demon Lord Jaime's expression changed again and again. At the moment when he lost his mind, Chuyuan pushed one end of the shenmu with his palm, and immediately hit the Demon Lord of the Blackwood. In an instant, he bowed his body and flew out holding the Blackwood. Fortunately, he made it himself, and the supernatural powers above did not counter him. Jaime, things have changed, we can't fight anymore, we are not his opponents, we can't help him. Demon Lord Xuanhuan was also anxious. Do you want to retreat? Demon Lord Jaime was strongly unwilling, but what's the use of being unwilling, he could only say bitterly, back. He stared at Chuyuan stubbornly, wanting to imprint this person's voice, appearance deeply in his bones. This matter was not over. Demon Lord Xuanhuan was the farthest away from Chuyuan, and he retreated the fastest, but suddenly he was surprised. Hey Mu, why didn't he follow up? He looked towards the battlefield, and suddenly found that Jaime was gone, and even the man was gone. It was the great power of the Void Gate that created an independent void and sealed Blackwood inside. Void blockade. Demon Lord Jaime's face changed. Damn it, do you still want to kill it all? I am the god of heaven, break this void blockade. For some unknown reason, there was a kind of fear in his heart. In front of me, you can't escape. Chuyuan used his invincible supernatural powers to make the eternal realm empty, defeating the Blackwood Demon Lord's counterattack. His extremely bright light washes down. The Demon Master Blackwood counterattacked with the sacred tree of heaven and earth in his hand, and roared loudly, I have the sacred tree of heaven and earth, and no time and space can block me, unless you have a sacred object that surpasses the sacred tree of heaven and earth. The power of the heaven and earth Shenmu is so strong that it is growing and growing rapidly, trying to break through Chuyuan's void blockade. The human emperor's holy sword appeared directly, its power sword, and the strong sword light cut away, crackling. The power of the heaven and earth sacred tree was instantly restrained, and it could not compete with the power of the human emperor's sword at all. This is the power of the human sovereign, not the extremely ancient human sovereign, it is even more domineering. The Demon Lord Jaime looked at the human emperor's holy sword, and suddenly showed overwhelming fear. He didn't believe it, the human emperor's holy sword, a holy sword created by the belief of hundreds of millions of living beings, surpasses the divine weapon of heaven and creates the existence of an era of civilization. Why would you? Someone has the emperor's sacred sword. He was really terrified. The prestige of the emperor's holy sword is too great. In the ancient war, the human emperor's holy sword not only killed the god of heaven and Tao, but also the master, the existence of the level of God. His heaven and earth divine tree is just a small piece, what can he use to compete with the human emperor's holy sword? Collapse. Chuyuan is in control of the most powerful force in the world. The heaven and earth Shenmu has been controlled by the human emperor sword, and a blow pierces through the galaxy, destroying and falling down. Without any suspense, Demon Lord Blackwood's body collapsed. Although he condensed again, Chuyuan's breath suffocated him, and he was only oppressed by fear. He's too powerful. The Blackwood Demon Lord was terrified, and roared again, don't think that someone with the Emperor's holy sword can kill me. You can defeat me and make me collapse again and again, but you can't kill me. Even if he abandons all the treasures, he will run away. The universe within the void blockade suddenly shrank and exploded like the origin. Eternal seal. In the majestic energy waves, Xuanhuan slammed his hand, and the sealed door came down. The power of the seal, combined with his great devouring technique, was going to swallow the Blackwood Demon Lord. Do not. Demon Lord Blackwood made the most heart-piercing sound. If it was Xuanhuan hundreds of years ago, there was nothing he could do about it, but Xuanhuan has been comprehending the eternal seal all these years in order to fight against the God of Heaven. He can't run. The sealed door is closed. The Blackwood Demon Lord also disappeared. Haimu, him. Demon Lord Xuanhuan naturally also heard the heart-piercing roar, so he knew that something unexpected happened to him, and said in horror, "He is sealed and cannot escape, he is too scary, Haimu, I'm sorry, I can't save you, then I will not go tomorrow." As soon as Demon Lord Xuanhuan saw Xuanhuan appear, he ran out. Rumble. Although the Blackwood Demon Lord was sealed, he was still struggling and slammed into the sealed door frantically. "Although you sealed me, you can't kill me, I'm immortal." The Blackwood Demon Lord is going crazy. "It's true that I can't kill you now, but I can seal you and prevent you from being reborn forever," Xuanhuan said coldly. He continued to bless the power of the seal. Indeed, Tian Daoshan is too difficult to kill, stronger than him, and can only be sealed. Moreover, the Blackwood Demon Lord was crazily hitting inside the sealed door, and he had to strengthen his strength to stabilize it all the time, otherwise he might break through the blockade and come out. The most critical point. With his current strength, he can seal the heavenly Tao God at the level of the Blackwood Demon Lord, but he can only seal one, and if there is another one, the power will not be maintained. This is the seal that keeps him from running out, not defeat. But even so, if Xuanhuan's prestige is passed on, it will make many gods of heaven tremble with fear. Pity. Xuanhuan also wanted to seal the Demon Lord Xuanhuan. His value is even greater than that of Demon Lord Blackwood. The supernatural power of the inner demon is a big killer. You should be honest inside my sealed door. When Xuanhuan waved his hand, the infinite sky fire was refining. What? The Demon Lord Blackwood was in great pain, and he roared, "Don't let me run out. Although you sealed me, you need to spend a lot of magic power to suppress me every moment. I will not give in. Once you let me, if I run out, I will kill you." The majestic God. The existence of being free and unrestrained is actually sealed in a small portal. I am going crazy. I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Xuanhuan refined him directly. Xuanhuan ignored the roar of Demon Lord Haimu, blocked his voice, and embarked on the journey to Qiming again. Traveling all the way, as Qiming got closer and closer, he saw more and more broken scenes. The sky seemed to be raining, but in fact it was huge pieces that fell apart. Each piece represents a world. Qiming is collapsing all the time. Xuanhuan has already sensed where Qiming is. In this way, another day passed. The dilapidated and ruined Qiming finally appeared in front of Xuanhuan. Endless aura of destruction enveloped it. That is Qiming. One of the 33 days. Qiming is approaching the end of its life and has died. Looking at Qiming, Xuanhuan had mixed feelings in his heart and had various thoughts. #C1321 Development of Destruction. Tomorrow finally arrived. The shattered Qiming is like a colossus, with no end in sight, but Xuanhuan can feel the dilapidated aura, the disaster and decay, spreading out like a dead breath. Rumble. All the time, from the edge of Qiming, there are a large number of fragments of heaven and earth falling like rain. A dead day, 33 days ago. Xuanhuan stood in time and space, silently checking. The current Qiming is like a dead person, the soul has been extinct, leaving only its remnant body, which is constantly decaying. Of course, the decay of one day is different from the decay of one person. This time will be very long. Qi Ming also once had an extremely prosperous civilization, stronger than Han Hai Tian. The Qi Ming in front of him is still huge, but Xuanhuan knows that after a long period of decay, its volume is only 1/3 of its heyday. He stepped in with one step. Boom! The violent law of destruction suddenly rushed over like a tsunami. The sky was collapsing, the earth was sinking, the world in front of me, the land map moved, and all kinds of ground fire magma also spewed out. As he was walking, suddenly, because the sky and the earth collapsed, there was a huge and terrifying black hole pulling him. Space-time is full of wormholes. The ancient traces are hard to see. He carefully felt the aura in the space. Although it contained majestic energy, it was all violent and contained a kind of dead energy that was difficult to control. Decline of heaven. Xuanhuan was passing through the huge Qi Ming. Although it was big, it felt lifeless. When he passed through a magma sea, countless monsters burst out from the magma suddenly, splitting the magma-like armor. All of them were extremely ferocious, and they were about to attack the intruders. Snort! But Xuanhuan only exuded some breath, and the monsters shrank back in fright. To destroy the life born in death, the world is really mysterious. Xuanhuan said. Soon, he came to the hinterland of Qi Ming. Suddenly, an extraordinary scene appeared in his eyes. The violent vitality actually stabilized. In front of him was the mountains, the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant, and countless towering trees rose into the sky. Through the mountains, he saw a huge plain. On the plain are continuous cities, like a country. He even saw that there are many lives in the city, both strong and weak. Pure and rich raw energy. Xuanhuan took a breath and found that the original energy had been transformed. Is this the blessed land built here by the gods of heaven after the shattering of Qi Ming? He could feel it back then, that the tranquility of this place was forcibly transformed by the means of the heavenly Tao God. And the rich raw energy is too majestic. He knew instantly that there was a heavenly Tao God setting up a large array to forcibly extract the energy in Qi Ming to replenish himself. There are more heavenly Tao gods who have reversed the world's fury. Xuanhuan left here. A powerful existence was spying on here just now. In the city, there was an old man who noticed Xuanhuan spying, but he ignored it, and there were many strong people who came to Qi Ming. The demon race in the 10,000 demon heaven. Hell creatures in hell heaven. There are also experts from the 5 elements heaven. Along the way, Xuanhuan saw many peaceful places, all of which were created by the God of heaven. The rage outside and the tranquility in the peaceful place formed a diametrically opposite contrast. He watched and watched, looking for his own opportunity. Then he saw a place with the strongest vitality, where countless huge mountains arched, countless trees rose into the sky, and infinite energy was crazily supplied. In his eyes, he saw dragon pillars soaring into the sky. Each of these dragon pillars roared like a dragon, deeply rooted in the depths of the origin of heaven and earth, and then after being devoured and transformed, they formed streams of dragon power energy. Swish! He directly tore open the dragon pillar defense. What he saw turned out to be countless dragons. Here they were crazily absorbing energy, crazily giving birth to laying dragon eggs, and crazily giving birth to new dragons. There are too many dragons here. Dragon? What golden dragon, fire dragon, green dragon, thunder dragon, and the more noble real dragon, Shenlong. Xuanhuan thought, one day in the multiverse is called Long Shenshen, but it's not 33 days. The founder of Long Shenshen, Longzhu, was originally a high-ranking demon master in Wanya Ocean. He is much stronger than the Master of Destruction and the Master of the Abyss. After breaking away from Wanya Heaven, he opened up his own dragon god heaven and wanted to create his own dragon civilization. Dragon god heaven is indeed powerful. If it is not too difficult to be promoted to the 33 days, it takes 1 day to be promoted, and Long Shantian is also qualified to be one of the 33 days. Like Han Haitian, Duershan was also promoted in the ancient times, when the world was at its most chaotic. Otherwise, there is no chance at all in normal times. This is a breeding ground of dragon god heaven. The land of pregnant dragons is the place where dragons are bred. It takes too much energy to breed each true dragon, and even more resources are needed to cultivate it. Even Long Shantian can't afford it. Although Qiming was broken, he was one of the 33 heavens after all, and possessed too much energy. Long Shantian sent a powerful dragon god here to open up the land of pregnant dragons, and crazily seized Qiming's energy. Long Shantian is too crazy. Xuanhuan could see that their plundering was like a cancerous tumor, blood-sucking worms, which were firmly attached to Qiming, and their plundering methods were very overbearing, regardless of the consequences. They don't care at all. This kind of plunder will make Qiming collapse. It's completely going deep into the depths of the source, and taking it in a destructive way. This is an unsustainable development behavior. Of course, Long Shantian wasn't the only one who did this, but other forces did the same. Even in Hell Heaven, the 18 masters who rule Hell will not do this. When there are too many creatures, they will take the initiative to launch a master war to control the number. Even the ruler of Hell will make a move to plunder the energy of other heavens to replenish himself. Qiming has fallen, but the amount of energy it contains is terrifying. After Qiming's energy is completely plundered and collapsed, they will leave here. These forces are sucking blood like cancerous tumors, accelerating the collapse of Qiming, and the will of the world has perished. It's like a leaking ball, and there is no ability to stop them. Xuanhuan's great will felt the entire Qiming. According to common sense, the collapse speed of 33 days is extremely slow, but now it is surprisingly fast, and it is getting faster and faster, and it will cease to exist in another billion years. He thought of it, Gu Yuantian. Back then, Gu Yuantian collapsed and God disappeared. Du Yishan just devoured Gu Yuantian's largest body, and accumulated enough energy at once to hit 33 days. The fall and collapse of a day is indeed a gluttonous feast. #C1322 Chaos Dragon Egg. Qiming has become a plane used by Long Shenshen to cultivate strong men. Zunlongdi. The most central area. There is an ancient dragon city here, which is huge and winding, and it looks like an ancient dragon when it is connected. In the heart of the dragon, the fluctuations here are the most violent, producing strange phenomena that cannot be concealed. Gang wind and thunder, sky fire torrent. The infinite source of heaven and earth is like a waterfall, rolling down. This is actually an extremely huge dragon egg, with a gray atmosphere, densely covered with dragon patterns, crazily swallowing the energy of tomorrow, and the color has changed into various chaotic forces. The speed at which this dragon egg absorbs is too fast, and it has strong life fluctuations, giving birth to a life that defies the sky. The fierceness of devouring energy has reversed the law of heaven and earth into chaos. 90% of the energy of the entire Yunlong land is supplying this dragon egg. This is the energy of the entire Qiming to cultivate and cultivate. When Xuanhuan passed by the Yunlong land, he couldn't help but be attracted by this dragon egg. His eyes pierced everything, as if he had broken the shell of an egg, and saw a dragon, exhaling the breath of chaos, as if it was a chaotic dragon egg, giving birth to a chaotic dragon. If this dragon egg is born, it will become a god of heaven, and it will be extremely powerful and terrifying. Xuanhuan guessed it in an instant. Certainly. He is not surprised either. This is cultivated with the core and original energy of the entire Qiming, to destroy the behavior of the day, regardless of the cost. No one dares to spy on my dragon's pregnant dragon land. Suddenly, an angry roar shook the sky split open, and a golden dragon with a length of 1,000,000 feet shot out its own dragon claws to suppress Xuanhuan. The Chaos Dragon Egg is the core treasure of Xuanhuan land, and it is absolutely not allowed to be peeped by others. Not even a glance. Humph, a golden dragon. Xuanhuan raised his eyelids. Watching the dragon claw attack, he counterattacked with a palm, and the power of destruction rumbled. The golden dragon suddenly felt that he was about to explode, and the scales on the dragon's claws were also shattering. Another dragon appeared. This is the Sky Dragon. His dragon body is even bigger, like a mountain in the sky. He uses the secret technique of the dragon clan, surges with great force, and kills fiercely. 2 heavenly Tao gods of the dragon clan. Just because Xuanhuan snooped on the chaotic dragon egg, he shot directly, but the importance of this dragon egg can be imagined. Court death. Xuanhuan does not dodge or dodge, the emperor masters the fist, and the emperor is domineering. Bang, the power of swallowing mountains and rivers, and Tianlong fought fiercely, with one person and one dragon as the center. Vitality swept out frantically. Shenlong roared. The dragon city shines brightly, sheltering the dragon eggs. What a domineering force. I belong to the heavenly dragon clan. I am powerful, but I can't suppress him. Who is this person? However, anyone who dares to break into the Yunlong land will be the enemy of my dragon god heaven. Tianlong was frightened, and his huge longan stared at Xuanhuan. Who is that person? I, dragon god, and the 2 dragon gods, even failed to suppress him. No matter who it is, those who spy on the dragon egg should be damned. My dragon clan is the most powerful race in the multiverse. Even if we are all dead, there will be no problems with the dragon eggs. Many dragons are roaring in anger. You dragon gods are really domineering. Xuanhuan's voice was cold, and the temperature around him dropped. Leave my Yunlong land quickly, or you will pay a huge price. Tianlong also knew that Xuanhuan's strength was difficult to deal with, so the dragon sound roared, which was extremely shocking. Cost? Xuanhuan smiled. He teleported suddenly, arrived in front of Tianlong, and slapped it with his palm. The Great Destruction technique swept directly, destroying the storm immediately, crackling, and bombarding frantically. Great Destruction technique. Long Longan was shocked that day. I'm here to help you. The golden dragon flew over, and hundreds of millions of golden lights flew out into dragon shadows. His dragon claws were extremely sharp, and he roared, You dare to make trouble in my Zhanlong's land, you are provoking my dragon god heaven. Hand of God. Xuanhuan was also a little angry. Originally, he was too lazy to make a move. He slapped it with the hand of the gods, and the momentum was even bigger than that of the golden dragon, directly suppressing the golden dragon's body. With a bang, he slapped him hard on the ground, and immediately penetrated deep into the ground, printing a dragon-shaped imprint. Dragon fights in the wild. Tianlong played all kinds of dragon fighting magic. The dragon's body was twisted, and the dragon's claws were constantly grabbed, which was the most primitive fighting method. The sky is falling apart. Wherever Xuanhuan's eyes glanced, it cracked. His emperor's anger turned into a palm that burned all things, and directly grabbed the dragon's body of Tianlong. This flame is too fierce. As strong as Tianlong, there was a sound of severe pain at this moment. This is Qiming, not you Longshan Tian, you are too presumptuous in front of me. After Xuanhuan grabbed the dragon's body with his giant flame hand, he fought in an extremely violent way, grabbing him and throwing him on the ground. The countless dragon clans were dumbfounded. When did the dragon god of their dragon clan become so weak? You! Tianlong roared in horror. He felt that he had no resistance in front of this person. He was a powerful dragon god, an earth-shattering existence. However, Xuanhuan ignored his roar. The space is condensing, like a point of origin, and it explodes with a bang, causing countless pieces of scales on this Tianlong's body to be blown away, and the flesh is bloody. But it is still under the tight control of Xuanhuan. Let him go. The golden dragon was also angry and wanted to rescue him, but he couldn't save him at all. Boom! The combined dragon body in the ancient dragon city suddenly emitted a divine light, and a phantom of the ancestor of all dragons appeared, and without words, it directly slammed into Xuanhuan's god's hand. In this collision, although Tianlong was inevitably created, he was also rescued. Tianlong and Jinlong hurried back to Dragon City. All the dragons contributed their strength at this moment to maintain this phantom. The power of the phantom became more and more real with the infusion of power. The ancient dragon's power swept over, and the dragon's claws like the sky fell on Xuanhuan. The power was not comparable to that of the golden dragon and the heavenly dragon. Xuanhuan watched indifferently. A huge black hole formed around him, the power of the phantom fell, and with a bang, it dissipated without causing any fluctuations. He shattered the guardian power of dragon ancestor. Tianlong's eyes widened. Hateful, we continue to instill strength. The golden dragon let out a mighty roar. With strong energy, the dragon ancestor seemed to descend from the dragon realm heaven, and in the depths of the dragon city, there was also a terrifying force surging. Xuanhuan frowned slightly. This must be the protection of the power left by the ancestor of the dragon god. Tianlong and Jinlong also learned to behave well, knowing that they are not Xuanhuan's opponents. Instilled power into the guardian of Dragon City. This is the lesson I taught you. Xuanhuan also knew that although he was not afraid of Dragon City's protection, even if he made a move, he would not be able to break through the protection. The crazy bombardment just now made him feel a lot better. Under the hateful gaze of hundreds of millions of dragons, he left the Yunlong land as if there were no dragons. #C1323 Ruined Court of Enlightenment. He's gone. In the eyes of the dragon clan, Xuanhuan's leaving as if there was no dragon is the greatest arrogance, but when he thinks about his strength, he feels powerless again. Recently, Qiming has become more and more restless inside. An old voice came from the depths of Dragon City. Humph. That person is indeed very strong, but if the Great Elder makes a move, it will be different, and he can't be arrogant. Tianlong said bitterly. Of course I can suppress him, but it is difficult to kill him. My task is to protect the Chaos Dragon Egg. Nothing is as important as the Chaos Dragon Egg. The Great Elder of Dragon God Heaven said. The collapse of Qiming has been getting faster and faster in the past million years, so many ancient treasures have also appeared. When Qiming completely collapses, and the Chaos Dragon Egg has absorbed enough energy, it will be born. Thinking of this, the Golden Dragon became excited. As soon as the Dragon Egg was born, it was an earth-shattering existence, and became a great existence second only to the Dragon Ancestor. I, Longshan Tian, have always wanted to be promoted to one of the 33 heavens. Tianlong also said. It is too difficult to be promoted for 33 days. The ancestor of Long said that it is difficult to be promoted if there is no major turmoil in the world. I, Longshan Tian, have been waiting for this opportunity. I am constantly accumulating strength. After the Chaos Dragon is born, I will become a dragon. Zhu's right-hand man. The Great Elder said. Indeed, it is too difficult to be promoted to 33 days. If Longshan Tian dared to find a day to go to war at this time, he would definitely pay an extremely huge loss, and he might even be taken advantage of by others after his vitality was seriously injured. Therefore, they are gathering strength and waiting for opportunities. If you have enough strength, you have the confidence to do anything, otherwise, even if you are given a chance, you will not be able to grasp it. There are probably hundreds of millions of years before Qi will completely collapse tomorrow. We can afford to wait for this time. If there is a major change, it will be even faster. Tianlong and Jinlong lit their huge dragon heads. Longzhu wants to guard the Dragon God Heaven, and we have to deal with the affairs here. However, looking at the recent situation, I will tell Long Zhu to send more powerful people to help us. No accidents can happen here." After the Great Elder finished speaking, he fell silent. The location of Qiming Court. At this time, Xuanhuan had been traveling in Qiming for many days. There are ancient ruins in front of him, and countless buildings appear in a huge area, which is the core of Qiming's heavenly center. This place is like the true Sun Heaven in the true Sun Heaven. But the Qiming Court no longer has the majesty of the Xinyang Heavenly Court. Instead, it is dilapidated and barren. In Xuanhuan's eyes, this is a battlefield that has been destroyed by war. The battle back then was terrible. In the entire battlefield, countless chaotic vitality collided, various natural disasters were staged, and it evolved into an extremely dangerous area. The Qiming domain was also the biggest battlefield that year. Xuanhuan stepped into the battlefield. He immediately felt the impact of heaven, which never fades away, and even the aftermath of a strong man at the level of God swept away. Awakening the court of tomorrow is dangerous. This is the center of the battle between the strong men of heaven and the core of the day, and countless dangerous restrictions are still in operation. Over the years, many strong men have wanted to open the heavens and seize treasures, but the danger here is that they have truly buried the gods of heaven. There were also existences at the level of God's ruler who entered, but in the end they were forced to retreat after being bombarded by the ban. However, as Qiming continued to collapse and disintegrate, vitality was plundered crazily, and more relics of Qiming's court were excavated. After Qiming's complete collapse, that's when the core treasures were completely unearthed. This time is long. The vicissitudes of life, time and space change. Qiming is brilliant, and there are also times of dilapidation. Eternity, what is eternity? Breathing the chaotic and violent vitality, Xuanhuan walked into this dilapidated heaven. Dangers are everywhere, but with Xuanhuan's strength, he doesn't pay attention to ordinary dangers. He walked, not for treasure hunting, but to feel the dilapidation of Qiming. Well, a strong man has come in. In the distance, there is a god of heaven in purple clothes. He looked for it in the Qiming court and saw Xuanhuan. There was no fight between the two, they just looked at each other and separated. Normally, without the temptation of treasures, the god of heaven would not make a move. Xuanhuan didn't go fast, he was watching the changes. Boom! The Qiming court was in turmoil. He suddenly saw in a cracked abyss, a mile wide, shattered, bright fragment impacted out, containing a strong energy of heaven and earth. This is Qiming's original fragment of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan grabbed it. Such a huge sky, just like the human heart, has a huge source of movement, but now, the heart is broken, and it is spewed out fragments. The original source is broken. I have only been in Qiming for a few days, and I have encountered it, which also shows that the brokenness is extremely serious. Xuanhuan could feel that Tian was dying quickly, at an astonishing speed. Xuanhuan's thoughts turned into a soul storm, sweeping across areas violently. He came to an ancient and majestic palace, opened it with a wave of his hand, and the stars moved, as if he had come to another time and space, and he saw countless figures in his eyes. A tall and burly Tiandao god wearing a battle armor and holding a battle gun. Below him were the soldiers of billions of trillions, roaring in their mouths, and their faces were all crazy, as if they were shouting to kill, 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 and then they went out fearlessly. Very tragic. This is an image from an extremely ancient period, recorded by the magic power of heaven. A very ancient expedition. As an emperor, Xuanhuan could feel this kind of tragedy even more. Renhuang fell, and Qiming also suffered terrible revenge. Countless strong men entered Qiming's court, and all the gods of heaven took up their own weapons to protect their homeland. Pity. They lost. Exists only in history. Shenwu will never lose. Xuanhuan said coldly. He continued to walk in the Tianming court, except for the broken ruins, he didn't see any treasures. After long years of exploration, many places have been dug 3 feet into the ground, so there will be no good things left for him. Unless you go to those dangerous areas that have never been explored, but many of those places are Jedi, and even the gods of heaven have to be careful when entering. Kill. 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 Under the special rules, countless violent ideas will last forever. They hate everything, all existences with life breath. The more he walked to the depths, the more bones he saw, not only the powerhouses of Qiming, but also attackers from various other places, all buried here forever. The entire Qiming court is a huge cemetery. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered. Death is the end after glory. The most core place is also the place where the god of Qitian sits. Xuanhuan stepped into the deepest part. #C1324 Heaven and Earth will Enlightenment Beast. This is the most tragic and core area where the battle was fought that year. The violent wind of Black Death was howling, and the surrounding area of billions of miles was swept away. And in an area in the middle, it was blocked by terrifying and monstrous energy. Xuanhuan vaguely saw the existence of the magnificent palace inside. He didn't know what terrible attack Qiming suffered back then, but he knew that many of the existences that attacked Qiming died here, forever buried. And all the powerhouses of Qiming were also buried in the heavenly court. It was a tragic battle. Go and see. Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp. He could tell that this was the most dangerous place for Qiming. But he has no fear. The moment he just stepped in, the monstrous storm squeezed over and condensed into a wind knife. The strong power seemed to have many gods of heaven to attack you all the time. It's such a strong place, no wonder the gods of heaven may fall. Xuanhuan evolved into a black hole, devouring all the forces that bombarded him. In the darkness, there was a bright light flashing, which was a powerful restriction. Xuanhuan could vaguely see some palaces, which contained a strong counterattack force. There is such a terrible counterattack in a day that has fallen for a long time. Xuanhuan observed, this place should be built on the origin of heaven and earth. As long as the power of the origin has not completely collapsed, whoever dares to step here will encounter a huge counterattack. He looked into the deepest part. There is the brightest brilliance there, like a morning star shining forever, and it is said that it is the place where God fights. Immortal and immortal. Just as he was wandering in the depths of the core, there was a surge of soul shock, and a majestic existence appeared, holding a huge giant axe and slashing at Xuanhuan. This power is extremely strong. The attacker who fell in Qiming. Xuanhuan looked at the figure immediately. There is a breath of God, this is a creature in the heaven of the gods. He took a look, and found that the god of heaven died extremely simply. His soul was annihilated, but a strong resentment existed in his body, which was drawn out by Xuanhuan's aura. Dead beings dare to attack me. Xuanhuan stood upright in the void. The world-beating human emperor's aura appeared, and the human emperor's holy sword was directly cut out. This power was too bright, and the resentment in the body of the dead god of heavenly Tao was roaring wildly, and his giant axe slashed one after another, trying to destroy Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was indifferent. This god of heavenly Tao was a stronger existence than Yi before he was alive, but he was already dead, supported by resentment. How could he be his opponent? A strong ray of light emerged from his human sovereign sacred sword. A sword fell on Tian Daoshan's body. The resentment was completely wiped away by the power of the human emperor's holy sword at this moment, and the heavenly Tao god suddenly stopped in place, and together with his divine weapon, he transformed into a feather in an instant. He disappeared completely. Even the body of the god of heaven has disappeared. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan shook his head. Back then, he was severely damaged, his resentment dissipated, and his divine body could no longer be maintained. He continued to walk in this dangerous area. Who? At this very moment, there is light emerging in a place, as if awakened by some kind of aura, making a humming sound, mourning pitifully, and flashing towards a place like a shooting star. And at this time, Xuanhuan saw that too many bones died here. It gives me the feeling that they all died together, annihilating many powerful existences in an instant, but at the same time consuming their lives. He came to an old-school field. This is a point of soldiers. A statue was erected, which looked like a middle-aged man. Although it was just a statue, Xuanhuan could feel the arrogance of the master of the sky, waving his finger at Feng Qiong. God of Tomorrow. Xuanhuan looked at him, as if across the long river of time. Just talk to him. His will was introduced into the mysterious space. Here, he saw the scene of the great battle that year, which was tragic and tragic. The strong ones of the day were all perishing and turning into dry bones. What? At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly saw a bright light flying towards him. After he saw it clearly, it was actually just a small beast, like a kitten. Its whole body was bright, it was not flesh and blood, it seemed to be made of colored glaze. Little beast? Xuanhuan didn't feel any danger from it. It doesn't seem to be afraid of all the dangers here, and it travels freely through dangerous time and space. Xuanhuan's expression became strange. It seems to be looking for me? The little beast came to its side and made a whining sound, as if it wanted to say something to him. Xuanhuan observed it. Qiming Beast, a special creature transformed by Qiming's heaven and earth will, can manipulate Qiming's heaven and earth energy, and has its own will. The sound of the system rang in Xuanhuan's ears. Qiming Beast, the will of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan was also taken aback. He never imagined that this cute little beast would be the will of heaven and earth for Qiming. It's here to find me, and it's very close to me. Xuanhuan thought about it, and then laughed. So that's it, I understand. Before I showed strength to fight against the dead god of heaven, it was the aura of the human emperor, which attracted the Qiming beast. Imperial breath. Qiming was headed by the emperor back then, and as the will of heaven and earth, he was also close to the emperor. Xuanhuan's human emperor aura made Qiming beast feel that there was no danger. Come here. Xuanhuan said. Qiming beast was very obedient, and obediently came to Xuanhuan's side. Xuanhuan picked up the Qiming beast, and the Qiming beast immediately gave off a sense of relief, as if a person who had been lost in the darkness for a long time finally saw the light. Xuanhuan is its light. Huh? Qiming beast's aura is weakening at an extremely slow speed. Is it because Qiming's energy is constantly being plundered? When this day collapses, it will dissipate. Xuanhuan said. Qiming beast is the incarnation of the will of heaven and earth, transformed into a small beast with its own wisdom and thoughts. And Xuanhuan could also sense that Qiming beast's vitality was gradually disappearing, which meant that it was dying. You are afraid that Qi will collapse tomorrow, and you will completely dissipate. Xuanhuan said. Qiming beast nodded. Your memory also stores the details of the war that year. You are telling me that from your memory, you can know how Qiming collapsed at that time. Xuanhuan said. Qiming beast conveyed the voice of its own will, and it was holding Xuanhuan's hand, as if it wanted to take him to a certain place. Where do you want me to go with you? Heaven, the origin of heaven and earth. Qiming beast wants Xuanhuan to see the changes in the origin of today's land. Okay, I will go with you to see what the original world looks like now. Xuanhuan followed Qiming beast. #C1325 fight. Qiming beast took Xuanhuan to the origin of heaven and earth. The origin of heaven and earth is the most core. When Qiming is at its peak, only God can control it, and the gods of heaven and earth are not even qualified to approach. And wanting to enter the origin of heaven and earth is like entering the core of a star. However, Chu Yuan was led by Qiming Beast, so he didn't need to be prepared for danger. Venus is as popular as it is, exuding a bright and soft light, protecting Chu Yuan. It is the will of heaven and earth, so naturally it will not let this force attack Chu Yuan. The shattered void became more violent. Is this the origin of heaven and earth? In Chu Yuan's eyes, a huge light group appeared, a huge star, dazzling light, endless power, spreading around, time and space are collapsing crazily, creating a terrible Jedi. It is no exaggeration to say that in front of the origin of heaven and earth, even the gods of heaven and earth dare to break in, they will be strangled. That day, the origin of the earth was like a leaky balloon, a broken heart, and the crystals were collapsing, and a terrifying and vast torrent of particles was released from the inside. When the origin of the heaven and earth is destroyed to a certain extent, there will be a bang, and the entire Qitian will be turned into ashes. Chu Yuan also saw that many tyrannical forces had penetrated here, and they were frantically absorbing the energy released by the origin of heaven and earth, accelerating the progress of this destruction. Absorb the most violent and craziest for Dragon City. Chu Yuan said silently. He was watching the destruction of the day head-on. At this time, Qiming Beast emitted bright light from the side, creating such a picture. Chu Yuan saw that in the final stage of Qiming, countless strong men and gods of heaven came in, and the master of Qitian brought the last strong man. It is in the area where the source of heaven and earth is located. The god of Qitian opened the final burial array. He buried himself and all the strong men in Qiming, turned them into a terrifying force, and swept away countless strong men who came to attack. The last battle of the day is written as an elegy. Qiming Beast is trembling. It is fear. It is afraid. Your will is very frightening. It has absorbed too much of your strength. You are worried that after the origin of heaven and earth disappears, you, the will disappear completely. Chu Yuan looked at Qiming Beast. Qiming Beast nodded heavily, its thoughts fluctuating complicatedly. You want to seek my help to expel those cancerous tumors on your body? Chu Yuan said. Qiming Beast responded. If it continues to suck like this, after another 1,000,000 years, it will not be able to maintain its will, and it will become a real dead sky. Although Qiming's collapse is only 1/3 of the full period, it is still a huge day. If Qiming Beast is supplemented, my will be the main factor, and it will be integrated into the empire, and the empire's national fortune will skyrocket. The light in Chu Yuan's eyes gathered, and he said fiercely, and I can break through to the God of Heaven with this. He has found his chance to break through the God of Heaven. I can help you. Chu Yuan said slowly, but as the will of heaven and earth, you also know that Qiming has become the past, and the era that belongs to it has come to an end, and it cannot be reproduced alone. Only by merging into my gods can we keep the present tomorrow. This is the only way at this stage. Let Qiming become part of the divine dynasty. Huang, I am willing. The Qiming Beast conveyed its thoughts. In Chu Yuan's will, although it is different from the human emperor in ancient times, it controls the power of the human emperor, and knows that there is no other way, only this way. Becoming a part of the divine dynasty can be sheltered by the empire's national destiny. Without those unrestrained blood-sucking insects, it can be slowly repaired. But if I want to integrate Qiming into the divine dynasty, the first thing I have to face is the crazy attack of Dragon City and many other powerful people. Chu Yuan knew it was not easy. Ding. The current branch selection. Choice 1, Qiming will merge into the Xuanhuan dynasty. Option 2, give up Qiming and merge into Shenwuxian. It is a prompt for branch line selection. Chu Yuan did not hesitate and chose one. Ding. The current branch line has been released, Qiming will be integrated into the Xuanhuan dynasty. He knew that once Qiming merged into the Xuanhuan dynasty, he would be able to use this huge and vast power to attack the realm of the God of Heaven, but at the same time he would also face terrible attacks. and give up this opportunity. Xuanhuan needs to spend a longer time to find the breakthrough of Tiantishan. And one thing is the most important. Once Qiming becomes a part of the Shen dynasty, the foundation of the Shen dynasty will grow at an astonishing speed. The countless inheritances and internal treasures will all belong to him. The road to the way of heaven is a struggle, the road to the power of the gods is a struggle, and it is even more a struggle to be promoted to the 33 days. Xuanhuan deeply understands this. Once successful this time, Xuanhuan will have the foundation to become 33 days. I will help you, Xuanhuan said. Qiming Beast responded happily immediately. It tells Xuanhuan that in Qiming, one can manipulate the power of heaven and earth, bless others, and suppress the power of others. And it can also open up all kinds of dangerous Jedi that exist in Qiming. It will try its best to help Xuanhuan, and it is also helping itself. With Qiming beasts around, when fighting in Qiming, the combat power will be greatly improved, but the most dangerous stage is the process of Qiming's integration into the destiny of the gods. Xuanhuan knew it deeply. Once you start to integrate, this time will not be short, and the fluctuations will be huge, which cannot be concealed. The most dangerous time for the divine dynasty is the process of integration. When he truly integrates successfully, he will be the god of heaven. Naturally, they don't care about those external dangers. It's hard, but Xuanhuan has to do it. The integration of Qiming will lay the most solid foundation for Shenqiao to become 33 heavens in the future. No matter how difficult it is, we must do it. This is the most important battle of the God dynasty. Xuanhuan looked at Qiming Beast solemnly. You must do your best to help me. I will, Huang, for my own sake, too. Qiming Beast responded. Okay, but now is not the time to start a war. As usual, don't make any fluctuations. Without my instructions, don't mobilize the power of heaven and earth, and don't be noticed by others. Xuanhuan immediately deployed. This battle is a battle of protection. I want to deploy and mobilize the powerhouses of the entire God dynasty to Qiming. Emperor, I know. Qiming Beast said. It understands that this is its last chance. You stay here and wait, I will return to the God dynasty. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he immediately left Qiming. My chance, only this time, only the Emperor can help me. Qiming Beast didn't want to dissipate, it silently looked at Xuanhuan, who was leaving. This is a battle for my promotion, and it is also a battle for the promotion of the God dynasty. Xuanhuan returned to Shenqiao as quickly as possible. This battle is over. Not only himself, Shen Wuxian also seems to be a living being, breaking through from the supreme realm to the God of heaven. All soldiers, gods gather. Xuanhuan's order was issued. #C1326 Fusion Awakening tomorrow. In the Heavenly Blood Mine area. Your Majesty urgently ordered me to return to the God dynasty as soon as possible. What happened to such an urgent military order? Is your Majesty going to make a big move? The God of War's expression changed, and he immediately said, except for leaving the necessary manpower to guard the martial God city, the army will follow me back to the God dynasty. Not only them, but the entire divine dynasty has entered a wartime state and is running quickly. In Hell days. Your Majesty's military order, all the strong will return to the God dynasty. The Blood Spirit God came in a Shenzhou to pass on the news. That's a God-level divine boat. Yi's eyes froze suddenly. Your Majesty's news is so urgent, there must be something big. From what I know about him, he is about to go to war. But this time is too critical and difficult for His Majesty. Jiuyo's eyes turned into whirlpools, and he said suddenly, Yi, bring all the troops of your Yi sect with you. The foundation of working hard in hell for hundreds of years is temporarily abandoned. We will return to the gods as quickly as possible. The whole army is returning. Xuanhuan sat quietly on the throne. He is waiting. This time guarding Qiming is the biggest action of the God dynasty. Xuanhuan knew it was not that easy. Therefore, the time he left was to go out within 20 years, mainly waiting for the gathering of the army of hell. The collapse of Qiming is calculated in billions of years, and there is no problem in decades. And now this time. The gods are making preparations, and all kinds of vitality recovery, healing pills, and war equipment are being built. In the blink of an eye, 20 years are coming, and the army of hell has returned. See your majesty. The heavenly Tao battleship finally appeared in Xinqiao. Countless powerful men from hell appeared under the leadership of Yi. According to Xuanhuan's instructions, Yi has been recruiting strong men in hell heaven for hundreds of years, in order to wait for the call of the God Emperor. Your Majesty, I am at your disposal. God of War looked solemn. You are back. Xuanhuan appeared on the commanding heights of the God dynasty, and his aura was mighty. This expedition is a battle of national destiny. This time I will personally conquer, and the place where I let you fight is starting tomorrow. He waved his hand, and infinite visions were created. Qiming. Qingxian was startled. My lord, is it the 33-day Qiming? It's starting tomorrow. Xuanhuan explained the purpose of this battle. I went to Qiming decades ago, and Qiming has collapsed, but I met Qiming Beast, Qiming's will of heaven and earth. It is seeking my help, willing to put the broken Qiming will be integrated into the gods. Enlightening Beast, enlightening the will of heaven and earth for tomorrow. Qingxian murmured. Just as he took refuge in the Emperor. Qiming is also willing to join the Emperor tomorrow. Qiming in the 33 days, even if it collapses, is extremely powerful, but there are some people who will not let the dynasty succeed. Yi said, Your Majesty, what are we going to do in this battle? In Qiming, there are many forces plundering Qiming's heaven and earth energy. Once the Qiming beast starts to integrate, it will alarm these forces. It takes a long time to integrate into the God dynasty. During this period, we must protect it. Xuanhuan Dao, of course, Qiming beast will also help us to suppress other gods of heaven and improve our strength. How to do it? Everything is ordered by the Emperor. I, God of War, is willing to be the vanguard. God of War said fearlessly. I am very pleased with your morale. All the soldiers boarded the Shenzhou and headed for Qiming. After decades of preparation, Xuanhuan finally let the army go out. This time he has mobilized more than 90% of the combat power of the Shen dynasty. As long as he successfully integrates and breaks through the heavenly Tao God, everything will be worth it. Inside the Shenzhou, there was a solemn scene. This battle will be more cruel than the battle in hell, the battle of luck and the gods. Jiuyo also came, and she was honed more and more in hell. All the soldiers raised their state to the peak to welcome the coming of the war. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he closed his eyes and got up. It stands to reason that in such a war, the mood must be extremely excited, but Xuanhuan is unusually calm at this time, like a calm lake. Their greatest advantage is the help of Qiming Beast. Shenzhou sailed fast. Qi tomorrow is here. Qingxian was the first to see Qiming and let out a long sigh. Qiming also collapsed. I came here back then. It was so prosperous and powerful. The gods gathered, and now it has become ruins. He thought of the human world heaven. In fact, the human world heaven did not collapse. After the defeat of the Great War, the human sovereign sat in the human world heaven, making it closed and unable to enter. Go directly to Qiming Court. The moment Xuanhuan arrived, Qiming Beast felt it, and it prevented all kinds of violent environments from attacking Shenzhou, and led it directly into the inner domain. Qiming Beast, this is Qiming's will of heaven and earth. Yi said in surprise. Sensing Yi's gloomy hell atmosphere, Qiming Beast felt very uncomfortable and stabbed out the bright light to purify it. It hates dark breath. back then, tomorrow was extremely bright. This is a strong man from the Zhen dynasty, and he is here to help you. Xuanhuan comforted Qiming Beast. Things are different, people are different, and the magnificent Qiming court has also become such a dilapidated appearance. Qingxian sighed. His arrival made Qiming Beast very close, because he has the power of the world and heaven, and he belongs to the same camp. Your Majesty, what should we do? Asked God of War. I am leading the formation, and I will start the fusion of Qiming and Shenqiao first. Although there will be shocks at the beginning, no one will guess that I am merging Qiming. They will think that it is Qiming's natural movement. When this happens halfway through that fusion, they'll figure it out. Xuanhuan said seriously. There is mental arithmetic, but no intention. In fact, when he left Qiming, he could have asked Qiming Beast to open some of the restrictions first and take out many treasures, but he didn't do that. He was just worried that it would attract the attention of other strong men. But halfway through the fusion, it was only discovered that at that time, even if the strong were called, the preparations would not be so perfect due to the tight time. Qiming Beast, you have clearly presented the distribution of the strong in Qiming. Xuanhuan said. Regarding the life and death of Qiming Beast itself, it dared not be careless, and immediately spit out a bright light, which was densely covered with light spots. Although there are many forces, the most powerful one in Qiming is Dragon God Heaven. They are giving birth to a chaotic dragon egg. Our plan will inevitably trigger a crazy counterattack by Dragon God Heaven. Xuanhuan said. Dragon God Heaven. Yi snorted coldly, these dragons are extremely arrogant. I have learned it before. As long as the Qiming Beast blesses me with more heaven and earth energy, I will not be afraid of them. Your Majesty, I have nothing to fear. All the soldiers shouted. This time is very important to the God dynasty. Once it succeeds, the strength of the empire will be greatly improved. When merging, there will be many sealed treasures flying out, you choose the one that suits you. Xuanhuan looked at Qiming Beast, let's start. Finished. Xuanhuan sat in the Qiming court, and his magnificent power had already spread out. #C1227 Fluctuation. Integration begins. And this kind of integration is destined not to be completed quickly, it can be done overnight. If the ordinary world can be turned into the territory of the gods with a sweep of Xuanhuan's will, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. But Qiming is different. One of the 33 days in the past, even if it declines, it cannot be humiliated. It needs the will of heaven and earth to erase the original brand and become a part of Xinwu. The divine light of national destiny permeates all around. The majestic vision appeared, as if the word Xinwu appeared, Xuanhuan's will penetrated into Qiming, and with the cooperation of Qiming Beast, it replaced the original brand. Countless soldiers put on their armor and silently lined up in formation, waiting for the God Emperor's order before they would fight out. At first, this kind of fusion is still very calm, but as time goes by, some existences at the level of heavenly Tao have noticed that something is very wrong. What's going on? Why do I feel that Qiming's sky is changing, and countless energies are converging towards one place? What happened? There is a sense of Tian Dao, maybe I am thinking too much, Qiming is collapsing tomorrow, and it is very abnormal in itself. Another half-year passed. Seeing this change, Yi secretly said, the great changes in the world are about to begin, and soon there will be many strong people investigating. They didn't know it at first, but as the fluctuations continue, they will notice it. Sure enough, another half a year passed. What? Why can't Qiming's heaven and earth energy be extracted? Those energies are all rushing towards one place. Originally, many forces built the city to extract the energy of Qiming, but now they can't sense it. It is a process that must be experienced to take back and gather the energy of Qiming's heaven and earth, and completely integrate into the divine dynasty. Dragon City. That chaotic dragon egg. Originally, there was infinite energy gathering, but suddenly, the extraction of energy was interrupted. Great Elder, something happened, not only us, but also other places. I can't extract the source of Qiming anymore. Jin Long reported anxiously. Don't worry, I feel that Qiming is changing, and all the origins are converging towards Qiming's court. I can't explain this change, but Qiming is originally 33 days, and any accidents are normal. The Great Elder of Longqing said, I guard the chaotic dragon eggs, you and Long Xian go to check the specific changes. Jinlong went to check, but came back soon. Great Elder, I can't get in. The Qiming court is covered with too much violent energy. Long Xian and I went deep into it and realized the fatal danger. Now all the forces are investigating this change. Jinlong reported. It seems that something big is going to happen. The Great Elder said solemnly, this news has to be reported to the clan. Although we don't know what exactly happened, there must be changes. We need more experts here. It is also possible that the long-closed Qiming court will finally be unable to hold on. It's gone, the last treasure burst out, but I really don't want this kind of change to happen. And in Qiming court, almost half of the integration has been carried out, and the strange fluctuations that diffused out became more and more intense. Many strong people don't know why, they are watching and waiting for the situation to change. Another year passed. Boom! A burst of violent fluctuations exploded in Qiming court. It was the drastic changes in the world that caused the treasures to fluctuate. Immediately, I saw an extremely hot torrent emitted by the incomparably bright light, and countless particles rushed out, just like stars rushing out, as numerous as constant sand. This is a divine banner as big as a star. There are traces of countless light spots outlined on the divine flag. The power of this divine banner is too strong, tearing apart the infinite void. It is even more violent than any heavenly artifact that Xuanhuan has ever seen. That is Tian. Yi's pupils constricted, and he shouted in surprise, that's the glorious banner of the Lord of the Gods, God. He also fell in the Qiming court. The Lord of Radiance is definitely an extremely terrifying powerhouse, he is not much weaker than the God of Evil Heaven and Tao. And the gods behind him are a great god in the sky, the god of light. Xuanhuan pointed his finger, and such a picture appeared, the Lord of Glory was entering Qiming, and the burial force triggered by the Lord of Qitian buried him here as well. Guangyao Banner, the divine artifact of the Lord of Guangyao. It seems that there has really been a big change in Qiming court, and even such a fetish has been born. Seize the radiant banner. Many strong men saw the appearance of the radiant streamer, which directly rushed out of the Qiming court, soaring in the void, and the terrifying power radiated infinitely to the four directions. Everyone waits quietly, obeys my orders, and doesn't need to care about their seizures. With the will of heaven and earth, they will not be able to seize any treasure. Xuanhuan ordered. Once the Guangyao banner is captured, Xuanhuan doesn't need to push it by himself, and it can directly make the mighty source of heaven and earth run, which is comparable to the combat power of a god of heaven and Tao. Yes. Yi and other strong men took orders. The radiant banner, the relic of the Lord of Radiance, belongs to the original god. After an ancient god saw it, he came from the sky. With a wave of his hand, endless gusts of wind blew out, and the huge hand of the hurricane directly grabbed the Guangyao banner. Haha, the Guangyao banner belongs to me. There was a frenzied sound, and a burly demon lord appeared, his whole body was covered with blood vessel-like lines. With a bang of the demon hand, the hurricane hand was instantly defeated. Lord of Madness! The god shouted. Hey, Fengshen, it's not that easy to get Guangyao banner, at least you have to pass my level. That is called the way of the Lord of Madness. What are you talking about? Guangyao banner belongs to me. Another ancient and ferocious demon master was killed. Haha, you are here too, Lord of Fiends. The mad demon lord laughed, looked at the fierce demon lord, and suddenly said in surprise, I didn't expect you to comprehend the will of heaven, no wonder you are even more ferocious. Just after breaking through, I encountered such a thing. The Lord of Fiends. Humph, Lord of Madness, Lord of Fierce Demons, you are all shadowy existences, even if you get the radiant banner, you will not be able to use it, an unusable artifact. Are you going to fight to the death with this god? Fengshen's face was extremely cold. Even if it doesn't work, I'll be happy with it. The Lord of Madness laughed and said, you gods have always been arrogant, the sky is big and the earth is big, and I am the biggest. Today I will let you Fengshen suffer a big loss, even if it is dedicated to the great devil. Crazy, the gods of the gods and heavens have always looked down on us. This time, let's not take away the Guanyao banner and send him away. It is best to give him a lesson that will never be forgotten. The ogre laughed too. No problem, I have long disliked them. The Lord of Madness agrees. You two are trying to provoke my anger. Fengshen is angry. The berserk hurricane swept out at this moment. For Guanyao Ban he was bound to win, once he got it, his strength would have a big stage of improvement. Seize the radiant banner. At this moment, several other gods of heaven descended, and they directly shot and grabbed Guanyao banner. #C1328 No choice. The appearance of the Guanyao banner made many strong men unable to bear it and began to attack. At this moment, the 6 gods of heaven are looting. This is an artifact refined by the Lord of Radiance. His strength is definitely at the same level as the god of destroying heavenly Tao, and his artifact is so powerful. This is the top heaven artifact. Even if you don't need it, you can exchange it for what you need. All kinds of violent energies were bombarding, and the Lord of Madness and the Lord of Fierce Demons were staring at Fengshen's bombardment. Damn it, the Guanyao banner belongs to my gods, and you dare to compete with this god. If I report to the god Lord Guanming in the future, and he descends with divine power, all of you will be overwhelmed and walk away. Fengshen let out an angry roar. After hearing that, the Mad Lord laughed disdainfully, ha ha ha, no matter how strong the Lord of Light is, let him go to Wan Motion to settle accounts with me after he has the ability. Anyone can get it, but you can't. Great Elder, those heavenly Tao gods are vying for the Guanyao banner, shouldn't we also make a move? In terms of strength and Qiming, we are the strongest. If we attack, we will definitely be able to get it. Jinlong is in a hurry. Glorious streamers are important, but they are not as important as the chaotic dragon eggs. Be honest and wait. Don't attack without my order, or you will be punished by the dragon god. The Great Elder said, and getting up is just the beginning. Boom. But when the fighting was in full swing and the fighting was the most intense, a huge force emerged from Qiming Court, which seemed to be the counterattack of the will of heaven and earth, directly forming a terrifying vortex. The power of this vortex was unstoppable, and it directly swallowed Guanyao banner. Guanyao banner has entered Qiming Court. The god of heavenly Tao who was present froze, and said in surprise, this is troublesome, Qiming Court is in danger of causing the god of heavenly Tao to fall, and it is at such a violent time, it seems that no one can take it. Ha ha ha, no one can take it. The Lord of Madness seemed very happy at this time. The other gods of heaven ignored him. As the name suggests, the Master of Madness is a lunatic. No one can guess what a lunatic is thinking, and it is precisely because of this lunatic that he can reach heaven. Don't rush to leave. In the past few years, Qiming has changed too much. That kind of violent power is likely to be unable to support the origin of heaven and earth, and it is collapsing faster. Sooner or later, the core of Qiming's court will be revealed. Fengshen also calmed down at this time. In the next few years, Qiming's fluctuations became more intense, and integration reached the most critical stage. This kind of fluctuation is also rapidly spreading to the surroundings. Some masters got the news and were rushing over. It's going to be a gluttonous feast. Miss, look, Qiming has undergone incredible changes, and many mysteries hidden in the court that day are being revealed, and there are already more existences. In Qiming, two familiar figures appeared, they were Ming Xue and Lu Yuan. After Ming Xue recovered, she broke through to Tiandishan. Uncle Lu, I can see it too. I could have extracted the origin of heaven and earth arbitrarily, but now they are all locked up. The changes are very strange. Many strong people are speculating, is it when Qiming's last treasure was born? Ming Xue observed and frowned, however, I noticed something weird, I can't explain it. There must be a big weirdness. According to the instructions of the island owner, if we come here this time, if there is any benefit, we will take it. If we can't get it, there is no need to take risks. Lu Yuan nodded, the island owner's speculation is that Qiming is likely to collapse. He didn't ask the lady to seize the treasure, but to watch the process of the collapse of the world. I know. Ming Xue responded. The light is getting brighter. Countless storms moved the heavens and the earth, and the energy gathered, making the location of Qiming Court the largest torrent meeting point. Such fluctuations have attracted the attention of many powerhouses. Fortunately, they don't know what happened, and they thought that there would be treasures born. If they knew that the God Emperor was merging into Qiming, they would definitely go crazy. Yi looked serious. The fusion is already halfway through. At this moment, Chu Yuan looked at Qiming Beast and said, Qiming Beast, it's time to completely open the blockade of the origin of heaven and earth, and finally the heavenly court will appear, and it's time to fully integrate into the God dynasty. Chu Yuan knows. The biggest difficulty has come. If this step is done, those strong people will know that it is not a treasure born, but someone who will become the master of Qiming. But he had no choice. The world shook again. But this time the shock was completely different from the previous ones. Bang bang bang. Everyone in Qiming can hear the sound of a beating heart, as if the heart of a person who should have died is beating again, and the blood is circulating in the body. Is this the source of heaven and earth shaking? Is the source of heaven and earth going to recover? Reappear its glory again? Gods of heaven and Tao can clearly sense this fluctuation. Impossible, the origin of heaven and earth has been broken into such a state, how could it possibly recover? Some Tiandishan questioned, I'm afraid that this is a harbinger of destruction. Qi will be completely destroyed in a short period of time, and everything will be wiped out, leaving us with nothing. Such a thing must not happen. Just when all the strong men were waiting for the change, they suddenly said, look, what happened there? Their eyes pierced deeply into the Qiming court. At this moment, one of the most magnificent temples of the heavenly palace emitted hundreds of millions of divine light. The light was extremely bright, piercing through the law of violence. That's heaven. They said that Tianting is the most important place in Qiming. Open it, this heavenly court is the place where the origin of heaven and earth is restrained, such as where the veins of heaven are. Chu Yuan asked Qiming Beast to open the confinement. The last confinement was opened, and an incredible scene appeared. Chu Yuan also looked into the temple of heaven. The shadows of gods appeared one after another. They were all gods of the Tao of heaven, and they stood on both sides with solemn expressions. The God of heaven who enlightens tomorrow. And on one of the highest stairs, there is a tall and majestic existence, holding a jade-colored scepter in his hand, and there is an orb on it that is blooming with the most gorgeous light. That orb is the most powerful artifact of Qi Tianzhu, Qi Xingxing. He conveyed a great majesty. Enlightened God. This is by no means comparable to the statues Chu Yuan saw before. This is the divine body of the Real God of Enlightenment, the great existence that controls the day, and it really appeared in front of Chu Yuan. But there was no life in him anymore. Chu Yuan knows. In the final battle that year, countless strong men rushed into the Qiming court, and the Qitian god launched the final burial formation with all the gods of heaven, drawing the vitality of all the strong, and killing countless existences. It was also at that time that the origin of heaven and earth was shattered and fell into the alien space. Although Qiming Court is the most majestic existence of Qiming, it is also the cemetery of the gods. The cemetery of the gods, that is the body of Qiming God and the gods of Qiming. The astonishing voice was transmitted in Qitian. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukju. #C1329 Final dedication. An astonishing vision appeared in front of everyone. Qiming Court is the cemetery of the gods. The cemetery of the gods, Qitian Lord and other Qitian ancient gods of heaven still have their own gods. What do they want to do? That aura is too terrifying. Could it be that they appeared this time to completely destroy Qiming and break out the final disaster? It's very possible, but the situation is too unknown now. Let's wait and see what happens. All the strong men were shocked when they saw this scene. Even the fallen god of Qitian, but the majesty is too strong, just looking at him, there will be palpitations in the soul. Of course. Qi Tianzhu is the most pinnacle of dozens of existences in the multiverse, and even today's dragon god Tianlongzhu is not as good as him. Because he is not the god of 33 days, he does not have the majesty to control a day. 33 days represent a powerful strength, such as the destruction in hell, the abyss. If they leave hell and fight in Qiming, they will be beaten and fled after a few moves. This is the terrifying power brought by the blessing of heaven and earth. Miss, let's wait first. Lu Yuan said seriously from the side. Who? At this moment, Qiming Beast made its voice, looking at Qitian Lord and other gods of heaven, feeling sad. The strong suffocating aura from its body also radiated out, touching Qi Tianzhu and other powerhouses. Suddenly, Qi Tianzhu opened his eyes and swept out 2 strong rays of light. His indestructible majesty spread out, and under the watchful eyes of all the powerful, at this moment, it seemed as if he was about to recover, crossing the eternal river. Enlightened God. The great elder of Dragon City was also startled suddenly, and said in a big shock, "What, is it possible that Qiming will be resurrected?" Impossible, he died completely back then. Could it be that this is the big formation he set up to sacrifice the entire Qiming? Resuscitate yourself. This kind of majesty is too strong, even if the God of heaven is swept away, he will be suffocated. The divine power of God cannot be violated. At this time, no one dared to act recklessly, facing the backhand left by a god, even if it was an existence of the same level, they had to be treated with caution. But Xu Yuan knew what Qiming would mainly do, waved his hand, and said leisurely, "Let's get started." Boom. Only in an instant. Starting from the Qitian Dao god on the outermost edge, a beam of light energy of hundreds of millions of miles shot up to the sky, breaking the shackles of endless fog, directly hitting into the origin of heaven and earth, and turning into billowing energy. These rays of light strike quickly. The impact of each ray of bright light will stabilize the shattered Qiming by a lot. Xu Yuan could feel that the origin of heaven and earth, which was broken everywhere, was being repaired at an astonishing speed at this moment, and it was covered by a flawless crystal wall, no longer leaking energy crazily. In the end, only Qi Tianzhu remained. The scepter in his hand is his strongest artifact, far from being comparable to some heavenly artifacts, but it also turned into a dazzling ray of light at the same time as him, hitting into the origin of heaven and earth. Qiming is calm, and there is no more violent turbulence. The origin of the place was also completely restored that day. Enlightened God's last backhand. 1,000 books. If Qiming finally collapses, their divine bodies will completely blow up Qiming with the source of the world, but under the guidance of the Qiming beast, they turn into energy and return to the source of the world. Yu Qiming was promoted to the peak tomorrow, and returned to feed back Qiming. This is their final contribution. Qiming Beast's will is sad, and there are two pearl-like tears in its eyes. If there is love in the sky, Qiming Beast, who is the will of heaven and earth, shed tears of heaven. The truly cruel battle is coming, Qiming Beast is ready, now you can fully mobilize Qiming's heaven and earth energy to suppress and bless. Xuanhuan said slowly, there was only crazy fighting intent in his eyes. What's going on? What happened to Qiming just now? I thought that this day would be completely destroyed and ended. It's very strange. The Lord Qitian seems to have returned to heaven and earth. You see, the whole Qitian has calmed down, and the origin of heaven and earth is no longer broken, and it will no longer be broken. How could such a thing happen? What happened in it? Should we rush in, or wait and see what happens? Just wait and see, the situation is unclear now. A group of strong men communicated like lightning. The most anxious thing is Dragon City. With the lock of the origin of heaven and earth, they can no longer extract a little energy, which means that the cultivation of chaotic dragon eggs has been temporarily terminated. Push through the clouds and mists to see the blue sky. The sky is clear and bright, extremely bright, and even the vitality is calm. Look, what's there? A strong man suddenly saw that there were countless black armored troops in the Qiming court, silent, the iron-blooded military might swept across, and the weapons in their hands reflected a terrible cold light. Suddenly, there are so many troops appearing in Qiming court, and they look like they have been prepared for a long time. Anyone who sees it will be shocked. Could it be Qiming's army? Said the Mad Master. No. The Lord of Fiends shook his head violently. They are all living people, but Qiming, even the Lord of Qitian is completely dead, the army cannot be alive, and I have fought with Qiming, their armor and military might are not at all. Qiming's kind is more cold-blooded and domineering. The will of heaven and earth. It was Fengshen who shouted in shock. He saw Qiming Beast. At this time, the Qiming Beast was no longer a small beast, but a huge and dazzling giant. It radiated divine light and shone on this large army, as if it was the favor of heaven and earth. Blessings from heaven and earth. The will of heaven and earth appeared, and it seemed to favor that army. What does this represent? An ancient god of heaven and Tao speculated some facts in a blink of an eye, and said in horror, I understand, the will of heaven and earth has awakened, restarted Qiming, Qitian God's last sacrifice, repaired the will of heaven and earth, those armies should be some. It belongs to a god dynasty, that is to say, the will of heaven and earth has surrendered to that god dynasty, and that god dynasty wants to completely control Qiming. What? Is there such a thing? Why Qiming's will of heaven and earth suddenly surrendered to a certain god dynasty is simply impossible. It's not difficult to guess. The will of heaven and earth knows that if it continues like this, it will collapse completely in billions of years, so it has to make a choice. Obviously, in its choice, the god dynasty can help it. How can such an ancient day be controlled by a god? This is intolerable. When the strong men present learned of this fact, expressions of shock and anger appeared on their faces. Especially the dragon god of Long Shenshen, the most angry. They are also counting on Qiming's origin of heaven and earth, the final Big Bang, returning to chaos and diversity, and giving birth to the Chaos Dragon. Qiming will belong to the god dynasty from now on, and anyone who makes a move will become my enemy. #C1330 Come fight. There was a voice in Qiming court. Everyone saw that the existence standing in Qiming court and in charge of the origin of heaven and earth was looking at them with extremely cold eyes. They immediately knew that this person was the powerful being who wanted to control the multiverse. It turned out to be him. After seeing the face of this person, Mingxue was also shocked. Xuanhuan God Emperor wants to control and occupy the entire Qiming, and this is not the most terrifying thing. The most important thing is that even the will of heaven and earth recognized him, take refuge in Xuanhuan, and seize the front-line vitality. She has a good impression of Xuanhuan, after all, she saved her life. Uncle Liu, Xuanhuan is my friend of Mingyue Island. We can't take action against him. As for the next step, it depends on the changes in the situation. Mingshua's face was serious. Looking at the army in the heavenly court, he knew that there would be a big battle. Mrs. Right. Lu Yuan nodded immediately. It will be a simple existence that can be recognized by the will of heaven and earth. Besides, we don't have much demand for Qiming, and the most anxious one should be the dragon god. Let's see how the situation develops. Xuanhuan? He should be the emperor of the Xuanhuan dynasty. Countless eyes focused on Chu Yuan at this moment. Of course, he can feel the majesty of that grand majesty from his body, which makes the gods of heaven still palpitate. They all understand that it is the power of heaven and earth that blesses him. Kill! 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 The strong army shouted in unison, spreading out with the power of heaven and earth. Qiming's integration has reached the most critical moment, and he must not be disturbed by others. Ha ha ha, where did Xinwu Xinqiao come from? How come this demon has never heard of it? It was the Lord of Madness who let out a big laugh, arrogantly. In a word, do you want to get all the resources of Qiming? This simply doesn't pay attention to us. The last legacy of the day, how many treasures will there be? Unless if you give me enough benefits, I'll leave. Humph. Yi stepped out, the Lord of Madness of one motion. Haven't you heard the words of the God Emperor? The will of heaven and earth is on our side, you still want to force it? Okay, come here if you are not afraid of death, I am brave and fearless. His fate is tightly tied to Xuanhuan, he can't lose. If Xuanhuan dies, he will die too. Year is you. A heavenly Tao god recognized Yi, and was slightly surprised. I said who it is, I thought you died in the great ancient war, but I didn't expect you to break through to the heavenly Tao and heaven's will while you were still alive. Sky? Hey, we don't have many requirements. What is the use of this world to us? We just need to share some treasures with us, and leave immediately. The Lord of Fiends said, his ferocious eyes were staring at him. Impossible. Yi roared. Of course he knows that the greed of these heavenly gods is endless. Once you agree to their request, you will feel afraid of them and will demand even more. They are merging Qiming. It was the great elder of Dragon City who spoke. Once they successfully integrate, the world will be completely in control, and all treasures will fall into their hands. This is the most critical moment for them. We can't let all the treasures fall into their hands. A god of heaven and Tao exudes extremely strong power, oppressing Xuanhuan. The might of the gods is like the sea, mighty and mighty. This is also the best opportunity. It was still the great elder of Longqing who said, before Qiming went berserk, and the gods of heaven and Tao were at risk of falling, but now, although they are being integrated by others, at the same time, the world has calmed down, and the most deadly danger has dissipated. To defeat them first. We know, there is no need for you Longshan Tian to talk too much. Tian Daoshan present is not a fool. Someone said, we know that you Longshan Tian have invested the most in Qiming tomorrow. Don't think that we don't know what kind of tricks you are playing, and if you want to use us as a target, you should attack first. Of course they know. LoveNet. In terms of everyone present, the most anxious one was Longshan Tian. Our dragon god will naturally make a move. Boom. The sky split open, and two giant dragons flew across the sky. It was the golden dragon and the sky dragon, breathing down the sky. They looked at Chu Yuan coldly, and recognized that it was this person who caused a scene in Dragon City. But there are so many strong players present. They are not afraid of Chu Yuan either. This time Longshan Tian will set an example. If you want to fight, then come. Chu Yuan has long understood that this time will not end peacefully. Kill. His indifferent word of killing came out, and Yi received the order immediately, and made a sudden move. The soul-killing knife slashed out directly, and the black blade light turned into a force of doom and curse, and swept out like a tsunami. Hell's heavenly Tao God dares to be presumptuous. Seeing Yi rushing out, Jinlong and Tianlong immediately straightened up and faced the battle immediately. They were not afraid of Chu Yuan's attack. Because the great elder of Longqing and a group of strong men were staring at Chu Yuan and would not let him make a move. The divine martial god emperor seems to be difficult to deal with. He is an extremely powerful existence. Now that Yi has fought against the two heavenly Tao gods of Longshenchen, should we make a move? Don't worry, we don't know their strength right now, so let them fight Dragon God and Heaven first. I know that Dragon God and Heaven are cultivating an extremely monstrous dragon egg, which requires the entire Qiming Heaven and Earth origin energy. Yes, Longshan Tian is the one who is most anxious and crazy. As for us, we must get some treasures. Let's see the situation. All the gods present were watching the play. Two dragon lords suppress Yi. As long as we gain an advantage, other heavenly Tao gods will press up like a pack of wolves. This matter is a blessing and a curse, and it's not a bad thing for me, Dragon God. The great elder of Longqing was clear in his heart. Although a god of martial arts appeared unexpectedly to control Qiming, but it also calmed down the origin of the world. As long as this Shenwuxian dynasty is destroyed, the sky can be directly occupied, and the Chaos Dragon Egg can be born as soon as possible. Once the Chaos Dragon Egg is born, it will directly become the existence second only to the dragon ancestor in the Dragon God Heaven. This time, Longshan Tian must use the greatest strength. What bothered the great elder of Longqing the most was that this incident happened too radically. Although he had reported to Longzhu before, he didn't know that such a thing would happen, and time was very urgent for them. I, Dragon God, still need the help of these heavenly Tao gods. The great elder of Dragon City suddenly shouted, "Everyone, this time I, Dragon God Heaven, only need to enlighten tomorrow's origin of heaven and earth, and we don't want any other treasures. The current premise is to destroy this god dynasty. All the treasures." The gods present at the scene were suddenly moved. Hateful. God of War also said coldly, "Our biggest opponent this time is Dragon God Tian. If he says this, all the gods of heaven will besiege us. Even if we promise the same conditions, it will be useless. The situation is very clear. The strength of Longshan Tian is extremely powerful. Then fight." A calm voice came out of Chu Yuan's mouth. He was there, he was the pillar of Ding Tian God. No matter what terrible attack Shen Chao encountered, as long as he didn't fall, no one would be afraid. Kill. Yi's eyes were bloodshot. "I will fight too, let's fight." #C1331 The suppression of the origin of heaven and earth. The war is imminent. For the future of the gods, and even for his own future, Yi had to go all out. Boom. A 1,000,000-foot-high black light struck fiercely. Yi swung the soul-destroying knife, and killed the past with terrifying power. Facing the two dragon gods, he didn't give in at all, directly showing the cruelty and ferocity of the gods of hell and heaven. Just in time. Jinlong and Tianlong looked at each other. They deeply knew that they had to suppress the powerhouses of the Shenwuxian dynasty and take the lead. Immediately, two dragon claws broke through the sky. Their fighting power was already fierce, but they instantly triggered the origin of the dragon god. The dragon claws covered the sky and blocked out the sun, and they were about to suppress Yi immediately. But this time, a terrifying force suppressed it. Not good, I feel that my strength has weakened to a level. The two dragon gods immediately felt that their dragon bodies seemed to be crushed by the sky, and every movement in the void required 100 times more effort than usual. They gritted their teeth and said, "It is the origin of heaven and earth that is suppressing us, robbing us of our strength. Xingxing has suppressed a level, and can almost only display the strength of the weakest heavenly Tao god. Ordinary heaven and earth, naturally, do not have this kind of power that can suppress the gods of heaven and earth. But there is tomorrow. The centipede is dead but not stiff, and the origin of heaven and earth already has the power to suppress under the influence of Qitian God's self-transformation. Ha 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 ha, my strength has improved. I feel that my current level is at the peak of God's will, and I can exert the power level of the original source of heaven. Two little dragons, let me teach you a lesson. Yi laughed wantonly. The blessing of this kind of power made him feel very refreshed, and it directly raised a level. His palm containing curse power directly slapped the two dragon gods, causing them to fly wildly. The dragon body was filled with a layer of black air of death, crazily eroding their lives. Suppression of the origin of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan Shenqiao has the help of the will of heaven and earth. The strength has greatly increased, but doing so will violently consume the origin of the world. With Qiming's current state at this time, it is equivalent to a person consuming his vitality. The origin of heaven and earth doesn't care at all. As long as we can succeed this time, we can recover in a long time. In other words, if we fight in Qiming, we will have to bear the suppression of a realm, while the opponent will be able to improve a level. This suppression is too harsh. Those two dragon gods are no match at all. Those who are strong in the field all know the difficulty of fighting in Qiming. Too many people are ready to fight in this battle, and the news of Qiming will inevitably spread like a hurricane, and more powerful people will gather. Chu Yuan's eyes swept across, God of War, go out to fight and suppress those who are the most rampant. Boom! The God of War stepped out like the undefeated God of War holding a halberd in his hand, and the dazzling golden light shone on the sky. He rushed out of the Qiming court, and his cold eyes fell on the madman lord. You are the one. God of War drank violently. He was the first to kill with a halberd. The undefeated God of War was fearless and also received the blessing of the origin of heaven and earth. His strength itself is the most top-notch Dazuan, and with the blessings of heaven and earth, he already possesses the power of the God of heaven, but he does not have the indestructible vitality of God of heaven. But it doesn't matter. The strength of the Lord of Madness has also been suppressed by a level. Dare to deal with me for a long time, presumptuous. The Lord of the Mad Demon was furious. He blasted out his Mad Demon God fist. His heavenly artifact was a pair of gloves, as the name suggests, extremely crazy. But the power of the God of War came, carrying the suppression of heaven and earth, and when the halberd fell, even the Lord of the Mad Demon shot back fiercely, and the whole demon body trembled. Damn it, if there is no pressure and promotion from the origin of heaven and earth, killing you is like killing a dog. The Lord of Madness was really furious, but he was helpless. He was not only fighting God of War, but also fighting Qiming. What nonsense! The power of each blow of the God of War is huge, and it keeps shuttling through the lightning clouds, without displaying any supernatural powers, just pure great strength. Rumble! Thunderbolts as thick as 10,000 zhang also descended within Qiming, and immediately turned into a sea of thunder. Master of Fiends, your opponent is me. Qingxian shot out, and the Tiandao spear flicked. This is the weapon of the God Lord in the Great Burial Abyss, and it was given to him by Chu Yuan. After all, it doesn't have much effect on him. Qingxian's existence is too old, he is very close to the God of Heaven and Tao, and with the help of the will of heaven and earth, even if this fierce Lord of Demons is fierce, he is directly suppressed. Xuanhuan is really like a fish in water fighting in Qiming. He sent two top-notch lords, and suppressed the two gods of heaven. Mingxue looked at the battle and said with emotion. That Xuanhuan is really strong like a cloud, and that Qingxian, she feels, is not much weaker than herself, before the breakthrough. It is also with the blessing of the will of heaven and earth that they can be so fierce. Otherwise, if they leave Qiming, the two half-day gods will not be the opponents of the gods of heaven. Lu Yuan replied. Now there are only 7 strong players on the battlefield. But the situation presented is surprising. Under the suppression of the partial will of heaven and earth, the attacking side showed a steady retreat. There is no way, the dying camel is bigger than the horse, Qi Ming is falling, and it used to be 33 days, where the ranks of heaven and earth are placed. But being able to gain the support of the will of heaven and earth is the greatest ability, and I can also see that this is only a part of the power exposed by Xuanhuan, and they are hiding stronger ones. Mingxue swept her eyes away. Uncle Lu, look, many people who are about to make trouble have temporarily calmed down. However, this is only temporary. This incident happened suddenly, and many forces were unprepared. It will take several years for Xuanhuan to integrate Qiming into his national destiny. Lu Yuan sighed, a few years, there are too many variables. And at this time? No way, we are suppressed too much, we are no match for him at all, the whole Qiming is rejecting us, our heavenly Tao secret technique can't even show the supernatural power. The golden dragon said anxiously. He is miserable. Yi's curse power corrupted his heavenly body. I know, but we can't retreat. Tianlong was also very anxious, the situation was getting worse for them. Yi hit more and more smoothly, every blow could cause extremely huge damage to them. The interior of Qiming Court. The army was solemn and speechless, they just condensed their strength to the limit, and they were all quietly waiting for the next instruction from the God Emperor. The battle can't go on like this. Although some people temporarily calm down, this is temporary. As time goes by, more powerful people will gather, and the number of people will slow down the speed of Qiming's integration into the God dynasty. Chu Yuan obviously noticed that the integration of heaven and earth was slower than before, which was the reason why he allocated his strength to fight. The longer the time, the worse it is for him. Right now, led by Long Shantian, many people are watching Long Shantian's actions. Chu Yuan's eyes were sharp, and his eyes crossed into Dragon City, and he said coldly, the army is going out, riding a Shenzhou, attacking Dragon City, destroying the Dragon City where the Dragon God is in the sky, and the will of heaven and earth will give it the greatest assistance. He gave an order, and the long-prepared Shenzhou attacked. C1332 attacked Dragon City. Shenzhou immediately rushed out of the heaven, carrying a large number of strong men. This Shenzhou also possessed a tyrannical offensive force, and immediately a series of silvery white brilliance rushed out, and the power of each blow was astonishing, it was like scattered flowers, shooting out densely. If you want to mobilize Shenzhou's offensive power, you need a lot of amazing energy. But Chu Yuan has the blessing of the whole world, so what is he afraid of? Moreover, the powerhouses in Shenzhou also condensed their strength to the limit and let out fiercely. That is a Shenzhou built by ancient civilization forces, transcending the other side, a divine weapon of heaven. They actually still have such an artifact. Could it be that it fell into Qiming? Just hit it out, what are they going to do? Do they want to take the initiative to attack? With this Shenzhou here, even the gods of heaven can't destroy it. Look, the target of their attack is Dragon God Heaven. The eyes of the strong present were all attracted by the Shenzhou, all of them had envy in their eyes, and they knew that the Shenzhou's strong defense was a necessary treasure for exploring the Jedi. Kill! 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 Those who enter the Shenzhou must have at least immortal strength, and the roaring sound will directly charge towards Dragon City and head towards the past. Attack Dragon City. The purpose of the army's battle is very clear, which is Dragon City. Now Chu Yuan is facing a lot of powerful people, and if the battle in Qiming is delayed, the speed of integrating into Qiming will be greatly slowed down, and this kind of thing must not be tolerated. His purpose is simple. Gather the strongest power first, deal with the strongest Long Shantian, and bombard their power, so that it will be difficult for them to gather offensive and counterattack power in a short time. Without Long Shantian taking the lead, although there are many other strong men, they are all mobs. Damn it! The great elder of Dragon City could naturally guess Chu Yuan's intention, and roared in a dragon voice, defend Dragon City. It is absolutely impossible to achieve the opponent's combat intention. Moreover, he also wants to use this battle to test out the strength of this god dynasty. Kill. Xuanhuan's icy voice came out. There is still a stronger guardian force in Dragon City. He knows it with the help of the investigation of the origin of heaven and earth, but it can't stop him at all. Rumble. The thunder that filled the sky bombarded the Dragon City, tearing apart barriers one after another. If Dragon City is attacked by other forces, it can forcibly extract the origin of the world to fight against it. But now, Xuanhuan locked up all these energies, so that they couldn't extract any energy at all. They can only resist with their own stored energy. Jinlong and Tianlong were forced to retreat back into Dragon City, not daring to fight outside. Boom! A shocking beam of light bombarded down, causing Dragon City to tremble. Shenzhou collision. The huge Shenzhou slammed into the Dragon City like the universe. Although a protective shield appeared at the first time, the countershock force still caused some weak dragons to be directly shocked to death. Endless dragon power rises up, protecting Dragon City from destruction. But Shenwu was not worried at all. They hit with Shenzhou. No matter how strong your Dragon City is, without the blessing of the origin of heaven and earth, you are not as good as Shenzhou. What a mysterious Shenwu Shenqiao, with such a powerful Shenzhou. Every impact consumes a lot of energy in Dragon City, and the countershock kills some breeding dragons. Lu Yuan gathered his divine lights and said, "This is forcing Dragon City to fight them openly." Besides Dragon City, there are many strong people around. Ming Shui said. Just relying on these people? Lu Yuan said disdainfully, without the benefit of making them work hard, they won't make a move. I think Long Shintian will retreat temporarily. And at this time, Dragon City suffered a devastating earthquake. This Dragon City was built by Longzhu, otherwise it would have been shattered under this kind of impact, but it is absolutely uncomfortable now. Great Elder, this is a conspiracy to force us to give up our strong defense and fight them head-on. We don't even know how many strong people are in that Shenzhou. If we don't fight, Dragon City will be shattered in a few days, and we will lose our strongest defense by then. We have to fight. The dragon roared, and they were all angry. There are too many weak dragons living in the Yunlong land, and they were bred in the Yunlong pool built. These are the foundations of the dragons. Fight, fight them. The angry voice of the Great Elder also came out. He didn't want to fight Shenwu to the death at this time at all, but wanted to delay the time until more powerful Dragon Clan powerhouses came, but the other party obviously wouldn't give him this chance. In the name of Dragon Ancestor, fight against the will of heaven and earth. Boom! A phantom of the oldest divine dragon appeared, and he displayed a shocking dragon will, evolving into a dragon world everywhere, with the dragon's breath surging, resisting the oppression from heaven and earth. Longzhu Shuiying. Xuanhuan said indifferently, but this sky is under my control, and you can't afford it. There is a stronger will of heaven and earth coming down. Fortunately, Qi Tianzhu and other last strong men transformed into Tiao and repaired the broken origin of heaven and earth. Otherwise, Qiming would never have such stronger oppression and consumption of energy from the world. Kill, kill, kill them, let them know how powerful I am, Dragon God. Great dragons are immortal. The dignity of the Dragon Clan cannot be humiliated. Giant dragons flew out one after another. Although their numbers were not as large as Xuanhuan's army, each Dragon Clan was fierce and terrifying, and could easily kill the same rank. At the same time, the superpowers with top-notch martial arts also came out. Fight for the gods. The god of war gave up on suppressing the mad demon lord. He watched the giant dragon flying into the air, and he came to kill it with a halberd. The tyrannical murderous aura swept across, and directly split a dragon in the realm of a great master into two pieces. Eat the meat of the Dragon Clan, drink the blood of the Dragon Clan. The brutal army of hell is dispatched. There were too many of them, and they were all recruited by Yi in hell. Although they all obeyed the orders of the gods, the ferocity in their bones could not be erased. The army of hell attacked fiercely and cruelly. One or two dragons who can't deal with the same situation, then besiege them. A golden dragon with a height of tens of thousands of feet, even though it was a strong man from hell, was like an ant in front of them. With a sweep of its tail, it could trample dozens of them to death. But the quantity is too much. What? After the golden dragon persisted for more than a dozen breaths, its dragon body was torn apart, as if bitten by a piranha, and quickly turned into a skeleton, with no bones left. A dragon was eaten like this. There are even more large armies, acting as a fortress in the Shenzhou, bombarding energy wantonly, and then disrupting their arrangement in the giant dragon's camp with the violent impact of energy. Dark shock. Tens of thousands of strong men were wearing black hideous armor, and at the same time they displayed a dark impact, and suddenly some dragon-strong men were illuminated, and the flesh and blood on their bodies melted. The power of darkness. Each of these tens of thousands of people is the weakest and supreme, and it is the dark god body that Xuanhuan spent a lot of money to hone and train in hell. There are tens of thousands of people forming the big formation of the sky. If Shenwu does not attack, it will make people feel fearful and fearful once they attack. They are not afraid of death, although every dragon is better than them in terms of individual soldiers. But even if they suffered huge casualties, they never backed down and killed dragons one by one with their own weapons. The ground was stained red with the blood of the strong men on both sides. Dragon breath formation. Tens of thousands of giant dragons gathered together and breathed out a large formation of dragon breath. A long river of sword energy. It was Li Jianqing, with a cold face, he let the tens of millions of sword-repairing troops under his command cut out of Jianhe and resist the attack of the dragon's breath formation. Sword army, kill them, let your swords drink the blood of the dragon clan. Li Jianqing waved his sword. Qiming beast, give greater suppression to the world. Xuanhuan stood in Qiming court, the image of Weian was the morning star shining on all the troops. C1333 threaten. Cruel and bloody battles are unfolding. The world is going to be dyed red. One after another the dragons fell. At every moment, although Shenwu also suffered a lot of casualties, but with the support of the will of heaven and earth, the damage they brought to Longshan was also huge. With the oppression of the will of heaven and earth, each of the mighty warriors can exert their strongest strength, but the giant dragons are not so comfortable. Even with the protection of the dragon ancestor phantom, the price they have to pay is huge. Hateful. This martial arts is too hateful, our companions are falling one by one. No, absolutely not. The giant dragon roared and was so angry that the number of dragons was already scarce, so they couldn't afford such a loss. Xuanhuan looked indifferent. Although his army also paid a lot of casualties. But this is an inevitable process on the road to the strong. Immortals, after this battle, will be greatly tempered and break through to a higher level. I can't go on like this. A bright silver dragon with a height of 100,000 feet flew out. She made a woman's voice, and spewed out silvery brilliance from her mouth, sweeping across the surroundings. The Lord of the Silver Dragon has made a move, we can't just sit back and watch. Be sure to guard the Dragon City. When our stronger army of Dragon God and Heaven arrives, they will be done playing. Tomorrow belongs to us. Kill this group of powerful fighters. Boom. Dragon shadows rushed out from the depths of Dragon City. Especially those at the front are all gods of heaven and dragons, showing the tyrannical strength of dragons and gods. Xuanhuan didn't move, but gave the order to attack. This silver dragon let me come. The extremely cold air, Jiuyo appeared, accompanied by the Jiuyo Shenlian, and the heavenly artifact, the floating feathers, will change color according to the mana. A 9-nether Excalibur appeared in his hand. Blessed by the will of heaven and earth, her already formidable strength is comparable to that of a god of heaven and earth. With a single strike of her sword, the 9-nether realm killed the silver dragon. Immediately, the breath of hell and the purgatory of 9-nether made the silver dragon feel black energy surging. This is another mighty god of heaven. It was the troll god who came out with a mace in his hand, and hit a giant dragon with a stick, making him scream and howl. It can be said that with the assistance of the will of heaven and earth, the god of heaven and earth can completely use one god in front of two gods. Smash Dragon City. Xuanhuan manipulated the will of heaven and earth, and as long as the Dragon City was broken, the power of Long Shenshen would be reduced by half. Hateful. The bombardment that Dragon City received was too majestic. The great elder of Dragon City finally couldn't bear it anymore. He roared, and revealed his own body, which turned out to be a black dragon over 1,000,000 feet long. His strength is absolutely powerful, but the will of heaven and earth oppressed him greatly, which reduced his strength by several levels, making him unable to display freely. Your martial arts are destined to fight against me, Longshan Tian, to the end. The Xuanhuan Lord roared loudly, his dragon claws tore through the incoming heaven and earth energy, and he was extremely angry. Do you think that I will give you qi tomorrow? Xuanhuan said indifferently, even the will of heaven and earth has recognized me. You are attacking the territory of my god dynasty and violating my territory, which cannot be forgiven. The huge dragon eyes of the Xuanhuan Lord stared at Xuanhuan. He knew that even though he was strong, heaven and earth suppressed his strength too much, and that person could control the origin of heaven and earth, so in a real fight, he really couldn't do anything to him. Easy. There is no second choice. The master of the blue dragon breathed out his breath. Everyone, it is impossible for this person to release any treasures to us, and if I, the dragon god, can't resist, you will not be able to get other treasures, so I need your help. As long as this battle is delayed, my dragon gods and heavenly powers will descend in large numbers, and then you will be free to plunder these countless treasures. He understands very well. Long Shintian's strength in Qiming is not enough now. He had no choice but to win over other strong men. All the strong people present were moved. They were very clear about the strength of Long Shintian, and the dragon clan was proud. As long as they made a promise, they would definitely get great benefits. Haha, me. The mad demon lord was about to speak. The time and space around him collapsed, and suddenly a hand of God fell, and the mad lord seemed to freeze in place, watching the big hand fall. His whole body was instantly shattered. Condensed again in the long river of heaven. His face was shocked. The blow just now made him unable to even resist. If he hadn't been in the realm of immortality, he would definitely have died miserably. Controlling the existence of a day is too strong. Haha, do you still want to make a move? Even if you make a move, so what? Your Majesty controls Qiming's strongest power, Long Shintian? Their strong man will not be able to come in a short time. Yi sneered in his heart. His Majesty was trying to establish his prestige just now, so that these heavenly gods would not dare to intervene casually. Although the treasure is good, the most important thing is to get it into your own hands and take it back safely. Yi understood the hearts of these people too well, and threatened, I tell you, the most longing for Qiming is the dragon god. This is part of our strength. If your Majesty attacks with all his strength, even if you are the gods of heaven, let me see how many of you can survive. But you are just making wedding dresses for Long Shintian. He's threatening. But all threats are based on sufficient strength. Undoubtedly, his threat was powerful. All strong men can see that once this martial arts is cornered, it will definitely bring a large number of strong men into the water. What should we do? With the current strength of Long Shintian, it is absolutely impossible to resist Shenwu, but if we make a move, with the dominance of Shenwu God Emperor, it will definitely not end well for us? According to what Yi said, they still have stronger strength, but they haven't shown it yet. Whether it's true or not, we can't gamble. Not bad, right now, we can only wait and see what happens. When more powerhouses come and we have enough strength, we have the opportunity to deal with them again. Let them do it now. The complexions of the strong people present all changed, and even the extremely arrogant madman did not open his mouth. Now it's impossible to let this group of heavenly gods work hard for my dragon god. Although the Xuanhuan Lord was angry, he also knew that there was nothing he could do. He, Longshan Tian, was being suppressed and beaten by others at this time, and if he didn't gain the upper hand, it was naturally impossible for others to work hard for them. Tian Daoshan is not an idiot, who would work hard if there is no benefit. Could it be that you want to give up on Dragon City, temporarily? His heart is absolutely unwilling. Once they give up, all the strong will withdraw from Qiming temporarily, and then want to fight back, and the price to pay will inevitably be greater. But now, he has nothing to do. And in this short moment, Shenwu Shenchao erupted with stronger morale, charged bravely, and the giant dragons became the souls of the dead under the sword, and fell one after another. Dragon City. Chu Yuan's domineering figure finally stepped out of Qiming Court. He raised his palm and completely enveloped Dragon City. #C1334 Threat to Longzhou. Boom. An extremely huge palm, with invincible force, smashed mountains and seas, and with boundless power, directly bombarded Longqing. In an instant, all the suppressing power was withdrawn, and all the power was poured into Chu Yuan's palm. The Xuanhuan Lord let out a loud cry, and raised his dragon claws, but under the suppression of heaven and earth, his dragon body was pressed down so hard that it was almost parallel to the ground. Bang bang bang. The ground around Dragon City was completely shattered. My strength can't be used at all. The old lord bucked the trend and slapped Chu Yuan with a palm, and immediately backed away. His heart was overwhelmed with shock. This is still him. If it is an ordinary dragon clan god of heaven, the dragon's body would have been shattered by the bombardment of this palm. Chu Yuan came with great strides. His might is invincible. Here he is, the absolute sky. The energy of the day is being used by him at will, and there is a godlike power to change the world with just a flip of his hand. The Lord of the Xuanhuan and Chu Yuan fought each other again and again, and they couldn't take advantage of it. The master of the Xuanhuan is still powerful. If it were them, how could they have the strength to fight against the God Emperor of martial arts? In Qiming, he would be an absolute god. Many strong men were shocked when they saw it. God damn. Under Chu Yuan's blow, the Thunder Gate intensified the power of thunder and lightning, and suddenly a sea of thunder and lightning descended, completely covering Dragon City. Destruction. The huge Dragon City had consumed a lot of energy to protect it before, and with a bang, it exploded from the position of the dragon's tail, destroying everything in an instant. Damn Shenwu. As soon as the Xuanhuan Lord uttered this angry curse, time and space squeezed towards him like a cage. The chaotic thunder light exploded around him again and again. Although it couldn't threaten his life, this monstrous force still made him roll over and over again. Back, all back. There is no way out. Unwillingly, the Xuanhuan Lord issued an order to retreat. The dragon roared, made an angry sound, and quickly retreated out of Qiming. Even the experts from Dragon God Heaven have retreated, so we will too. The other heavenly Dao gods who stayed in Qiming also retreated one after another. Elder, what should we do? It was only when the powerful dragon clan who had withdrawn suddenly felt that the pressure was relieved, and the suppressed strength returned. Looking at the Lord of the Azure Dragon, and Qi Ming, who was shining with divine light, they all roared and writhed. There is no way, we will lose a lot if we fight against them in Qiming. Although the Lord of the Xuanhuan was not afraid of the martial god emperor, before the battle, he swallowed the Chaos Dragon egg into his belly to protect him, for fear of being destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. The chaotic dragon egg is more important than his life, and there is no room for loss. We don't need to deliberately publicize, more and more strong people will gather here. There are too many ancient relics left in Qiming, and many people will be interested. The master of the blue dragon said, before I sent the master of the pterosaurs back to the dragon god heaven, I believe that the dragon ancestor will send a strong man soon, we just need to wait. He looked at Qiming and knew that the longer the delay, the more thoroughly Qiming and Xuanhuan would be integrated, and the more difficult it would be to counterattack. But now, in addition to waiting, there is only waiting. Back off. Yi looked at the retreating heavenly Dao gods, but he didn't let up. He knew that the attacks of the major forces would become more and more crazy. All the soldiers rest in place. Facing the next big battle, it will take another 3 years for Qiming and Xuanhuan to fully integrate. Chu Yuanhong's loud voice came out. At this moment, he felt a vast force pouring into his body like an ocean. As long as he survived these 3 years, he would be able to hit the god of heaven. Now, everyone in the world thinks that it is as simple as integrating Qiming into Qiming, but they don't know that he is going to hit the realm of the god of heaven. The realm of the gods of heaven, the 5 realms of heaven. Chu Yuan looked at the vast world. Yes, even if I'm crushed to pieces, I won't let others destroy my promotion to the god dynasty. All the strong looked firm, knowing that they had no way out. When the gods prosper, they prosper. The gods perish, they perish. A huge world, like a dragon. In this world, there are only 33 days to surpass it. The majestic and vast dragon energy condenses into small dragons. This world gives people the feeling of a giant dragon flying up all the time, which can span time and space. This is Dragon God Heaven. According to the dragon ancestor, the gods and warriors who will inspire tomorrow repelled Lord Songlong. They have the blessing of the origin of heaven and earth, and Lord Songlong is not their opponent. A pterosaur with wings responded to a great existence. This great existence is a gigantic giant dragon, exuding dragon aura, like the ancestor of 10,000 dragons. He opened his dragon eyes, and the dragon's breath that spewed out seemed to turn everything into a dragon and become a part of the dragon clan. Xuanhuan God Emperor has the blessing of the origin of heaven and earth, and his strength is stronger than Songlong, but Qiming belongs to my dragon god heaven, and the cultivation of chaotic dragon eggs must not be lost. Longzhu of Longshenchen spoke. My ancestor is going to. Longzhu's order has not been conveyed yet. Its face suddenly changed, its long eyes shot divine light towards the dragon god's sky, time and space were evaporated suddenly, and a figure appeared. When the dragon force arrived in front of the figure, it dissipated one after another. It's you. Longzhu said in shock, you're not dead yet. I'm here, you can't do without Longshan Tian. Her voice was cold. She turned out to be the goddess Yanran. God Guyuan, you are warning and threatening the ancestor. Longzhu was obviously very jealous of goddess Yanran, and said coldly, your enemy is not me, and this ancestor did not do anything to you back then. If you want revenge, your enemy is Du Yishan. He was also puzzled. I don't seem to have any mutual enmity with Guyuan God, why did I descend to Dragon God Heaven? Goddess Yanran didn't speak, she just looked at Longzhu quietly. This kind of speechlessness already showed her attitude, as long as Longzhu dared to leave Longshenchen, she would immediately stop her. Longzhu was also very angry, but he also knew that Guyuan Tian was extremely powerful, even without Guyuan Tian, it was not easy to deal with. The majestic master of the demon clan, Tanlang, have you also learned how to be sneaky? Longzhu suddenly shouted again. Haha, it's a busy day today, Lord Guyuan, you've appeared in the heavens again, he should have trouble sleeping and eating, right? A mighty blue gold giant wolf, he is the lord of greedy wolf in 10,000 monsters heaven, an existence whose strength and status are comparable to the lord of hell, and he also came to Dragon God Heaven. Tianlang, you want to attack me too? Longzhu shouted. No, I'm not your opponent. In the 10,000 monsters heaven, your strength was second only to the Lord of the 10,000 monsters. How can I have the qualifications to compete with you? The Lord of Greedy Wolf also admitted that he was no match for Long Zhu. After all, the dragon ancestor is so powerful that he opened up the dragon god heaven, and once there is chaos in the world, it is possible to be promoted to the existence of the 33 days. But his next words made Longzhu furious. But when you leave Longshenchen, I will attack you, Longshenchen, don't question me, I can do anything, and I am not afraid of your revenge. Behind me is Wanyaoshan, the Lord of Wanyao. #C1335 I'm waiting for you. You are threatening the ancestor. Wave after wave of Longzhu's anger, he charged at Lord Greedy Wolf. I'm threatening you. The Lord of Greedy Wolf smiled. Of course, I can't make a move if you are in Dragon God Heaven. Don't say anything to scare me. You should know that although I am not your opponent, I am not afraid of you at the same time. The relationship between Longshan Tian and Wanyao Tian is very bad. At the beginning, Longzhu led Longzhu to lead Wanyao Tian, and there were a large number of Yao clan powerhouses. Vassal clans followed him, which greatly reduced the strength of Wanyao Tian, and the overall decline. If it is said that the person he least wants to see, Longshan Tian, achieves 33 days, then it is Wanyao Tian. All the monster clan powerhouses, except for a few who opened up a world and called themselves kings and ancestors, most of them will enter the 10,000 monsters heaven. Wanyao Tian is the holy land of the Yao race. And once Longshenchen really becomes one of the 33 heavens, then there will be many strong monster clans who take refuge in Longshenchen, which is definitely not a good thing for them. What can make Longzhu unhappy? Wanyao Tian will be very happy. The enemy of Longshan Tian is his friend of Wanyao Tian. They have little interest in a broken dawn. Greedy Wolf, this time you counted as ruthless. Longzhu knew deeply that he couldn't do without Longshenchen. He was not afraid of a lord of greedy wolves, but there was God Guyuan beside him, warning him, so he couldn't help but be afraid. Master of Battle Dragons, Lord of Human Dragons, go to support the Lord of Azure Dragons, and take back Qiming for our ancestor. A piece of dragon scale soared into the sky and flew onto an ancient dragon god, and immediately a large number of giant dragons soared into the sky and left the dragon god heaven. You can stop the ancestor, but you can't stop the ancestor's subordinates. Longzhu glanced around with angry eyes. It's enough to block you. Lord Greedy Wolf said with a smile, I'm not strong enough, and there is God Guyuan. Tomorrow. The rainbow is bright. It is rising like a dazzling new star, and its integration with Shenwu Guiyun has reached the final stage. The strong man of my dragon clan has arrived. The Tsunglong Lord was staring at Qiming, and suddenly felt a huge aura, and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, the Dragon Lord is here this time, you are here, well, there are also a large number of strong people from my Dragon God Heaven. Master Tsunglong, we are here to support you under the order of Dragon Ancestor. The Dragon Warrior Master said, how is the situation now? The fusion of Qiming and Shenwu has reached the most critical stage, and it may be successful within a few months. The suppression of that day is too great. Once you enter, you will be suppressed by several realms. The Lord of the Tsunglong. We must not let them succeed. Once they succeed, it will be difficult for Chaos Dragon Egg to find this kind of world. A middle-aged man came out and he spoke. Lord of Human Dragons. He represents the powerful clan in the Dragon God Heaven, the Human Dragon Clan, who is both human blood and dragon blood. In fact, the Dragon Clan is very large. In addition to the various dragon clans, there are also a large number of vassal races with descendants of the Dragon Clan, the number of which is countless. At that time, Longzhu left Wanyao Tian, and at the same time left a large number of vassal groups, which caused the strength of Wanyao Tian to drop a lot. It was not as good as Wanmoshan and the gods. Therefore, Wan Yao Tian would not wait to see Long Shantian so much, and even hated him. They believe that the reason why the Dragon Clan is so powerful is because they are supported by too many resources from Wan Yao Tian. When the wings are hardened, leave them. Longzhu couldn't leave Long Shenshen, but Longzhu gave him Nilin. The Dragon Lord raised his Nilin, and the divine power from the Dragon Ancestor spread out like a sea wave after wave. Dragon Ancestor Reverse Scale. The Lord of the Tsunglong was also shocked. The dragon has reverse scales, which will anger you if you touch them. Dragon Ancestor's Nilin is the essence of his countless years of cultivation. Once it explodes, it will have a fighting power stronger than that of the Tsunglong Lord. But use it once. And only after pulling out this piece, Longzhu spent a long time cultivating the next piece. Ha ha ha, this time there is the Lord of Fighting Dragons, the Lord of Human Dragons, and the martial arts will surely perish. The Tsunglong Lord laughed loudly. Everyone, don't you still make a move? I, the Dragon God, will take the main attack, and you only need to assist from the side. After breaking through, there will be a lot of endless treasures waiting for you. He understands very well. Although Long Shenshen sent strong men to support him this time, the god of martial god in Qiming made him dare not be careless and forcefully attack, and a large number of dragons would inevitably fall. Treasures, they don't care. What they care about is the cultivation of chaotic dragon eggs. And during this period of time, there are a lot of strong people gathered. They don't need to work hard, but if they strike casually, it is a huge pressure on Xuanhuan. I naturally believe in the promise of the Lord of the Tsunglong. A black hole opened, and an existence wearing a purple robe came out of it. Around him, there were 9 abyss like time and space, devouring all kinds of power. His strength is not weaker than that of the Azure Dragon Lord. Lord of the 9 abyss. As soon as the Tsunglong Lord saw the Jiuyuan realm lord, he was not known for 33 days, but he opened up his own Jiuyuan realm, which is very powerful. Except for the gods of Qiming itself, in the last battle that year, too many powerful people fell in Qiming. There used to be a chaotic law of rage, but now there is no more. It is much easier to deal with a god than to fight against the law of rage. The Lord of the Tsunglong laughed. Although there are many treasures, the biggest treasure is Qiming itself. After all, in the end, you, the dragon god, take advantage of it. We are just sharing some oil and water. Naturally, what the Lord of Jiuyuan wants most is Qiming itself. But Long Shantian is bound to win against Qi tomorrow, he has no chance. If he can get a few more powerful fetishes this time, the strength of his 9 Abyss Lord will also be greatly increased. We are also very interested in treasures. Qi will give them to you tomorrow, but you can't fight for the treasures inside. Verbal promises are useless. You must swear by the oath of heaven. If you break the oath, you will not be able to progress forever. That's right, Qi will be useless to us tomorrow. You, Long Shantian, want to attack Qi tomorrow by force, and you also need our help. A figure continued to descend. My Lord Tsunglong can swear, but you must also swear by the oath of heaven. Ordinary oaths, such as thunder and thunder, death without a place to die, are useless to the gods of heaven, but only the oath of heaven, swearing with one's own long river of heaven, is very binding. No problem. The heavenly Tao gods who arrived all nodded. They wished that the dragon god would swear to heaven. There are a lot of treasures inside, enough for us to carve up. Lord Jiuyuan looked at Qiming with a faint smile. I don't know what's going on there. Is the Emperor Xuanhuan trembling with fright, restless? We won't give him a chance to succeed. Ha 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 ha, I must be terrified. Taking advantage of the large number of people, there was a god of heaven and Tao who smiled recklessly. Xuanhuan God Emperor, if you obediently get out of Qiming now, we can let you go, otherwise, just wait for the country to be destroyed. I'm waiting for you. A cold and stern voice came from Qiming. Facing so many strong men, he did not give in at all. In this battle, Xuanhuan has no way out. Hashtag C1336 help. How dare he be so arrogant at a time like this? I think he will not cry until he is in hell, and he will kill himself. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, Tiao God dismissed them, and naturally heard the threat in Xuanwu's tone. They are the gods of heaven, and of course they are not afraid of revenge from the Xuanwu dynasty. Moreover, this Xuanwushan dynasty, I am afraid that after this battle, it will be miserable. They don't think that this god dynasty can survive this difficulty. Humph. If I were him, I would just leave obediently at this time. After all, if the green hills are here, I won't be afraid of running out of firewood. Wrong, it's too late for them to leave. Who knows how many treasures they will take away now? And without Qi Ming's origin of heaven and earth, their strength has dropped by more than half? Once you run out, it will be even more miserable. It seems that I can't run away. There is no choice left or right. This time the commotion was too great, and there were so many strong people, and I knew that Xuanwu Shenqiao had no way out. By saying such things, they are hurting the morale of the other party. It's really lively. An ancient demon god descended slowly. It was an old man with a pair of triangular eyes. There was deep greed in his eyes, and a gloomy smile appeared on his face. It's him, the ancient Lord Grimo. Grimo Lord's reputation is very big, but it's notorious. He is greedy by nature and demands endlessly. Even the strong in one motion don't have a good impression of him, but his strength is also extremely strong, making others hate him has nothing to do with him. Humph. This greedy demon lord is the most greedy, and this time he smelled the treasure, so he rushed over. Be careful with him, he is the most insidious, evil, and most disreputable big devil. Many people are secretly wary of the Grimo Lord. Xuanwu God Emperor, I have only one purpose here today, and that is to ask for the extremely ancient relic left by demon god Heaven in Qi Ming. The Lord of Greed Demon smiled and said, as long as you give me that ancient relic, I will leave immediately and will never intervene in this battle. That relic, could it be the holy devil armor that was lost in Qi Ming? That is the top heavenly artifact. This Lord of Greedy Demons is greedy, he wants to ask for the top heavenly artifact. It's okay to be greedy, and you don't want to work hard after taking something. This is threatening the god of martial god. If you don't give him the holy demon armor, he will attack. You guys don't understand the Lord of the Greedy Demon. This demon is greedy and cunning. Do you think it's enough to just give it to him? He will definitely intensify his threats and demands again when the battle is most intense. He will get it without any effort. Lots of treasures. The heavenly Tao God present did not have a good look at the Lord of Greedy Demons. If you want it, come in and get it yourself. The Emperor Xuanwu made a voice. His voice is domineering, and his words are earth-shattering. The Lord of Greedy Demons' face darkened. Okay, it seems that you don't want to hand it over by yourself, and you insist on getting it yourself. Hee, you're going to be out of luck. Lord Songlong, don't talk nonsense with him, attack, there are many strong people present, and their strength is enough. The Lord of Human and Dragon turned into half human and half dragon, entered his strongest fighting state, and said coldly, Qi will seize it tomorrow, and the Chaos Dragon egg will be born, and the strength of my dragon god will increase dramatically. Okay, break through Qi Ming. The Songlong Lord shouted loudly, and countless giant dragons flew up, breathing out their breaths. This time, the dragon god wants to enlighten tomorrow, so naturally he has to bear the burden of pioneering. I've been waiting for a long time. The heavenly Tao god of Longshenqian is at the forefront. Longshenqian is attacking. When they hit the worst, we are going to plunder the treasure. Now we are just doing it as cannon fodder for them. The Xuanwu is very difficult to deal with, otherwise Longshenqian wouldn't have sent so many powerful dragon god. Those who are strong are not fools. They saw that a large number of strong dragons had already rushed over. The greedy demon lord also stood calmly in the void, his eyes kept moving, and countless conspiracies and schemes emerged in an instant. Boom! But all of a sudden, 10 terrifying beams of light roared out. Each beam was like a wild beast, violent and ferocious, directly locked on one place, and attacked with all its strength. A dragon god, Tian Dao god, was caught off guard and was bombarded by these 10 beams of light, and was immediately knocked down, hitting the ground. It's comparable to the power of heaven, but I don't feel the mystery of any laws, it's just a pure brute force impact. Daoist god was surprised that day, and shouted, I saw it, it looks like 10 giant cannons, it's not a magic weapon, it's a special kind of equipment. Xuanhuan Shenqiao still has this kind of treasure, a cannon comparable to the power of the gods of heaven. Many people were startled, and immediately guessed, maybe it's possible, it's left over from Qiming. The 10 heavenly cannons were built by Xuanhuan in these hundreds of years. It takes a lot of energy to launch each heavenly Dao cannon, and the heavenly Dao god will dodge when it hits it. But Xuanhuan directly instilled it with the source of the way of heaven, which can be called endless, and can support it unscrupulously until the end of this war. Heavenly Dao cannon is locked, hit it hard. The masters of the martial arts are roaring, and they also know that the Tian Dao cannon has advantages and disadvantages, and the effect of bombarding everywhere is not too great. The only way to gather the strongest force and hit a little is king. Damn it, am I easy to bully? The giant dragon roared angrily, and the giant cannons chased after him as if they had eyes. Don't pay attention to these giant cannons, it's just the last stubborn resistance, go straight in with the strongest force. The Lord of Battle Dragons is full of fighting spirit. He is the god of war in the dragon god heaven. He is the leader of the dragon. The terrifying dragon body blocks Qiming's counterattack. There is also a powerful dragon clan, casting tyrannical spells in the distance. War. The strong man of Xuanhuan also moved, Long Shintian's attack must be withstood. The light is bright, and countless rays of light shoot out from a light dragon. This is the Lord of the Light Dragon. His melee combat ability is not as good as that of the Xuanlong and the human dragon, but he is good at using various magical powers. His spell suppressed the army too much. There are not many strong people in Xuanhuan who can really fight, and they have only been supported by the source of heaven and earth until now. Swish! At this extremely dangerous moment, an extreme silver light suddenly pierced through at an incredible speed, and that Guanlong did not expect that someone would attack him at this time. What? Guanlong's body was knocked over. There was a huge blood hole on his dragon body. Who is it? Dragon God and Heavenly Powerful was angry. They only saw a woman wearing a silver mask entering Tian. Xian, you're here. Seeing Xian, Xuanhuan smiled and said, in just a few hundred years, I never thought that you could cultivate to the will of heaven so quickly. This time, you will also come to help me. The God Emperor opened Tong Tian Shinshan back then and helped Xian achieve the Tao of Heaven. Xian also learned that the God Emperor was besieged by many powerful people, so Xian also came to help. Xian said in a cold voice. It is good. As soon as Xuanhuan's will moved, a huge force was added to Xian's body. A message from the island owner. Outside of Qiming, Lu Yuan's expression shook. Miss, we can do it now. #C1337 Pack of Wolves. God Emperor, I, Lu Yuan, am willing to help God Emperor. Lu Yuan and Ming Xue suddenly turned into two rays of light and rushed directly into Qiming. Help from Mingyue Island. With such powerful enemies around, there were many strong people who wanted to attack Xuanhuan. It was a little surprising that Mingyue Island would come to help Xuanhuan at this time. It is easy to add icing on the cake, but difficult to deliver charcoal in the snow. The order they received was to help Xuanhuan Shenqiao repel the powerful enemy, but they did not participate in the battle in the name of Mingyue Island in their own identities. For the owner of Mingyue Island, he doesn't care at all whether he can get a few artifacts from Qiming, it doesn't help him much. And if it can help Xuanhuan succeed this time, then the kindness to Shenwu Shenqiao will be great, and the value is far more precious than a few artifacts. At this time, helping each other is the best way to understand people's hearts. And Mingyue Island Master is also extremely wise. He doesn't make a move himself, let his subordinates do it, even if Xuanhuan fails afterwards. It can be said that his subordinates have received the benefits of Shenwu Shenqiao and just made a move. But if you win, the kindness you will reap will be great. And the master of Mingyue Island is also the most powerful god of heaven. He is not afraid of Longzhu's revenge. As long as he does not take the initiative to step into the dragon god's heaven to seek death, Longzhu will have nothing to do with him. Even though he guessed the intention of Mingyue Island Master, Xuanhuan was extremely grateful for being able to make a move at this time. Ordinary people cannot make such decisions. It's not bad if you don't make a move, let alone help him fight. What a majestic energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, my strength is comparable to that of heaven and earth realm. Suddenly receiving the blessing of this force, Lu Yuan's expression was also shaken. This simply raised his cultivation to a higher level, although it was only temporary. He also knows. Normally, the origin of heaven and earth would not consume such a blessing at all, it would consume too much energy. Lu Yuan of Mingyue Island. The Lord of the Cunlong saw Lu Yuan at once. He yelled, "You Mingyue Island has nothing to do with the world, so you want to do right with me, Long Shintian, this time? You are courting death. Haha, being aloof from the world doesn't mean not fighting, and this time it's my own behavior, it has nothing to do with Mingyue Island." Lu Yuan laughed loudly. His Majesty, the God Emperor, saved my life, how could I not help? Boom. A majestic vitality suppressed it, and it turned out to be Meng Tianhe, who also came and said, "God Emperor, I have heard the news about Qi Ming, so I hurried to help." His thinking is similar to that of Mingyue Island. He was also secretly startled. The disturbance caused by the divine martial god Emperor this time was too great, and too many powerful people were disturbed. "You are all my friends." Xuanhuan blessed him with the power of heaven and earth. "It's Meng Tianhe of Guanyu League." The Lord of Zhouyuan said coldly, "Meng Tianhe, is it the will of your Guanyu League that you make a move?" "It has nothing to do with Guanyu League, it is purely my own personal behavior." Meng Tianhe stared at the Lord Zhouyuan, knowing that this is a very powerful existence, and said, "Lord Zhouyuan, if I were you, I would not be with the dragon god. Why not help the God Emperor and fight the enemy together? I can't delay any longer. If it's too late, things will change. I always feel uneasy in my heart. The god of martial god seems to be plotting some big conspiracy. Dragon gods, let's do it together." While the Cunlong Lord shouted loudly, he looked at the gods of heaven who were still in the sky. "If you want to seize the treasure, then act now, otherwise, if you want to take advantage of it, we will not agree to it after Qi tomorrow breaks through, so hurry up and do it." The Lord of Zhouyuan also sneered, "I want to pick up the cheap, but I don't want to take the risk. How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? Okay, let's make a move. This time, we will fight this time. Even if the previous 33 days are broken, there is no way to estimate how much wealth will be gained after breaking through. Haha, let's make a move. This time there will be a strong man from Long Shintian as the vanguard. What are we afraid of? Leave the most difficult target to Long Shintian, we just need to hold back their strength. In their eyes, Qiming is a huge treasure house, and the wolves will besiege it. A large number of powerhouses teamed up to display their mana and bombarded into Qiming. There are also some powerhouses who are extremely cautious and have not shot without authorization. They are worried that some unimaginable targets will erupt from Shenwu Shenqiao. Today's shot, I have already remembered. A tyrannical gaze swept over these strong players, as if they wanted to engrave their origin of life into their bones. Miss, they have many strong men, and their superficial strength is far inferior to them. The only variable in this battle is the god of martial arts. I have never seen what he is going to do. It is really just a fusion of Qiming and Qiming. As simple as that? Lu Yuan's face was serious. I know that all the variables are on the god of God and martial arts. In fact, I guessed a little bit. Our action is to buy time for the god of martial god. Although Mingxue is a woman, she is also an extremely firm and decisive person. She said, besides, this battle is also a grind for me. In ordinary times? There will be a gathering of powerful people. Master Canglo, I'll be the vanguard first. The human dragon lord turned into a half-dragon, and his dragon hand tore into the void. Immediately, a large number of dragon gods and heavenly powers joined forces to bombard, almost turning the entire Qiming upside down. The endless land sank in the land, and the vitality of the heavens and the earth went berserk. Kill! 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 A war without retreat. The strongest person in the Xuanhuan god dynasty today is Yi. He took a deep breath, and with the blessing of the power of heaven and earth, he directly killed him. A heavenly Dao god from hell dares to act presumptuously in front of my dragon god. The Earth Dragon Lord of Long Shenshen used the great supernatural power of the Dragon Clan. Although his strength is not as good as the Canglo Lord and the Battle Dragon Lord, he is second only to them, and it is enough to stop him. Hateful, there are too many strong people. Yi could naturally see that this Earth Dragon Lord was like a gigantic mountain, with a huge body of millions of feet, although his strength was suppressed by the will of heaven and earth. But there is no way to defeat him. The Lord of the Earth Dragon fought with himself for the cost of the injury. You block the other powerhouses of the Xuanhuan dynasty, and the Xuanhuan Emperor will leave it to us. The Dragon Lord shouted. The Emperor Xuanhuan is the most difficult to deal with, and also the most feared by all the strong present. Haha, no problem, God Emperor Xuanhuan will leave it to you, and the rest will be dealt with by us. Those heavenly Dao gods who did not belong to Long Shenshen laughed loudly. For example, Jiuyou, god of war, and Qingxian all have top-notch great master strengths, and with the blessing of the origin of heaven and earth, they can fight head-to-head with the god of heaven and Dao. But they are only a few people. Even if they resist desperately, how many can they resist? People of Mingyue Island, don't think about making a move. Just when Lu Yuan wanted to make a move, several strong men descended, but they didn't make a move, they just stared at Lu Yuan and Mingxue, so that they couldn't intervene in other battlefields. Meng Tianhe and Xian also encountered the same situation. The situation has reached the most dangerous time. #C1338 Dragon Ancestor Inverse Scale. The whole Qitian was fighting, it was very chaotic. A blood-colored ocean crossed the sky, blocking the attack of many gods of heaven. It was the blood spirit god. Although he did not have any powerful attack power, he could withstand the bombardment of the power of heaven. Every defense consumes a lot of energy from the blood spirit god. But with a bang, the origin of heaven and earth injected him with a large amount of energy supplement. I'll attack that martial god emperor first. The Lord of Human Dragons stood in front. He glanced around, and he also knew that those strong men in other battlefields were paddling, and it was impossible to expect them to work hard. But he doesn't care, as long as he can restrain some of the strongest in Xuanhuan. He took a step forward, grabbed the sharp dragon claws, and the tearing force poured down the sky. To deal with the divine martial god emperor, you have to rely on them. Boom! But in an instant, the human dragon lord felt that his blow was bombarded on something indestructible, and there was some pain on the dragon's claws. His eyes snapped. Appearing in front of him was a gigantic monster that shone with steel luster, like a mecha soldier. What is this? The human dragon lord was surprised, and then shouted, "No, this is not a living thing, but some kind of existence like a puppet warrior, which can resist my attack and is driven entirely by the mighty energy source, Is there anything else in this martial arts that hasn't been revealed? From the Tiao canon before to the mech fighters now, there are too many good things about Xuanhuan. Dragon tide in heaven and earth, dragons fight in the wild. The boundless dragon roared, and the human dragon master took a step forward. His violent power bombarded the heavenly Tao warrior like a storm, but he couldn't destroy it at all. For heavenly Tao warriors, Xuanhuan used top-notch materials, which could be used to create heavenly Tao artifacts, and there were a lot of them. In other words, the Lord of Humans and Dragons will destroy an extremely top heavenly artifact. The Tiao warrior also has a flaw, that is, it requires a huge amount of energy every time it is activated. But in Qiming, this defect has become an advantage. It does not lack energy. The more the will of heaven and earth supplies it, the stronger its strength will be. Good stuff. Grimo Lord's eyes are shining, no matter what is useful to him or useless, he is greedy. But just when he was about to speak, billowing light swept out, and a being with infinite divine light seemed to come here flapping huge wings of light. Damn it, why is he here? The Grimo Lord cursed. Heaven of the gods, feather god. The expression of the strong man in Long Shenshin changed dramatically. The heaven of the gods is too powerful, the strongest heaven of the 33 heavens, even when the dragon clan has not separated from the heaven of the 1,000 monsters, it is far from being able to compare with the heaven of the gods. Because there are too many gods in the gods. And this feather god is also an ancient existence. This god is not interested in Qiming tomorrow. But this god wants to be a soldier of heaven. Feather God slowly said in an unquestionable tone. This Yushin is very knowledgeable. That day's Tao warrior is more precious than the heavenly Tao artifact. If it is in the hands of my dragon god Tian, it will be an extremely powerful heavenly Tao god's combat power. It is hateful. The consciousness of the Lord of Humans and Dragons is transmitted. Forget it, give it to Yushin. Although the heavenly Tao soldiers are precious, they cannot be compared with Qiming himself. It is just for him to contain this part of Shenwu's combat power. As long as Qiming is defeated, everything is worth it. The Lord of the Tsunglong deserved to make a move, and immediately shouted, God you, it's no problem for you to ask for soldiers from heaven, and I, Dragon God, will not stop me, but you have to do it yourself. It is good. Feather God spoke, taking the place of the Lord of Human Dragons. Everyone, let's take action together and completely kill Xuanhuan. Time can't be delayed any longer. The Lord of Zhouyuan was anxious. He also knew that the longer the time dragged on, the more ancient existences would come, and the fewer treasures he would be able to get in the end. The strong ones in front of him were enough. Zhouyuan. He made a move, and 9 abyss-like black holes appeared. He sat in the middle, and 9 billions of miles of black light pierced fiercely. You dragon gods and heavenly powers break through quickly. It is good. Long Shintian was even more anxious than the Lord of Zhouyuan. Immediately, the 3 dragon powers, the Lord of Tsunglong, the Lord of Human and Dragon, and the Lord of War Dragon rushed out with mighty dragon power. Qiming's restriction is collapsing crazily. There is no way, this time the will of heaven and earth needs to suppress too many powerful people, which greatly disperses its power, but if it is not suppressed, it will not be able to stop these people at all. Xuanhuan has reached the most critical moment. The greedy demon lord's eyes flashed. Haha, Xuanhuan, my words are also valid, as long as you give me the armor of the holy demon, and 4 or 5 pieces of heavenly artifacts, I will leave immediately, otherwise, I will attack with them already. This Lord of Greed Demons is greedy and hateful. Humph. I don't want to make any effort, but I still dare to open my mouth like a lion. If I don't have to deal with Xuanhuan now, I will definitely let him know how powerful our dragon god is. Don't worry about this greedy demon lord. The strong man of Long Shenshin was also angry. Zhouyuan didn't respond, it was the best response to the greedy demon lord. Suddenly, inside Qiming Court, a portal appeared. The power of the evil curse emerged from this portal, and suddenly a curse king slashed over with a blood-stained giant axe. Boom! In an instant, the giant axe arrived at the Jiuyuan realm of the Lord of Jiuyuan realm. With just one click, Jiuyuan realm was corrupted by the power of the curse. What's this? The Lord of Nine Abyss immediately fought against the King of Curses, but his face changed immediately, and the power of the curse, which was extremely evil, penetrated into his body in an instant. What a power of evil! Although the Lord of Jiuyuan is not afraid of this evil curse power, he is not willing to fight recklessly. Because that evil is a huge damage to his origin of the way of heaven. Dragon gods, this is the power that represents the evil curse. Although I can stop him, I don't know what other cards Xuanhuan has. The Lord of Jiuyuan shouted, and I feel that Xuanhuan may completely integrate Qiming at any time, so we can't delay any longer. Jiuyuan Realm Master is right. Xuanhuan exploded with too many whole cards. It's okay, we will use the broken scales left by Longzhu to destroy them directly. The Lord of Songlong agreed with the opinion of Lord Jiuyuan. Okay, use Nilin. A piece of inverse scales flew out directly, and suddenly there was raging dragon fire burning, and while the dragon's anger was burning, a huge phantom of a divine dragon appeared, bursting out with destructive power. An inverse scale of the dragon ancestor. Although it is only the power inspired by a piece of Nilin, the Lord of Jiuyuan can still feel the majestic power, and said in surprise, "This piece of Nilin wants to kill me, and I can only run away." Also ask Longzhu to take action and destroy the restriction of Qiming Court. The three dragon gods shouted at the same time. The dragon ancestor Nilin's huge dragon claws immediately pressed against him, covering the sky and the sun. The power of this blow, even the will of heaven and earth could not suppress him. The dragon ancestor of Wanyao Tian. Stealing fragrance. Hashtag C1339 Heaven's Way. The moment the dragon claw hit, it was directly shaken back by a burst of flames. It was Huazhu, and Chu Yuan sacrificed him. The Blackwood Demon Lord was suppressed by Chu Yuan in the sealed gate before, so he was directly sacrificed to Huazhu. In addition, the source of heaven and earth is also consuming a huge amount of energy to sacrifice him. During the 33 days of Qiming, why did his strength decline to such a state? Is it rare that he encountered disaster and was destroyed? The fire ancestor's memory is still very old, and he was thirsty for power and said, "As long as you sacrifice the entire Qiming to me, I will be able to break free from the law of life and death, resurrect in the world, and help you deal with the current crisis. If you deal with Longzhu Nilin, I will help you with the resurrection step by step. Without me, you will never have a chance to be resurrected." Chu Yuan was indifferent. Sacrifice Qi tomorrow? He still needs to rely on Qi Ming to break through the heavenly Tao God. As long as he breaks through by himself, he can sweep away the crisis in front of him. It is good. Huazhu also knew that Chu Yuan was the greatest help in his resurrection. His flaming body immediately looked at Longzhu Nilin. "Longzhu Nilin, the essence of life lies in the power, but with me, you can't turn the sky." What is that flame giant? No, it's the power that was sacrificed, the consciousness of destiny. His power in life is comparable to the demon master in Wanyao Tian. Damn it, how can Xuanhuan still have this trump card? Dragon god Tianlong God was also completely angry, and Xuanhuan's cards seemed to emerge endlessly. Huazhu. Longzhu Nilin said indifferently, "Go away, the existence that has died, but the true spirit and destiny still exists in the world, and he is not qualified to stop this ancestor, let alone you are dead. Even if you are alive, you are not my opponent. If you dare to help him, I will make you have no hope of resurrection forever." Haha, I'm all dead. This is just the consciousness of destiny that was sacrificed. What are you afraid of? Besides, you are just a piece of reverse scale, not your real body of the dragon ancestor. Huazhu laughed. The dragon ancestor reversed the scales, with huge dragon claws, instantly killed the fire ancestor. He was also in a very bad mood, and his real body was closely watched by God Guyuan and the Lord of Greedy Wolf. With a piece of inverse scale that has been cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. There is also an existence like Huazu. As long as you sacrifice a lot of energy to me, I can help you resist Dragon Ancestor Nilin. Huazu is very confident. It is good. Chu Yuan immediately sacrificed with a lot of energy. Happy, so happy. Huazu cherishes every opportunity to reappear in the world, and the flames shoot out. Although Longzhu Nilin has extraordinary strength, Huazu is not easy to mess with. He squandered his energy and attacked recklessly. Boom! Huazu turned into a beam of light penetrating the heaven and earth, piercing through the ancient times, and crossing infinite time and space. It is about to descend on Longzhu Nilin. Longzhu Nilin also erupted with the most ferocious power, fighting against Huazu. The boundless energy pierced through countless spaces, and the continuous heavenly quartz were being turned into dust, sweeping away countless restrictions. The power of Longzhu Nilin has dissipated. Although the power was exhausted by the existence that was sacrificed, it also destroyed many restrictions at the same time. You see, the divine martial god emperor has appeared in front of us. I don't believe it, he still has cards, kill directly. The three dragon gods and the Lord of Jiuyuan shouted out angrily. Immediately, four terrifying heavenly forces bombarded Chu Yuan in shocking power fluctuations. But where Chu Yuan was, it directly turned into the biggest black hole, and he swallowed all the energy. At this moment, his breath is completely different. This day is about to change. The realm of the gods of heaven is within reach. Chu Yuan stood between the heaven and the earth, his will shrouded the entire Qiming, so everyone felt a huge imperial prestige, wanting to dominate and control their life and death. The light of Qiming is also violently surging. What is he going to do? Could it be that he has been driven to a dead end, that he wants to destroy the entire Qiming, and die with us? But in doing so, he too will die, and his empire will perish. What happened at this time made some people unexpected. Heaven. The real situation of Chu Yuan is that he is about to attack the god of heaven. In the whole world, infinite energy all emerged from him. Suddenly loosened, they felt that all the suppression they had exerted on them was gone. What's going on? Why is the world no longer exerting pressure on us? But this is definitely not a good thing. I feel that all the energy is gathered towards the God Emperor Xuanhuan. Without the power to suppress them, this is not a good thing. At this time, the army also all retreated, guarding Chu Yuan's side. The day was changing. Chu Yuan had spent a long time in preparation, and when it finally came to this point, suddenly there was a violent fluctuation in the world, and all kinds of catastrophes bombarded him. This is a divine calamity. No, how could there be a heaven and earth god calamity suddenly? What kind of calamity is this? Could it be that he is breaking through the heaven and earth gods? Impossible, he can't break through the heavenly Tao god. How can there be such a terrifying existence in this world? The one who shouted the loudest first was the Lord of the Azure Dragon. He had fought against Chu Yuan before, and he didn't believe that he was not the god of heaven, because even if there was the suppression of the will of heaven and earth at that time, it would be too terrifying. Everyone's heavenly Tao god tribulation is different, but there is one thing that cannot be concealed, that is the transformation from illusion to reality. He is indeed breaking through heavenly Tao God. The realm of the gods of heaven is a process of evolution from illusion to reality. Why is it so hard to kill the god of heaven and Tao? Such a strong god can be quickly wiped out in front of Chu Yuan, but Haima Demon Lord, who is weaker than the god, has to spend a lot of power to seal him. It is because the illusion is easy to defeat, but the reality is eternal. When all the strong men realized that Chu Yuan was still breaking through the god of heaven, the expressions on their faces were simply wonderful. I just broke through to the heavenly Tao god, and I felt that real breath, but how do I feel that the God Emperor Xuanhuan is controlling the divine calamity, rather than passively bearing it? The countless divine calamities were more than 100 times more violent than those of ordinary Grand Masters. Some ancient divine mansions even felt that it was even more powerful than the last calamity of Thunder God's 9-layered divine tribulation. This kind of divine calamity, not to mention the Dazuan, even if it is a god of heaven, the weaker ones will be killed by bombardment. The more heaven-defying a person is, the greater the fluctuation of God's tribulation. Oh my God, the Emperor Xuanhuan is using the entire Qiming as the foundation to help himself become the god of heaven. I can't imagine how terrifying his strength will be once he becomes the god of heaven. Lu Yuan could no longer think about it. I just feel that in this kind of calamity, with his strength, he will be suffocated. All kinds of catastrophes not only spread throughout Qitian, but also spread crazily towards the surroundings. The catastrophe of heaven and earth, the evolution from illusion to reality, a beam of light that reaches the sky, powerful enough to kill the gods of heaven, directly penetrates Chu Yuan's body. Chu Yuan stood still. No matter how fierce the calamity was, he could not kill him, but was crushed by him into energy, which became a stepping stone on his path to heaven. He is the sky, and the sky is him. #C1340 The beginning of eternity. The breakthrough of Tiandashan is an essential promotion. The level of his life is changing. The illusory, like flowers in a mirror and moon in water, is evolving towards reality. If you don't break through the heavenly Tao God, no matter how powerful you are not the heavenly Tao God, just like Jiao, if you don't evolve, you will always be a Jiao, not a real dragon. And the breakthrough of the heavenly Tao God, the change produced is even more terrifying than the evolution of a dragon into a dragon. Dragon gods, you can't just watch him break through smoothly. He was so terrifying without the strength to break through before. Now that he breaks through, we can still suppress him? Dragon God's plan cannot fail. The Lord of Humans and Dragons. What do you mean? There is no other way. Forcibly stopping other people's heavenly Tao and God tribulation will certainly suffer backlash from the multiverse, but I am willing to bear this risk. Even if I am seriously injured, I will stop him and destroy his breakthrough. The Lord of Human Dragons roared, Shua. With a teleportation, he immediately broke into the heavenly tribulation. With one shot, his strength just gathered, bang. God's robbery turned back, overwhelming, and the power was squeezing him. I will fight against your divine power, and even if you suffer severe backlash, you will not be able to break through. The Lord of Human Dragons has a firm expression on his face. He resisted the power of God tribulation, and made a blow to Chu Yuan. But until the next moment, his face changed. A force from heaven and earth struck fiercely, causing his body to be blasted out suddenly. Blood was spitting out from his mouth, and his breath became sluggish. It wasn't Chu Yuan who bombarded him, it was Tian Daoshan Jia who felt the fluctuation of his power and gave him the same power backlash. The multiverse also has its own rules of operation. It is not to protect Chu Yuan, but the behavior of the Lord of Humans and Dragons has already provoked it. Ordinary heavenly Tao divine tribulation, even if it is 10 times stronger, the Lord of Human Dragons can still resist with his own powerful cultivation. However, the power of Chu Yuan's heavenly Tao and divine tribulation was so terrifying that the Dragon Lord couldn't stop it. His breakthrough is unstoppable. The Sunlong Lord was also shocked. It's useless even if we attack together. The multiverse will also give us a stronger backlash. Once we are injured, it will be even more troublesome. It is impossible for him to break through such a terrifying divine calamity. The Lord of Zhou also roared sharply. The breakthrough process cannot be interfered with, they can only watch Chu Yuan break through. Chu Yuan's power is constantly changing. He is controlling the power of God tribulation. Na Mingxue was also shocked when she saw this scene. It's unbelievable, God's robbery has become the energy he controls and can't stop him. Father's choice to help him this time may be the most correct choice. How is it possible? Even the heavenly Tao and divine calamity have no effect on him. What kind of existence is he? The Xuanhuan Lord and the others also panicked, with hideous and terrifying expressions on their faces. At this time, Chu Yuan's long river of heaven also appeared from between heaven and earth. Dao Changhe was extremely weird that day, and it did not represent some kind of power of heaven and earth, but it seemed that there were all kinds of power, and everything could be integrated into the river of Dao Changhe, controlled by a stronger Dao. Countless fluctuations bombarded the long river of heaven. Every bombardment is comparable to the full blow of the God of heaven. Is this divine martial God Emperor really going to succeed? I saw that heavenly Dao Xinjia can no longer stop him. His aura is majestic and majestic. He is the God of heavenly gods. God of heaven. He will settle accounts with us if he is a God of heaven. If you don't leave now, when will you wait? Some cautious heavenly Dao gods saw such fluctuations, and their faces changed drastically. They were afraid that Chu Yuan would settle accounts with them, so they left early one by one. Damn, these people. The Dragon Lord is furious, but he is really not unwilling to let them leave. There is still a chance. The Xuanhuan Lord said calmly, when the heavenly Tao and divine calamity dissipate, the moment he just broke through, and when his strength is unstable, we will take action. Moshua Literature Network. All dragon gods condense their power to the limit. The Dragon Lord also shouted. They dare not do anything in the heavenly Tao divine tribulation. They are waiting for the moment when the heavenly Tao divine tribulation dissipates, and carry out lore bombardment. Yi stared. He has experience and knows that the more he crosses the catastrophe, the less he needs to be in the unexpected world. And when Tian Daoshan is the weakest, it is the moment of success. Even if we use our lives to stop them, they won't be able to succeed. God of War said firmly, Your Majesty is our God. As long as His Majesty succeeds, this group of Xiao is nothing to be afraid of. The strong of Shenwu will use their bodies to block Chu Yuan's strength. This transformation cannot be accomplished overnight. Originally, many strong people hoped that Xinjia could kill Chu Yuan, but as time passed, they became numb. It is impossible for Xinjia to stop him. It is a certainty that he will become the God of heaven. The years of waiting were simply tormenting. Every minute and every second made many strong men who were hostile to Chu Yuan anxious. The long river of heaven is also becoming more and more real. Boom! An astonishing and terrifying breath rushed out from Chu Yuan's body, and all the calamities of the heaven and earth gods were suddenly gathered together, turning into a heaven-reaching divine pillar and directly piercing through it. They all know. This is the final step, the transition from illusion to reality. Attention, all strong men. The Lord of the Xuanhuan is also reminding. I am the way of heaven. Chu Yuan's eyes penetrated into Xinjia. He shattered the power of the last god tribulation with his own body, snowflakes. The energy of each snowflake surpassed the original, and turned into a flower of reality. His heavenly Tao river absorbed this real power, and finally completed the final transformation. That kind of domineering heavenly power, the aura that Chu Yuan exuded at this moment, surpassed much before, pressing on everyone's heart. With his breakthrough, Qiming has completely become a part of Shenwu Shenchao. God. Chu Yuan finally became the God of heaven at this moment. There was neither sadness nor joy in his eyes, as if everything was taken for granted, and he could break through the heavenly gods. At this moment, Chu Yuan felt that the improvement of strength was secondary, and the most important thing was the control over the power of heaven, which was far incomparable before the breakthrough. With the same power, but in different realms, the power he blasted out is 10 times the difference. The key reason for this is the transformation of the long river of heaven. I have become a god of heaven and Tao, and I don't want to cultivate a certain power, but to control all the power of the Tao of heaven in the world. Xuanhuan has a great will. The realm of heaven is the beginning of eternity. Xuanhuan murmured. With the breakthrough of the realm, his vision suddenly became clear. Looking at this multiverse, it is a completely different feeling from before, like jumping from a low-dimensional space to a multidimensional space. The ones in lower dimensions are false. He himself is the most real. At the moment of his breakthrough, he heard the sound of the system, and a light curtain that only he could see appeared in front of his eyes. It's the system's generous rewards. #C1341 5 Realms of Heaven. Ding. The host completed the main task, broke through the God of Heaven, and obtained 100 million fate points. God of Heaven's Healing Potion X1, God of Heaven's Artifact Advanced Card X1, Magic Fruit X77536, Blueprint of Heaven's Battleship Level 10, God of Time and Space X1, God of Casting Golden Pill X1, Myriad Realms Tower X1, Doomsday Altar X1, 3000 Ways of Great Time Technique X1, Random Lottery Chance X1. Ding. The current main line has been released, and you will be promoted to the peak power. The main mission of the system this time is to be promoted to the pinnacle of the multiverse. Xuanhuan also took over the main line of this kind of power promotion, but obviously, it is not enough to become the peak in the system's judgment. The pinnacle of the system should at least be the strongest peak power like Longshan Tian. Ding. The current side mission to break through the Heavenly Tao God has been completed, and I have obtained 20 million vertex points, the Heavenly Tao God Healing Potion X1, the Supernatural Fruit X77536, the Heavenly Tao Artifact Advanced Card, the City of Time and Space X1, the Casting God Golden Elixir X1, and the Gate of Time X1, Random Draw Chance X1. Ding. The current branch line has been released, breaking through the second realm of the Tao of Heaven. Ding. The host has completed the side mission, integrated into Qiming, and obtained 20 million vertex points, Tiandishan Healing Potion X1, Supernatural Fruit X77536, Tiandao Artifact Advanced Card, Primal Heart X1, Casting God Golden Pill X1, Random Lucky Draw Chance X1. System. Xuanhuan became the God of Heaven, and he could feel the powerful mystery of the system even more. To him, the system seems to be a consciousness without emotion, operating completely according to a mechanical rule, which is a fateful rule. In system space, he saw a tall god mansion whose body was like crystals. This mansion is exactly the God of Time and Space rewarded by the system, who holds the power of time and space. Battleship of Heaven. As he expected, after the Tiandao cannon, the battleship was also promoted. He can see it. Although the Heavenly Tao battleship is not as good as the divine weapon built by an ancient civilization like the Bian Shenzhou, the key point is that as long as there are enough materials, it can be mass-produced. With Qiming, Xuanhuan has no shortage of materials now. For army equipment. Big Time. Time Gate. The supernatural portals complement each other. This is the power to control time. Although, at a certain level of strength, one can manipulate and change the flow rate of time, but it is only the most brute force and rough use, and cannot exert the great power of time at all. However, with the great time technique and the gate of time, the use of time is like going from the primitive age to the technological age, and there is no way to compare it. Xuanhuan activated the great time technique, and it could have a flow speed hundreds of times faster than before. Time is under his control. And he also has the gate of the void. By combining the power of space and time, he can display even greater magical powers of time and space. This is so important to him. What he lacks is time. The development time of those ancient forces is not calculated in hundreds of millions of years. With time and space, Xuanhuan can greatly shorten the foundation of this lack of time. The City of Time and Space is an artifact with the power of time and space, similar to a city. Time and space can make it flow quickly, and I can also make it extremely slow. The stronger the mana, the power will increase exponentially. Xuanhuan thought. Myriad Realms Tower. The most important thing is the Myriad Realms Tower. 10,000 Realms Tower, the original artifact, containing and suppressing all worlds. The simple 12-character introduction made Xuanhuan feel the horror of the 10,000 Worlds Tower, which turned out to be a primitive artifact that surpassed the divine artifact of the Tao of Heaven. He thought of the goddess's 33 Heavens Pagoda. The 33 Heavens Pagoda has an extraordinary meaning, representing the 33 highest heaven and earth, and it should also be a primitive artifact. And his 10,000 Realms Tower represents the 10,000 Realms Tower. With the heavenly tower of myriad worlds and the background of suppression, why should I be afraid? Xuanhuan is very ambitious. The realm of the gods of heaven is divided into the 5 realms of heaven, and there are 5 levels. The first realm of the Tao of Heaven, the immortal realm. Although immortal is not really completely immortal. But the existences who have cultivated to this level are really extremely difficult to kill. The power is integrated into the river of heaven and earth, and it is extremely difficult to kill them. The second realm of the Tao of Heaven, the artistic realm of heaven. This is the state Yi is in. The sky is me, and I am the sky. The third realm of the Tao of Heaven, the origin realm. In this realm, the heavenly Tao God cultivated the origin of the heavenly Tao. The strength of the weakest third level is 10 times stronger than that of the first level, which also means that they are 10 times and 100 times harder to kill than the first level. The existence of this kind of realm is certainly no match for the 5th realm of heaven, but it is almost impossible to kill them. The 4th realm of the Tao of Heaven, the true self. Understanding the true self is a sublimation of the power of heaven. In fact, their own power will not change much when they reach the 4th realm. The biggest change is the sublimation transformation at the spiritual level, which will make their power of heaven more mysterious. The 5th realm of the Tao of Heaven, the realm of destiny. The fate of the sky is almost immortal. Once they have cultivated to the destiny, even if the source of the river is destroyed, they will not die, and their consciousness has been integrated into all aspects of the multiverse. Even if they encounter an existence like the Master of Hell, it is difficult to kill them, and it is very difficult to completely destroy them. As long as the death is not extremely thorough, one can still condense one's own way of heaven in the long years. Just like Huizu, his heavenly Tao river has been destroyed long ago, but he has a sense of destiny, and he can still be reappeared in the diversity through sacrifices, or even revived. The improvement of strength is easy to cultivate, but the promotion of heaven is difficult. Among all the powerhouses who besieged the Xuanhuan dynasty, in fact, only the master of the Xuanlong is the 5th realm, the master of the human dragon, the master of the war dragon, and the master of the Jiuyuan realm are all the 4th realm. However, the power of the Xuanlong Lord is not much stronger than that of the human dragon Lord, but the means to save his life are 10 times 100 times stronger. As for the gods of the gods, the existence of the demon master of the 10,000 demon world has surpassed the way of heaven, and is an even more terrifying primitive god. However, although the ruler of each day is powerful, but a peak destiny power like the master of Mingyue Island is not afraid of them. It is true that he can be defeated, but it is impossible to kill him without paying a huge, even unbearable price. Unless it is to die, step into the world they control. The realm of heaven. Xuanhuan looked at the treasures of the system and understood the purpose, but it only took a moment for Xuanhuan to understand the purpose. Heavenly tribulation is gone. At this moment, they all saw that the divine tribulation disappeared, and Xuanhuan had completely appeared in front of their eyes. Gather the strongest force, bombard him, and seriously injure him. At this time, he is even weaker than before. The Lord of the Xuanlong shouted. Their strength has already reached the limit, and they are only waiting for this moment to erupt. "Protect your majesty!" Yi yelled loudly, and all the soldiers of Xuanhuan had to use their flesh and blood to share the power of the supreme god emperor. "Back off, I'll see what they can do to me with the power they unleash together, this time they are courting death." Chu Yuanhong's voice came out, and his power of time and space circulated, making everyone behind him. He knew that if Yi and the others really resisted, then his soldiers would die countless times. This was not a force they could face. But when Chu Yuan came to Tiandishan, in Qiming, there was infinite energy of heaven and earth, and he was not afraid of anyone. At this moment, he is an invincible existence, and no one can try to shake him. #C 1342 10,000 Worlds Tower. Bomb him. Almost at the moment of Chu Yuan's breakthrough, all the dragon gods joined forces to urge a force, which turned into a dragon-shaped divine light of hundreds of millions of miles, and rushed towards Chu Yuan. And the master of Zhou Yuan, Yushan, and other powerhouses also followed closely behind, launching a fierce offensive. He is currently the weakest. Even if he uses the origin of heaven and earth to suppress him, he can't resist at all. I think he will block it by himself, or let his subordinates die. Long Xiao, the lord of the Conglong. Qiming is already a dilapidated day. The previous suppression has consumed too much energy, and now it is absolutely impossible to resist perfectly. This is their only last chance. Myriad World Sky Tower, the light of township. Chu Yuan looked stern. Boom. These bombardments fell on him, and to the surprise of all the strong men, this terrifying force was not able to shake him. What kind of artifact is that? In front of Chu Yuan, there appeared an ancient giant tower, like the sky. The rays of light it emitted enveloped all the mighty warriors. Increase your strength. The destructive power exploded fiercely again, but they were disappointed. With the protection of this giant tower, their plan failed and they could not hurt Chu Yuan at all. Chu Yuan made a mark. The Tower of Myriad Realms suddenly became extremely huge, and it flew into the sky, suppressing Qiming's fluctuations. Suppress. Chu Yuan used the origin of Qiming to urge the Tower of Myriad Realms to carry out stronger suppression. Immediately, everyone felt that their strength had been suppressed more violently than before. It's because of that giant tower. What kind of tower is that? Even if it is a divine weapon of heaven, it will be shattered under our bombardment, but that giant tower is different. It is rare to be a primitive artifact that surpasses the divine weapon of heaven. Impossible. How could they have primitive artifacts? Guessing that the 10,000 Realms Tower might be a primitive artifact, the complexions of these powerhouses all changed. You know how powerful the primitive artifact is, to suppress the gods of the day. What's more, this giant tower-like domain artifact is even rarer than ordinary primitive artifacts. With this primitive artifact and the urging of the origin of heaven and earth, they don't even think about bombarding Chu Yuan. It's also possible that it was left by Qiming tomorrow. The past 33 days cannot be counted. Only after he becomes a god of heaven can he be forced to move him. There are strong guesses. He still has the original artifact. Ming Xue was also shocked. This is a primitive artifact, and there are not many in the entire multiverse. But what's the use of guessing these? The original artifact really appeared in front of him. You were very arrogant before. The sound that went straight into the soul resounded. Chu Yuan came to the front of the Zhou Yuan realm lord in one step, and he punched him, suppressing him like a god. The power of heaven, and the invincible mana directly swept over him. The lord of Zhou Yuan is the fourth realm. But with the suppression of the 10,000 Realms Tower, he could only exert the power to infinitely approach the third realm, but Chu Yuan could get the blessing of the whole world, surpassing him in one fell swoop. 9 Abyss Realm. The 9 vortexes evolved into 9 worlds, and the Lord of Zhou Yuan also felt tremendous pressure. Chu Yuan's power was almost unstoppable. He swept away with one punch, and the Nine Abyss realm was instantly shattered, hitting him, almost tearing his body apart and flying him away. With the dual suppression of primitive artifacts and heaven and earth, I am no longer his opponent. The hatred in the heart of the Lord of Jiuyuan. 51 Beautiful. He is obviously very strong, several levels higher than Chu Yuan, but the pressure on him here is too great. His God's will, his origin can't exert their due strength. Let's join forces to deal with him. I don't believe he's still invincible. Original artifact. Such a powerful artifact is enough to become a divine treasure, to suppress a day, and it can only belong to my dragon clan. They still thought that the 10,000 Realms Tower was left by Qi Ming. Headed by the Lord of the Cunlong, the dragon god roared and rushed in front of Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan looked indifferently at this group of powerful men attacking. Their power fell in front of him, and a tower-shaped shield appeared, which could shake him outside of Qiming. But here, they can't do it. Dragon fights the universe. In terms of offensive strength, the Dragon Lord is stronger than the Cunlong Lord. He immediately rushed in front of Chu Yuan and raised his dragon claws. But Chu Yuan's eyes seemed to turn into whirlpools, looking at him deeply. Time is extremely slow at this moment, and the Dragon Lord can obviously feel the slow flow of time around him, while the outside world is extremely fast. This double contrast made him very uncomfortable. In an instant. However, Chu Yuan launched a powerful blow with the great time and space technique in an instant. The Dragon Lord was suddenly pierced by a brilliant light, and the entire dragon body was blasted into a rolling motion. The cutting soldier in his hand flashed, and a huge wound appeared on the dragon's body. What? The Dragon Lord also let out a painful roar. You can't let the Lord of Battle Dragons face him alone. The Lord of the Cunlong shouted. But just as they rushed over, 3 portals appeared above their heads. They were time, space, and sealed 3 portals. The space-time seal created by them was difficult for them to break in a short time. In addition to the seal, he actually controls the dual power of time and space. They were shocked and angry. If you want to kill me, you can't do it. The dragon warrior twisted the dragon's body and slammed into it crazily. Although he was severely suppressed, he was still in the 4th realm of the Tao of Heaven, and only the level of God was qualified to kill him. He knew that every time he crazily hit, what he consumed was the original power of heaven and earth. You are really hard to kill. Chu Yuan did not deny that the Dragon Lord was hard to kill. But what about them? Chu Yuan's heart was indeed filled with overwhelming anger. He encountered so many strong men's bombardment this time, and lost a lot of the origin of heaven and earth. He has never been a person who does not retaliate when he suffers, smashes his teeth, and swallows it. This time, you must establish your own authority. His gaze instantly locked onto the silver dragon cast from a very far away place, and suddenly, he arrived in front of it, and with a wave of his palm, it was the seal of the space-time realm. Help me! The silver dragon panicked. It's just the 1st realm of heavenly Tao. When Chu Yuan was not a god of heavenly Tao, he was able to overwhelm the 1st realm, let alone now, he was still in Qiming. What, he's going to attack the Lord of the Silver Dragon, save it quickly, the Silver Dragon is not his opponent at all, it can't stop his attack. Damn it, the dragon god of my dragon god heaven can also be dealt with by you. No, he wants to use the primitive artifact to suppress the Lord of the Silver Dragon. An angry voice roared. It was very simple for Chu Yuan to deal with the Lord of the Silver Dragon at this time. As soon as he pushed it, the 10,000 Realms Tower produced an extremely strong suction force, which descended on the Lord of the Silver Dragon. This suction force must be swallowed into the 10,000 Realms Tower to suppress it. #C1343 The Doom of the Dragon Lord. The dragon god of Longshenchen was going crazy seeing the master of the silver dragon being sucked into the Tower of Myriad Realms. They bombarded frantically, but although their power was vast, the Tower of Myriad Worlds was not something they could shake, and in the end they could only watch helplessly as the Lord of Silver Dragons disappeared in front of them. They knew that the Lord of the Silver Dragon would never see the light of day again, and Yin and Yang were separated from then on. Release the Lord of Silver Dragons. The Lord of Human Dragons roared wildly, otherwise, I, the Dragon God, will fight with you forever. Every Dragon God is extremely important to the Dragon God Heaven. It is accumulated over a long period of time, and it is the capital for them to be promoted to 33 days later. Is there still room for détente? Xuanhuan knew that he occupied Qiming and destroyed Longshenchen's plan to cultivate chaotic dragon eggs, and he had already formed a grudge. Kindness to the enemy is the greatest cruelty to oneself. Boom. The Tower of Myriad Realms exudes the most monstrous swallowing power. Although the primitive artifact is powerful, it is not the power he can activate. Don't be afraid of him. All of us strong will work together to resist the suppression of the primitive artifact. The Xuanhuan Lord still has the last sliver of luck. A god of heaven and Tao was about to speak when he saw a burst of divine light suddenly appearing in the 10,000 Worlds Tower, and boundless divine power fell, and he was about to be sucked in. The god of heaven and Tao was terrified and tried his best to resist, but his strength was not much stronger than the Lord of Silver Dragon. Someone wanted to save him, but Xuanhuan blocked Memento with the avenue of time and space, and the god of heaven could not resist, and was immediately swallowed by the Tower of 10,000 Realms. You can't fight anymore, you can't listen to Longshen. The master of the Xuanlong is the fifth realm of the Tao of Heaven, so he is not afraid of being swallowed by primitive artifacts, but we are afraid. If we continue to fight, we will be suppressed. Run, get into that primitive artifact, don't even try to get out. The tree falls and the hosen scatter. The strong people present were originally gathered forcibly because of their interests. Seeing Xuanhuan's earth-shattering strength now, he was so frightened that he dared to resist. In front of the Xuanwu God Emperor, who is also the God of Heaven, how can anyone in the first or second realm of heaven be an opponent? A group of strong men frantically retreated towards the surroundings, leaving the range of the 10,000 Realms Tower. How could they have the courage to continue fighting? Lord Xuanlong, what shall we do? The Mandragon Lord's face was extremely hideous. The expression in the eyes of the master of the Xuanlong kept changing, and finally roared, Go, the development of the matter is beyond our control. Return to the Dragon God Heaven, and wait for the order of the Dragon Ancestor. They can only retreat. I hate it in my heart, without the suppression of that primitive artifact, how could this person force them to escape? Fortunately, when Xuanhuan was crossing the heavenly Tao gods, they put all the dragons under the heavenly Tao gods into the artifacts, otherwise they would be in a mess when they escaped. The dragon god soared into the sky, and the strongest master of the blue dragon, the master of the war dragon, and the master of the human dragon were cut off. If you want to leave, pay a price. Xuanhuan was also furious. He let go of the suppression of other strong men, and poured all his power on the strong man Longshen. It was immediately seen that the Tower of Myriad Realms flew up and landed directly on the sky above Dragon God Heaven. Xuanwu God Emperor is no longer suppressing us, he is dealing with Longshen. Is he going to make them pay the price in blood? If you don't leave now, when will you wait? Humph. This matter was originally initiated by Longshen, so they should bear the greatest price. The pressure on his body was suddenly relieved. How dare these people stay for a long time, even if it is the existence of Yushan and Jiuyuan Realm Lord, they will not support Longshen. Xuanwu, don't bully Long Taishan, do you still want to deal with us? Although there are primitive artifacts to suppress, I, Longshen, can't tolerate your insult. No matter how calm that Xuanlong Lord is, he will go crazy at this moment. Haha, it's time for us to fight back. Year and the others were laughing. Under the suppression of the original artifact and the source of heaven and earth, even the strength of the Xuanhuan Lord was suppressed to a level extremely close to the fourth realm. A series of terrifying rays of light pierced through, hitting the opponent fiercely. Space-time God, deal with this black dragon. After Xuanhuan's words fell, the city of time and space was handed over to the god of time and space, and suddenly a god's mansion made of spar of time and space appeared with the city of time and space in his hand. The cultivation base of the god of time and space is in the third realm of the Tao of heaven, the origin realm. Once the power of heaven and earth is blessed, the Lord of the Xuanhuan can't do anything about him. The god of heaven and space power. The Xuanhuan Lord was also taken aback. He couldn't imagine that Xuanhuan still hides such a strong man, so why didn't he appear before? And at this moment, the god of time and space attacked, and the pervasive power of the space-time realm immediately blocked the Azure Dragon Lord and trapped him, making it impossible for him to intervene in other battlefields. There are still strong ones who have trapped the Lord of the Azure Dragon. Those strong men who had just left Kai tomorrow were also taken aback when they suddenly felt the power of this time and space. The Dragon Lord is also roaring. No, he wants to trap me and wait for the strongest. The Xuanhuan Lord had a strong premonition. A glowing scale on top of his head was also his reverse scale, which contained the power of his strongest blow. Go, Lord of Human Dragons, his target is you. Lord of Human Dragons. Xuanhuan set his sights on the Lord of Human Dragons. In the divine splendor of the 10,000 Realms Tower, he came directly in front of the Lord of Human Dragons. You. Knowing Xuanhuan's intentions, the Lord of Human Dragons said angrily, do you still want to seal me? I am in the fourth realm. In my territory, you are also qualified to fight back against the suppression of primitive artifacts? Xuanhuan was directly suppressed by the original artifact, imprisoning the Lord of Humans and Dragons. What? The Lord of Human Dragons rushed left and right, angry in his heart. How could he be suppressed like this in the outside world, but it's too late to say anything now. All his strength was burning. Lord of Human Dragons, hold on, all dragon gods, burn the scales and create a passage. Nilin is like the secret technique of burning blood, it is their peak and strongest power, and suddenly saw pieces of Nilin flying out, burning out the power of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan's indifferent eyes suddenly saw the Lord of Human Dragons. Suddenly, Xuanhuan's domineering figure appeared in the soul and launched a soul trial. He shook his whole body, and his heart was shocked. It was the supremacy of humanity, which suppressed the blood of the human race. Only the ancient emperor had such will and strength. Emperor. Human emperor. The strength of the Dragon Lord was suppressed again. Impossible, the ancient emperor has already sat down, with the power of the supreme humane, you are the new emperor of this era. The Lord of Human Dragons was really frightened. He had never been frightened before in a critical situation. He suddenly thought of the great ancient war, when the emperor fell and died, did the last sentence he said really come true? Xuanhuan opened his palm to him, and it was the power of the great devouring technique, which turned into a black hole vortex, double suppression with the original artifact, and the human and dragon master disappeared in the eyes of all dragon gods. #C1344 Good luck. Lord of Human Dragons. The Lord of Humans and Dragons was sucked into the 10,000 Realms Tower, causing the dragon god to let out a mournful sound. At the last moment, fear appeared on the face of the Lord of Human Dragons, and he didn't know what he saw. Get out. The Lord of the Xuanhuan was indeed decisive enough, not only using Nilin, but also burning his own dragon blood. He knew that if the human dragon lord was suppressed, then the God Emperor of God and martial arts would use stronger force to deal with them, so he could only use the time when the human dragon lord was suppressed to escape. This is the last chance. Long Shan Tian can't lose any more. Immediately, all the dragon gods burned their blood and united their forces, and a blood-colored dragon rose into the sky with raging anger, and hit the seal of the 10,000 Worlds Tower with a bang. This force is too strong, it is a blow of blood and tears of all dragon gods. Finally, the Lord of the Xuanhuan escaped. But the price they paid was too high for even Long Shantian to bear. The Lord of Silver Dragons and the Lord of Human Dragons were suppressed, and both he and the Lord of War Dragons burned their dragon blood, and their strength was greatly damaged. Our time. The Lord of Xuanhuan wants to cry but has no tears, depressed. The Human Dragon Lord is finished, the Human Dragon clan lost their patriarch, and it was the moment when the Human Dragon Lord was suppressed that we found the opportunity to leave. The Xuanhuan Lord's heart was bleeding. Dragon Ancestor will never forget the dedication of the Human Dragon Lord. How can we explain this failure to Long Zhu? The Dragon Master said weakly. Hurry up and return to Dragon God Heaven, we will talk about everything later. This time our strength has dropped drastically, Wan Yao Tian is watching our jokes, and it is very likely that we will be intercepted halfway. The Master of the Blue Dragon did not lose his mind. They are quickly returning to Dragon God Heaven. Ha 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 ha, isn't this the Lord of the Xuanhuan? Why are you so miserable? You weren't very arrogant before, but why can't you be arrogant now? Huh? And the Lord of Human Dragons, why is he missing? The strong men of Wan Yao Tian were indeed staring at Long Shenchen, and mercilessly sprinkled salt on their wounds. Get out. This is another bloody battle. But it has nothing to do with Chu Yuan. Primitive artifact, Heavenly Tao Divine Realm, this time the Divine Martial God Emperor caused Dragon God to suffer a great loss of blood, even if it is my father, he will never be able to fight the Divine Martial God Emperor in Qiming. Ming Xue was also dazzled for a while. She stepped forward and said, "Congratulations to His Majesty, the God Emperor, for achieving the way of heaven and controlling Qiming. From now on, in this multiverse, the reputation of the God Emperor of God and martial arts will surely spread. The friends of Mingyue Island helped me repel the powerful enemy. I thank you here. From now on, Mingyue Island will be my friend. If something happens, I will not stand idly by." Chu Yuan smiled kindly at them. "We don't dare to claim the greatest credit, it's just the icing on the cake, because of the extraordinary strength of the God Emperor." Ming Xue would not foolishly take this kindness to ask Chu Yuan for credit, mostly because she wants to, but to maintain this kind of friendship. To Mingyue Island, a few heavenly artifacts are nothing, unless they are primitive artifacts, and for a force like them, sometimes friendship is the most important thing. The owner of Mingyue Island is very smart. He knows what kind of friends he can make and what kind of friends he can't make. Demons like Grieval Lord cannot make friends. Okay, I'll make a note of it. Chu Yuan smiled and said, "Xian, Taoist brother Tianhe, I will also remember your fight this time." Haha, I just took a few random shots, it's nothing to worry about, and the God Emperor saved my life in Hell Heaven. If I have trouble in the future, I hope the God Emperor can help me. Meng Tianhe smiled heartily. He made a lot of money this time, and it seems that he didn't get any treasures, but he knew that with the promise of the Divine Martial God Emperor, he would save him once in the future after this shot. Okay. Chu Yuan said. Love Literature Network. Since today's crisis has been resolved, it's time for me to go. Maybe I will need the help of the God Emperor in the future. After Xian finished speaking, she didn't stay for long, and disappeared directly into a silver light. Come and go in a hurry. I still have to tell the island owner about today's matter, so let's leave for now. Lu Yuan also left. The will of heaven and earth, I will activate the Tower of Myriad Realms to accommodate Qiming tomorrow. Chu Yuan made the 10,000 Worlds Tower bigger. The power of the primitive artifact enveloped Qiming. Originally, Qiming was so huge that it was impossible for even the God of Heaven to move, but now that Chu Yuan has the heavenly tower of 10,000 realms and the cooperation of the will of heaven and earth, it is much easier. And Qiming has merged with Shenwu's national fortune. Qiming disappeared in the 10,000 Worlds Tower. Return to the God Dynasty. Mighty and mighty, Shenwu returned triumphantly this time. This time, Shenwu Shenqiao has gained a great reputation in the multiverse, and Long Shintian has suffered a big loss. The most important is, all the resources left in Qiming belong to the Shenwu dynasty. What a rich resource. The gods have returned. Chu Yuan placed the Tower of Myriad Worlds at the center of the Divine Dynasty, suppressing the background, and immediately centered on the Divine Dynasty. The power of the original artifact spread out, turning into the light of the myriad realms, covering the Divine Dynasty. Now it is really impenetrable, with the 10,000 Worlds Tower. If you want to forcibly attack Shenwu, you will have to pay the price in blood. Even if Long Shintian wants to take revenge, Chu Yuan is not afraid at all. And the power of the primitive artifact also permeated into the depths of time and space, and the billowing primitive energy did not require Chu Yuan to stimulate it. It could directly operate on its own, and then permeated everywhere in the God Dynasty. In the entire Divine Dynasty, primordial energy suddenly flowed everywhere. Tomorrow. It was also arranged by Chu Yuan in the eastern position of the Shin dynasty, named the Qiming domain, and combined with the territory of the Shin dynasty. From the position of Shinqiao, Venus is the bright pearl, the Venus star in the sky. Originally, the origin of heaven and earth was broken, but Qi Tianzhu contributed himself, and he also had a primitive artifact called Venus, so he repaired the origin of heaven and earth and kept it running. In order to suppress those strong people, a lot of origin was consumed, and now it can be gradually restored. Two primitive artifacts suppress the background. With such a huge territory and such strong energy, Chu Yuan could foresee that in the near future, there would be a large number of people from the God dynasty living in the Qiming domain. Once again, prosperity and vitality were restored. Tianyuan Thunder Tree can also be cultivated. Chu Yuan is very busy. With the promotion of the Shenwu dynasty, he now has to make arrangements to make the Shenwu have monstrous energy, and devour energy from the depths of the multiverse to make up for the lack of Shenwu. These are all very troublesome things. Excellent, this time there are more Qiming in the Shinqiao. It's like the most solid foundation has been laid for a tall building, on which foundations can be built arbitrarily. The Shinqiao is really expected to be promoted to 33 days in the future, and I am also a great contributor. Yi Yes mood also became excited. The power of the Divine Dynasty is beyond his imagination. He was still angry before, but now after the Battle of Qiming, His Majesty's strength and background have shocked him. He felt that it was a kind of luck for him to become a god of martial arts. Otherwise, in Hell Heaven, with the power of 18 Hell Masters, his future will be like that. But now, there are infinite possibilities. Once the Shin dynasty becomes 33 days, he will be an important minister to conquer the country. He suspected that the God Emperor must have obtained the resources of an ancient civilization. #C1345 True Yangtian's kindness. Dragon God Heaven. Shenwu. Longzhu was furious. His anger burned time and space into chaos. His anger will never dissipate. For many years, he has never been so angry. This time the plan failed, and instead he lost the master of human dragons and silver dragons. Moreover, the Lord of Cunlong suffered a long-planned interception by Wanyao Tian when he came back, and lost several dragon gods. When he left Wanyao Ocean and founded Dragon Shenshin, he was so high-spirited and vigorous, and he never suffered such a loss. Revenge, you must take revenge. What is his martial arts? I can't bear this tone. Kill, 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 I want to lead the army to directly kill his martial arts. All the dragon gods gathered around Longzhu. The thunder that roared all over the sky was roared by the Thunder Dragon Lord, and the human Dragon Lord was his friend, but he was suppressed forever in the 10,000 Worlds Tower just like that. Great Dragon Ancestor, our human dragon clan is in too much misery this time, the Patriarch can't come back, please ask Dragon Ancestor to be the master of our human dragon clan. The strong man of the human dragon clan knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. The Silver Dragon Lord of my Silver Dragon clan can't come back either. The strong man of the Silver Dragon clan also mourned, for the sake of the Dragon God, we sacrifice everything, as long as the Dragon Ancestor gives the order, even if all of our Silver Dragon clan die in battle, we will not hesitate. Longzhu, please give an order. This time our Long Shenshen has become a joke of the multiverse. I can't swallow this breath. All the dragon gods are asking the Dragon Ancestor to send troops. Quiet. Although Longzhu was angry, he hadn't lost his mind yet. He knew very well that Xuanhuan had primitive artifacts to suppress them, and even if Longshan Tian wanted to break them, he would have to pay a huge price, and Wanyao Tian was watching them covetously. This breath will not be swallowed by the ancestor, but it is not now to send troops. The current primary goal is to cultivate the Chaos Dragon and fight for the ancestors. Longzhu's words calmed down all the dragon gods present. Yes, first cultivate the Chaos Dragon, and now sending troops is just to let Wanyao Tian take advantage of it. Wanyao Tian is still waiting for us to dispatch, we cannot let them succeed. The Lord of the Cunlong said, now that we don't have Qiming, the cultivation of the Chaos Dragon will be in trouble. Only the second set of strategies can be adopted. Longzhu said coldly, Master Cunlong, you are seriously injured this time, stay in Long Shenshen to recuperate first, and when Chaos Shenlong is born, it will be the time for us to send out our troops. The Dragon God is beyond the sky. Ha 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 ha, that martial arts is powerful, possessing primitive artifacts, and suppressed the Lord of Human Dragons. This time, that old dragon should explode in anger. How arrogant you were when you betrayed Wanyao Tian, and now finally it's a big loss. The Lord of Greedy Wolf laughed wildly, but now I have to leave too, otherwise that angry old dragon will take it out on me. How I wish you would send troops to attack Xuanhuan. It's a pity, a pity. Possesses a primitive artifact, the Lord of Human Dragons who suppresses humans and dragons, and the God of Martial God has just broken through to the God of Heaven and Tao. The owner of Mingyue Island was also shocked when he heard the news, and then said, Daughter, prepare a congratulatory gift for Xuanhuan for the Fathers Association. Mingyue Island must express it. This time we also gained Xuanhuan's friendship. Yes, Father, Xuanhuan is powerful and mysterious, and the Xuanhuan Emperor is ambitious. If he exists, we Mingyue Island must make friends. Mingxue nodded. And this time I'm going there in person, and I just happened to go to see his god dynasty. Inside the True Sun Heavenly Court. Xuanhuan God Emperor? The powerful Xinjiang God was also shocked by the news of Qiming, and said slowly, This person seems to have been to my Xinjiang Tian, I have some impressions of him. On that day, there was a battle between the vast sea and the sky. He had seen Qu Yuan, but he didn't care. God, he did come here. He participated in the battle of the sea and the sky in the identity of the Burning Heaven sect. I wish Tianzuan the first way. There are still some origins. Second Chinese Network. Xinjiang God said, Xian Fengsu enters the heavenly court. God, what are you going to do? Zhu Tianzuan said. Let them come over. Brother, God actually called us directly this time, what will happen? Fengsu was also a little apprehensive at this time, he was just a small person in the eyes of God Xinjiang, and he would never have the opportunity to face such a great existence. I don't know, but it won't be a bad thing. Jiaotu is also very strange. I'm going to see God first. Fengsu immediately went to Xinjiang Heavenly Court to meet God. I have seen God. Fengsu saluted respectfully, this is the strongest in true Yang Heaven. Fensu, that divine martial god emperor, once participated in the war against Han Haitian in your identity as the Fenchen divine sect. The voice of Xinjiang god is very majestic. Xinwu god emperor? Could it be brother Chu? Fensu came to his senses and was startled. He didn't dare to answer directly. Did the Emperor Xinwu do something important that even the gods paid attention to? You don't need to be nervous, God has no malice towards him. Zhu Tianzuan said from the side. The Emperor Xinwu became the god of heaven in Qiming, and suppressed the lord of humans and dragons with primitive artifacts. God asked you to come to convey the goodwill of Xinyangshan. What, brother Chu actually did such a shocking event? Fensu's heart felt as if the river was overwhelmed. Zhu Tianzuan, since the god Emperor Xinwu has been to my Xinjiang heaven, you go to Xinwu once in the name of the Lord, to congratulate him on his achievement of the way of heaven. True Yang God said. Yes, God. Zhu Tianzuan nodded. Going alone, can't express the goodwill of the owner. I want to guard Xinjiang Tian, Xingho, you go once. Lord Xinjiang said again. Let Xingho go. If God Xinjiang let Zhu Tianzuan go alone, there is nothing wrong with letting Xingho go, then it is equivalent to coming in person as God Xinjiang, which is extremely incredible. Xingho is the younger brother of God Xinjiang, the fifth realm of the heavenly Tao, and the disciple of the old god. Back then, when Xinyangshan was most in danger, it was God and Xingho who worked together to survive the most difficult period. God, even though the martial god emperor is extraordinary, it's not enough to let Mr. Xingho go. It's fine for me to go alone. I wish God the best. You can't represent your sincerity. Xinjiang God has his own claim. Xinwu is very mysterious. He occupies Qitian. Although it has been broken, the resources left by Qitian Lord belong to him, and the most important thing is Xinwu. I don't believe it, that primitive artifact was left by God Qitian, and he has even bigger secrets. I have to go. That Xingho said, you go, no one has enough status. God wants to use his power? Zhu Tianzuan understood. Now our war with Han Haitian has entered a long stalemate. If the Emperor Xinwu is willing to join the battle, the primitive artifact can greatly weaken Han Haitian's suppression. The power he controls is a force that can overturn the situation of the battle. True Yang God said. Win over friends, you can win over. Xinwu already has this qualification. If he wants to counterattack against Han Haitian, he needs stronger strength. He is also very ambitious and knows how to seek greater benefits for himself. God Xinjiang said slowly, besides, the Lord also knows that the mysterious God of ancient origin, who existed throughout the civilization of the era, also went to the dragon god heaven, and shocked the old dragon god, even the god of ancient origin. Mysterious beings are helping him, and Xinwu is worthy of my master's friendship. #C1346 Friendship win over. Shenwushan Dynasty. It turns out that the goddess Yanran appeared outside the dragon god's heaven, and she frightened the dragon ancestor outside the dragon god's heaven. I will remember this friendship. Chu Yuan also knew something about what happened outside the Longshan Tianwai. The demon clan of Wan Yao Tian even intercepted and killed the Songlong Lord. Unfortunately, they hoped that the dragon ancestor would fight with me, but they failed. The master of Mingyue Island is here. Sensing the fate of the gods and the country, Chu Yuan saw the owner of Mingyue Island immediately and smiled as time and space changed. The master of Mingyue Island's fifth realm of destiny is powerful, much more powerful than the master of Songlong. Xinwu God Emperor. The owner of Mingyue Island came to see Chu Yuan in person, and was secretly startled when he saw the weather of Xinwu Shenchao. This is a huge empire, running fast all the time, preparing for wars, and it is two different existences from his peaceful Mingyue Island. Mingyue Island Master. The existence of such a series of Mingyue Island Masters can only be received by Chu Yuan himself. I won't disturb you this time. The owner of Mingyue Island smiled. I know that the God Emperor has broken through the heavenly Tao God, so I am here to prepare a gift to congratulate the God Emperor. It's just a god of heaven. Xuanhuan smiled. This is different. The God Emperor's way of heaven is not an ordinary way of heaven. It is rare in ancient and modern times. Of course, the owner of Mingyue Island knew the horror of Shenwu God Emperor, and he was even more frightened when he looked at the 10,000 Realms Tower that suppressed the fate of the country. Come here, prepare a big banquet. I want to entertain the Lord of Mingyue Island, my good friend of Shenwu. Xuanhuan said. And not long after Mingyue Island Master arrived, another group of people came. This is Brother Chu's divine dynasty. The majestic Shen Chao exuded a strong vitality, and the strong national fortune shocked Fen Su into dizziness. This was the first time he had come to the Shenwu Shen Chao. Primitive artifact. Zhu Tianzuan has long heard that Shenwu has primitive artifacts. The moment he saw the 10,000 Realms Tower, that power made his heart tremble. This primitive artifact is terrifying. That's where Qiming used to be. Starfire spoke. This is a man with a gentle face that makes people feel like a spring breeze. But his identity is second only to the god of Xinjiang in Xinjiang Heavenly Court. He observed, Qiming has recovered and is recovering the vitality of heaven and earth. I have noticed the power of Qi Xingxing. The Qixing star is the original artifact refined by Qitian Lord. Zhu Tianzuan said, Master Xingho, look, it's the tower-shaped primitive artifact, which is more powerful than Venus. It suppresses the luck of Shenwu and builds an immortal defense. The power of this artifact is so powerful. The Venus, as well as this artifact, the gods of war and gods are as strong as gold, and they cannot be shaken by existences that are not at the level of primitive gods. Xingho could see that the defense of the Shenwu base camp was strong, and said, let's go meet the Shenwu God Emperor. What a strong space-time power. In an instant, Zhu Tianzuan suddenly realized the flow of time, and he was shocked. One day in the multiverse, hundreds of years have passed in this Shenwushan dynasty, the avenue of time and space. The Shenwushan Emperor is against time and space. The control is too strong. The more extraordinary the martial arts, the more it shows that God made them a wise decision. Guests from True Sunshine. Outside the capital of God, there have long been strong people to welcome Xingho. This time we are here to congratulate God Emperor Shenwu on behalf of God. Zhu Tianzuan did not put on airs, but said very peacefully, after all, the other party has this strength. His Majesty has prepared a banquet to entertain all the adults. Facing Xingho and the others, the guards who received him were neither humble nor overbearing, on the contrary, they had a sense of high spirits. It's a growing empire. Zhu Tianzuan said secretly. They soon came to a magnificent hall. Chu, God Emperor. Fen Su no longer dared to address Brother Chu directly. Although Xuanhuan stood in front of him peacefully, the power of that day's Tao penetrated into his soul, and he felt a pressure like heaven and God. The arrival of Xin Yangshan's friend surprised me. Xuanhuan said, I have already set up a banquet, and I invite everyone to sit down. As for Fen Su, he was very nervous. After all, this is an existence at the level of the Tao of Heaven. He was able to come here because of his friendship with Shenwu. The hospitality of the God Emperor is also our honor. Zhu Tianzuan also met Xuanhuan in the past, but now, he felt that the other party was like an abyss, and he couldn't pry into it, and said, Mingyue Island Master is also here. The God Emperor is my friend. Mingyue Island Master smiled. The God Emperor also knows that I, Xin Yangshan, are fighting Han Haitian, and the God Emperor also participated in the battle back then, so it should be regarded as being in the same camp as Han Haitian. Zhu Tianzuan is bringing the relationship between Xuanhuan and Xinjiang Tian closer. Not bad. Xuanhuan said. That's why Lord God intends to invite the God Emperor to fight against Han Haitian. I wish God the best. I am Xingho, the younger brother of God Xingyang. Xingho said, the God Emperor is in charge of a country, and he also knows that if one day collapses, the benefits he will get are incalculable. If Han Haitian is breached, it will be a feast for the God Emperor. I don't think the God Emperor will give up on this second chance. But I know better that if you want to break through a day, the price you pay is unbearable. Chu Yuan knew their intentions, they just wanted to win them into their camp. If you don't pay, how can you get anything in return? Xingho smiled, I, Xin Yangshan, don't need many resources of Han Haitian. 33 days, we will also be best friends, the God Emperor should understand what this means. Even God Xingyang sent people to win over God Emperor Xuanhuan. The owner of Mingyue Island also secretly said, that's right, to attack Tian and win over all possible friends. The most important goal of Xin Yangshan is not Han Haitian's resources, but status. God is now willing to make a deal with the God Emperor. The God Emperor's dynasty is developing and requires a lot of resources. This time we can directly make a deal with the God Emperor to achieve mutual benefit. Zhu Tianzuan added. This proposal is not bad, Chu Yuan said. The dynasty of the gods is developing, and they also need some friends who can exchange benefits. And if the God Emperor will be promoted to 33 days in the future, I, Xin Yangshan, will be willing to help at that time. Only by joining forces can we reach the peak in this diverse world. Xingho wrote. It's nothing more than the potential of Jinshan Wushan dynasty and the suppressing ability of Myriad Realms Tower. They hope that I can use Myriad Realms Tower to suppress some of the original power of Han Hai Tiandi when they finally fight. How could Chu Yuan not know? As for helping him when he was promoted to 33 days. For Xingyang Tian, it is also a very distant thing. At that time, it is nothing to help. That's right, Chu Yuan agreed with them first, there are not too many friends. I will send a team to practice in the vast sea and sky first. Chu Yuan said lightly. Then hereby wish the God Emperor and dynasty more and more powerful. Xingho didn't say much. Of course he understands that it is impossible to let others bring primitive artifacts to join their battlefield with just a few words. Unless they saw their strength to destroy Han Hai, they didn't need to say more, and there would naturally be strong people flocking to divide up Han Haitian's resources. They also have this confidence, otherwise they would not launch a war against Han Haitian. And what they need to do is to let others see their own strength. Let's take our leave first. After some reception, Chu Yuan and Jinyang Heavenly Court reached some agreement, and they left. Although I don't want to get involved in their battle, I just want Mingyue Island to exist peacefully and step out of the realm of heaven. The owner of Mingyue Island also left. Shenchao returned to calm again.